Chapter 10. Sacred Dragon Nirvana. The ancient god incident had gradually settled down, and many cultivators who had come for the divine treasure could not hide their disappointment. Some left the Sin City, but most still remained. After 3 months, the Sacred Wind Academy would hold a competition among the young powerhouses of the 4 academies, an event that naturally attracted many cultivators to watch. With the divine treasure incident subsiding, Sin City was gradually calming down. However, at this time, a mysterious event occurred at the Sacred Wind Academy. Ever since the dragon baby learned that Chun Nan and Xiao Qinxi had moved into the Sacred Wind Academy and had an independent and quiet courtyard, it relocated from the dragon grounds to their backyard and lived with them. Chun Nan naturally did not object. Having the dragon baby around was like having a 5th-tier master guarding him. Xiao Qinxi was even more delighted, having developed a deep affection for the dragon baby after days of interaction. However, Chun Nan gradually sensed something unusual. The dragon baby seemed to be sick, no longer as lively as before, and was lethargic all day. He was alarmed and worried that something might happen to Xiaolong, so he immediately informed the vice president. The cunning old man was also anxious upon hearing this news. The significance of the dragon baby to the Sacred Wind Academy was immense. If a sacred dragon encountered any mishap, it would be an immeasurable loss. Moreover, the vice president held a special sentiment towards the little dragon, and various signs indicated that the little dragon seemed to be the dragon king with high intelligence, the one belonging to the first generation of female sacred dragon knights of the Sacred Wind Academy from 1,000 years ago. In this world, sacred dragons are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The power of a sacred dragon does not necessarily correlate with its size. Some sacred dragons are dozens of meters long, while others are only 2 or 3 meters. Despite the vast difference in their sizes, their strengths are difficult to compare. It can be said that there are almost no 2 completely identical sacred dragons in this world, and the physical forms of different sacred dragons vary greatly. The vice president, well versed in the history of the Sacred Wind Academy, knew that the first generation of female sacred dragon knights had been unable to break through the realm of death and ultimately returned to the earth. Although her sacred dragon had returned to the mountains, the Academy still preserved its portrait, which bore a striking resemblance to the dragon baby. If it weren't for the vast difference in personality between the playful dragon baby and the highly intelligent sacred dragon, the vice president would have long regarded it as the first sacred dragon of the Sacred Wind Academy. However, he did not believe that the two were entirely unrelated. For as far as he knew, all sacred dragons possessed high intelligence. Sacred dragons with strange tempers and childlike personalities, like the little dragon, were extremely rare. Not long ago, after careful and serious deliberation with some old scholars at the Sacred Wind Academy who were well versed in dragons, they unanimously concluded that the dragon baby was a powerful sacred dragon that had undergone nirvana but had failed. Generally, when a holy dragon undergoes nirvana, there are only 2 outcomes. It either transforms into a divine dragon or perishes. However, there have been exceptions in history. Some powerful holy dragons possess the potential to become divine dragons, but at the last moment, due to external interference or other significant reasons, they fail. Because such holy dragons are too powerful, even if they fail to transform, they can still survive. The vice president and the old-timers in the academy believe that the little dragon is most likely the dragon king of the female holy dragon knight from 1,000 years ago. Although it survived the failed nirvana, it lost all its original memories, which is an alternative form of rebirth after failure. This also explains why the little dragon has a special attachment to the Divine Wind Academy, always lingering there and occasionally showing expressions of confusion and nostalgia, which supports the idea that it is indeed the Dragon King from 1,000 years ago. For these reasons, the vice president and the old-timers in the academy have a special and complex feeling towards the little dragon, and he absolutely cannot tolerate any accidents happening to it. When the vice president arrived at the scene, he found the little dragon indeed appeared dazed as Chun Nan described. In the past, if someone approached the little dragon while it was sleeping, it would playfully blink its eyes or directly repel the person. But now, the little dragon seems to have lost interest in everything, lazily lying on the ground, not even lifting its head. The vice president was extremely anxious and eventually gathered a large group of old-timers from the Divine Wind Academy, resulting in a field of white heads in Chun Nan's courtyard. However, everyone was at a loss, and after 2 days, these elders were still helpless. On the morning of the 3rd day, something astonishing happened. When Chun Nan arrived at the backyard, he was shocked to see that the little dragon's body was covered in a thick layer of keratinous material, wrapping it up as if it were a silkworm spinning a cocoon. After the old-timers from the academy received the news, they quickly rushed to the scene. After the initial shock, the elders displayed expressions of wild joy, with some elderly individuals even jumping up in excitement. They could hardly contain their immense happiness. The worries of the past 3 days vanished in an instant. The little dragon was actually undergoing nirvana again. If the holy dragon's nirvana succeeds, a divine dragon will emerge from the Divine Wind Academy. Chun Nan was also extremely happy, not expecting the little dragon to be so extraordinary and potentially on the path to becoming a divine dragon. Little Chun, she was joyfully bouncing around. She had thought the little dragon was ill and had secretly shed tears several times in the past few days. This mysterious event was classified as the highest secret by the higher-ups of the Divine Wind Academy. It is said that the phoenix undergoes nirvana, reborn from the ashes, and the holy dragon undergoes nirvana, transforming through tribulations into a divine dragon. The old monsters of the Divine Wind Academy had already sensed that this time the little dragon's nirvana would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Anyone capable of transforming into a divine dragon must be an extraordinarily unique dragon. The little dragon has undergone nirvana once, and although it did not succeed, it did not die, which sufficiently demonstrates its extraordinary nature. Additionally, these old fellows vaguely felt that the little dragon might have a significant background. According to legend, the descendants of dragon royalty, if their royal blood is no longer pure, some extraordinary dragons will repeatedly undergo nirvana to activate the most outstanding bloodline left by the dragon royalty until they completely evolve into the kings among dragons. The elders of the Divine Wind Academy vaguely felt that the little dragon might be a descendant of the dragon group royalty. Its first failed nirvana was merely preparation for the next one. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the news of the little dragon's nirvana had not leaked at all. During this time, Chun Nan's name spread throughout the Divine Wind Academy. Those who previously knew him as a scum had a complete change of perception, and those who once had dealings with him no longer sought trouble with him. Ren Jian, who had been severely injured by Chun Nan, was already able to walk, and he did not take any retaliatory actions. It was unclear whether he truly did not find out it was Chun Nan's doing or was just enduring it. The handsome and carefree Long Wu no longer threatened or intimidated Chun Nan and did not force him to hand over the dragon capture manual. But every time they met, they would engage in verbal sparring. Dongfang Phoenix still looked at Chun Nan with gritted teeth, but given Chun Nan's current reputation and status, every time they met, she could only glare at him fiercely. The little princess was exceptionally furious. She really could not understand why her father would protect Chun Nan so fiercely. However, deep down, she did not want Chun Nan to die. She had secretly vowed that one day she would use her own strength to bring Chun Nan down to the ground and then step on him to avenge her humiliation. There was one person Chun Nan was most unwilling to face, and that was Lu Si. Every time he saw her, he would flee, which made Lu Si, who was eager to find trouble with him, both angry and frustrated. The last time they accidentally spent the night together, Lu Si felt a fire burning in her heart. But she could never find the right opportunity to vent her pent-up anger. Just thinking about Chun Nan made her feel like going crazy. In just a month, little Chun, she had become the star darling of the Divine Wind Academy, beloved by everyone from teachers to students. Almost everyone knew that Chun Nan had a little sister who looked like a little angel or a tiny fairy, and little Chun, she had become a true heartthrob. Her mouth was always sweet, frequently calling out uncle, brother, and sister, and wherever she went, people would rush to hug her. Even the little princess, who hated Chun Nan immensely, and Dongfang Phoenix were won over by little Chun, she's clever and adorable demeanor. When she ran out alone, they often took her to fly. Both of them had flying beasts, making it easy to soar into the sky. During this time, Chun Nan had visited the old mercenary named Li from the mercenary guild in the city of Sin. The old man had previously taken the initiative to befriend him and provided him with detailed updates on Ren Jian during that time, which Chun Nan was very grateful for. After Chun Nan's identity was revealed, many people came to befriend him, but the place he lived was specifically for receiving distinguished guests at the academy, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. This made him feel somewhat relieved, as he did not want to engage in tedious socializing every day. Of course, just because ordinary people could not approach did not mean that everyone could not. The martial arts fanatic, Lung Feng, became a regular visitor there. Ever since he learned about Chun Nan's true identity and the events of the battle in Kaiyuan City, he sought him out again, requesting to compete with him once more. Chun Nan had never forgotten his defeat last time. Even if Lung Feng did not come looking for him, he would have sought him out to rectify that loss. A strong person must overcome the barriers that once seemed insurmountable to become stronger. This time, the outcome of the battle was without suspense. After the battle in Kaiyuan City, Chun Nan's cultivation had greatly advanced, reaching the 3rd level of the Great Ascendance realm, and Lung Feng was no longer his opponent. After that, Lung Feng would come to challenge him every once in a while. After several crushing defeats, he had to admit that his current cultivation could no longer compete with Chun Nan. Since Chun Nan's significant advancement in cultivation, he practiced even more diligently. Many of the profound techniques in his family's secret arts required a strong foundation to execute, and now that his cultivation had improved, he could finally put some of those techniques into practice. However, he harbored a lingering concern. The last time he reversed his profound arts, he clearly felt himself becoming brutal and bloodthirsty. The profound arts during that time influenced his emotions. They were almost demonic. Though the reversed profound arts returned to normal, Chun Nan sensed something unusual. When he looked inward, he discovered that in his meridians, the originally golden and luminous true energy was mixed with a trace of dark light, which was identical to the mutated true energy he had experienced during the reversal of his profound arts. Zhenjian had warned him that in life-threatening situations, if there was a glimmer of hope, he should not reverse the profound arts, indicating Zhenjian's caution regarding the reversal of profound arts. Chun Nan didn't know what the consequences would be after the reversal of the mysterious power, nor did he know what would happen in the future. For now, he could only strive to improve his cultivation and make another breakthrough, stepping into a new realm. He believed that as long as his power was strong enough, he could suppress any terrifying consequences. For the past month, Chun Nan had not disclosed the secret of the Death Abyss to the vice president. He wanted to explain it to him when the competition among the young, strong practitioners from the 4 academies began. By then, many powerful cultivators would gather in the evil city. If a large number of highly skilled practitioners explored the Death Abyss together, they should gain some insights. However, it was foreseeable that many would never return. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, and the strong practitioner competition among the 4 academies was about to begin. The true competition among the strong was far beyond the warm-up matches. It was the pinnacle battle among the young strong of the 4 academies. The 4 academies all had nearly 1,000 years of history, and their reputation had shaken the continent for a millennium. Naturally, this competition would attract countless spectators. Not only were there many young masters from ancient sects in the East, but also contemporary talents from some mysterious families in the West, as well as many renowned figures from the older generations of both East and West. The evil city was bustling, and the inns were packed with people. On this day, the weather was fine, with clear skies, and the highly anticipated strong practitioner competition among the 4 academies finally began. At the Shinkong Academy, the place was packed with cultivators from all over the continent. After several academy heads took turns speaking, the pinnacle battle among the strong from the 4 academies was about to commence. However, at that moment, a tremendous dragon roar suddenly erupted from the deepest part of Shinkong Academy, shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless golden lights shot into the sky, and numerous illusory figures of eastern golden dragons soared in the air. The resounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, shaking the skies above and the underworld below. Within 1,000 miles, all creatures crawled on the ground and worshipped in the direction of the sound. Oh my God! The Eastern Dragon. The Holy Dragon's Nirvana, the illusion in the void. My God, what am I seeing? The Eastern Dragon from myths and legends has appeared. Chapter 1. Divine Spirit Dragon. Countless golden lights shot into the sky from the deepest part of Shinkong Academy, where numerous illusory dragons soared. The dragon's roar was like waves crashing against the shore, like thunder shattering the sky, resounding throughout the world. The crowd in the Academy Square gasped in awe. The appearance of the Eastern Dragon, a being only found in myths and legends, left everyone utterly shocked. No one could contain their inner astonishment. Oh my God! Am I dreaming? This is real. I saw it. I saw the illusory dragon. Shinkong Academy actually hit a dragon. It's unbelievable. When the highest-ranking holy beasts or divine beasts undergo nirvana, there is often an extraordinary phenomenon of an illusion in the void, projecting their imminent form into the sky. Several old-timers in the academy gazed at the illusory dragons soaring in the sky, their expressions filled with immense excitement, and some even shed tears. The vice president murmured, "The holy dragon's nirvana, the illusion in the void, transforming into a divine dragon. No, it is the divine spirit dragon, a descendant of the eastern and western dragons. Heaven bless, may it succeed in its nirvana." An elderly man with white hair and a wrinkled face, who looked quite old, stood in a corner of Shinkong Academy, excitedly saying, "You are indeed the divine spirit dragon. The excellent bloodline of our ancestors has finally awakened. Alas, I truly am unworthy to be your master." At this moment, keen observers in the square had already noticed that the soaring dragon figures differed slightly from the Eastern dragon. Each dragon figure had a pair of light, golden dragon wings. Some older individuals recognized this as a characteristic of the legendary divine spirit dragon, which possessed the body of the Eastern dragon and the wings of the Western dragon, combining the strengths of both, making it one of the most powerful divine beasts in the world. At this moment, not only were the thousands in Shinkong Academy gasping in awe, but the entire evil city was also in an uproar, with everyone in the city shocked and looking in that direction. Many couldn't help but kneel down, murmuring similar phrases. "The dragon has appeared. Heavenly blessings have descended. Divine beast, a year of great fortune." At that moment, Chun Nan's small courtyard was filled with a water-like radiance, and the pure golden light rippled and spread outward. From a distance, it looked like a sacred realm on earth. Chun Nan, holding Xiao Chenxi, nervously watched the enormous dragon cocoon in the backyard, which was radiating brilliant light and emitting intense divine brilliance. Xiao Chenxi, with a worried expression, whispered, "Brother, what's wrong with the little dragon? It won't be in danger, will it?" "There might be some danger. Holy beasts and divine beasts face heavenly jealousy during nirvana, attracting lightning tribulations. However, I believe the little dragon can handle it easily." "Why does it attract heavenly jealousy? Why does it draw lightning tribulations?" Xiao Chenxi became more anxious, fearing for the little dragon's safety. Chun Nan sighed lightly. "This is a potential law of heaven and earth. Whether human or beast, a certain degree of power will attract lightning tribulations. Relatively speaking, the heavens are somewhat more lenient towards humans. One won't attract lightning tribulations unless they reach the realm of immortals. But various holy beasts and divine beasts aren't so fortunate. Each time they evolve to a higher level, they must face lightning tribulations and undergo heavenly tests." Xiao Chenxi nervously asked, "Can the little dragon successfully get through this?" "It can. The little dragon will definitely make it. Its strength is much greater than that of an ordinary holy dragon, and this nirvana will surely succeed. Look, those dragon figures in the sky are the little dragon transforming into a divine dragon. Isn't it much more majestic than before?" When Chun Nan was in the royal ancient library of the Chu Kingdom, he had thoroughly read about the secrets of divine beast evolution. The moment the illusory figures appeared in the sky, he already knew that the little dragon was a descendant of the divine spirit dragon. He understood that through this evolution, the excellent bloodline left by the little dragon's ancestors would be fully activated. Hearing Chun Nan's reassuring answer, Xiao Chenxi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at the soaring, illusory divine spirit dragon in the sky and genuinely praised. Compared to the little dragon's previous chubby appearance, it really looks much more majestic now. Chun Nan carried her outside, saying, "Let's move a bit further away. The lightning tribulation is about to arrive." After the two retreated 100 feet, the golden dragon figures in the void suddenly flew toward the ground, instantly merging into the dragon cocoon, and at the same time, a rumbling thunder sounded in the air. At that moment, the dragon cocoon quickly shattered, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky, accompanied by a clear dragon roar that pierced the heavens and resonated across the land. A little dragon, over 2 meters long, with wings on its sides and a body shining with golden light, spiraled and soared in the air. Although the little dragon was not as enormous as the dragons in myths and legends, it emanated a kingly aura, dignified and inviolable. Everyone watching at Shinkong Academy felt an immense pressure. The overwhelming aura of the Dragon King swept through the heavens and the earth. The true dragon's aura surged like a tide toward the 10,000 great mountains, causing countless birds and beasts to crawl on the ground and worship in that direction. Meanwhile, deep within the death abyss, a massive black hole at the foot of the cliff lit up with a point of blood-red light, and a torrent of demonic energy surged forth from the black hole. With the manifestation of the true dragon, Shinkong Academy erupted in excitement. The evil city stirred, and people shouted wildly, waving their arms toward the sky. The dragon baby, originally over 2 meters long, had shrunk to just over 2 meters, but its strength had greatly increased. After this evolution, it finally transformed into a 6th-tier divine beast. If it could successfully evade the lightning tribulation, this nirvana would be considered a complete success. At that moment, the anticipated thunderstorm finally appeared. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, its blazing light so intense that it was blinding. Faced with the surging lightning, the little dragon remained calm. It opened its mouth and unleashed a fierce bolt of electric light, which was disproportionately large compared to its own body, and compared to the lightning coming from the sky. It was hardly any weaker. The two bolts of lightning collided, exploding into a dazzling light that illuminated the entire horizon. The earth trembled as if shaken by the tremendous thunder, and a massive energy storm wreaked havoc in the air, making the sky bright. With a loud crack, before the energy storm caused by the first bolt of lightning had dissipated, the second bolt fell straight down from above, aiming at the little dragon. Chapter 2. The arrival of gods and demons. The little dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. After a swift tail flick, it charged upwards to meet the lightning, spitting out a massive electric bolt that collided with the descending second bolt. With a thunderous roar, the entire sky was illuminated. Golden serpents danced in the air, and the raging currents intertwined to form a vast electric net, creating a gigantic energy storm that surged and roared in the sky. The people on the ground were stunned, relieved that the little dragon was battling the thunderstorm in the air. Had it been on the ground, countless innocent people would have been affected. With a bang, when the third bolt of lightning struck down, the little dragon no longer countered with electric light. Instead, it began to spiral rapidly in the air, and the surrounding elemental energy of the world started to fluctuate violently. The people on the ground could clearly feel the abnormal fluctuations of the elemental energy. An elderly cultivator couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! It's manipulating the elemental energy of the world. Is it Taoist magic? Sorcery? The divine dragon is indeed powerful." As the fluctuations of the elemental energy intensified, when the third bolt of lightning approached the little dragon, it seemed as if all the elemental energy in the world was shaking. The energy around the little dragon surged violently, and the elemental energy it had awakened rushed towards the incoming lightning like a raging sea. With a bang, the two forces of nature collided, creating an energy storm that surged and roared through the air like a flood. The sky was filled with blinding light. As if 10 suns were hanging in the sky, the horizon a vast expanse of white. In the following moments, 6 more bolts of lightning struck from the sky. The little dragon either used its own power to resist or manipulated the elemental energy to defend itself, neutralizing all 6 bolts of lightning one by one. Of course, facing this 9th thunderstorm that could change the wind and clouds, the little dragon was not unscathed. After successfully withstanding the 9 bolts of lightning, it was already very weak. Its originally shining golden body seemed to have dulled significantly, no longer shining as brightly as before, but its majestic dragon king aura remained, still giving the people on the ground a heavy sense of pressure. In Chun Nan's arms, little Chun, she waved her small hands at the little dragon in the sky, happily shouting, "Little dragon." Although far up in the sky, the little dragon seemed to instantly catch the sound of little Chun Shi. After a spin in the air, it flicked its tail and dove straight towards Chun Nan and the others. The little dragoness feelings for Chun Nan and little Chun Shi had not changed at all, although it exuded an aura of a dragon king. After arriving before the two, it tried its best to restrain its divine dragon aura, playfully blinking its big eyes and showing a dragon-like smile, continuously flying around them. Chun Nan was somewhat excited, not expecting the usually clumsy little dragon to transform into a divine dragon before his eyes. He reached out to gently stroke the little dragon's scales, which emitted a faint golden light, and sighed softly. "Dragon baby, you have successfully undergone your rebirth. You're not going to leave me, are you?" The little dragon shook its head, hovering in front of him, affectionately rubbing its head against him. Then it flicked its body, positioning itself in front of little Chun Shi. Hee. Little Chun Shi giggled sweetly as she was placed on the little dragon's back by Chun Nan. The little dragon flapped its agile divine dragon wings, carrying her around the bamboo forest, and the air was filled with clear, cheerful laughter. In the distance, the 3 unparalleled masters of Shinfeng Academy were watching everything in the bamboo forest with astonishment. The first was ethereal and otherworldly, standing in midair on a flying sword. The second was a man with golden hair and beard, his face full of wrinkles, standing atop the bamboo treetops. The third was an old man with white hair and beard, his face wrinkled and aged, leaning on a dragon's staff, murmuring, "You really have transformed into a divine dragon. I, who am not the master, am truly happy for you." Chun Nin sensed the presence of the three unparalleled masters. He turned to look back, just as he was about to greet them, when suddenly a more powerful, terrifying aura spread throughout the bamboo forest. His heart trembled. This feeling was too familiar, identical to the terrifying wave he sensed in the death abyss. At that moment, the overwhelming aura grew stronger, reverberating throughout the bamboo forest. And the three unparalleled masters displayed expressions of shock, struggling to imagine how profound the arriving presence was. At that moment, a large dark cloud drifted in from the southeast, the thick clouds seeming to press down to the ground, giving a heavy, terrifying, and oppressive feeling. Chun Nan's heart shook violently. The terrifying aura in the bamboo forest was coming from the approaching dark clouds. The three unparalleled masters also looked up in surprise, gazing at the rolling black mist like a wave. They exchanged glances, all profoundly shaken. Devil energy, devil energy, devil energy, devil energy. Chun Nan and the three unparalleled masters simultaneously exclaimed in shock. Although the three had never been to the death abyss, they sensed an unimaginable presence within the rolling devil energy. In an instant, Chun Nan seemed to understand. The powerful divine dragon aura emitted by the little dragon during its rebirth had alarmed the most powerful existence in the death abyss hundreds of miles away. He shouted anxiously, "Little dragon, danger! Quickly retract your aura and hide." In fact, the dragon baby sensed the powerful death aura even earlier than Chun Nan and the others, as the rolling devil energy was directed at it, locking onto it at the first moment, far surpassing the feelings of Chun Nan and the three masters. The little dragon transformed into a beam of golden light and instantly arrived before Chun Nan, quickly placing little Chun Shi in his arms, then anxiously signaling for Chun Nan to take little Chun Shi away from here. Little Chun Shi also sensed the heart-pounding, terrifying wave. Recalling the horrifying scenes from the death abyss 3 months ago, she nervously said, "Brother, that powerful demon is coming. It can't be here for the little dragon, can it?" The little dragon flicked its tail, causing the nearby elemental energy to tremble. Chun Nan and little Chun Shi were enveloped by a gentle force and flew away from their original spot, being forcibly sent to the front of the three unparalleled masters. At that moment, a black lightning bolt suddenly descended from the rolling devil energy, charging straight towards the little dragon. Chapter 3. The Dragon's Tribulation. After resisting the 9 bolts of lightning, the little dragon was already extremely weak. At this moment, it forced out a massive bolt of lightning to block the black electric light. With a thunderous roar, the little dragon was sent tumbling through the air for several dozen meters. The golden light on its body instantly dimmed, and bright red dragon blood spilled from its mouth and nose. Once the little dragon stabilized, it began to manipulate the elemental energy around it to repair its damaged body. But the terrifying existence within the rolling devil energy clearly wanted to take its life immediately, not giving it any chance. A tremendous force surged down from the sky, and a blood-red, tragic light enveloped the little dragon. The powerful energy shook the ground violently, causing chaos in the bamboo forest as leaves flew everywhere and all the bamboo swayed wildly. The little dragon was struck by the horrific red light and fell from the sky to the ground, letting out a mournful dragon roar. It rolled on the ground, trampling rows of bamboo. On the square of the Shinkong Academy, over 10,000 cultivators were taken aback. The sudden appearance of a dark, oppressive cloud above the academy had already surprised them, but when black and red lightning descended from the cloud, they were left in disbelief. It wasn't until they heard the anguished cry of the divine dragon that they realized the severity of the situation. The terrifying aura emanating from the rolling demonic energy was only locked onto the bamboo forest in the northwest corner of the academy. So the crowd on the square did not notice the horror of the ominous cloud. Moreover, the little dragon was flying low while battling the demonic energy, and no one had noticed until the little dragon cried out in pain, prompting them to realize the dire situation. At this moment, an immense pressure emanated from the rolling demonic energy, as if a vast power could descend from the sky at any moment, once again attacking the little dragon. Xiao Qinzi began to cry urgently, "No, don't hurt the little dragon." Having spent many days with the little dragon, she had developed a deep bond with it. Apart from Chun Nan, the little dragon was her closest companion in the world. Seeing the little dragon in danger, her small face was filled with tears as she choked out, "Little dragon." She wanted Chun Nan to save the little dragon. But she knew the terrifying presence within the demonic energy was overwhelmingly powerful and invincible. She feared that if Chun Nan went, he would also be in danger, leaving her only to cry sorrowfully. At this moment, Chun Nan was in a panic. If the little dragon was hit again, it would likely be truly in danger. Regardless of the reason, the little dragon had always been very affectionate towards him, and it had saved both his and Xiao Qinzi's lives in the capital of Jin. He could not just watch the little dragon lose its life. Chun Nan placed Xiao Qinzi on the ground and said gently, "Wait here for your brother. Don't move around, do you understand?" Xiao Qinzi, feeling sad and a bit scared, said, "Brother, Wu, I want you to save the little dragon too, but you can't defeat that demon. Wu, don't go. Don't worry. Brother Isnt acting recklessly. Remember that piece of jade? With it to protect me, I think it should be fine." Xiao Qinzi was skeptical, her face full of worry as she waved her small hand, watching Chun Nan move forward. The moment Chun Nan turned around, he instantly wiped the smile from his face. He had already taken off the jade rui and held it tightly in his right hand. The three supreme masters exchanged glances. Although they knew that the unknown presence within the rolling demonic energy was invincible, they still nodded in agreement and followed Chun Nan forward. At this moment, the little dragon had stopped rolling and barely managed to fly into the air. Its once dazzling golden scales had dimmed, and its body was covered in blood. Seeing Chun Nan approaching, it seemed anxious and wanted to use the energy of heaven and earth to push him away from here. But it realized it had no strength left to do so. After enduring 9 lightning tribulations and being struck by 2 powers far stronger than the tribulations, it was now at its weakest. Chun Nan gently stroked its scales and sighed, "Little dragon, don't try to push me away. There is something called true feelings among humans. Although it is becoming rarer in this increasingly indifferent society, it still exists. You have always regarded me as family and friend, and you once saved my and Xiao Qinzi's lives. How could I ignore you when you are in such peril? I admit I am not a gentleman, nor am I a purely good person, but I have true feelings in my heart. Because of its existence, I am willing to risk my life to give you my strength." Tears seemed to well up in the little dragon's eyes as it extended its tongue to lick Chun Nan's right cheek. At that moment, the three supreme masters formed a protective triangle around the little dragon. They all knew that the little dragon was the dragon king of the first generation of holy dragon knights from Shinkong Academy 1,000 years ago, and they had a special bond with it. They could not bear to watch the little dragon lose its life. An immense pressure emanated from the rolling demonic energy above. But Chun Nan and the three supreme masters waited for a long time without seeing that vast power surge forth. Just as they were growing anxious, a barely audible low voice emerged from the rolling demonic energy. The three masters exchanged glances. With their supreme cultivation, they barely caught that faint voice. But they could not understand a single word. Chun Nan's senses were sharp, and his spiritual awareness far surpassed that of ordinary people. As the old monster had said, he possessed a spiritual root, and he too caught that faint voice. He was taken aback, and a storm of shock surged within him. The low voice from the rolling demonic energy was actually the language of the illusionary fairy continent from 10,000 years ago. The weak voice carried a sense of desolation and confusion. Who am I? How did I end up here? Then, a vast power surged down from the demonic energy. In the high sky, the demonic energy stirred, and in a daze, Chun Nan saw the nameless demon whose head was shattered, heart ripped out, and wings broken. He was immensely shocked. The terrifying presence in the demonic energy was indeed the nameless demon from the Death Abyss. If he hadn't seen it earlier in the Death Abyss, he would have thought it was just an illusion caused by the swirling demonic energy. Chun Nan's heart was like a raging sea, unable to calm down. Not only because it confirmed that the ultimate presence within the demonic energy was indeed that nameless demon, but also because its words were in the language of the illusionary fairy continent from 10,000 years ago. The nameless demon resembled the ancient demons of the West, yet spoke the language of ancient Eastern times. What did this mean? Chapter 4. Divine Beast Protection. In that moment, Chun Nan's mind was in turmoil. In an instant, he thought of many things and seemed to grasp something, but that fleeting inspiration vanished in an instant. However, at this critical moment, he had no time for idle thoughts. A vast flow of energy surged down from the sky, while the demonic energy in the sky receded like a tide towards the southeast. Seeing the nameless demon retreat, Chun Nan and the three supreme masters were overjoyed. They quickly retreated with the little dragon, knowing that as long as they could avoid the overwhelming power from the sky, they would be completely safe. However, this terrifying strike was immensely powerful. Although they ran fast, they still could not completely dodge it. At the edge of the energy storm, the three supreme masters who stayed behind to protect the little dragon were the first to suffer severe injuries. They were struck, spitting blood, and their bodies flew out over 20 zhong, devastating the bamboo forest. After the three masters were blasted out of the energy storm, Chun Nan was the next target. The vast power surged toward him like a towering wave. The little dragon seemed to know that Chun Nan's strength was insufficient to withstand this terrifying flow of energy. It attempted to forcefully push him away from this ocean of energy, but it was now exceedingly weak and had no strength left, only managing to tug at Chun Nan's sleeve with its mouth. Chun Nan was deeply moved. Even in this life-and-death moment, the little dragon was still thinking of him. Little dragon, I will definitely save you. To save Xiao Chenxi, I reversed my cultivation for the first time, and to save you, I can reverse it a second time. In that instant, Chun Nan made this decision. He did not care about the terrifying consequences of reversing his cultivation. To ensure the little dragon's survival, he had no other choice but to use the simplest and most practical method to instantly reach his peak strength. The little dragon emitted a low, mournful cry, and its big eyes glistened with moisture. All of this happened in an instant. The golden light emanating from Chun Nan's body converged, and black rays of light burst forth from within him, swirling in front of him. He shouted, "Heaven-connecting, earth-moving demon technique." Recently, he had made great progress in his cultivation, diligently practicing the family's secret techniques, allowing him to perform many extraordinary feats that required immense power. The heaven-connecting, earth-moving demon technique was one of them. And as its name suggests, mastering it could enable one to connect with the heavens and move the earth. Its most peculiar aspect was its ability to dissipate the incoming external forces into nothingness, or more precisely, to guide the incoming forces out of the body, minimizing the damage to the physical form. Chun Nan held the jade rui high above his head, bracing against the terrifying energy storm. The jade rui shone brilliantly, crazily absorbing the energy storm that surged towards him. The aftershocks were guided by the demonic energy swirling outside his body, and the heaven-connecting, earth-moving demon technique within him operated frantically. The surging, violent forces were directed through his body into the ground, leaving massive cracks beneath his feet. At this moment, Chun Nan resembled a world-shattering demon god, surrounded by endless black rays, absorbing the raging energy flows. The black light acted like a demonic shield, protecting him and creating a serene space behind him for the little dragon. Despite Chun Nan's utmost efforts, the energy storm was too fierce, and he was eventually blasted out of the chaotic energy zone. The little dragon was ultimately enveloped by the violent energy flow, letting out a shrill dragon roar that echoed into the skies. Its body was covered in blood. Nearly all its golden scales had fallen off, and it rolled through the air before being thrown out of the energy storm, landing less than 3 yards from Xiao Chenxi. "No, little dragon." Xiao Chenxi ran over and hugged the little dragon's head tightly, choking back tears. "Little dragon, wake up. Sob. Please wake up." The three supreme masters and Chun Nan staggered to their feet, their faces pale. The three supreme masters had extraordinary cultivation, and Chun Nan was protected by the jade rui. But even so, they suffered severe internal injuries in the areas where the energy storm was the weakest. They all looked at the little dragon, and an overwhelming sadness surged in their hearts. Although the little dragon had transformed into a 6th-tier divine dragon, it had exhausted its strength earlier and could not withstand the terrifying energy storm. Now, it was feared that it had already. The four walked to Xiao Chenxi's side, discovering that the little dragon's body had already gone cold. Their hearts ached, realizing that the dragon baby, who had just transformed into a divine dragon, had actually died. "Wu, little dragon, please wake up, don't sleep. Wu." Xiao Chenxi cried sorrowfully, her small face covered in tears. However, at that moment, something astonishing happened. As Xiao Chenxi's tears fell onto the little dragon's bloodied body, they began to emit a rainbow light. Each drop of light surged into the little dragon's body. Xiao Chenxi seemed oblivious, continuing to cry. her tears rolling down as the rainbow light kept blooming. Just then, the little dragon's body suddenly moved, and it slowly opened its eyes, weakly nudging its dragon head against Xiao Qinxi's small face. "Ah, little dragon, you woke up. Is this real?" Xiao Qinxi's face was wet with tears, staring at the little dragon in disbelief. Another transformation occurred as the little dragon's body radiated a dazzling golden light. It slowly floated up, its body gradually shrinking and fading away, ultimately becoming a phantom that wrapped around Xiao Qinxi's left arm. Everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No one expected such a bizarre event to occur. A small dragon gleaming with golden light appeared on Xiao Qinxi's left arm, vividly painted as if alive. After a long while, a Taoist with flowing sleeves, resembling an immortal, sighed. Could this be the legendary divine beast protecting its master? The other two supreme masters nodded in contemplation. They gazed at Xiao Qinxi in astonishment, examining her from head to toe repeatedly. The three of them affectionately ruffled her hair, wiped the tears from her face, and then left together. When Chun Nan heard the phrase divine beast protecting its master, he immediately understood its meaning. In mythology, practitioners who reached an incredibly high realm often sought divine beasts in deep mountains and lakes. Once found, they would forcibly tame them and use their ability to change size to seal them within various parts of their bodies. The physique of divine beasts was generally incredibly robust. Wherever they were sealed, it would be as if an additional layer of divine armor had been added, making it very difficult for external forces to cause harm. Moreover, the divine beasts could be summoned by their masters at any time. In a sense, under such circumstances, the divine beasts almost became the slaves of their masters. However, if a divine beast was injured and on the brink of death, it could self-seal using its master's body, falling into a long slumber until it recovered enough to be summoned again. It was evident that the little dragon understood that Xiao Qinxi's constitution was unique, and in a moment of life-threatening peril, it self-sealed within her left arm, hoping to one day recover. Chapter 5. After the Calamity Brother. Xiao Qinxi's voice was low, her small face filled with sorrow. "Little dragon." Chun Nan picked her up and gently said, "Don't worry. Little dragon is living in your left arm. One day, it will mischievously appear before you. Of course, there is a prerequisite. You must stay healthy and happy every day, so that little dragon can recover sooner by borrowing your body." "Really? Really? That's great. Just now, I seemed to hear little dragon talking in my heart, saying it was very tired and needed to rest. I thought it was an illusion, but it turns out it was real." Xiao Qinxi had a few droplets of tears hanging from her long eyelashes, but her face was already filled with smiles. On this day, the emergence of the divine dragon caused the entire sinful city to erupt in excitement, but no one knew the ultimate fate of the divine dragon. Many cultivators in the square of the Divine Wind Academy witnessed the unusual dark cloud and heard the anguished cries of the divine dragon, but they did not feel the immense pressure of that dark cloud. Although they were somewhat puzzled, they had no way to guess. In the end, the vice president learned the truth from the three supreme masters, and to ensure the safety of Xiao Qinxi and the divine dragon, he had to fabricate a lie. He claimed that the divine dragon was originally a holy dragon of the Divine Wind Academy that had successfully undergone nirvana to evolve into a sixth-tier divine beast and had now left the academy. Whereabouts unknown. People were left baffled by the unusual dark cloud, but ultimately could only attribute it to the category of thunder tribulation. Of course, this was the thought of the vast majority, but not everyone believed that. Among the many cultivators were several near the fifth-tier realm, who sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the dark cloud. Some even heard whispers from within it. They believed this matter was far from as simple as it appeared, but could only speculate and doubt, unable to uncover the truth. The youth competition among the four major academies was interrupted due to this incident, and in the end, the heads of the four academies decided to postpone it by a day. With the approval of the vice president, many cultivators surged towards the northwest corner of the academy, eager to see what had become of the place where the divine dragon fought against the thunder tribulation. When they arrived, they were stunned to find a desert about 100 yards in size deep within the bamboo forest, with golden fine sand that clashed starkly with the elegant surroundings. It was clear that this was the result of the divine dragon's battle against the thunder tribulation. The surrounding forest had been ravaged by the energy storm, reduced to sand. One could only imagine how terrifying the lightning had been at that time. At this moment, Chun Nan and Xiao Qinxi have changed their residence and moved to the deepest part of the bamboo forest, where the environment is more elegant and tranquil. 8 or 9 pavilions are scattered throughout the bamboo sea, each surrounded by picturesque scenery. Near the pavilions, the grass is lush, flowers are fragrant, and small bridges cross gentle streams with peculiar stones scattered around. In the distance, the bamboo forest is lush and green, and the birds sing melodiously. The beautiful scenery, reminiscent of a poetic realm, refreshes the mind and brings peace to the soul. Brother, this place is so beautiful. Are we going to live here from now on? Xiao Qinzi bounced happily on the green grass, since she learned that the little dragon lived within her left arm. She had shaken off her sadness and returned to her innocent and lively self. I didn't expect that Shinfeng Academy would have such a beautiful and serene place. Chun Nan murmured in a barely audible voice, then said to Xiao Qinzi, "Yes, we will live here from now on. Do you like it?" "I like it." Xiao Qinzi cheered, and then ran into the flower bushes to chase butterflies. Chun Nan certainly understood why the cunning and stingy vice principal was so generous towards him. The blood within him played a crucial role in the Academy's major research, and with the divine dragon sealed within Xiao Qinzi, the vice principal would never tolerate any mishaps. This garden-like residence was specially prepared for the esteemed seniors of Shinfeng Academy. Through the swaying shadows of the trees, several elderly people in their 80s and 90s could be seen walking nearby. These individuals held high status within the academy, all being retired masters, and this was their place for secluded cultivation in their later years. Among the entire Shinfeng Academy, only about a dozen elders could reside in this area, including the 3 unparalleled masters who had rescued the little dragon. It could be said that Chun Nan's current residence was as secure as a fortress. Unless several unparalleled masters attacked, it would be nearly impossible to breach this place. Chun Nan had already activated his reversing mystic art again, and this time he felt nothing amiss. The operation of the mystic art after reversing was no different from usual. However, he always remembered his father's warning. Unless life was in danger or it was absolutely necessary, one should never reverse the mystic art. Chun Zhan had already reached the realm of immortal martial arts and still held this caution, which certainly had its reasons. Chun Nan sat cross-legged on the green grass, feeling the gentle breeze and inhaling the refreshing fragrance of the flowers. He slowly immersed his mind into his body and began to heal his internal injuries. He sat there for 3 hours, and when he opened his eyes, the sun was setting. The brilliant sunset painted the sky in fiery red, but to Chun Nan, it seemed somewhat bleak and dazzling, evoking a sense of desolation. During his introspection, he noticed that the black, shiny true energy mixed in with his golden true energy had thickened a bit. In these 3 hours, he had attempted to dissipate that strand of true energy while healing. But in the end, it was futile. The black, shiny true energy generated after reversing the mystic art remained active within him. Chun Nan had a premonition that the black, shiny true energy would eventually change something, but he could not speculate what it would be. At that moment, laughter from Xiao Qinzi could be heard not far away in the bamboo forest. An elderly man with white hair and beard was carrying her as she chased butterflies among the flowers. Chun Nan was stunned. He knew that every elder here was an extraordinary figure, and this elderly man, whom he had never met before, was so indulgent towards Xiao Qinzi, which took him by surprise. However, he felt happy for Xiao Qinzi. Being so adored by the elders here was enough to show her charm. With such a backing, he no longer needed to worry about Xiao Qinzi's future. Chun Nan had this thought because he sensed something in his heart these past few days. A purely instinctive intuition that something would happen to him in the near future, but he couldn't discern whether it was good or bad. He firmly believed in this strange intuition because throughout his 21 years of life, this premonition had repeatedly been proven true. He did not worry about himself. He worried about Qinzi, as Xiao Qinzi was his current weakness. Now that he saw the esteemed elders of Shinfeng Academy treating her so well, he was certainly pleased. If one day he had to leave this place, he could rest assured that she would be well taken care of by them. Chun Nan vaguely guessed that his feelings were related to the Death Abyss, as he had always wanted to explore that place. But it was undoubtedly a land of great danger and evil, likely to bring about unexpected events. This time, the nameless demon surged with overwhelming demonic energy to Shinfeng Academy. At that moment, he murmured softly in the air, and ancient words clearly reached Chun Nan's ears. At that moment, his excitement was beyond words. Possessing the physique of an ancient demon from the West, yet speaking in the language of ancient Eastern times, what did this signify? It contained too much information. At the very least, it indicated that the nameless demon was an ancient existence from 10,000 years ago, having experienced the era when the gods perished. He was a survivor of that unknown disaster. Chapter 6. Rebirth through possession. Chen Nan's heart was in turmoil. In the past, he had speculated about the death abyss in various ways, but they all seemed to be somewhat distant from the truth. Now, however, the nameless demon had given him immense hope. If possible, he very much wanted to have a direct conversation with the nameless demon. He decided to explain everything about the death abyss to the vice principal. Currently, his own strength was far from sufficient. He needed to rely on the power of Shinfeng Academy to explore the death abyss. The next day, the weather suddenly turned gloomy, and it began to pour heavily, forcing the youth competition among the 4 academies to be postponed once again. On this rainy day, the 3 unparalleled masters of Shinfeng Academy came to visit. Chen Nan invited them into the house, leading Xiao Qinxi to greet them one by one. Yesterday afternoon, while Chen Nan was healing, Xiao Qinxi had already become familiar with the nearby elders. At this moment, when she saw the 3 unparalleled masters, she was not at all shy. She sweetly greeted the 3 elders and then hugged the sleeve of one of the cultivators, pouting, "Grandpa, where's that little sword of yours? I want it to take me up into the sky." The old man indulgently picked her up and smiled. "Okay, I'll let you fly up in a bit." After everyone sat down, the elder indeed fulfilled Xiao Qinxi's wish. He suddenly produced a misty object from somewhere that lifted Xiao Qinxi gently into the air, spinning her around in the room. "Hee, this is so much fun." Little Qinxi was not afraid at all, laughing joyfully in the air. Chen Nan observed with his keen eyesight that it was an object resembling a shield. He knew that every cultivated practitioner possessed several powerful magical treasures, and he guessed that this was one of the elder's treasures. He didn't expect him to bring it out for Xiao Qinxi to play with. While the cultivator was playing with Xiao Qinxi, another elder, who was holding a cane and had a face full of wrinkles, said to Chen Nan, "Let me introduce ourselves. We 3 are all retired teachers of Shinfeng Academy, now living here in seclusion for cultivation. I am Lei Lai, a holy dragon knight. But I feel ashamed to say that I have never had my own holy dragon." It turned out that Lei Lai was the old dragon knight mentioned by the vice principal who had brought the little dragon back. Although he had lured the little dragon to Shinfeng Academy, he could not control it, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. However, upon learning that the little dragon might be the dragon king of the first generation of holy dragon knights from 1,000 years ago, the elder felt immensely proud. Through the elder's introduction, Chen Nan understood the identities of the 3. The powerful elder sitting beside him, who had not spoken a word, was named Ovi, a retired teacher from the Western martial arts system, and had reached the transformation realm. The cultivator playing with Xiao Qinxi was named Yin Feng, a retired teacher from the Eastern cultivation system, with unfathomable cultivation skills. Chen Nan understood that the 3 old men wouldn't visit without reason. They were most likely here for the divine dragon sealed within Xiao Qinxi's body. He noticed that the old dragon knight seemed to want to avoid Xiao Qinxi and speak to him. So he stood up and invited the old men into the inner room, with Ovi following closely behind. Once inside, Lei Lai got straight to the point and said, "I will speak frankly. We 3 wish to accept Qinxi as our named disciple." Chen Nan was taken aback, his mouth agape. The 3 old men held such esteemed identities. They were likely to have disciples with white beards, yet they wanted to take Xiao Qinxi as their apprentice. However, he soon came to terms with it. Knowing it was undoubtedly because of the divine dragon, Ovi seemed to sense his thoughts and said, "On one hand, we see that this little girl possesses an extraordinary constitution, which can truly be described as a immortal-like physique. It has shocked us greatly, and we genuinely have a love for talent. On the other hand, because of the divine dragon, it may sleep for years or even decades. We do not want Xiao Qinxi to encounter any danger. We hope she can cultivate an extraordinary level of skill. So in the future, she will not fear any powerful enemies and can navigate this world with ease." Chen Nan nodded, realizing that, as he suspected, the main reason the 3 old men wanted to take Xiao Qinxi as a disciple was indeed because of the divine dragon. The Academy of Divine Wind certainly did not lack for exceptionally talented individuals. With the cultivation and status of these 3 old men, there would surely be a crowd vying to be their disciples. "Thank you, seniors, for your kindness. I truly feel happy for Qinxi. To receive the favor of the 3 seniors is a blessing for her. But what? Feel free to speak your mind," they urged. "It's just that I once thought of teaching Qinxi some martial arts. But this little girl seems to have no interest in stepping into the realm of cultivation and appears quite resistant, so I have never forced her. Ovi nodded and exchanged glances with Lei Lai, then said, "It's clear you care deeply for this little girl and do not want her to suffer even the slightest grievance. If we can find a way to spark her interest in cultivation, would you be willing to let her become our disciple?" Without hesitation, Chunnan nodded, "Of course. I said before that being able to study under the three seniors is a blessing for Chenxi." He had already formulated a plan in his mind. In the earlier years, the three great masters would undoubtedly help the little girl establish her foundation, and they could not systematically teach her cultivation techniques. Once Xiao Chenxi was initiated, Chunnan intended to teach her his family's profound and mysterious techniques. The prowess of the three extraordinary masters was indeed world-shaking. But Chunnan believed their cultivation techniques might not surpass his family's secret arts. With the solid foundation laid by the three masters, when she officially entered the realm of cultivation to learn the secret arts, her progress would be doubled with half the effort, and her future achievements would be limitless. Seeing Chunnan agree, Ovi and Lei Lai were very pleased. Lei Lai smiled and said, "Rest assured, we will lay a solid foundation for her. We have many friends in the cultivation world and will surely procure the best cultivation techniques for her, ensuring she becomes a figure capable of standing proudly in the world." Chunnan deeply bowed to the two men in gratitude. After sitting down, Lei Lai's expression turned serious, and he said, "Now can you tell us about this little girl's true identity? What is her background?" Chunnan was taken aback. He hadn't expected them to ask this. Ovi said, "From the moment we saw that little girl, we knew she was extraordinary. Then, with the divine dragon sealing itself within her, we were even more shocked. After observing her secretly, we realized her constitution is indeed unlike that of ordinary people. Her small body could be called an immortal body. If she weren't so young and without any cultivation, we would truly believe she is a little immortal." A look of shock appeared on Chunnan's face. He hadn't anticipated that the incident with the divine dragon would lead the three old men to discover Xiao Chenxi's secret. After considering for a long time, he knelt on the ground and bowed his head 3 times to the two old men. The two old men quickly helped him up, and Lei Lai asked, "What are you doing?" Chunnan said earnestly, "I asked the seniors to promise me one thing. What I tell you today must not be revealed to anyone else except for Elderine Feng." The two old men exchanged glances and then nodded solemnly. Chunnan had been feeling restless these past few days. With his innate mysterious intuition, he sensed that a major event was about to occur in his life. This was entirely an instinctive feeling, and it made him uneasy. He wanted to take this opportunity to entrust Xiao Chenxi to the three extraordinary masters. Now, the three masters were very fond of Xiao Chenxi. If something were to happen to him in the near future, he believed the three would take good care of her. He felt it was necessary to inform them of some matters regarding Xiao Chenxi, because if she were to live with them in the future, her secret of being untouched by the mortal world would surely be discovered. It would be better to tell them in advance. "Seniors, your insight is sharp. It seems Chenxi really is not an ordinary person." "How so?" The two old men were moved. Chunnan said seriously, "What I am about to say is absolutely true. I found Chenxi on Kunlun Mountain. She was born from a miraculous flower." Chunnan omitted the ancient immortal's resting place, Baiwa Valley, skipped over the encounter with the monster outside the valley, and didn't mention any details about Uxian, only recounting the celestial phenomena surrounding Chenxi's birth. "You mean this little girl was born from the immortal flower that blossomed from the divine jade, and she could speak and run right after her birth?" "Yes." The two old men were filled with shock after hearing this, remaining silent for a long time. After a considerable time, they exchanged glances, and Ovi asked, "What do you think?" Lei Lai, looking serious, said, "This little girl is definitely not a transformed jade spirit. She is filled with immortal energy, resembling a legendary immortal reborn in a new body." Ovi seemed to ponder, nodding in agreement. "What?" Chunnan was shocked. Chapter 7. A fog of mystery. Chunnan had always believed that Xiao Chenxi was either the reincarnation of Uxian or a spirit of the divine jade transformed into form. Now, hearing the possibility of an immortal being reborn in a new body left him utterly astonished. In the East, there are some ancient legends that tell of powerful immortals who, if they encounter misfortune and their physical forms perish, can maintain their consciousness and slowly gather the essence of the heavens and earth. After a long time, they might be able to cultivate a new body with the help of external objects, but only a very few powerful immortals possess such an extraordinary ability. This miraculous process is fraught with dangers. Even if they live again, their original memories will almost certainly be permanently sealed. Unless they cultivate successfully again after rebirth or certain specific external factors trigger the recovery of their original memories. Is Qinzi an immortal reborn in a new body? Chun Nan murmured, unable to calm his heart. Xiao Qinzi's origins were indeed shrouded in mystery. Lei Lai said, whether this is the case is still hard to say. It is all just our speculation. After all, there are many wonders in the world, and there are countless things we cannot fathom. The three then continued to discuss the identity of Xiao Qinzi for a while before returning to the outer room. At this point, it seemed that Xiao Qinzi had grown a bit tired from playing, so Chun Nan took her back to her room, watching her drift off to sleep. As the three great masters chatted with Chun Nan, they finally steered the conversation towards the overwhelming demonic energy that appeared during the divine dragon's battle against the Thunder Tribulation. The three unparalleled masters had never been to the Death Abyss and were unaware of the existence of the nameless demon, a super terrifying entity. They had caught only a fleeting glimpse of the tall figure amidst the demonic energy that day and could not clearly perceive it. So they could not speculate on the powerful presence hidden within that dark demonic energy. However, the heavy and terrifying aura at that time still left the three of them with lingering fears. Chun Nan had always wanted to find an opportunity to tell the vice president about his experiences in the Death Abyss and to leverage the power of the Divine Wind Academy to explore that mysterious place. At this moment, he felt it was time to lay all cards on the table and believe that explaining through the three great masters would be more convincing. When Chun Nan organized his thoughts and began to tell the three great masters about the Death Abyss, as he expected, the three were stunned into silence for a long time. Of course, he selectively omitted certain details. He could not mention that it was the ancient divine treasure that led him there, nor could he tell them that he understood the ancient deep words during the divine dragon's confrontation with the demonic energy. After a long while, the three great masters finally came to their senses, and Yinfeng sighed. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Chun Nan was bewildered and couldn't help but ask, Senior, could you clarify if there have been rumors about that perilous valley? Yinfeng's expression turned serious as he said, there has always been an ancient legend in the city of Sin, stating that within the 10,000 great mountains, there roams a terrifying existence that is dead in body but alive in spirit. People call him the rebel against heaven. No one knows if he is a god or a demon, only that he is an unbeatable existence. Giants and dragons are as weak as puppets before him, unable to withstand even a single blow of his overwhelming power. The appearance of the rebel against heaven is exactly as you described, a shattered head, heart ripped out, and several black and white wings torn off. Sigh, it's hard to believe this is real. Chun Nan was shocked, reflecting that the central region of the Tianyuan continent, particularly the 10,000 Great Mountains, was indeed profoundly mysterious. First, the appearance of the divine beast Qilin in the western border of the Chu kingdom, followed by the incident of the divine severed hand near the city of Sin, and just recently, he discovered a mysterious demonic temple deep within the vast mountains. Now, there was even the Death Abyss and the rebel against heaven, such terrifying entities. Yinfeng continued, according to legend, the rebel against heaven appears once every few hundred years and then mysteriously disappears. No one knows his origins. According to the historical records of the Divine Wind Academy, one of the founders once discovered the Death Abyss in the direction you mentioned. Chun Nan was astonished, not expecting that someone else had discovered that hellish place just like him. He exclaimed, what did he find? That senior wasn't as fortunate as you. As soon as he entered that valley, he was repelled by an exceptionally terrifying force and, in shock, retreated. When he gathered many masters to find it again, he discovered that the Death Valley had mysteriously vanished, and he could no longer find it. At that time, several unparalleled masters discussed repeatedly, believing there was an ancient formation there, and it was a tremendous formation of incredible power that concealed the Death Abyss. Without extraordinary abilities, it would be extremely difficult to locate or enter. Now, thinking back, that mysterious place must be the dwelling place of the rebel against heaven. It truly is hard to imagine. From what Yinfeng described and Chun Nan's own experiences, it was not difficult to guess the connection between the Death Abyss and the rebel against heaven. Without a doubt, that place was his dwelling. It could be speculated that the formation surrounding the Death Abyss remained closed for many years, opening only once every few hundred years, which was quite similar to the ancient immortal ruins in the Kunlun Mountains. It remained unclear whether the formation in the Death Abyss was controlled by the rebel against heaven or operated on its own through the power of heaven and earth. Although some guesses could be made, there were still many uncertainties. Eventually, the three great masters sent someone to invite the vice president here. The five secretly discussed for 3 hours in Chen Nan's room, agreeing to invite various experts to explore the Death Abyss after the peak battle among the 4 academies. Young masters concluded to unveil its mysterious veil. On the 3rd day, after the rain, a rainbow hung high in the sky, adding a beautiful scenery to the world. The long-awaited battle among the young powerhouses of the 4 great academies finally began. This peak battle was different from the recent warm-up matches. Its impact was far greater, attracting countless practitioners from across the continent to watch. The War God Academy and the Illusory Demon Academy from the west and the Immortal Martial Academy from the east sent over 3,000 participants. Along with various young masters and renowned seniors from different regions, the square was truly crowded. And the Divine Wind Academy had to deploy a large number of students to maintain order. If it weren't for the vastness of the Divine Wind Academy's square, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many people. Due to the participation of dragon riders in the strongman competition, the designated arena was several hundred feet in radius, and a prominent warning line was drawn around the arena, preventing spectators from stepping in. Chapter 8. The Disciple of Dantai. Due to the overwhelming number of spectators, to prevent accidents caused by people pushing forward to watch the competition, the Academy had to build many tall wooden stands. Moreover, the distant buildings were also filled with people, allowing nearly everyone to watch the competition normally. Among the stands, 5 were the tallest and widest, 4 of which were prepared by the 4 great academies. Most of the people in the War God Academy and Illusory Demon Academy stands had blonde hair, while most in the Immortal Martial Academy stand had black hair. The Divine Wind Academy's stand was filled with people of various hair colors, such as black, blonde, red, and green. Due to regional differences, the bloodlines varied greatly. The 5th large stand was prepared for seniors and renowned figures from across the continent, who were all powerful experts, most of whom were well-known figures in their respective regions. After coaxing Xiao Chenxi to sleep, Chun Nan arrived at the square. He did not ascend to any stand, but instead squeezed into the crowd. At this moment, the competition had already begun, with a magician and an Eastern warrior fiercely battling in the arena. Brilliant magic and swirling sword energy wreaked havoc everywhere, and the crowd outside was buzzing with excitement, many young people watching enthralled. Chun Nan was moved. The 2 combatants were clearly both at the initial stage of the 3rd level, with incredibly strong powers. He knew that the first participants were definitely not the strongest. Usually, the most powerful ones were held back for later. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of the peak young powerhouses from the 4 academies would be. Historically, each academy allowed a maximum of 16 participants, but this time, after discussions among the 4 academies, it was decided that each academy would send out 8 young masters, totaling 32 participants. The fact that the first 2 participants were already this strong made it easy to imagine what the top contenders' strengths would be like. Chun Nan pondered silently. If he hadn't made significant progress in strength after the battle in Kaiyuan City in the Jin Kingdom, he would probably have no advantage compared to the 32 strongest participants. Even though he had now reached the 3rd level's great success, he did not dare to arrogantly think he was stronger than these top young powerhouses, as he vaguely felt that among them, there might be some who had already reached the 4th level. This speculation was not unfounded. He had wasted 4 years, and his cultivation had already reached this level. There were countless prodigies in the world, and many extraordinary talents existed. If they encountered renowned masters and engaged in years of diligent practice, they would surely become super young powerhouses with astonishing cultivation. At this moment, the battle between the 2 in the arena was nearing its end. The Eastern warrior, having endured for a long time, finally erupted after the magician began to tire. Luring the magician to a low altitude, a brilliant sword energy shot into the sky, instantly piercing through the magician's left rib. Accompanied by a scream and a spray of blood, the magician fell from the sky to the ground, and the Eastern warrior emerged victorious, with cheers coming from the direction of the Immortal Martial Academy's stand. The large viewing platform built by the Kamikaze Academy for renowned masters from all over the continent was very close to Chun Nan. Seated at the top were prominent figures, most of whom were elderly men, creating a sea of white hair when looking out. Before the second round of the battle began, Chun Nan carefully observed these individuals. There were about several hundred people on the platform, and these elders exuded a vigorous spirit, each radiating the aura of a strong person. Among them, there was a row of individuals who were clearly different from the others. The more than 10 people seemed to be highly respected figures, surrounded by others like stars surrounding the moon. One young woman stood out, particularly striking, as the others were all over 50 or 60 years old, while she was only in her 20s yet sat at the same level as those elders, which truly surprised Chen Nan. Upon closer inspection, his heart trembled. What was the beauty of a fish sinking and a goose falling? What was the beauty of a moon hiding and flowers blushing? The woman before him provided the best interpretation, truly stunning and unparalleled. She wore a white dress, her black, shiny, and smooth long hair naturally draped over her shoulders. Her snow-white skin glimmered like beautiful jade, her pair of lively eyes filled with wisdom, her nose was delicate and beautiful, and her red lips had an alluring sheen. With an aura of autumn water and the bones of jade, she could be considered a transcendent beauty. In this lifetime, Chen Nan had already seen several women who could be called stunning, such as the Grand Princess Chu Yu of the Chu Kingdom, the Little Princess Chu Yu, the magical girl Dongfang Phoenix, and the androgynous beauty Long Wu. The Grand Princess was meticulous, mature, and wise. The Little Princess was clever, lively, and sprightly like a fairy. Dongfang Phoenix was willful and straightforward. Long Wu was spirited and confident. Although these women might not be inferior in appearance to the one before him, they fell short in temperament. The woman on the platform seemed to embody the essence of heaven and earth, exuding a spirit like that of a fairy. Even though he had encountered several stunning beauties before, Chen Nan's heart raced uncontrollably, and he felt a heat rising to his face. The unparalleled beauty on the platform seemed to sense something, glanced at him with a faint smile, and then turned her gaze elsewhere. Chen Nan felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze, his heart rippling, unable to tear his eyes away from the woman in white. At that moment, his family's ancestral skills seemed to be activated by an unknown aura running on their own. Chen Nan's heart jolted, and he suddenly came to his senses. What a powerful woman, what keen spiritual awareness, what an extraordinary cultivation method, Chen Nan murmured to himself. At this moment, he felt a strange familiarity with the woman on the high platform, as if he had seen her before, and he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his heart shook violently, nearly crying out in surprise. 10,000 years ago, there was a mysterious woman, like a comet slicing through the sky, illuminating the entire fairyland continent. She was a woman who possessed both beauty and wisdom, with no one knowing her master or her past. She moved among major forces, and her figure flashed through many significant events on the continent at that time. Mysterious, beautiful, and wise, she drove countless young men mad. She was called Dantai Xian. It was only 10,000 years later that Chen Nan understood the reason for his regression in cultivation. It was all due to the ethereal, otherworldly fairy Dantai Xian. Since discovering the truth, he had secretly vowed that one day, when he broke through the void, he would find the fairy Dantai Xian to settle their grievances. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the unparalleled beauty on the platform bore an uncanny resemblance to Dantai Xian. Although their appearances were different, their temperaments were strikingly similar. Chapter 9. Assassinness. Chen Nan felt an overwhelming shock. He noticed several young people nearby gazing at the woman on the platform with rapt attention. Chen Nan gently tapped one of them and asked, "Excuse me, brother, who is that woman, and why is she able to sit with those esteemed seniors?" The young man remained enraptured, still staring at the woman on the platform, murmuring, "Meng Ke, the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai sect, here to represent her master at the competition, one of the most beautiful women in the world," he mumbled as if in a dream. Upon hearing the name Dantai, Chen Nan's face instantly changed, his fists clenched tightly, and 2 rays of cold light shot from his eyes. Fixating on Meng Ke on the platform, he asked again, "What kind of sect is the Dantai sect?" But at this moment, the young man seemed to have fallen into a trance, staring blankly at the unparalleled beauty on the platform, no longer responding to him. Of course, not everyone was like that. Another young man beside him looked at Chen Nan in surprise and said, "No way, you haven't heard of the Dantai sect? This sect is one of the oldest in the East and is also one of the ancient holy lands of the Eastern cultivation world." Chen Nan feigned humility and replied, "I am ignorant and ill-informed. Please, brother, explain it in detail." The young man didn't think much of it and said, "It is conservatively estimated that this sect has been passed down for thousands of years, with its incense never extinguished. The sect's founder opened up a new world. merging martial arts and Taoism, and their cultivation methods are incredibly mysterious. The disciples are all true experts, but the people of this sect rarely walk the continent. Those who do are always outstanding among men. Dantai Xian first practiced martial arts, and, after finding no rivals among her peers, turned to cultivate Taoism under a hermit who was about to ascend. Chen Nan's heart surged. He instinctively believed this was the sect founded by Dantai Xian. May I ask what the name of the sect's founder is? It is said that the founder has ascended, but 1,000 years ago. She descended to the mortal realm and left traces of her presence throughout the continent. It is said her name seems to be Dantai Xian. Whether the legend is true or not is hard to discern, considering it has been so long. Chen Nan was now certain that the Dantai sect was undoubtedly founded by Dantai Xian 10,000 years ago. He couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Hee. The young man saw Chen Nan sneering at Meng Kuer on the platform and said, Hee, brother, I advise you to rein in your thoughts. The most outstanding disciple from an ancient holy land is not someone you can't provoke. The people of that sect are highly respected on the continent. Furthermore, their own strength is incredibly impressive, ranking among the best of their peers. Even the top strongmen of the 4 major academies may not be their match. If you, you can only bring trouble upon yourself. Chen Nin smiled silently and turned to walk elsewhere. The young man called out behind him, Brother, what I said is the truth. There are plenty of beautiful women in the world. A woman is a knife above the head. Chen Nin ignored his nonsensical ramblings, waved his hand dismissively, and quickly disappeared from his sight. He had already formulated a plan in his heart. He and the Dantai sect were destined to have some wonderful events ahead. At this moment, the second battle had already begun. A Western warrior from the War God Academy had engaged in combat with an Eastern warrior from the Kamikaze Academy, with fierce clashes of fighting spirit against sword energy. Chen Nan had already stepped out of the crowd, and through the gaps in the people, he could vaguely see the battle within the arena. However, at this moment, he felt a faint killing intent approaching. Relying on his keen spiritual awareness, he sensed danger drawing closer step by step. His heart jolted. Who was so bold as to attempt an assassination in such a setting? Chen Nan placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He felt the killing intent approaching from behind, and he had already locked onto that person. A cold light flashed like lightning, suddenly appearing from behind Chen Nan, aiming for his back. This assassination was very skillful. The assailant's cultivation was evidently not low. But to avoid Chen Nan's detection, they did not activate even a hint of fighting spirit, directly stabbing with a sharp blade. Overall, this assassin was quite experienced, with excellent concealment skills, and could be considered a successful killer. Unfortunately, he encountered a formidable opponent. Chen Nan did not turn around. Instead, he gripped the knife handle and thrust the knife sheath backward. In an instant, the sheath shattered, and the blade's light shone brilliantly, like a ribbon, shattering the hidden dagger behind him. The blade's energy did not diminish. After destroying the assassin's weapon, its brilliance remained, instantly piercing through the assassin's left rib, blood spraying and creating a downpour of blood in the air. The assassin, clearly an old hand, was not flustered by the severe injury. He arched his body close to the ground and flew back 3 zhong, then leaped up and dashed away from the square like lightning. All of this happened in a split second. Most people were focused on the battle in the arena, with only a few noticing what was happening here. Chen Nan wore a faint smile and casually pursued him. Just moments ago, he had the opportunity to kill that assassin, but he did not want to do so. He wanted to follow the trail and uncover the mastermind behind this. He followed the assassin at a leisurely pace, keeping a distance. To Chen Nan's surprise, the assassin did not flee from the Xinfeng Academy, but ran into the Academy's 3rd martial arts arena. Although the 3rd martial arts arena was nowhere near as vast as the square, it was still quite spacious, and smaller-scale matches within the Academy usually took place in these arenas. Upon arriving here, Chen Nan chuckled. It was clear that this assassin intended to lead him here. At this moment, almost all the students of Xinfeng Academy were deployed to maintain order in the square, and those who were not assigned tasks were watching the matches, meaning there were almost no people in other areas. Clearly, the assassin was not acting alone. They deliberately led Chen Nan to this deserted place to ambush him. Although Chen Nan had already guessed this, he still stepped into the martial arts arena. With his recent significant progress in cultivation, he felt no fear. He believed that even if he was outmatched, he could retreat calmly. As expected, 3 masked figures emerged from behind the stands, one of whom tended to the wounded assassin, and then the 4 advanced toward Chen Nan together. Hey, esteemed protector of the nation, I apologize for today, for the sake of survival. We have no choice but to offend you. Chun Nan interrupted him coldly, saying, stop with the nonsense. Just tell me who sent you, or we can start fighting right now. Chapter 10. Wielding martial intent, the masked man was momentarily speechless, glaring fiercely at Chun Nan. After a while, he said, Chun Nan, don't be so arrogant. Today, you can't escape. Chun Nan no longer spoke, indicating his intent through action as he gripped the long knife firmly. Another masked figure spoke up. Don't think that just because you fought in the capital of Jin and emerged victorious, you've truly become a top-tier expert. According to our information, the last time you were able to kill the near 5th-tier Master Tao Ran was because you used an extremely domineering technique. No matter how powerful such a technique is, you can't rely on it every time. Chun Nan looked at the few people in front of him in surprise, not expecting them to have such insight. He then sneered, you're just afraid inside, wanting me to reveal something. Ah, I see. You want to distract me and provide cover for the hidden ones, trying to ambush me. Come out. Those in the back, stop hiding. The veils of the 4 masked figures trembled, clearly showing their anger. Indeed, with 2 first-tier Western warriors and 2 first-tier mages, they could hardly deal with Chun Nan. How arrogant, but you have the capital to be so. 2 masked warriors emerged from behind the stands at the entrance of the martial arts arena. From the aura they exuded, it was clear that they had both reached the 2nd tier, blocking the exit. Chun Nan sighed and said, must you come out one by one? The other 2 should come out as well. 2 mages stepped out from the shadows and joined the first 2, forming a total of 8 people surrounding Chun Nan in the center of the martial arts arena. 4 mages floated into the air, starting to gather magical energy, while the 4 warriors slowly approached, gathering their strength and pressing toward Chun Nan. At this moment, the strength of the 8 had been revealed. Among the 4 mages, 3 were at the 1st tier, and 1 had reached the 2nd tier. The 4 warriors practiced Western fighting spirit. 2 were at the 1st tier, and the other 2 had reached the 2nd tier. With 5 first-tier experts and 3 second-tier experts, this combined force was astonishing. Additionally, the collaboration between mages and warriors significantly enhanced their offensive and defensive capabilities. Such a formidable force formed by 8 high-tier experts was not to be underestimated. If it weren't for Chun Nan's recent substantial progress in cultivation, he would have long since fled in defeat, having experienced several ambushes. He had worked hard after his significant advancement, successfully cultivating several secret techniques that required powerful energy to execute. At this moment, he was confident that if he truly couldn't win, he could still escape using the Divine Void Step. The Divine Void Step was incredibly mysterious, allowing a person's movement speed to be as fast as lightning, suitable for chaotic battles, and even better for fleeing. It was said that when practiced to the highest level, one could rise off the ground and fly. There was no morality to speak of with these assassins. Chun Nan charged toward the injured masked man, moving like lightning. And in the blink of an eye, he was before him. All the masked figures were taken aback, not expecting Chun Nan to take the initiative. And his speed was so incredible it felt unbelievable, as if he had become a ghost, his feet seemingly leaving the ground. The airborne mages quickly cast their spells, while the other 3 warriors hurried to assist. But Chun Nan's speed was truly too fast. The Divine Void Step lived up to its ancient reputation, and in an instant, he reached the masked man's front, striking ruthlessly. The long knife gleamed coldly, a blinding flash of light flickering past, and the blade's energy surged into the masked man's body. The masked man's sword had not yet been raised before he let out a scream and collapsed. Although the blade's energy did not completely penetrate him, the widespread energy had already destroyed many of his meridians, rendering his martial arts nearly completely ineffective. It wasn't that the masked man's cultivation was insufficient. It was merely because he had been severely injured earlier by Chun Nan's strike to his left rib, and coupled with Chun Nan's incredible speed, he collapsed upon contact. Chun Nan's body moved like a flash of lightning, leaving a residual shadow as he quickly retreated to his original position. The magical attacks that fell from the sky all missed, and the 3 rushing warriors struck nothing but air. Such skill left the masked figures gasping in shock. It was simply terrifying. Before they even truly engaged, they had already lost one of their own. The fallen masked man struggled to get up and silently walked toward the arena's edge. Chun Nan did not stop him. He understood the power of that last strike. Unless a miracle occurred, the destroyed meridians would be hard to heal, and that person would likely never step into the martial arts world again. All the masked figures fell silent. Perhaps they had long been aware of this reality. A killer always kills. Taking lives for profit would eventually require one to pay with their own life. Leaving alive, albeit in defeat, might be the best outcome. These individuals had dozens of lives on their hands and were cold-blooded. After a brief silence, they quickly regained their composure and shouted as they charged at Chun Nan. If they truly clashed head-on, Chun Nan would not be a match for these 7. As the combined strength of 3 second-tier cultivators and 4 first-tier cultivators was simply too powerful. However, now that he had mastered the Divine Void step, it felt as if he had divine assistance. After one strike, he quickly retreated, his body becoming a series of illusory figures darting back and forth in the martial arts arena, making it impossible for them to grasp. Instilling a sense of helplessness in the 7. The aerial magicians were incredibly horrified. They could move and fly quickly in the air, which was their greatest advantage. But they could not accurately capture Chun Nan's figure. Several magical attacks failed to hit their target. Chun Nan was extremely delighted in his heart. The Divine Void step was indeed extremely marvelous. Facing the siege of the crowd, he moved with composure, weaving between the fighting spirit and magical beams without any hindrance. Of course, this was not solely due to the Divine Void step. The difference between the 3rd stage's Great Completion realm and the 3rd stage's initial realm was like heaven and earth. At this moment, his cultivation was far stronger than before. Now, Chun Nan was practically in an invincible position. He no longer deliberately avoided attacks and began to take the initiative to counterattack. In an instant, countless golden sword energies surged in the training ground. With a loud crack, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Chun Nan did not dodge or evade. Instead, he raised his knife to strike upward. The nearly 2-meter-long solidified blade light pierced through the air. With a boom, the lightning collided with the blade light, and the 2 different types of energy clashed, erupting in a dazzling burst of light, eventually dissipating into nothingness. A smile appeared at the corner of Chun Nan's mouth. In the face of magical attacks, he no longer felt at a loss like before. After all, magic was merely energy in a different form. If one's power was far stronger than that energy, then breaking through it was like breaking through 100. He recalled his clumsy experiences fighting against magicians in the past, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Previously, due to his lack of understanding of magic, he had been restrained when battling with the Eastern Phoenix, making it exceptionally difficult to win. He confidently believed that if he were to face the Eastern Phoenix again now, it would not be as arduous as last time. With his long knife in hand, Chun Nan fought against 7 high-ranked opponents. In an instant, sword energies, fighting spirits, and magic surged chaotically in the training ground. If someone were to see a young man single-handedly battling 7 high-ranked opponents without defeat, they would surely be astonished and exclaim at his bravery. Having established his invincible position, Chun Nan gradually relaxed his mind and became immersed in a wondrous martial realm. At this moment, he was free of distractions, with only the pursuit of martial arts in his heart. The long knife in his hand expressed his martial intent, and the brilliant blade light transitioned from gold to red, then to orange, constantly changing. The diverse blade light surged like a long rainbow, undulating and spreading out, sending waves of unmatched blade energy cutting through the air. In his heart, Chun Nan felt neither self nor object, only a single obsession with martial arts. Many seemingly ambiguous questions about martial arts became clearer in this moment as the true energy within him flowed and as he wielded the long knife. Chapter 11. Heart Grows Cold. Chun Nan's body emitted faint yet colorful radiance, and the blade light unleashed by his long knife grew stronger and stronger, filling the surrounding area with a vibrant glow. The 7 attackers were horrified. As practitioners, they understood Chun Nan's current state, realizing that he had immersed himself in a wondrous martial realm, likely leading to a breakthrough during battle. After nearly half an hour of continuous fighting, the 7 grew increasingly fearful. They exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts, knowing they could no longer allow Chun Nan to continue in this strange state and must find a way to disrupt it. For magicians frantically gathered magical elements in the air. The magical energy surged, and then brilliant light flashed as a torrential rain of wind blades descended from the sky. The wind blades varied in size, but all gleamed coldly, densely distributed in the air. There were hundreds of them. Such a terrifying magical attack stirred up intense energy waves in the air. The 3 martial artists surrounding Chun Nan combined their powers, layering their fighting spirits. Red, orange, and blue fighting spirits surged like waves from 3 directions towards Chun Nan. Attacks from both the air and the ground surged towards Chun Nan like a furious sea. But he remained indifferent, still showing no signs of waking up, remaining immersed in that wondrous martial realm. However, at this moment, the true energy within him began to accelerate under the external pressure, flowing like the Yangtze River, growing stronger and stronger. Subsequently, the protective true energy overflowed from his body, and the colorful radiance he emitted became more intense. As the torrential wind blades violently crashed down, Chun Nin spun his long knife, directing it towards the sky, and began slashing continuously. One after another, the blazing blade lights surged forth like a tyrannical dragon rising from the sea, dominating all directions. They defied the heavens, smashing the overwhelming wind blades into disarray, with the vast majority dissipating in the air. Then he spun again, swinging the long knife fiercely, sweeping in all directions. The blade light tore through the void, completely scattering the fighting spirits that surged like a tide. At this moment, some wind blades that had not yet dissipated approached Chun Nan, but contrary to what the magicians had anticipated, they did not slice into Chun Nan's body. Dozens of wind blades encountered a tremendous resistance 3 inches from his body, all suspended in midair, unable to advance even a fraction, and then these wind blades exploded, completely dissipating. Chun Nan let out a long howl, raising his long knife to the sky. For streams of soaring blade energy shot up, splattering blood as 2 magicians were pierced by the blade energy, crashing to the ground, their lives uncertain. The other 2 magicians hurriedly fled to the high sky, no longer daring to approach the ground. The 3 martial artists on the ground were greatly alarmed. From the beginning until now, they had been battling for nearly half an hour, and Chun Nin seemed to grow stronger with each fight, showing no signs of fatigue. Now, having just taken down 2 magicians, a chill surged in their hearts. They exchanged glances and quickly gathered together. Chun Nin brandished his long knife, striding towards them. With each step he took, the ground trembled, and the oppressive pressure caused the 3 martial artists' expressions to change repeatedly. Flash! Chun Nin shouted. The knife broke through the void, and the 2-meter-long solidified blade light slashed diagonally towards the 3 of them. The unmatched blade energy emitted an immense pressure, making the 3 feel an overwhelming weight. The 3 gritted their teeth and raised their swords to meet it, their brilliant fighting spirits colliding with the dazzling blade light. The 2 magicians in the air quickly dove down, unleashing 2 massive bolts of lightning before swiftly ascending again. The 3 layers of fighting spirits first collided with the blade light, but in an instant, they were dispersed. The blade light dimmed significantly, but continued to surge forward, forcing the 3 combined martial artists to separate and evade quickly. At the same time, Chun Nin was wielding his knife to slash at the 2 massive bolts of lightning that fell from the sky. Several layers of blade energy surged up, meeting the lightning in the air, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Ultimately, the 2 energies canceled each other out, exploding in a dazzling flash of light before dissipating into nothingness. At the moment he shattered the lightning attack, Chun Nin stepped on the divine void step, moving as swiftly as lightning towards the masked martial artists ahead. The 3 martial artists were taken aback. Chun Nan's speed was too fast. By the time they raised their long swords, Chun Nan was already upon them. With a series of crisp sounds, the long swords in the hands of the 3 were severed by the blade light emitted by Chun Nan, leaving them with broken swords to defend themselves. Chun Nan's figure was ghostly, weaving between the 3, and layers of blade energy swept toward them. The battle had continued for nearly half an hour, and by this point, the 3 masked men were already exhausted, unable to withstand the surging and relentless blade energy. In just a moment, the broken swords in their hands shattered completely under the impact of the blade energy. The 2 magicians in the air wanted to assist, but Chun Nan's speed was truly astonishing, making it difficult for them to catch his figure. Fearing to accidentally harm their 3 masked allies, the 2 magicians hesitated to launch magical attacks. Without any weapons, the 3 masked martial artists found it difficult to resist. One of them shouted, "Stop! I have something to say." Chun Nin had already woken up from that wondrous martial realm, but upon hearing this, he remained unmoved. The blade energy remained as fierce as before, and soon one masked man was pierced by the blade light, blood spurting as he fell to the ground, rolling continuously. "Stop! Please stop. I will tell you who the employer is, who wants to kill you." Chun Nin stood with his sword sheathed, feeling refreshed at that moment, without a hint of fatigue. Although he had not broken through the 3rd tier limitation to enter the 4th tier domain, His martial arts were refined as if tempered again, becoming more pure. Many seemingly ambiguous issues in martial arts were also comprehended in that state. He looked at the masked man and mocked. You really have professional ethics. The masked man's veil trembled, clearly showing his immense anger and shame. The one who wants to kill you is the third prince of the Baiwei kingdom, Renjian. However, due to recent political turmoil in Baiwei, he has returned to fight for power and left you a letter. Oh, he hired you to kill me and even left me a letter? Yes, he said that if we were unsuccessful, we could give you the letter. Saying this, the masked man took out a letter from his bosom and flicked his hand towards Chun Nan. Chun Nan pinched the flying letter with 2 fingers, unfolded it, and read a few lines. I understand your relationship with the Chu kingdom very clearly. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. I hope that one day we can cooperate. Chun Nan frowned, then crumpled the paper into a ball. His body left a residual shadow in place as he quickly rushed to the 2 masked warriors in front of him, raising his sword to slash horizontally. The 2 were caught off guard, and after a few exchanges, they let out a scream as the sword energy penetrated their bodies, causing them to fall to the ground. You, despicable. Why did you sneak attack? Chapter 12. The mage's Mount Chun Nan sneered. What a joke. You assassins have the right to blame me for sneaking an attack? You are the ones who can't stand the light. We have already given you the employer's letter and revealed his name. Why are you still doing this? Humph. Are you really that naive or just pretending to be confused? You came here to assassinate me, and you think that just because you delivered a letter and said a few words, everything is fine? Is there such a cheap thing in the world? I don't want to start a killing spree at the Shinfeng Academy, but I must disable your martial arts to prevent you from continuing to do evil in the future. No, you can't do that. The assassins lying on the ground cried out frantically, please, do not cripple our martial arts. We would rather trade an arm for it. Chun Nan sighed and said, those who kill are always killed. To cripple your martial arts and let you live like normal people is already the greatest mercy I can show you. He clapped a few times towards the fallen assassins, ignoring their cries, and then shouted at the 2 mages in the air, now it's your turn. He kicked the half-broken sword on the ground, sending it flying toward the sky. The 2 mages in the air were already frightened. They knew it was impossible to injure Chun Nan anymore and turned to flee outside the training ground. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chun Nan's mouth. This was the result he wanted. He used his Shenvu step to pursue closely. At the exit of the training ground, he leaped up onto a tall platform and then soared into the air again. The 2 mages in the air were terrified and hurriedly flew higher, but just then, Chun Nan's dragon capture hand had already been unleashed, and a gigantic light palm quickly rushed toward the mages in the air, instantly enveloping the second-tier mage. The dragon capture hand swept the mage back, while Chun Nan's body fell toward the ground. He freed one hand to strike downward, resisting the downward momentum. When he landed safely on the ground, the dragon capture hand had just caught the mage. Chun Nan grabbed the collar and slammed him hard onto the ground. The mage let out a cry, almost fainting from the pain. Chun Nan stepped on his back, looking at the gradually retreating mage, his brow furrowed. But soon a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stomped down on the mage and said fiercely, do you want to live? The mage screamed in pain. I want to live. If you want to live, do as I command. With that, Chun Nan placed both feet on the mage's back and said, fly up immediately and chase that bastard in front. The mage gritted his teeth, trembling, but you're standing on me. Shut up. I want you to carry me to chase that guy. What? The mage was nearly overwhelmed with anger. Do you want to live or not? Chun Nan stomped down slightly, causing the second-tier mage to nearly shed tears from the pain. I agree. Just don't use too much force. The mage groaned in agony, then began to chant a spell, slowly lifting off the ground with Chun Nan. At this moment, the fleeing mage ahead had already stopped, watching from a distance. Seeing that his companion was actually being carried by Chun Nan, he was shocked and almost dropped his jaw, then seemed to realize the danger and hurriedly fled. Chun Nan stomped down on the mage beneath him a little harder and said, hurry up. You are a second-tier mage, and he has only reached the first-tier realm. If you can't catch him, be careful or I'll end your life immediately. Hearing this, the mage trembled, and his flying speed noticeably increased. Not enough? Keep accelerating. Don't try to play tricks on me. You should know my strength. If I find anything wrong, I will definitely end your life first. The mage had no choice but to sigh heavily and quickly chased after the mage ahead, the distance closing in. The mage in front realized the urgency of the situation and began to fly in a panic, ultimately crashing into the sky above the Shinfeng Academy square. At this moment, A peak battle among the young elites of the 4 academies was taking place in the square, gathering thousands of spectators. His sudden appearance in the square quickly caught some people's attention, as Chun Nan, with the mage beneath him, pursued. Most people in the square had already seen the spectacle in the sky. The onlookers on the ground widened their mouths in shock, gasping and discussing. Heavens! Am I seeing this right? Is that a humanoid magical beast carrying its master? That seems not a magical beast, but a person. Oh my God! Is the Shinfeng Academy planning to put on a show for entertainment? People in the square exclaimed, pointing and discussing, and the commotion quickly spread to every corner. Eventually, everyone noticed the abnormality in the sky and looked up. Even the seasoned elders in the stands, who had previously been calm, couldn't help but look up, and many older individuals sprayed their tea out in shock upon realizing what was happening. On the stands of the Shinfeng Academy, the vice president's beard twitched in anger, never expecting Chun Nan to act so foolishly, which made him feel that the academy's reputation was greatly tarnished. The fierce battle in the center of the square seemed to have lost its appeal. Now almost everyone was looking up. Many recognized Chun Nan, and several young people gasped again. Isn't that the national hero of the Chu Kingdom, Chun Nan? Yes, I witnessed everything he did in the capital of the Jin Kingdom, angrily chopping down bullies, flying knives slaying dragons, single-handedly facing an army of thousands, and defying the heavens with the 7 demon swords to kill a 5th-tier peerless master. All of it was him. Is he the infamous killing demon? What does he want to do now? A protest. A serious protest. He actually treats the noble mage like a pet, demanding punishment for him. As Chun Nan rode the mage through the air, he quickly caught up with the person ahead, raised his right palm, and struck forward. A wave of energy surged into the mage's body, causing him to scream and wobble as he began to fall toward the ground. Chun Nan acted with restraint, destroying part of the mage's meridians without taking his life. At this point, he wanted to command the mage beneath him to land on the ground. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar came from the northwest of the square, and a snow-white tiger, with a single horn on its head and wings on its sides, soared into the air, arriving in front of him in an instant like a gust of wind. Sitting atop the flying tiger was none other than the little princess of the Chu Kingdom, Chuyu. She wore a light yellow dress, her shiny black hair flowing in the wind, her skin as white as snow, sitting on the snow-white tiger king like a fairy descending to earth. At this moment, the cunning little princess had a playful glint in her lively eyes, and she smiled mischievously at Chun Nan, saying, "Hee hee, this is so much fun. You really look impressive, loser." Chapter 13. Punishing the little princess. Chun Nan knew well the little princess's malicious nature and didn't want to get entangled with her. He simply wanted to greet her and leave, saying, "What are you doing here, little demon?" I'm here to help you, of course," the little princess said with a charming smile that could captivate a city and then a nation. However, Chun Nan did not see it that way. To him, the princess's smile was undoubtedly evil, and he seemed to see a demon with 2 horns and bat wings grinning at him. "Little demon, don't act recklessly. Most people already know my identity, and some may have guessed yours. In front of so many people, you, as a princess, should mind your manners." Chun Nan glanced at the mage beneath him and swallowed back the word princess. Indeed, since Chun Nan's identity was exposed, the little princess's identity had also raised suspicions among some people, and now a few had learned who she was. The little princess snorted coldly and said, "So what if they know? Hee hee, I just want to help you deal with the mage beneath you and see you fall freely." She laughed wickedly. Chun Nan was taken aback. If they were on the ground, he would have nothing to fear, but now in the air, with the cunning little princess aided by the flying tiger, he felt something was amiss and hurriedly said to the mage, "Quick, land on the ground." The mage, already exhausted from carrying someone, bared his teeth, and, upon hearing this, quickly descended. The little princess laughed maliciously, saying, "Thinking of running? Not so easy. Shall you? Attack them and make that guy who bullied us fall flat on his back." The Tiger King opened its mouth and spewed a large flame toward Chun Nan. The mage, sensitive to the magical elements swirling in the air, realized he was under attack and instinctively chanted a spell to raise a water curtain to block the flames. Chun Nan was pleased not to have to intervene and cautiously watched the Tiger King chasing closely behind them. The little princess, furious, shouted at the mage, "Big idiot. You've been bullied like this and are still helping him. If you're a man, hurry up and throw him down." The mage wished he could throw Chun Nan down, but he knew that taking any rash action could lead to dire consequences. Having quickly submitted to Chun Nan, It was clear he was a coward who was reluctant to risk rebellion now. Seeing her words had no effect and that they were getting closer to the ground. The little princess grew anxious and ordered the Tiger King to launch a more intense magical attack. Xiao Yu harbored no good feelings towards Chun Nan, only deep resentment, and now exerted herself to bombard Chun Nan and the mage continuously. The mage had already overexerted his magical power and had little strength left. Cursing himself for being a fool, he stopped resisting the magical attacks from the Tiger King and let them all fall on Chun Nan. Chun Nan slashed out waves of sword energy, neutralizing the magical attacks from the Tiger King one by one. The little princess was both angry and anxious, not expecting that even in the air, she couldn't do anything to Chun Nan. The practitioners on the ground looked up in astonishment, not expecting a battle in the air to unfold. This sudden event captured everyone's attention. It was predictable that for a while, Chun Nan's name would once again become a hot topic. Chun Nan looked at the little princess swirling around him and smiled slightly, whispering to the mage, "Charge at that flying tiger as fast as you can. I guarantee you won't be harmed in the process." The mage hesitated for a moment, then stopped his descent and quickly charged towards the little princess. The little princess was taken aback, not expecting the sudden counterattack. She hurriedly ordered Xiao Yu to dodge, but it was too late. Chun Nan's dragon capture hand struck out like lightning, and the enormous golden light palm, radiating auspicious light, enveloped her and the Tiger King. They didn't have time to resist before being swept away, causing countless gasps from the crowd below. "Ah, not this lousy trick again," the little princess exclaimed angrily, struggling and shouting. She had been captured by Chun Nan's dragon capture hand before in the imperial capital of the Chu Kingdom, which almost made her his maid. Now, caught by this skill again, she felt both angry and resentful. "Haha, little demon, you've provoked me time and again. It's time to teach you a lesson." Chun Nan laughed as he watched the struggling princess and tiger. You dare?" The little princess shouted nervously. "Don't forget you are my slave. You signed a contract with me. If you disrespect me, I'll expose it to the public." Hearing this, Chun Nan felt a surge of madness. He remembered the tragic experience in the western border of the Chu Kingdom and quickly retracted his dragon capture hand, grabbing the little princess and leaping onto the back of the Tiger King. "Ah, let go of me, you dead loser," the little princess exclaimed, both startled and scared. She felt furious. Every time she plotted against Chun Nan, it seemed to backfire. Seeing the little princess's frightened expression, Chun Nan chuckled, which made her feel uneasy. At that moment, the Tiger King, freed from the restraint of the dragon capture hand, began to thrash, trying to throw off the loathed Chun Nan. Chun Nan punched it on the head and shouted, "Your master is in my hands. Do you want me to throw her down?" The Tiger King was indeed very aggrieved, with its enemy sitting on its back, yet it could do nothing about it. Eventually, it stopped struggling. Seeing Chun Nan leap onto the Tiger King's back, the mage's eyes flickered, and he thought about escaping. Chun Nan noticed his intention and sneered. "If you think you can outrun this Tiger King, go ahead and try." Upon hearing this, the mage's body trembled, and he ultimately didn't dare to move. At this moment, the little princess was using her hands, feet, and mouth, clawing, kicking, and biting at Chun Nan like a little female leopard, constantly cursing, "Dead loser. I'll bite you to death, scratch you to death, kick you to death." She understood Chun Nan's bottom line and knew he wouldn't turn against the Chu Kingdom in his current predicament. So, although she was scared, she still refused to back down. "Ouch, little demon, you really dare to bite me?" Chun Nan was caught off guard and truly got bitten on the arm, causing him to grimace in pain. He quickly pried open her little mouth and pressed her down on the Tiger King's back, raising his hand to deliver a slap to her round, perky backside. Smack. "Ouch. Dead loser, you dare hit me? I won't let this go." The little princess was both ashamed and angry, struggling incessantly. Thinking of the little princess's various hateful traits and recalling the contract he signed with her, Chun Nan felt as if a fire was burning within him. He no longer hesitated, pressed down her curvaceous body, and raised his hand to rain down slaps on her backside. The sound of crackling echoed continuously, and the onlookers below widened their mouths in astonishment. The little princess saw the people pointing at her and felt ashamed and humiliated. How could a princess of a nation be treated this way in public? The little princess was so embarrassed that she was about to cry, and finally had to compromise, saying, "Oh no. You scoundrel, I won't harm you anymore. Please stop. Oh, please stop. If this gets back to my sister, she won't let you go." Oh. Chapter 14. true self return after slapping the little princess. Chun Nan felt refreshed, finally relieving a bit of his bad mood. On the stands of the Shinfeng Academy, the vice president was astonished to the point of nearly dropping his jaw. While others did not know the identity of the little princess, he did, and he never expected Chun Nan to be so audacious. In the northwest corner of the square, Dongfang Phoenix was also shocked, her mouth agape. Through various clues over the past few days, she had guessed the little princess's identity and hurriedly summoned her divine eagle to soar into the sky. At the same time, on a tall platform, a flash of colorful light appeared, and a stunning woman in white, stepping on a jade lotus platform, gradually ascended into the air, resembling a celestial being. Countless people in the square gasped in awe. Many young people momentarily mistook her for a fairy descending to the world. The jade lotus platform beneath the white-clad woman was 1 meter in diameter, with crystal-clear petals, radiant and layered, emanating a colorful light. The mist surrounding it seemed like ethereal fairy energy swirling around. The incomparable beauty stood on the jade lotus platform, her unmatched face adorned with a faint smile. Her snow-like skin resembling jade, subtly glimmering, her garments fluttering, and her long hair flowing, truly resembling a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. She's so beautiful, a fairy. She's a cultivator. Her name is Meng Kuer, the most outstanding disciple of the ancient Holy Land, the Dantai sect. She really is a descendant of the ancient Holy Land. That jade lotus platform is a treasure of the Dantai sect. Heavens! Is there really such a beautiful woman in the world? The vast majority of the square was filled with young people, and as Meng Kuer flew into the air, the crowd erupted in excitement. A golden giant eagle cut through the sky, arriving in front of Chun Nan first. Dongfang Phoenix, dressed in purple. Her graceful and delicate figure, nearly perfect, had a frost-covered face as she coldly stared at Chun Nan. Since learning Chun Nan's true identity and understanding his real strength, Dongfang Phoenix knew that great vengeance could not be repaid immediately, and she had not troubled him since, due to a series of recent major events. The rumors about her and Chun Nan within the Shinfeng Academy had gradually faded and were being forgotten. If it were still like before, Dongfang Phoenix would not be so composed now. Scoundrel Chun Nan, quickly let go of the little troublemaker. Today is the official start of the young strongman competition among the 4 major academies. What kind of display is this, flaunting your power in the sky? Although she already knew Chun Nan's true identity, Dongfang Phoenix, still harboring resentment, referred to him as a scoundrel. Ah, Sister Phoenix, quickly save me. Kick this scoundrel. This big jerk down. Oh. As soon as the little princess shouted, her pert bottom was slapped again by Chun Nan. At this moment, Meng Kuer, stepping on the jade lotus, had flown over and was hovering in the air. The Taoist treasure, the jade lotus platform, was crystal clear and radiant, resembling the 9-grade lotus platform of an immortal. Meng Kuer stood atop it, her eyes radiating wisdom, and a slight smile on her face, appearing both wise and confident. Her unparalleled elegance shocked both Dongfang Phoenix and the little princess. They were already beauties that could topple cities, yet they felt immense pressure in front of her. As for the magician, he was already dumbfounded, staring at the stunning beauty on the jade lotus, nearly drooling. Meng Kuer exuded the essence of heaven and earth, and a spiritual aura emanated from her. Upon seeing her, Chun Nan was reminded of the mysterious woman from 10,000 years ago, Dantai Xian, who embodied beauty and wisdom. A surge of indescribable feelings arose in his heart, and he let out a cold chuckle. Meng Kuer nodded slightly to Dongfang Phoenix, then smiled at Chun Nan and said, "Brother Chun, why are you fighting in the air?" The little princess's big eyes turned, and she shouted, "Sister, quickly save me. This big pervert has wicked intentions towards me." Hearing this, Chun Nan slapped her hard and said, "If you wish, I can fulfill your wish and make it true." Seeing that Chun Nan had no reaction to her question, Meng Kuer frowned slightly, but still wore a smile as she said, "Brother Chun, could you please let go of this little sister? Why should I listen to you?" Chun Nan retorted directly. When he first learned of her identity, an evil thought surged in Chun Nan's mind. He knew that the Dantai ancient Holy Land was highly esteemed on the continent, and its disciples were greatly respected. He wanted to bring down the ancient Holy Land established by Dantai Xian. To achieve this goal, he first needed to target the disciples of that sect. Meng Kuer, being the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai sect, was the one he should deal with if he wanted to confront this unparalleled beauty. Chun Nan felt quite evil for having such a devilish thought. In fact, Since the battle in Kaiyuan City of the Jin Kingdom, his temperament had begun to change slowly. The Chun Nan, once known as the first among peers 10,000 years ago, seemed to be returning, and his once dejected figure appeared to be gradually fading away. The 4 years when Chun Nan's cultivation was crippled felt colorless and dull. Ruoxin's departure left him utterly shattered, mentally almost a waste. Even after being resurrected from the divine tomb, he remained deeply despondent. In this lifetime, amidst the bustling prosperity, Chun Nan's heart was filled with profound loneliness and sorrow. As if everything around him was merely an illusion, destined to dissipate, like fireworks, at any moment. His seemingly reckless behavior was merely an attempt to make himself forget those distant memories and the lonely self. The unparalleled beauties, Dongfang Phoenix, the Little Witch, the Little Princess, and Nalan Ruoxue, all of whom had once intersected and collided with him, could hardly evoke the feelings he once had in his heart. The scenes of splendor felt like they were from another world. What was the meaning of his existence? Why did he awaken 10,000 years later? Was he the one who had gone mad, or was this world insane? The laughing Chun Nan had been hiding his inner world. The despondent life began with the parting of life and death outside the 100 Flowers Valley 10,000 years ago, and ended with the distant thoughts and memories of the ancient immortal ruins 10,000 years later. Those 3 days of thoughts and feelings deeply touched his soul, and certain withered emotions within him began to slowly revive. Then, at the time of the great battle in the Jin Kingdom, he reversed his profound power. The reversed profound power was almost demonic, capable of completely awakening a person's latent dark nature, causing his inner world to experience another upheaval. The journey to the Jin Kingdom brought about a tremendous change in Chun Nan's inner world. He felt that the self he once knew was reviving. Chapter 15. Dragon Knight's challenge. Mengkuer did not get angry at Chun Nan's retort. She still wore a smile and said lightly, "Brother Chen seems to have some prejudice against me. No, I'm just not used to being ordered around. Even if it's by the descendant of the Dantai ancient holy land." Dongfang Phoenix was taken aback and exclaimed, "You are Mengkuer, the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient holy land, who has reached the 4th stage of cultivation?" Mengkuer smiled slightly at her. Dongfang Phoenix cried out, "Oh my! I've often heard your name this past year, rising like a comet, slaying evil and eliminating calamities, famous across the continent." Chun Nan had always thought that Mengkuer could fly solely because of the treasure beneath her feet, and that her cultivation level might not be much stronger than his. But at this moment, he took a sharp breath. 4th stage of cultivation. This was nearly impossible for him to match at his current level. At this moment, the little princess seemed to suddenly regain her spirits and called out from the side, "Sister Ku, please save me. My sister Chu Yu is an outer disciple of the Dantai sect. She often mentions you, saying you are the best among the younger generation." Chun Nan was initially puzzled about why Chu Yu could master both martial arts and Taoism. He had some thoughts at that time, and now he finally understood. At the same time, he was once again shocked. If Mengkuer was truly the best among the younger generation, one could only imagine how formidable the Dantai sect was. "So it's Sister Chu." "Sister is not the best," Mengkuer smiled, then said to Chun Nan, "Brother Chun, please let go of Sister Chu." Chun Nan shook his head and simply replied, "Not letting go." He then gave a slap to the little princess's pert bottom. The little princess felt both angry and ashamed to be treated this way in front of acquaintances. She wished she could bite Chun Nan. This time, Mengkuer's expression finally changed. She could see that Chun Nan seemed determined to oppose her, something she had never encountered since her debut. Generally, young men would obediently follow her under her extraordinary charm, and even those experienced in pursuing her would pretend to be indifferent. But none would confront her like Chun Nan did. "Brother Chun, I have no grievances with you. It's just that your actions are affecting the normal progression of the competition. I came here just to advise you to leave quickly, and it's not aimed at you. I kindly ask you to let go of Sister Chu. I know she is quite mischievous, but please have mercy." Chun Nan remained unfazed and said, "I said, not letting go." A glint of cold light flashed in Mengkuer's eyes, but was quickly retracted. She said sternly, "Then I must take offense." Seeing Mengkuer finally put away her smile, a grin gradually appeared on Chun Nan's face. He knew that the sect's martial arts emphasized cultivating the heart, and he was trying to anger her, causing her to lose her calm and disrupt her cultivation. However, before Chun Nan's smile could fade, a wave of golden light surged towards him. His pupils constricted as he realized that it was a massive golden palm, the very essence of his family's unique skill, the dragon capture hand. Due to the suddenness of the situation, he didn't have time to prepare, and the little princess was enveloped and swept away by the giant golden palm. Chun Nan snorted coldly, his eyes shooting out two beams of cold light, raising his right hand high, and unleashed another massive golden palm. Countering the dragon capture hand with his own, the two enormous golden palms collided in midair, simultaneously enveloping the little princess. She cried out in pain, "Ouch! It hurts." Meng Kuer worried about her being injured and hurriedly dissipated her strength, causing the little princess to be swept back by Chun Nan's dragon capture hand. Dongfang Phoenix gritted her teeth. She had been defeated by Chun Nan's dragon capture hand before, captured in front of everyone in a rather undignified manner. Now, seeing him use the dragon capture hand again, she felt extremely humiliated and angry. The square below erupted in exclamations. Incredulous that the long-lost dragon capture hand was being used by two opposing individuals, Meng Kuer's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she stared intently at Chun Nan. The dragon capture hand has been lost for nearly 1,000 years. I accidentally found a copy in a very secretive place of my sect's sacred land. I wonder where Brother Chen acquired it. Lost for nearly 1,000 years. Ha 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 ha, no comment. Chun Nan felt a mix of emotions. A millennium ago, he had passed this skill to Dantai Xian, and a millennium later, her descendant had managed to cultivate it again and even clashed with him. How unpredictable the world is. Meng Kuer's expression changed again. Being confronted multiple times was something that had never happened to her before. Chun Nan knew that the Dantai sect's martial arts emphasized cultivating the heart. Today, he had successfully provoked Meng Kuer, igniting her anger, and his purpose had been achieved. He didn't want to continue, fearing it would backfire. However, at that moment, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from the northeast corner of the academy. A dozen-foot-long dark green subdragons soared into the sky, flying toward them. Dongfang Phoenix's mount, a divine eagle, and the little princess's mount, the Tiger King. Both showed signs of alertness, fixated on the approaching massive creature. The subdragon arrived in an instant, its enormous body stirring up a fierce wind in the air. The entire dragon was about 16 feet long, its dark green scales were deep and chilling, and its terrifying foreclaws were thick and sharp, exuding a ghostly light. Its enormous dragon head had white, sword-like teeth. On the back of the subdragon sat a tall and powerful young man, with bushy eyebrows and leopard-like eyes, his short beard standing upright like steel needles. At this moment, he wore a heavy aura of malice, glaring at Chun Nan with intense hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "Chun Nan, I want to duel with you, to the death." Chun Nan felt somewhat surprised and asked, "Who are you? Do we have a grudge?" "The grudge of killing my brother." The subdragon rider glared at Chun Nan, his eyes almost spitting fire. Chun Nan immediately understood. This person was one of the top experts from the War God Academy, the little Marquis of Divine Might. He had anticipated that the other party would come looking for him, so he wasn't surprised. He replied calmly, "I can duel with you. But this place is not suitable right now." The little princess had already stopped struggling and remained silent, glaring at Chun Nan while sizing up the little Marquis of Divine Might. Dongfang Phoenix also said nothing, quietly observing the situation. Meng Kuer stepped onto the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus, and moved between Chun Nan and the third-tier subdragon rider, saying, "No matter what grievances you have, this place is really not suitable for fighting right now." Only then did the little Marquis of Divine Might shift his attention. The three stunning beauties before him momentarily stunned him, almost causing him to lose composure. Among the three women, he only knew Meng Kuer's identity, and he hurriedly clasped his hands, saying, "So it's the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land, Fairy Meng. I have long heard of your great name." Meng Kuer smiled and said, "You flatter me, brother." The little Marquis of Divine Might turned to Chun Nan and said, "Since this place is not suitable for a great battle, I will meet you 3 days later. Are you willing to accept the challenge?" Chapter 16. Before the battle, Chun Nan nodded and said, "Why would I be afraid? I accept the challenge. 3 months ago, you killed my brother in front of everyone. I vowed to kill you in front of everyone as well. Humph. See you in 3 days." The little Marquis of Divine Might cupped his hands to Meng Kuer, a hint of infatuation in his eyes, then turned his subdragon and left. Meng Kuer asked, "Brother Chun, what do you plan to do?" Chun Nan had already seen a glint of coldness in her eyes and knew she was filled with anger, even harboring a hint of murderous intent. Since he had already succeeded in disturbing her peace of mind, he didn't want to linger further. He gave the little princess another slap, making her so angry that she almost cried, and then called over the magician who had been standing by. Stepping on his back to quickly descend, Meng Kuer's stunning face showed a hint of frost, and her eyes shot out two sharp beams of light. She concentrated her voice into a beam and transmitted to Chun Nan, "Brother Chun, your name has recently resounded throughout the continent. If there's a chance, I must spar with you." "Huh." Chun Nan burst into laughter. Meng Kuer's heart trembled, thinking, could it be that he knows my martial arts emphasize cultivating the heart and is deliberately disturbing my practice? The little princess, having regained her freedom, gritted her teeth. She originally wanted to take revenge on Chun Nan, but ended up humiliated instead. Now, she truly felt like going mad and shouted down, "You scoundrel. This isn't over between us, ah." The peak battle of the four major academies was in full swing, with tens of thousands of spectators watching, their blood boiling. In the square, the subdragon roared, and sword energy soared into the sky. The lowest cultivation level of the participants had reached the 3rd tier, which made everyone feel it was incredible. The overall strength of this year's peak experts from the four major academies was the strongest in nearly a decade. The battle of young powerhouses is unprecedented across the entire continent, and this peak contest can be said to reflect the highest level of young powerhouses in the entire continent. The 3rd tier subdragon, which is over 10 zhong long, has astonishing destructive power, sweeping with its massive tail, leaving the square in ruins after each fight. Every time a dragon knight competes, the match must be paused to reconstruct the square. 3rd tier magicians are equally terrifying, with overwhelming spells raining down like a meteor shower, truly exhibiting immense power. In recent months, the Eastern warrior Chun Nan has emerged unexpectedly, garnering much attention for the traditionally overlooked Eastern warriors. After several fierce battles, he has achieved extraordinary accomplishments. However, this battle does not have a single Eastern cultivator participating. Although the Immortal Martial Academy and the Divine Wind Academy both have cultivation departments, these are not the main focus of the two academies, making the lack of young cultivators a normal occurrence. Overall, the level of this competition is exceptionally high, moving even the senior veterans. The performances of these young powerhouses seem to indicate that the cultivation world is about to enter a peak period. For 3 days since the battle began, Chun Nan has been watching, feeling a surge of emotions. Indeed, this is a peak battle of the four major academies, with many participants reaching astonishing levels of cultivation. Among those who caught his attention are 3 from the War God Academy, one of whom is the Godly Prince, who has a 3-day agreement with him. This person indeed possesses exceptional talents, far surpassing his arrogant younger brother. From the visible fighting spirit, it seems his cultivation has likely reached the brink of the 4th tier. It was indeed not unjust for Kevin to lose to him at the Immortal Martial Academy. The other 2 noteworthy individuals from the War God Academy are a brother and sister pair. The sister, Lisa, is a subdragon knight, extraordinarily fierce, seemingly filled with explosive power. Her fierce fighting spirit crashes like relentless waves, making all her opponents suffer greatly. Due to her robust build and average looks, the audience has nicknamed her the female Tyrannosaurus. Lisa's brother, Thorn, is a tall Western warrior who practices Western fighting techniques while incorporating Eastern martial arts moves. The combination creates many highlights. And with his cultivation having also reached the 3rd tier, he cannot help but attract attention. The female magician from the Illusionary Demon Academy, Alice, also caught Chun Nan's eye. She has always fought with her face covered, so her appearance is unknown, but from her graceful figure, she seems to be an extraordinary beauty. Alice's magical prowess has amazed many outside the arena, not only because of her high cultivation but also due to her extraordinary understanding of magic. Many spells can be cast without incantation in her hands, and ordinary magic becomes immensely powerful. The simple wind-shifting technique has been transformed by her. She moves through the air like a sprite. Her flight speed is so extreme that her opponents can hardly catch a glimpse of her. Many speculate that her strength may already be approaching the 4th tier. The most eye-catching young powerhouse from the Divine Wind Academy is the Eastern martial artist Xiaofeng, rumored to be the top expert of the academy, with countless admirers. Every time he appears, many students from the Divine Wind Academy cheer for him. Xiaofeng is tall, rugged in appearance, exuding masculinity, and his martial arts skills are unfathomable. It is said that he achieved the 3rd tier 2 years ago, and most believe he has now broken through the 3rd tier limit into the 4th tier. However, these are merely rumors. No one knows his true strength. And after 3 fierce battles, no one has been able to discern his hidden cards. The last person to catch Chun Nan's attention is Qianlong, a student from the Immortal Martial Academy. He drew Chun Nan's notice not because of his outstanding performance in battle, but because after each fight, the stunning beauty Long Wu from the Divine Wind Academy would appear to carefully wipe his sweat in secluded places. When Chun Nan accidentally witnessed this scene, he was astonished. On ordinary days, Long Wu is spirited and confident, with a somewhat rebellious personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have her short hair just covering her ears and wear loose clothing typical of boys. She always wears a radiant smile and often refers to herself as Big Brother, enjoying teasing girls, radiating unmatched youthful vitality, a unique charm of androgynous beauty. But today, Chun Nan was surprised to find her face full of tenderness, carefully wiping Qianlong's sweat, resembling a blissful little woman, a stark contrast to her usual self. If this scene were to be discovered, it would surely become sensational news for the Divine Wind Academy, and many boys would likely hear their hearts shatter. Even Chun Nan felt a twinge of disappointment, though he had no intentions towards Long Wu. Seeing such a perfect woman seemingly captured by someone else made him feel somewhat uneasy. Perhaps this is a common male sentiment. From this scene, Chun Nan recalled when Long Wu went to the Immortal Martial Academy, and several girls mentioned she was going to meet a lover. It seems the rumors were not unfounded. Because of Long Wu, Qianlong has also become one of the young powerhouses Chun Nan began to pay attention to. Qianlong is tall and handsome, a standard Eastern handsome man. Every time he competes, he barely wins, and after watching several of his battles, Chun Nan was greatly shocked. The reason is simple. He found that no matter how strong the opponent is, Qianlong always manages to gain a slight edge, indicating what? Qianlong's true strength is unfathomable. He is hiding his power. In the end, Chun Nan concluded that Qianlong's cultivation is absolutely formidable and terrifying. On the square, the subdragon roars, fighting spirit fills the air, sword aura is like a rainbow, and the battle is incredibly fierce, with the spectators shouting and cheering, many losing their voices. On this day, a shocking piece of news quickly spread among many cultivators. The national protector of the Chu Kingdom, the recently emerged talent Chun Nan, is about to engage in a life-and-death duel with the top young powerhouse of the War God Academy, the Godly Prince. Chapter 17. Subdragon people are buzzing with discussion, and gossip about the two spreads like wildfire. The Godly Prince is a noble from a small eastern country who has been trained since childhood by Western martial arts masters. Later, he entered the most prestigious martial arts academy in the West, the War God Academy, to cultivate, becoming one of the academy's most renowned young experts. With unfathomable strength and some fame in the West, Chun Nan's background is a blank slate. No one knows who he was trained by. But his emergence has caused a minor upheaval in the cultivation world because he is able to repeatedly unleash the sealed Ho-E Divine Bow. His famous battle was relying on this bow to first challenge dragon knights in the Chu Royal Palace, then smashing flying dragons with a staff, and finally shooting down a roaring giant dragon with the Ho-E Divine Bow, earning him the title of National Protector by the Emperor of the Chu Kingdom and making him famous far and wide. Later, in the capital of the Jin Kingdom, he single-handedly resisted an army of 1,000 and slashed down a fifth-tier peerless expert with the reverse Heavenly Seven Demon Blade. After this battle, his fame shook the continent, and many in the cultivation world learned his name. One is a top young expert trained in the West, and the other is a newly risen martial arts prodigy from the East. Most people are aware of the grudge between the two, but they do not care. They are only focused on when these two will begin their life and death battle. Chun Nan has already learned of this news from the vice president. The Godly Prince has requested the vice president of the War God Academy to arrange a time during the strongman competition of the 4 major academies for him to engage in a life and death duel with Chun Nan. Initially, the vice president of the War God Academy disagreed. He had heard of Chun Nan's name and knew about the grudge between his student and the other party. Although he cherished this disciple, he did not want any unexpected incidents. The Godly Prince is a mainstay of the War God Academy, and he did not want anything to go awry. However, it seems that the young Lord Shenwei has made a firm decision to fight against Chun Nan. Otherwise, he will refuse to participate in the upcoming matches. Ever since he saw Chun Nan that day, the fire of vengeance in his heart has been burning fiercely. After setting a 3-day appointment, he has been counting down the time, wishing he could kill his opponent immediately to vent his anger. In a situation where there was no other choice, the vice president of the War God Academy sought out the vice president of the Shinfeng Academy. At that moment, The vice presidents of the Illusion Demon Academy and the Immortal Martial Academy were also present. These two old foxes chuckled and unanimously agreed to this battle. And thus this special battle was approved. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this battle, which was highly publicized and discussed. The four vice presidents of the Wind Academies quickly released this news. Of course, some formalities had to be observed. They stated that the contestants from the four academies were exhausted after a series of battles, and after discussions, it was decided that everyone would rest for a day. However, on this day, there would be a well-known young master engaged in a life-and-death duel, whose excitement would not be any less than a peak battle among the young powerhouses of the four academies. The vice president of Shinfeng Academy finally announced, "Please welcome the national hero of the Chu Kingdom, Shinan, and the young Lord Shinwei of the War God Academy, to the stage." After careful consideration, Shinan picked up a long spear from the weapon rack and strode into the arena. The spectators outside were not unfamiliar with him. For several months, his name had spread across the continent. Moreover, just a few days ago, he had appeared in the sky above the square, stepping on a magician, and most people had already remembered his appearance. The young Lord Shunwei rode a green dragon soaring from a distance, quickly flying towards them. The dark green Tier 3 dragon emitted a series of earth-shattering roars, making the spectators feel terrified. "Shinan, wait to behead. I will make you pay in blood for your debts." The young Lord Shunwei shouted wildly, holding a broadsword in the air. "Less talk, bring it on." Shinan raised his spear towards the sky. Roar! The thunderous dragon roar reverberated through Shunfeng Academy as the 10-meter-long dark green dragon swung its tail and dove down. A fierce whirlwind rose, causing dust to fly in the square. The dragon's massive, ferocious head bore a pair of gleaming horns, sharp as giant blades, while its blood-red wide mouth housed rows of menacing white teeth, resembling sharp swords, as it viciously lunged at Shinan. As the enormous dragon head approached, Shinan held the long spear and quickly retreated, leaving a shadow behind. Roar! The dragon missed its strike and let out an angry roar, soaring into the air. But its long tail, measuring 8 meters, swung towards Shinan, leaving a terrifying tail shadow in the air and creating a gust of wind. Facing this ferocious attack, Shinan avoided the critical blow, his figure flickering again. The dragon's massive tail struck the ground hard, instantly cracking the ground and causing huge fissures to spread outward. Having fought against dragon knights several times, Shinan had accumulated rich experience. After dodging the dragon's sweeping tail, he followed up like lightning. Before the dragon's tail had even left the ground, his body transformed into a faint shadow, rushing up to the tail that had just taken off. He grasped its scales with his left hand and leaped up, closing in another 3 meters. At this moment, Shinan was already 5 to 6 meters above the ground, and the dragon's tail had left the earth. He dared not pursue further upwards for fear of an accident. The long spear in his hand radiated with a blazing golden light, and after infusing it with his pure internal energy, the spearhead emitted a dazzling brilliance. He thrust the spear fiercely into the dragon's tail, almost burying it to the hilt, and then pushed off forcefully with both feet on the dragon's tail, pulling the spear out and quickly falling towards the ground. A blood arrow shot out for a distance of 3 meters, blood raining down from the sky. The dragon let out a mournful howl, its tail thrashing erratically, but by this time, it had already left the ground and could not harm Shinan, who had just landed. All of this happened in an instant, and Shinan's series of actions were clean and impressive. After the initial shock, the spectators erupted into thunderous applause. The dragon flew high and circled, roaring angrily for a while before calming down. The young Lord Shinwei's face turned ashen. He had not expected to suffer a major loss after just one exchange, which infuriated him. Shinan saw the wound on the dragon's tail quickly begin to clot, the blood no longer flowing out, and he sighed inwardly at the resilience of such creatures, truly deserving of being the king of beasts. Roar! The dragon let out a great roar and dove down again, its powerful front claws reaching for Shinan, with its glossy, sharp claws measuring over 1 meter long. Glinting coldly and striking fear into the heart, Shinan quickly dodged to the side as the menacing dragon claws struck the ground, sending dirt and stones flying, creating 2 deep craters over half a meter deep in the square. At the same time, the young Lord Shunwei swung his broad sword down fiercely from the side of the dragon's body, unleashing a wave of intense energy that shook the entire space. Shinan's eyes shot out 2 cold beams, and the long spear in his hand seemed to transform into a dragon, swirling in the air and creating a dragon shadow. A series of dazzling sharp rays shot out from the spearhead, colliding with the waves of energy unleashed by the young lord. Thunder rumbled in the air as the solidified sharp rays met the fierce energy, exploding into a blinding light before dissipating. The young Lord Shenwei leaned back on the dragon's back, swaying slightly, while Chenin staggered back 5 steps before stabilizing his form. The dragon, after diving down this time, did not immediately leave the ground. Seeing Chenin swaying backward, it swung its massive head, using its nearly meter-long, blade-like horns to stab at Chenin. Chenin was startled, pushing the Shinshu step technique to its limits, quickly retreating. The gleaming dragon horns brushed past him, nearly slicing open his chest. Though startled, Chenin remained calm, accurately seizing the opportunity. As the dragon's head swung past, he leaped into the air, landing on the dragon's neck. The young Lord Shenwei hurriedly swung his broadsword, not wanting Chenin to severely injure his mount again. The intense energy seemed to tear through the void, producing a series of sounds like waves crashing against the shore as it swept towards Chenin. Chenin used the spear as a club, striking fiercely forward. With his cultivation at such a level, any weapon in his hands could kill. A wave of intense sharp rays surged forward from the spear like a tidal wave, meeting the energy unleashed by the young lord, creating a rumbling sound before dissipating in the air. During this process, Chenin pushed off hard with both feet on the dragon's neck, sending his body flying backward. The force of those 2 kicks was immense, gathering all of Chenin's strength. The dragon's massive head was knocked off balance by this force, and its body swayed, nearly toppling to the ground. It let out a reluctant roar as it soared into the sky. The spectators erupted into an uproar. Chenin's performance was astonishing, having gained the upper hand in both exchanges, and his outstanding display left everyone in awe. Chapter 18. Battle of the Dragon in the Sky. The young Lord Shenwei had performed remarkably in the competition of young powerhouses among the 4 major academies, but now he seemed to be at a disadvantage. People couldn't help but speculate what kind of results Chenin would achieve if he participated in the young powerhouse battles held by the 4 major academies. Students from Shenfeng Academy cheered loudly. Although Chenin had previously been labeled a traitor in Shenfeng Academy, that was all in the past. Moreover, he had been residing in Shenfeng Academy for a long time, and in a sense, he could be considered a member of the academy. Therefore, the vast majority of people cheered for him. Students from the War God Academy naturally tend to support the young Lord of Divine Might, while students from the Illusory Demon Academy and neutral spectators from non-top 4 academies cheer for the thrilling battle. The situation at the Immortal Martial Academy is more complex. Half of the people cheer for Chenin, while the other half boo him. The reason is simple. Chenin had killed the academy's nearby 5th-level expert, Tao Ran. In the capital of the Jin Kingdom, Tao Ran had many friends, family, and disciples who naturally loathed Chenin. But most people at the Immortal Martial Academy understood the truth of that day in the Jin capital, so they did not harbor hostility towards him. The little princess and Dongfang Phoenix were also watching from the sidelines. The little princess clenched her fists and said angrily, "How the hell has this guy become so much stronger?" She gritted her teeth and added, "How dare he hit my humph? I will make him pay sooner or later." In the distance, on the tall viewing platform, Meng Kuer's beautiful eyes sparkled as she murmured, "Could it really be the divine void step? It truly is unfathomable." In the center of the square, dust swirled, and killing intent filled the air as the giant dragon's roar shook the heavens. Chenin and the young Lord of Divine Might had been battling for nearly half an hour, and the fight had reached a fever pitch. Both had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, suffering significant internal injuries from each other's powerful energy impact. After narrowly dodging the fierce pounce of the giant dragon, Chenin met the young lord's 7th-level fighting energy. As the dragon soared into the air, its massive tail suddenly swung down, creating a fierce wind that violently struck towards Chenin. Although Chenin had mastered the divine void step and could move as fast as lightning, he was still a beat too slow, and he saw the dragon's tail about to hit his body. With no way to evade, he gathered all his strength to brace for impact. His spear, infused with pure internal power, shone brilliantly in an instant, emitting a light brighter than the sun. A vast force surged outward from Chenin, sweeping across the entire square, sending waves of terror through all the spectators. As the dragon's massive tail approached, Chenin used his spear like a club, striking fiercely at the end of the dragon's tail with the force of a mountain splitting. With a soft puff, blood surged, and over a meter of the dragon's tail was severed. The dragon let out a thunderous wail, wildly thrashing its massive tail in the air, blood spraying down like rain. Although Chun Nan had successfully dealt a heavy blow to the dragon, he was also flung away by the tail, tumbling several meters in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He felt excruciating pain throughout his body, as if it were falling apart, and he struggled to rise with the spear as support. At this moment, the dragon was still thrashing in the air, roaring with rage. He quickly took the opportunity to adjust his breathing and recover his strength. When the dragon calmed down and stopped roaring, Chun Nan opened his eyes. Although his injuries were severe, he had no choice but to face the battle in this state. The young Lord of Divine Might was furious. His beloved dragon had suffered repeated injuries, an unprecedented occurrence. Moreover, he himself had sustained significant internal injuries since the battle began, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. He gently comforted the dragon for a moment before ordering it to launch a fierce attack on Chun Nan. He no longer wanted to prolong the fight and aimed for a quick resolution. This aligned with Chun Nan's intentions. As he found it difficult to continue a prolonged battle given his current stamina, he coldly watched the descending dragon, his eyes flashing with determination as he sought the best opportunity. The dragon drew nearer, and the fierce winds from its descent whipped around Chun Nan, making his clothes flutter. When the dragon's fierce head and sharp claws were less than 2 meters away, Chun Nan finally moved, quickly dodging to the side before charging at the dragon from its flank. At that moment, Chun Nan's true energy surged as if boiling, his powerful internal force radiating outward, enveloping him in a blazing golden light, like a raging flame. He soared into the air, rushing up the dragon's body at an incredible speed, aiming at the young Lord of Divine Might on its back. The young lord was taken aback. Chun Nan's speed exceeded his imagination. The opponent had taken advantage of the dragon's brief pause in its dive to ascend to its back and was coming at him fiercely. Everything was timed perfectly. The young lord swung his broadsword repeatedly, trying to knock Chun Nan off, but this time, Chun Nan was risking it all. There was no way he would retreat easily. The spear in his hand burst forth with golden light, creating countless spear shadows as he charged forward towards the young lord, the terrifying energy fluctuations sweeping across the area. This was a charge that determined life and death. Thousands of golden spear shadows converged into a golden net, enveloping the young lord, bearing down with immense pressure like a mountain. The young lord was both shocked and furious. Chun Nan's fierce attack forced him to defend with all his might. The two opposing energies clashed in the air, creating thunderous sounds. Finally, relying on the divine void step for support, Chun Nan broke through the young lord's defenses and surged upward. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he stood on the dragon's back, facing the young lord from a distance. The young lord's face was ashen, but he could no longer afford to think too much. He slowly raised his lowered sword, pointing it at Chun Nan's heart. Although Chun Nan had managed to ascend, his internal injuries worsened. He gripped the spear tightly, his expression grave. The dragon let out an angry roar as it sensed Chun Nan on its back and shot into the sky, attempting to throw him off. The young lord revealed a cold smile. As the dragon took off, he began gathering his power, preparing to launch a furious attack on Chun Nan. As a dragon knight, he was confident he understood aerial combat better than Chun Nan. Indeed, Chun Nan was not a dragon knight and could not match the young lord's natural ease on the dragon's back. As the dragon soared, he felt himself wobble dangerously, nearly losing his balance and falling off. However, Chun Nan quickly thought of a way to stabilize himself. He concentrated all his power in his legs, leaping high and then forcefully stepping onto the dragon's back. At that moment, his feet became like indestructible blades, emitting dazzling light as they penetrated the dragon's steel-like scales and stabbed deeply into its body. Puff! Blood surged, and Chun Nan's knees sank deep into the dragon's back, anchoring him firmly like an iron stake. The dragon let out a mournful wail, thrashing violently in the air, desperately trying to shake off the person who had harmed it. But Chun Nan remained firmly attached to the dragon, unable to be dislodged no matter how it struggled. In contrast, the young lord nearly fell off the dragon's back himself. If not for the reins and ropes securely fastening him, he might have truly been thrown off by his own dragon. He was furious that Chun Nan had so severely injured his mount, feeling immense regret. Grasping the reins with one hand and wielding the broad sword with the other, he charged at Chun Nan. At this moment, Chun Nan did something that nearly drove the young lord insane. Facing his furious charge, He also advanced with the spear in both hands, leaving 2-foot-deep blood holes in the dragon's back, with each step, blood gushing forth. Like a geyser, blood sprayed from those wounds, quickly dyeing half the dragon's body red, with blood dripping down, creating a rain of blood in the air. The dragon's wails grew even more sorrowful, and its thrashing became even more frantic. "Ah!" The young lord screamed madly, his eyes bloodshot as he charged towards Chun Nan like a wild beast. On the back of the dragon, sword energy soared into the sky, and fighting energy shook the air as the two great young masters from the east and west battled fiercely. Thousands of golden spear shadows intertwined with turbulent fighting energy, illuminating the dragon's back with brilliant light. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, two figures moved like lightning, striking and colliding, with the fighting energy and golden spear shadows continuously producing thunderous roars, as if countless thunders were ringing out in the sky. The dragon rolled and twisted, blood rain splattered. Fighting energy surged like a rainbow, and spear tips shattered the air. Chapter 19. Dragon Slaughter. The earth-shattering roar of the dragon. The sound of intense fighting energy colliding with golden sharpness, combined with the cheers and shouts of tens of thousands of cultivators outside the arena, plunged the entire Shinfeng Academy into a frenzy. Everyone, even the esteemed seniors, went wild while watching the life-and-death battle in the air. The battle between Chun Nan and the young Marquis Shenwei was destined to be classified as a classic fight among young powerhouses, regardless of the outcome. This frenzied duel had lasted for nearly an hour, and given the energy both had expended, they should have been exhausted long ago. In fact, both were still fighting fiercely, their figures still incredibly agile in the dazzling light on the dragon's back, moving with the speed of lightning like two beams of light. At this moment, both were relying on their iron will to persist, enduring excruciating pain as they unleashed their potential. The dragon's back was nearly stripped of its scales due to the fierce clash between the two peak young masters, its flesh a bloody mess, with some areas even exposing stark white bones, and finally, it weakly swayed as it fell from the sky towards the ground. However, at this moment, the battle between Chun Nan and the young Marquis Shenwei was nearing its end. After all, the young Marquis was a dragon knight, skilled at controlling the dragon in battle, but now he was engaged in close combat with an Eastern warrior, clearly attacking his opponent's strength with his own weakness, and defeat was inevitable. Chun Nan stepped on the illusory step, moving like a ghost, his spear shooting out thousands of golden lights, enveloping his opponent in a multitude of sharp points like a dragon. Just as Chun Nan gained overwhelming advantage, his body suddenly trembled, and the true energy within him reversed unexpectedly. The originally brilliant golden true energy turned as dark as ink in an instant, and his eyes emitted two beams of black light. The thousands of dazzling spear lights he had unleashed also transformed into blazing black lights in an instant, as his profound skill surprisingly reversed. This was something Chun Nan had never anticipated. He had not tried to reverse his profound skill, yet the true energy within him reversed on its own. He knew that since the first time he was forced to reverse his profound skill, something would eventually happen to him, but he did not expect the signs to appear so soon, and an inexplicable killing intent surged within him. With his spear pointed to the sky, his hair standing on end without wind, and surrounded by endless demonic energy, at that moment, he resembled a devil incarnate. After the reversal of his profound skill, his power soared wildly, his internal strength rolling like the mighty Yangtze River. Gripping the spear with both hands, his body transformed into a beam of black light charging towards the young Marquis Shenwei, the black spear striking with the force to shatter everything, instantly piercing towards the Marquis's chest. As Chun Nan's eyes opened and closed, two substantial black lights flickered. At the moment the spear was about to pierce the young Marquis's heart, he was startled. In his original consciousness, if he defeated his opponent, he would incapacitate him but would not kill him. However, at this moment, he involuntarily struck with lethal intent, realizing that the reversal of his profound skill had affected his temperament. Just as the spear was about to stab into the young Marquis's heart, Chun Nan forced himself to suppress the killing intent in his heart, slightly raised his hands, and directed the spear tip upward by 10 centimeters, stabbing into the opponent's shoulder instead. Blood spurted out, and the young Marquis let out a heart-wrenching howl. The outcome was already decided at this moment. The thousands of cultivators observing from the square erupted in excitement, with cheers, insults, applause, and boos all intertwining. The final result of this thrilling battle had been determined. Outside the crowd, the blonde beauty Ruth displayed an expression of utter shock, not expecting Chun Nan's cultivation to be so formidable. She then fell into deep thought. On a special viewing platform, the vice presidents of the 4 academies exchanged glances, each showing a hint of unusual expression in their eyes. On another platform, Meng Kuer's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder as she softly muttered to herself. At this moment, the dragon was less than 5 zhang from the ground. Chun Nan, holding the spear, leaped down, knowing that his last strike had destroyed half of the young Marquis's meridians, and the hope for recovery was extremely slim, hardly worth worrying about. Seeing its arch-nemesis finally fall from its back, the dragon's eyes erupted with 2 beams of vengeful light, shaking its weakened body as it lunged at Chun Nan. At this moment, the powerful force within Chun Nan surged wildly, after he had forced himself to spare the young Marquis's life. The killing intent in his heart had not been suppressed, but had instead intensified, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The dragon's attack completely ignited his killing intent. Chun Nan stepped on the illusory step, quickly dodging the giant beast's assault, as the dragon's massive claws struck empty ground, creating 2 terrifying craters. When the dragon swung its head towards him, Chun Nan gripped the spear, channeling all his strength into it. Using the spear forged from fine steel like a long knife, and viciously slashed at the dragon's neck. At this moment, Chun Nan's profound skill had already reversed, and his power had reached a terrifying level. This full-force strike was immensely powerful. A 3 zhang long substantial black blade appeared at the tip of the spear, and the terrifying energy fluctuations the entire square, causing all spectators to feel a chill in their hearts. The dragon seemed to sense the dangerous aura and quickly turned to retreat, but it was too late. Chun Nan's spear, like a long knife, had already fallen, and the 3 zhang long substantial black blade accurately struck its neck. Blood surged forth, and a dragon's head the size of a house was cleaved off, rolling away. The crowd erupted in astonishment, this shocking scene once again igniting their fervor. This was the bloodiest and most brutal battle in days. A dragon over 10 zhang long had been slaughtered, and the cruel scene sent many timid individuals into a panic. The blood gushing from the dragon's neck gathered below, forming a river of blood, with blood mist rising and the pungent smell of blood permeating the entire area. The dragon's corpse tumbled to the ground like a pile of gold and jade, while the young Marquis Shenwei was thrown sideways, crashing down into the dust. Today, he was utterly defeated. Not only was his cultivation nearly destroyed, but his mount was also killed. He shakily stood up, venomously shouting at Chun Nan's back. In this life and the next, I will not rest until one of us is dead. Sooner or later, I will kill you with my own hands. Hearing these words, Chun Nan paused for a moment, but ultimately continued to step forward. Seeing that Chun Nan made no response, the young Marquis's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he infused the remaining energy into his broadsword, then violently hurled it towards Chun Nan's back. At this moment, Chun Nan's reversed profound skill had not yet adjusted, but his cultivation was sufficient to rank in the 4th tier. He sensed the danger in an instant. He did not turn around but swung his left palm backward, a mass of black, blazing light enveloping the broad sword in an instant, causing it to shatter into pieces and fall to the ground. Immediately afterward, without looking back, Chun Nan hurled the spear behind him and took large strides forward. The spear, radiating black light, unleashed terrifying waves, piercing through the young Marquis's chest like a bolt of lightning, sending him flying 8 or 9 zhang away, and then nailing his corpse to the ground. The crowd outside erupted once again, with many usually reserved girls unable to contain their screams, while young people shouted loudly, "Chun Nan! Chun Nan!" Chun Nan ignored the loud commotion and strode towards the outside, causing the onlookers to instinctively part ways, creating a wide path for him. Chapter 20. Secrets begin to emerge. Chun Nan slashed down a 3rd-tier subdragon at the God Academy Plaza, defeating the peak youth expert from the War God Academy, the young Lord Shenwei, and his reputation rose to new heights, once again becoming the focus of discussion among all cultivators. Opinions about him were mixed. Some believed he was too cold-blooded and cruel, while others thought his decisive actions qualified him as a true man. The vast majority of young people admired him, and his bravery inspired many youths, with numerous girls trying to gather bits and pieces of his daily life. In this battle, Chun Nan was significantly injured. When he returned to the depths of the bamboo sea, he hurriedly adjusted the flow of his internal energy, forcefully reversing the disrupted energy. He then took a change of clothes and entered the bathroom to wash away the blood. He didn't want Xiao Qinzi to see him in a bloody state. After bathing, he emerged in clean clothes. The courtyard was quiet. Xiao Qinzi had gone out to play with 3 extraordinary experts and had not returned yet. He began to meditate and recover. As he expected, the dark true energy within him had grown thicker, but it did not reject the golden pure true energy. The two seemed to originate from the same source, coexisting peacefully. Chun Nan sighed inwardly, realizing that if things continued this way, one day the golden true energy within him would be completely replaced by the dark true energy. He repeated the circulation of his internal energy in his room, healing his damaged meridians and internal organs until evening. When he opened his eyes, he found Xiao Qinzi staring at him with her big eyes, filled with worry, curiosity, and amazement. "Qinzi, you're back. Did you have fun playing with the old gentleman during the day?" "Yes. I sat on Grandpa Yin's flying disc and flew up in the air. It was so much fun. He also said that if I learn his cultivation methods, he would give me that flying disc." Xiao Qinzi's face was filled with excitement. Chun Nan smiled and affectionately patted her head, saying, "Do you want to learn the methods of cultivation?" Xiao Qinzi tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, "Not right now." Chun Nan chuckled, unsure why Xiao Qinzi seemed to have an innate aversion to cultivation. Suddenly, Xiao Qinzi seemed to remember something serious and said, "Brother, while you were meditating, I think I saw 2 light balls running around inside you, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye." Chun Nan was startled and asked, "2 light balls? How come I didn't feel anything?" "It's true, Qinzi isn't lying. One is golden and bright, and the other is dark and shiny. They are both about the size of a fist. They always roll together and bump into each other, as if they were fighting," Xiao Qinzi said seriously. Chun Nan fell into deep thought and, after a long while, said, "Qinzi, don't tell anyone about this. Not even those 3 old gentlemen, okay? Qinzi understands." "I won't tell anyone." Chun Nan smiled and picked her up, saying, "Do you remember the identity I made up for you? Make sure not to let those 3 old gentlemen find out." Xiao Qinzi sweetly smiled and said, "Of course I remember. Brother always treats me like a child. But Qinzi understands a lot of things. I will never mention the ancient immortal ruins to anyone." Xiao Qinzi was indeed much more mature than most children. Sometimes her mindset resembled that of an adult, but her playful nature made her appear very much like a child. Chun Nan patted her back and said, "Of course I know Qinzi is very smart, but some secrets are too shocking. I'm afraid you might accidentally let something slip." "Brother, don't worry. Qinzi knows what to say and what not to say," she replied with a serious expression, looking like a little adult, which made others want to smile. "Qinzi, I have something to tell you." "What do you want to say, brother?" Chun Nan thought for a moment and said, "In some time. I have to go out to handle something. I might come back soon, or it might take a long time. While I'm gone, will you live here with the 3 old gentlemen?" Xiao Qinzi pouted a bit and asked, "Where are you going, brother? Why can't you take me with you? I need to investigate a shocking secret. It will be dangerous for you to be by my side, and I wouldn't be able to focus on my investigation. You need to patiently wait for me here, and I will come back to find you once I'm done," Chun Nan explained. Xiao Qinzi looked a bit reluctant and said, "How long will you be gone, brother? I'll feel lonely without you around, and I'll miss you. It might be a few days at the quickest, or at the slowest, maybe half a year." At this point, Chun Nan paused. He had originally intended to say a month, but suddenly changed it to half a year. Soon, he would set off to investigate the land of death. He had a premonition that something might happen to him, and he didn't know what it would be or when he would return. So he decided to stay a longer time. "Brother, I really hope you come back soon. Otherwise, I'll miss you every day." Xiao Qinzi's voice was low, and her mood seemed a bit down. "Qinzi, don't be sad. Brother promises to come back as soon as possible. Come on. Let us go out to the night market," Chun Nan said. In the following days, the young talent competition of the 4 major academies entered its final stage. Although there were many exciting moments, there was no longer a battle as spectacular as the one between Chun Nan and young Lord Shenwei, nor one as brutal as that life and death struggle. The subsequent battles were thrilling, but the spectators couldn't help but think of Chun Nan, imagining his bravery that day. Many speculated what kind of results Chun Nan would achieve if he could participate in the upcoming peak battle of young talents. On the 7th day of the competition, only 12 contestants remained. Among them were several who drew Chun Nan's special attention: the female Tyrannosaurus from the War God Academy, Lisa, and her brother Thorn; the mysterious masked sorceress Alice from the Phantom Demon Academy; the top expert Xiao Feng from the God Wind Academy; and the hidden powerhouse, Qianlong, from the immortal martial academy. These 5 had yet to face off directly, clearly arranged by the vice presidents of the 4 academies to avoid early clashes between them. On the 8th day of the battle, shocking news began to circulate among the many cultivators. Someone discovered a mountain hundreds of miles away from the God Academy engulfed in demonic flames, where a valley filled with the aura of death lay, littered with countless bones piled into mountains. This news spread like a terrifying plague, reaching every corner, and within just 2 days, almost all cultivators in the Sin City knew about it. As the details became clearer, people learned that in that land of death, the ground was covered in white bones, with giant skulls and dragon bones visible everywhere, and countless giant skull mountains and dragon bone mountains. Even amidst the thousands of white bones, some divine bones were scattered. Chapter 21. The winds rise and clouds gather. Many cultivators who heard this news felt a hint of fear, but the terrifying news was still to come. Some claimed that there was an unfathomable magic cave within the death abyss, and the overwhelming demonic energy was emanating from there, with the heavy aura of death also originating from that place. The news was shocking. Everyone who learned of it was extremely startled, and a sense of panic spread among the cultivators. Some timid individuals even thought about fleeing the Sin City immediately. But more cultivators were eager to head to the death abyss to investigate what kind of place it truly was. All of this was the result of a meticulous plan by the vice president of the Shinfeng Academy. Since he learned of this shocking news from Chun Nan, he dispatched 2 dragon knights to verify its authenticity. The 2 dragon knights observed the soaring demonic energy from 10 miles away from the death abyss. They no longer dared to advance further. In fact, even if they wanted to, their mounts, the flying dragons, would not heed their commands. After arriving here, the flying dragons were already terrified and restless, almost losing control. After reporting in detail to the vice president about what they saw at the outskirts of the death abyss, he began to devise how to get all cultivators to focus on this matter. After consulting with many responsible figures within the Shinfeng Academy, it was unanimously agreed that they should leverage the influence of the upcoming competition to bring the issue of the death abyss to the forefront. Therefore, as the competition progressed vigorously, the vice president started to spread the news of the death abyss among the cultivators. At this moment, the vice presidents of the War God Academy, Illusory Demon Academy, and Celestial Martial Academy were in the office of the vice president of Shinfeng Academy. After the vice president's detailed explanation, the other 3 gradually came out of their shock. One elder said, "You old fellow really know how to keep secrets. How could you only tell us about such a major event now?" The other 2 agreed, saying, "It's truly unimaginable that such a mysterious and terrifying place exists. You ought to be punished for this. Indeed, we've been friends for decades." The vice president of Shinfeng Academy sighed, "The matter is too serious. I didn't dare to speak of it lightly at first. Well, now let's discuss how to proceed." The vice president of Illusory Demon Academy said, "I think we should immediately issue hero invitations, inviting renowned experts from all over the continent to come to Sin City, forming a team composed of the top experts to conduct an in-depth investigation of the death abyss." The vice president of Celestial Martial Academy nodded. "This idea is good. We should invite those hidden senior experts to come out. After all, there is a godlike existence in the death abyss, and everything is full of uncertainties. The expedition team must consist of individuals with extraordinary strength." The vice president of War God Academy had been feeling down in recent days. The young Lord Shinwei, whom he greatly admired, did not expect to be pinned down by Chun Nan in the square. He felt deep regret, blaming himself for allowing the 2 to duel. But it had already happened, and it was too late to say anything now. Although he was not in high spirits, he still voiced his opinion, saying, "I think we should suspend the peak battle among the young, strong cultivators from the 4 academies and select some individuals from these elite experts to go to the death abyss first. Let these people investigate the periphery and gather enough useful information so that when those hidden senior experts arrive, they won't be completely ignorant of the death abyss." The other 3 vice presidents nodded in agreement, and the 4 began to discuss in secret until they finally emerged from the room after an hour. On the 10th day of the young, strong cultivators' battle among the 4 academies, news of the death abyss had become known to all. By this time, people already knew that it was the Shinfeng Academy that first discovered the death abyss, and many demanded that the leaders of Shinfeng Academy come forward to explain. Now, the matter of the death abyss had become the focus of discussion among people, completely overshadowing the peak battle of the young, strong cultivators from the 4 academies. Everyone was particularly concerned about any news related to the terrifying abyss. On the 10th day, the vice presidents of the 4 academies jointly released a statement at the Shinfeng Academy Square, announcing that the peak battle among the young, strong cultivators would be paused. The 4 academies would select a group of elite participants to investigate the death abyss. This news fell like a giant stone into a calm lake, stirring up a huge wave, with tens of thousands of observing cultivators discussing it animatedly. Finally, the vice president of Shinfeng Academy detailed the scenes Chun Nin witnessed upon entering the death abyss, stating that they would send messages by carrier pigeon, inviting senior experts from across the continent to come to Sin City to explore the mysterious and terrifying abyss. Tens of thousands of cultivators were ecstatic. All of them were incredibly excited. What kind of earth-shattering secrets were hidden in the mysterious death abyss? Which hidden experts would be invited here? And could they uncover the truth? Everyone was grateful to have arrived in Sin City, catching a rare gathering in the cultivation world that happens once in decades. Undoubtedly, in the near future, Sin City would be bustling with activity, as countless top experts would rush here from all over the continent. The terrifying and mysterious death abyss would incite a grand movement in the cultivation world. Finally, the vice president of Shinfeng Academy added that anyone could sign up to explore the death abyss, and the 4 academies would select the top experts from the applicants. 10 days later, they would set off together with the elite experts from the 4 academies to investigate the death abyss in advance. Countless carrier pigeons soared into the sky, flying to all parts of the continent. The Shinfeng Academy was in an uproar, and Sin City was also in an uproar. On the same day, all the academies and famous ancient families in the Western continent received news from Sin City. Those hidden old dragon knights and super sorcerers with gray beards were filled with excitement as they set off. The major martial arts families and mysterious ancient sects of the Eastern continent also received astonishing news from Sin City, with many old-timers being invited out of their secluded places by their juniors, all of them emerging from seclusion. Chapter 22. The 10 greatest experts. The top young, strong cultivators from the 4 academies eagerly signed up to investigate the death abyss. Young experts from all over the continent also enthusiastically registered, leaving the vice presidents of the 4 academies astonished at the number of well-known heroes among these young experts. Many were the heirs of renowned cultivation families or outstanding disciples of famous ancient sections. They had come specifically to watch the young, strong cultivators competition of the 4 academies, and, encountering such a peculiar event as the death abyss, naturally did not want to miss the chance to personally investigate. In the end, after repeated deliberations, the vice presidents of the 4 academies selected 10 top experts from the many elite cultivators to take the lead and investigate the death abyss first. Once the list of these 10 individuals was announced, there was no controversy. Those who were not selected had no complaints, as each of the 10 was an exceptionally outstanding young expert. Among them, the 4 academies took 5 spots. Shinfeng Academy's number 1 expert, Xiaofeng, the unfathomable genius Qianlong from Celestial Martial Academy, the terrifying female dragon knight Lisa and her brother Thorn from War God Academy, and the mysterious genius sorceress Alice from Illusory Demon Academy, who was suspected to have reached the 4th stage. The performances of these 5 in the young, strong cultivators competition of the 4 academies were well noted. Although Qianlong's initial performance was mediocre, the real experts had already noticed that he was hiding his strength, and his true power could only be described as unfathomable. The other 5 were outstanding young experts from various parts of the continent, all possessing remarkable reputations: Wang Tian, Kellyra, Ling Yun, Meng Kuer, and Shen Nan. Wang Tian, with a full beard and a robust figure, is the most outstanding lay disciple of Xiaolin Temple, having achieved the 3rd stage of mastery, almost reaching the 4th stage. Xiaolin Temple is one of the oldest sects on the Eastern continent, having survived numerous chaotic times since its establishment over 10,000 years ago, even existing during the era of the immortal fantasy continent. Throughout its long history, Xiaolin Temple has faced several near extinctions and has relocated its temple site multiple times. Yet it has ultimately persevered and has been passed down to the present day, becoming one of the ancient holy lands of the Eastern continent. Although Wang Tian is a lay disciple, he possesses exceptional talent and has been specially taught unique skills by the elders of the temple, gaining significant fame in recent years across the Eastern continent. Kylara, with a melancholic expression in his eyes, appears much more mature than his 20-something years. He wanders from place to place, rarely staying in one location for more than a month, intervening in injustices he encounters, and has lived a roving life for many years. However, his strength is formidable, making him a well-known young master on the Western continent, with many royal nobles having sought his service, all of which he has declined. Ling Yun, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, is a charismatic and handsome young man, the young master of the prestigious Ling family, known for its martial arts on the Eastern continent, with an unfathomable level of cultivation. When it comes to the Ling family, it is known throughout the Eastern continent. 150 years ago, Ling Xiaowu, the head of the Ling family, broke through the void and ascended to the immortal realm, leaving countless legends on the continent. In the past century, the Ling family has produced many exceptional masters, with each generation yielding extraordinary talents, ultimately ranking among the top 10 cultivation families on the Eastern continent. The exact number of peerless masters within the Ling family is unknown to outsiders, but it is known that there are at least 2. Meng Kuer is the most outstanding disciple of the contemporary Dantai ancient Holy Land, possessing unmatched beauty that seems otherworldly, akin to a fairy descending from the heavens. Similar to Xiaolin Temple, Dantai ancient Holy Land has a long history and has been passed down from ancient times to the present. Being one of the ancient holy lands of the Eastern continent, the Dantai sect is shrouded in mystery to the outside world. No one knows its location or how many disciples it has. The sect's founder uniquely combined martial arts with Taoist practices to create the unparalleled Dao Wu cultivation method, establishing a distinct position in the cultivation world. Each generation of the mysterious Dantai sect has produced very few individuals who walk the continent. But anyone who does emerge is certainly a dragon among men. Meng Kuer, as the most outstanding disciple of Dantai ancient Holy Land, is known for her profound cultivation, with legends suggesting she ranks among the top 10 young powerhouses on the continent. Chun Nen is currently the most legendary young master on the continent, having appeared a few months ago and caused a series of sensational events, garnering attention from various forces, now shining like the sun at its zenith. Xiaofeng, Qianlong, Lisa, Suan, Ai Li Si, Wang Tian, Kailara, Ling Yun, Meng Kuer, and Chun Nan can be said to be the top 10 young masters in the city of Sin, with their selection being undisputed. Being among the top 10 masters indicates that each of them possesses extraordinary qualities. It is a recognition and an honor. However, it also means they are about to face life and death dangers, as the path to death's abyss is fraught with unknown variables. No one knows if this journey will bring fortune or misfortune, and no one can guarantee their safe return. Previously, Chun Nan had considered mobilizing all cultivators in the city of Sin to explore the death abyss, but after careful thought, he found it inappropriate and accepted the vice president of Shunfeng Academy's suggestion. In the days leading up to their departure, he accompanied Xiao Qinxi on outings, their figures flashing through the streets and alleys of the city of Sin and the green mountains and waters outside the city. As the day of departure approached, it finally arrived. Chun Nan handed several large bags of immortal fruits picked from the ancient immortal ruins to the 3 peerless masters, entrusting Xiao Qinxi to them. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Qinxi hugged Chun Nan's neck and said, "Brother, you must come back quickly, or I will be sad and unhappy every day." Chun Nan patted her back and comforted her softly. "Brother will try to return as soon as possible, but you must be happy every day, otherwise I will be very worried." He felt an ominous premonition rise in his heart, as if a series of bad events would truly unfold after this separation. But he could not escape. Every time he had such a feeling, no matter how he tried to avoid it, he could not escape. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Qinxi nodded vigorously, choking back her words. "I will think of you every day waiting for you to come back." Chun Nan hugged her tightly, and then set her down. He knelt before the 3 peerless masters and said, "Chun Nan entrusts Qinxi to the 3 seniors." The 3 peerless masters quickly helped him up. Infeng said, "Don't worry. We have already taken Xiao Qinxi as our own granddaughter and will never let her suffer any grievances." Chun Nan stood up and turned to leave. "Brother," Xiao Qinxi called out with a choked voice behind him. Chun Nan did not look back and quickly walked toward the bamboo sea. It was not until he had walked several dozen feet away that he glanced back slightly, only to see Xiao Qinxi jogging behind him, her face covered in glistening tears. Waving her small hand at him repeatedly, a sour feeling surged in Chun Nan's heart, and tears almost fell. He dared not look back again and hurriedly walked forward. At the Shinfeng Academy Square, tens of thousands of cultivators gathered to see off the 10 masters. The journey to the death abyss was undoubtedly perilous. And while people expressed their respect for the 10, they could only offer their blessings. The 10 masters successively mounted the mounts of the female tyrant dragon knight, a green-scaled subdragon measuring 17 zhang long. Not to mention 10 people, even 30 could easily ride on it. The green-scaled subdragon soared into the sky, stirring up a fierce wind as tens of thousands of cultivators watched the 10 masters depart. Chapter 23. Returning to the abyss, white clouds drifted by as the subdragon flew rapidly above the 100,000 mountains. Below, the green peaks and emerald valleys quickly receded, and the 10 masters on the dragon's back each had their own thoughts, remaining silent. Before their departure, the 10 had met and recognized each other, but at this moment, all were quiet, contemplating the various uncertainties they might encounter in the death abyss. Among them, Xiao Feng was the oldest, nearing 30 years of age. He was tall and ruggedly handsome, exuding a strong masculine charm. Wang Tian and Kailero were slightly younger, around 27 or 28. Wang Tian had a full beard and was a burly man, appearing somewhat unruly, resembling a gang leader. Kailero, with a melancholic look in his eyes, seemed much older than his 20-something years. The remaining 7 were roughly the same age, between 20 and 25. The female tyrant dragon knight, Lisa, was not the delicate and beautiful type typical of ordinary women. She was very tall, equal in height to her brother Sun. The siblings sat together, guiding the subdragon according to the direction Chun Nan had provided. Qianlong and Ling Yun were undoubtedly the 2 most handsome among the 7 men, comparable to Pan En and Yin Sai Songyu, but their temperaments were entirely different. Qianlong lay lazily on the dragon's back, casual and relaxed, like a mischievous boy next door, yet he gave off a friendly vibe. Ling Yun, from one of the top 10 cultivation families in the eastern continent, was the youngest son of the current head of the Ling family, exuding an air of nobility, always wearing a smile, a typical well-mannered young master from a prestigious family. Among the 10, the female mage Alice from the Illusion Demon Academy was undoubtedly the most mysterious. Even now, she was still veiled, and no one had seen her true face. She was an enigmatic woman. If we were to say who stands out the most among the 10, without a doubt, it would be Meng Kuer, the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land. She seems to be enveloped in a rainbow-like halo, becoming the center of attention wherever she goes. Indeed, Meng Kuer is incredibly beautiful. Her beauty transcends the mundane, as if she does not belong to this world. Like a fairy descending from the heavens, she exudes an aura of spirituality, worthy of being called the essence of heaven and earth. Chun Nan is the person among the 10 who understands death the most. At this moment, he has already shaken off the feelings of loss from parting with Xiao Chenzi. He is very close to Meng Kuer, merely half a yard away, and although the wind is strong in the air, he can still smell the faint fragrance on her. His gaze roams over Meng Kuer without restraint, not treating her as a celestial being from the ancient sacred land at all. He harbors deep prejudice against the Dantai sect. Since learning that Meng Kuer is a disciple of Dantai, he has found it hard to remain calm and has begun to contemplate how to deal with this sect in the future. Chen Nan himself finds it somewhat strange, not understanding why he has become somewhat wicked, transferring his resentment towards Dantai Xian onto her disciple. Perhaps it is because his resentment towards Dantai Xian runs too deep. She is the one who caused his cultivation to plummet, leading him to self-destruct. If it weren't for her, he might have smoothly advanced in martial arts like his father and would not have experienced so many setbacks. After countless years, as he resurrects, all that has passed has turned to smoke and clouds. Amidst the bustling and flourishing surroundings, Chun Nan's heart is filled with profound loneliness and sorrow, as if everything around him is merely an illusion that could dissipate like fireworks at any moment. His seemingly reckless behavior is just an attempt to forget those distant memories and his lonely self. Perhaps this is the reason he seeks to take revenge on Dantai Xian and everything related to her. Chun Nan increasingly feels that the true self from 10,000 years ago has resurrected, perhaps because the emotional seal placed by his father in his mind has broken. Perhaps the journey to the ancient immortal's remnants deeply touched his soul, or perhaps the family's secret art continuously reversing has awakened the dark nature within his heart, stirring up tremendous waves in his inner world. Meng Kuer clearly knows that Chun Nan is brazenly sizing her up. Her martial arts cultivation focuses on refining the heart, and she has already guessed that Chun Nan is deliberately disturbing her practice. A cold light flashed in her eyes, but soon disappeared. She turned back to glance at Chun Nan with a faint smile, then turned her head away. The Yalong flies at lightning speed. Hundreds of miles is nothing to it. A dark cloud appears in the distant sky, heavy clouds shrouding the mountains, giving a feeling of weight and oppression, like a demonic cloud, like a magical fog. Chun Nan feels the ancient divine treasure starting to heat up. The Jade Rui sensing the overwhelming demonic aura from afar. He is startled. If the Jade Rui emits a bright light later, it would surely reveal their secret to the other 9 masters. He hurriedly strokes the Jade Rui, whispering in inaudible words, "I don't know what strange things you possess, but I know you already have spiritual awareness and must understand what I am saying. From now on, do not show any abnormalities, otherwise you will be discovered by others. Of course, if the demonic aura invades and I cannot resolve it, you must protect me with holy light like last time. Otherwise, if I perish, you will also be buried underground again." Chun Nan feels a bit embarrassed, actually threatening a strange divine jade. He looks up and finds no one paying attention to him, then breathes a sigh of relief. With a soft sigh, a young woman's voice suddenly resonates in his heart. "Protect. You. Who are you?" "I." "Who am I?" "I am." "Who?" "Sleeping." The voice fades away. Chun Nan is truly startled. This is the first time he has heard whispers from the Jade Rui while in a conscious state. He concentrates all his attention to listen closely, but he can no longer hear any sound, as if nothing had happened. The wind howls, and the Yalong leaps through the clouds, getting closer to the ominous mountain shrouded in dark clouds. At this moment, the 10 masters have sensed a faint abnormal fluctuation. After a moment, they are less than 10 miles from the mountain enveloped in rolling demonic energy, and they can clearly see the banded demonic clouds swirling and surging around the mountain. At this time, the Yalong begins to become restless, emitting low growls in the air, as if expressing something to Lisa. It seems very unwilling to continue moving forward. As they draw closer, everyone can distinctly feel the fluctuations becoming increasingly intense. A sense of extreme unease surges within each person's heart, and a chill rises from deep within them. Lisa continually reassures the Yalong to keep moving forward. After advancing a few more miles, they are now less than 5 miles from the mountain ahead, but the Yalong refuses to go any further, circling in the air. At this point, everyone in the sky can clearly see the terrifying scene ahead. At the foot of the mountain enveloped in thick demonic clouds is a valley, from which rolling demonic energy continuously rises, creating a terrifying sight that sends shivers down their spines. Given that the Yalong has begun to tremble and refuses to advance, Lisa has no choice but to order it to land on the ground, and the 10 decide to proceed on foot. As they walk, they smell a fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk, a subtle aroma that is refreshing. They already know from Chun Nan that this is the strange scent of the death flower and do not find it strange. After crossing 2 small hills and navigating through thick thorns, the 10 finally reach the entrance of the death abyss. The valley within is dim and devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, with demonic energy rising continuously, wrapping around the mountain it leans against. Above the mountain, the rolling demonic energy obscures the sky, with thick demonic clouds churning and surging in the air, as if a ferocious demon is stirring up trouble. Chapter 24. He is still alive upon arriving here. The 10 clearly feel a powerful sense of oppression, an immense pressure that causes their hearts to palpitate, making them feel a tremor from their very souls. Chun Nan has experienced this before and is no longer shocked like the first time, but the other 9 feel this terrifying sense of oppression for the first time, and each of them is extremely frightened. The 9 of them look towards Chun Nan, hoping he can explain in detail. Chun Nan shrugs and says, "Don't look at me. I don't know much more than you. After coming here, I didn't stop at all and went straight in." The 9 masters look at him with strange expressions. In such a terrifying abyss, he actually charged straight in. They really do not know whether to say that he is bold or just reckless. Meng Kuer gathers her flowing hair and says, "We are here only to scout for the top masters behind us and should try to gather all valuable clues to provide to those seniors. I think we should first clarify the situation outside the valley and see if there is anything unusual before considering whether to enter the valley to investigate." Everyone nods in agreement, and they finally split into 3 small groups. Xiao Feng, Wang Tian, and Kailira form one group. The female Dragon Knight siblings and the female mage Ailey's form another group, and Qianlong, Ling Yun, Meng Kuer, and Chun Nan form a group, with the 3 groups beginning to carefully scout outside the valley. Although there is a rift between Chun Nan and Meng Kuer, they have to cooperate in this situation. Chun Nan appears indifferent, while Meng Kuer has a slight smile, but who knows what they are truly thinking inside. The three groups search outside the valley for more than half an hour without discovering any particularly valuable clues. The area outside the valley, aside from the absence of birds and beasts and an eerie silence, is no different from other desolate mountains and wilderness. Everyone gathered again at the valley entrance. The 10 of them exchanged glances, and Meng Kuer sighed. It seems we really have to enter the valley. We won't discover anything outside. But according to Brother Chun, there is a terrifying existence within the valley, like a god yet resembling a demon, and entering it is undoubtedly fraught with danger. I suggest we split into two groups. One in front and one behind. If we unfortunately encounter danger, it won't lead to a total loss. At least the people in the back can carry the news out. Chun Nan sensed the group nodding in agreement and immediately felt something was off. He had been here before and was the only one with some understanding of what lay inside. He knew he wouldn't escape being in the first group. He thought to himself, as expected of Dan Taixian's disciple, she's even playing a little trick on me at this moment. Chun Nan immediately added, Fairy Ming indeed has a meticulous mind. This suggestion is good. I am willing to enter the first group and explore at the front. Seeing the respect on everyone's faces towards him, he continued, however, it can't be considered recklessness. Fairy Ming possesses the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, which allows for rapid aerial movement. If we really encounter danger, we should be able to escape at the first moment. The implication was clear. He wanted Meng Kuer to join him in exploring the front. Knowing he couldn't avoid it and would become a member of the first group, he resolved to bring Meng Kuer along with him into danger. A flash of brilliance inadvertently crossed Meng Kuer's eyes. Something no one else could see but couldn't escape Chun Nan's gaze, as he had been watching her closely. Before Meng Kuer could express her stance, someone else stepped forward. The young master of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families of the eastern continent, Ling Yun, said, This seems somewhat inappropriate. Fairy Ming possesses a Taoist treasure and should be in the second group. This way, if an unexpected event occurs, she can use the Jade Lotus platform to escape and inform the outside world of everything that happens here. Ling Yun's reasoning was sound and left no room for criticism. However, Chun Nan had already noticed the unusual glint in Ling Yun's eyes when he looked at Meng Kuer. It was clear that he was captivated by her extraordinary beauty, and his current words were likely driven by personal motives. The lazy Qianlong said, I am willing to explore at the front with Brother Chun. The most mysterious masked sorceress, Alice, also said, I also want to enter the first group and explore at the front. Several others also stepped forward, wanting to join the first group. At this moment, Meng Kuer smiled sweetly and said, Everyone, stop competing. It's best if Brother Chun and I lead the way in front. Brother Chun is right. I have the Jade Lotus platform, which can ensure our escape at the first moment if there is real danger. Seeing that no one opposed, Ling Yun smiled and said, I was overthinking it. Haha, Fairy Ming is right. As they stepped into the valley, the 9 people, aside from Chun Nan, couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Inside the valley was a scene of devastation, with bones scattered everywhere, ghostly phosphorescence exuding a heavy aura of death. Everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalp. This place truly resembled the entrance to hell. The endless white bones looked particularly glaring in the dim valley. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up the bone dust that had accumulated for who knows how many years, creating a pale mist in the flickering phosphorescence. In the dark valley, apart from the bones, there was nothing else. The eerie and terrifying scene made these young masters involuntarily break out in goosebumps, a chill instantly running from their heads to their feet. As they stepped deeper into the valley, the scent of the flower of death intensified, appearing particularly eerie in the atmosphere filled with the aura of death. Demonic energy surged toward the group, and the martial artists hastily summoned their internal true energy and fighting spirit to protect their bodies. Various colors of light flashing within the valley. The mysterious sorceress Alice quickly recited a spell, and a pale blue light, like water, enveloped her instantly. With a playful smile, Chun Nan said to Meng Kuer, Fairy Ming, let us go. Meng Kuer smiled radiantly, like spring flowers blooming, and for a moment, the dark, deadly place seemed to brighten. She turned to the other 8 and said, We are only here to collect useful information for top experts. There is no need to venture into the deepest part of the valley, to avoid disturbing that godlike, demon-like existence inside. We will start at the valley entrance and carefully search within a distance of 200 zhang to see if we can find any valuable clues. Additionally, Please maintain a distance of over 100 zhang from us. If we sense something amiss, we will sound the alarm." Everyone nodded in agreement. Chun Nan and Meng Kuer walked side by side into the depths of the valley. After traveling about 100 zhang, Chun Nan chuckled. "Fairy Meng, what are you thinking? You don't plan to kill me here, do you? I know you are capable enough to rank among the top young masters on the continent. Perhaps you could kill me. But doing so without anyone knowing would be quite difficult. You should think carefully before you act." At this point, Meng Kuer had already put away her smile. She said coldly, "You and I will have a battle sooner or later. I hope you can escape from under my sword then. I look forward to it very much. But I hope you can maintain a calm heart and not let worldly matters disturb your peace. And please don't let emotions cloud your judgment. Haha." Meng Kuer's stunning face was clouded with frost, and her eyes shot out two cold glints, the murderous intent filling the air. She said icily, "You truly disturb my cultivation. You seem to know quite a bit about the techniques of my sect, but I advise you to abandon these boring thoughts. Once we return to the city of sin, I will surely take your life." Chun Nan smiled and said, "Taking my life won't be so easy. I have a premonition that some wonderful things will happen between us in the future." Meng Kuer looked at Chun Nan coldly. To resist the demonic energy within the valley, her body radiated a faint, cool light, making her appear as if she were a celestial being standing amidst ethereal mist. At this moment, she was genuinely angry. Her voice cold, "You truly provoke my killing intent. Do not push me." Seeing her murderous intent revealed, Chun Nan said, "It's truly hard to imagine that the unparalleled Fairy Meng could have such a cold side. Your emotional fluctuations are so intense. It seems contrary to the heart cultivation methods of the Dantai sect." Meng Kuer suddenly laughed, looking deep into the valley. "If you think disturbing my inner peace can disrupt my cultivation, then you are gravely mistaken. Everyone has emotions and desires. It is impossible for a person to be devoid of feelings and desires, nor can one abandon all selfish desires. In the process of cultivation, overly emphasizing a desireless heart can only lead to a decline in one's level. Our sect's ancestors specifically mentioned in the sect's secret classics that one must dwell in the world, experience the myriad aspects of life, and understand human nature to comprehend the ultimate truths of heaven and earth and reach the state of unity with heaven and man." Chun Nan couldn't help but sigh. "Dantai Xian, you are indeed remarkable." He felt a lot of emotions within, although Dantai Xian almost caused his cultivation to be completely wasted. It cannot be denied that this mysterious woman had extraordinary talent, rare in the world. He then said to Meng Kuer, "Experiencing the myriad aspects of life, comprehending the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, and achieving unity with heaven and man ultimately emphasizes heart cultivation. Given your current level of cultivation, you are probably still in the stage of maintaining inner peace, right?" Meng Kuer looked at him in surprise and said, "You truly understand something about our sect's techniques. However, do not waste your efforts on me. I have long surpassed the realm that emphasizes inner tranquility." "Haha, is that so? Now is not the time for idle talk. We should quickly investigate the situation within the valley." Meng Kuer's frosty demeanor gradually faded, but she did not smile, turning into a calm surface like an ancient well. She and Chun Nan began to search within a distance of 100 zhang from the valley entrance, then extending to 200 zhang, while the 8 people behind them maintained a distance of 100 zhang from the 2. 10 people continuously searched this area, leaving no corner unchecked. Among the various monster skeletons were numerous human remains. In everyone's expectations, they should have been able to find some broken weapons or personal belongings of the deceased. However, they were disappointed to find no relics at all. Other than the white bones, there were truly no other items in the valley, with nothing to show for their efforts. The 10 gathered again. They ultimately decided that Chun Nan and Meng Kuer would continue forward for another 200 zhang, while the remaining 8 would keep a distance behind them. In the deathly desolation, countless skeletons lay scattered on the ground, and the entire valley was shrouded in a pale whiteness. Chun Nan and Meng Kuer stepped on the bones, producing unsettling sounds like crunch and creak, compounded by the flickering ghostly lights in the distance, creating an especially terrifying atmosphere. At this moment, the 2 were already 400 zhang away from the valley's entrance. Here, the demonic aura surged more violently, prompting them to further activate their true energy to fend off the encroaching demonic pressure. The immense weight of the pressure from the depths of the valley was becoming increasingly suffocating, making it hard for them to breathe. After repeated searches in this area, the 10 finally made a discovery. Chun Nan found a half-rusted, damaged iron shield beneath a towering Tinjong giant skull, marking the first time they had uncovered a relic of the deceased. The group gathered around, carefully removing the rust from the shield, which was adorned with ancient patterns, though the details were too faded to discern due to the passage of time. When they flipped the iron shield and cleaned off the rust on its back, a line of small characters carved with fingertip force came into view, exciting everyone. The iron shield actually bore text. This was the most valuable clue they had found. However, the complex characters were clearly from thousands of years ago, and the group exchanged glances, puzzled. Chunnan sighed and said, "I recognize it, but the meaning is too perplexing." Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Ling Yun eagerly asked, "What does it say?" "It says, he is still alive." Chunnan read aloud from the original text. The group was stunned into silence. Based on the text inscribed on the iron shield, this he likely referred to the godlike and demon-like presence deep within the valley. It suggested that his identity was extraordinary in that distant past. He likely held a status that could shake the world. Chunnan's mind raced. No one was more eager than him to uncover the secrets hidden here and to investigate the truth behind the disappearance of the gods thousands of years ago. This was an excellent starting point. He stood up and said, "Let us explore further. There must be greater discoveries ahead. Mengkuer and I will proceed first, and you can follow behind." Having reached this point, the group felt an immense pressure, a mental oppression they knew stemmed from that terrifying presence deep within the deathly desolation. Thus, they hesitated for a moment. However, they eventually nodded in agreement, deciding to continue their exploration. After Chunnan and Mengkuer advanced 100 zhang, they distinctly sensed an unusual aura. The mental pressure from the depths of the valley intensified rapidly, causing a tremor that seemed to originate from their souls, filling them with overwhelming fear. Chunnan shouted, "Not good. The nameless god demon has awakened." Chapter 25. The appearance of the god demon Mengkuer immediately summoned the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she cast a glance at Chunnan, then soared into the air, flying toward the valley's exit. Chunnan could only smile wryly. He had known all along that if there was real danger, Mengkuer would certainly abandon him. The valley was dim and devoid of light. The 8 people behind could not see the scene ahead, but they clearly heard Chunnan's warning and felt the suddenly intensifying mental pressure, prompting them to quickly retreat toward the valley's exit. But it was too late. As soon as Chunnan took 3 steps, a violent energy fluctuation surged from behind him, and an immense force swept him into the air, rendering him completely immobile. Suspended in midair, Mengkuer managed to fly only 10 zhang before she too could no longer move, as if pulled by invisible hands, bringing her to hover beside Chunnan. Unable to speak or move, Chunnan watched as Mengkuer, who had just escaped, was forcibly yanked back to his side in an instant. An indescribable satisfaction surged within him, and he winked at her. Mengkuer felt a wave of helplessness. She hadn't expected that even with the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, she would struggle to escape. She shot Chunnan an annoyed glance and turned away. The 8 experts, just a dozen steps out, were horrified to find themselves unable to move. They were swept into the air by the same overwhelming power and were pulled in front of Chunnan and Mengkuer. All 10 were trapped in midair, unable to move an inch. The demonic energy surged, and a vast mental pressure suddenly descended upon them. Everyone felt as if a great mountain pressed down on their hearts, suffocating and unbearable, as if their sanity was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the demonic clouds swirling around them began to shake violently, and the black demonic energy surged wildly, turbulent and undulating like a raging sea. The 10 experts had the illusion that the entire world was shaking. They felt like leaves caught in a storm, or small boats tossed in towering waves, swaying and rising violently. The shaking subsided, and the demonic clouds in the air returned to calm. However, the suffocating mental pressure reached its peak, leaving everyone feeling blank-headed, almost on the verge of collapse. A strange mass of demonic clouds appeared before them, resembling a deep abyss of hell, as if it connected to the entrance of the underworld. The aura of death emanated from there, permeating the air. Suddenly, a point of blood-red light pierced through the pitch-black, demonic clouds, shooting toward the 10 experts. Each person felt as if their hearts were pierced by a sharp sword, and they all wanted to scream and howl. Chunnan was greatly alarmed. Although he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, almost driving him mad, he was still able to think. He sensed that familiar aura. The nameless god demon was hidden within the demonic clouds. The nameless god demon had arrived. They were mere inches apart. The heavy mental pressure weighed down like a mountain, and the 10 were on the brink of madness. However, just then, the immense spiritual pressure receded like a tide. The 10 felt a wave of relief wash over them. Exhaling deeply, feeling as if their bodies could move again, though they remained bound in midair by a strange force. The point of blood-red light still lingered in the demonic clouds, albeit less conspicuous than before, yet still radiating a heart-stopping glow. Menkubur steadied her mind and softly said, "Supreme God Demon, please do not blame us. We did not mean to disturb your cultivation." Boom. The demonic energy in the air shook violently, and in an instant, the bodies of the 10 were freed from their bindings, plummeting from the sky through layers of demonic energy toward the white, bone-filled ground. Except for the sorceress Alice and Menkubur, the other 8 were terrified. At this moment, they were 30 zhang above the ground. If they fell like this, they would surely be smashed to a pulp. But in just a moment, Alice and Menkubur also became panicked. One unable to cast the floating spell, and the other unable to control the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform, quickly descending toward the ground like the others. The sound of the wind howled in everyone's ears, the strong gusts fierce, and they were less than a foot from the ground when they thought survival was hopeless. Suddenly, their bodies bizarrely froze in midair. In an instant, they went from free-falling to suspended stillness, teetering between life and death. The shock they felt was beyond comprehension. They glanced at each other before simultaneously shouting, "Ah!" Thud, thud, thud. The 10 of them fell to the ground together. In the valley, the demonic energy was much less than that in the high sky. The 10 looked up and saw the strange demonic cloud hovering directly above them, emanating a heavy aura of death, and the spot of blood-red light within the demonic cloud appeared particularly glaring. They exchanged glances, a wave of helplessness surging within them. Among the youth on the continent, their cultivation levels were undoubtedly exceptional, ranking among the best, yet they felt so weak before the nameless demon, with not a shred of power to resist. The eerie demonic cloud circled around them, then suddenly dissipated in an instant, revealing a tall demonic figure before them. Except for Chun Nan, the other 9 felt their scalps tingle, their body hairs standing on end, nearly screaming in terror. The tall demonic figure stood suspended in the air, its blood-red long hair billowing in the wind, but beneath the blood hair, half of its head was already shattered, the area above the left eye a bloody mess. Red and white mixed together, with bits of brain matter staining the blood hair. Its intact right eye had no distinction between sclera and pupil. The entire eyeball a deep crimson, radiating a heart-pounding blood-red glow. Undoubtedly, the blood-red light they had seen earlier was the light emitted directly from the right eye of the nameless demon. What was terrifying was the bloody gaping hole in its chest, where its heart had been ripped out, emanating a glaring blood-red light from within. On the back of the nameless demon, on the left side were 2 pure white wings, while the right side had a single gray-black wing. The colors of the wings starkly contrasting. This was a symbol of the oldest demons and high-level angels from the West. However, the 2 colored wings seemed to lean more towards either god or demon. Chapter 26. The Illusion of the Void. Although Menkubur and the others had already learned some details about the nameless demon's appearance from Chun Nan, they still found it hard to suppress their shock, standing there like wooden puppets. A broken-bodied demon stood alive before them, causing their brains to short-circuit for a moment. Chun Nan was carefully examining the wounds on the back of the nameless demon, trying to figure out how many pairs of wings it should have, but he was disappointed. The back of the nameless demon had 2 blood grooves, indicating that the missing wings had been completely ripped out. The demonic energy surged, and the ancient, tattered clothing on the nameless demon rustled in the wind, stained with blood, making it horrifying to behold. What kind of person could inflict such damage on a demon? A chilling sense grew stronger in everyone's hearts. Several hundred years have passed in a rush. The gate of the abyss has opened again. But why have only 10 such weak individuals arrived? Not even a single celestial-level being. The nameless demon's voice was low and desolate, but aside from Chun Nan, no one understood, as he spoke in the language of the ancient illusionary continent. Menkubur and the others exchanged confused glances, not understanding. However, they were even more astonished when Chun Nan spoke at this moment, using a language similar to that of the nameless demon, of which they understood not a word. Several hundred years have passed in a rush. What exactly are you waiting for? Chun Nan stared directly at the nameless demon. The nameless demon was incredibly astonished. a red light shooting from its single eye. In an instant, Chun Nan felt the immense mental pressure that had disappeared earlier, and at that moment, his spirit almost collapsed. Fortunately, that pressure vanished once more. The nameless demon said in a low voice, "I didn't expect anyone to understand this ancient language. It's truly hard to believe. Who did you learn it from?" A hint of pain flashed in Chun Nan's eyes as he replied, "I was a person from 10,000 years ago. But after dying for 10,000 years, I resurrected from the ancient divine tomb." This was his biggest secret, and now he had finally encountered a demon that had lived for 10,000 years. The truth from 10,000 years ago seemed about to be unveiled, and he was filled with excitement, almost venting in a roar. "I want to know what happened 10,000 years ago." However, Chun Nan did not notice that each time the nameless demon heard the words 10,000 years, it was on the verge of going berserk. "Please tell me, what happened 10,000 years ago? Why did the so-called immortal demons die? Why are the deities of the illusionary continent and the demonic continent buried together? Who built the demon graveyard?" Chun Nan screamed frantically. The nameless demon suddenly grasped its blood-red long hair, as if stimulated, and screamed madly, "Ah! 10,000 years ago. Don't ask me about 10,000 years ago. I can't remember. Ah! What happened 10,000 years ago? Who can tell me? Who can tell me? Ah, who am I? Who am I?" The thunderous roar caused the 10 young masters to have their blood surge, each of them unable to hold back several mouthfuls of blood, all shaken to the point of nearly collapsing. The nameless demon flew into the air, seemingly madly continuing to scream, the immense mental pressure uncontrollably surging toward the 10 on the ground. The 10 masters felt the world spinning, ultimately fainting together on the ground. The nameless demon roared in the air, venting its emotions, and the entire valley seemed to tremble. "Who am I? What happened 10,000 years ago?" It kept repeating, wildly charging about in the air, screaming. Bright red blood continuously sprayed from the large hole in its chest, a blood unlike any other. The blood of the nameless demon radiating intense red light in the air. The blood of the demon did not fall to the ground, nor did it evaporate and disappear in the air, but instead transformed into beams of red light enveloping the nameless demon's body, ultimately seeping back into its skin. The thunderous roars lasted for 3 hours, with the 10 masters regaining consciousness several times before fainting again. When the 10 masters awoke once more, the nameless demon had stopped roaring, quietly standing in midair, gazing at the dark sky. Its tall figure appeared so desolate and lonely, an inexplicable sorrow permeating the Death Valley. The 10 masters seemed to be infected by that sorrow, a variety of complex emotions rising in their hearts: loneliness, helplessness, hatred, resignation, solitude. They understood that it was the emotion of the nameless demon, and in that moment they felt its loneliness, helplessness, and sorrow. That sense of despair in the face of fate. The nameless demon withdrew its gaze from the dark sky and slowly descended to the ground, standing before the 10 masters. Clearly, at this moment, it had regained its wits and had reigned in its vast mental power. "Not knowing my past, not knowing who I am, what is the meaning of living like this?" the nameless demon murmured in a low voice. "Xiaofeng, Qianlong." And the others saw that Chun Nan was about to speak again and quickly covered his mouth, afraid that he would provoke the nameless demon into another fit of rage. Chun Nan smiled wryly, shook his head, and waved his hand, signaling them to let go. The others looked at him suspiciously, and, once convinced he would not do anything out of line, they finally released their grip. The nameless demon suddenly fixed his gaze on Chun Nan and said, "Just now, you made me fall into painful memories, but I cannot recall the bits and pieces of the past. I had no choice but to seal what you said to me. I have forgotten your words, so please do not mention them again, or I will lose my true nature and destroy everything." Chun Nan let out a heavy sigh. He originally thought that the earth-shattering secret from 10,000 years ago was about to be unveiled, but in the end, it was still in vain, and he remained completely ignorant of everything from the past. With your immense power, and your body in such a broken state, why not go to the immortal realm to seek answers? There must be someone who knows your secret. I am still alive. Haraha. The nameless demon threw his head back and laughed, saying, "Do you think I am still alive? You." Chun Nan involuntarily took 2 steps back. The nameless demon put away his smile, a hint of helplessness and sadness appearing on his face, and sighed, "My body has long since died. Did you not feel the heavy aura of death? It is just that my consciousness remains, and my fragmented soul lingers." Chun Nan's mouth fell open in shock as he trembled and said, You. My soul is bound by a dead body. Ha ha ha, isn't that funny? But it is true. The nameless demon looked up at the dark sky and said solemnly, I cannot leave this place either. My subconscious tells me to guard this place forever until this world is destroyed. A tumultuous wave surged in Chunnan's heart. What kind of secret lay here that the nameless demon had to guard it forever? But what was worth guarding? Even he seemed to not know. The nameless demon sighed and said, My moments of clarity are becoming fewer, and my moments of losing myself are growing longer. His expression suddenly turned grim as he said, You are lucky. You did not intrude when I was losing my true nature. I do not care who you are. But once you come here, everything must be done according to the rules. With a wave of his right hand, the 10 masters were immediately swept into the air by a violent force. The nameless demon said in a deep voice, Virtual sky, illusion, open. The 10 were taken aback. The previously dim and lifeless sky suddenly brightened, revealing a world filled with flowers and birds. There, flowers carpeted the ground, fragrant green grass spread out, and a winding stream flowed gently through the meadow. Cute little deer and unstartled white rabbits blinked their big eyes curiously at the crowd among the flowers. In the air above the eerie and deathly abyss, such a dreamlike world appeared, causing the 10 to doubt if they were dreaming as they stared blankly at the colorful scene before them, speechless for a long time. This is the virtual sky illusion I created. In there, you will fight against your own hearts. Whoever can conquer their heart can leave alive, otherwise, another wisp of a lost soul will be added to this valley. With a wave of his hand, the 10 fell into that beautiful and peaceful world filled with flowers. Chunnan hurriedly explained what he had heard to the other 9. After listening, they were momentarily confused. How could they fight against their own hearts? What you see and hear may not be real, but everything is constructed by your inner world. Whatever you fear will happen. The nameless demon's words were low and powerful. Chunnan acted as a translator once again, and this time the 9 seemed to understand something, their expressions changing. The nameless demon's voice was extremely cold. Let's start with you. With a whoosh, Meng Kuer and her jade lotus platform flew up and landed behind the nearby flowers. The nameless demon said softly, Illusion opens. Meng Kuer, dressed in flowing white, looked like a fairy, pure and ethereal, untouched by the slightest worldly aura. She stood calmly among the flowers, quietly waiting for the impending trial. Suddenly, she let out a scream. Ah! A strange world appeared beside her. Everything was familiar to her, and she suddenly fell into it. Chunnan and the 9 others trembled in their hearts, realizing that the flower patch where Meng Kuer stood had transformed into a world. At that moment, they felt like gods overlooking all beings, clearly seeing everything inside. Was that Meng Kuer's inner world? It was misty and ethereal, filled with the aura of immortals, with wondrous flowers and treasure trees everywhere, almost like a fairyland. Could it be that place from legend, the ancient holy land of Dantai? She would battle her own heart there? The 9 exchanged looks, their hearts filled with shock. Due to the recent publication, although the VIP section has been continuously updated, the public version has rarely been unlocked. Apologies for that. Now that the publication part has finally caught up, the public version can be regularly unlocked. Yes, brothers. Please vote and support Gods3. This Sunday night around 12, there will be an update push. Please, friends online at that time, vote to support Gods3. Thank you. Chapter 27. The Demon Sealed by Dantai Xian. Recommend the wonderful work Fallen Forbidden Book by Nangong Huai. Book number 116568. Lolas, Sister Flowers, Pure Princesses, Ice and Snow Queens. The Gentle Mermaid of Saint Lake will all be pushed into the hands of the protagonist's evil. The ridiculous thing is that the protagonist himself is completely unaware. The nameless demon coldly said, Everyone go and fight. The remaining 9 were instantly separated, and in a moment, everyone was immersed in their own inner world. In the virtual sky illusion created by the nameless demon, 10 different worlds suddenly appeared. The illusion is constructed based on your inner world. But the fate of the characters is governed by the illusion, the nameless demon said coldly. In just a moment, all 10 fell into their own dreams, each struggling in anguish. Each person's inner world was different, and each person's experiences were also different. The illusion deviated greatly from everyone's expectations. The moment they entered the illusion, they forgot many things, forgot that this was merely an illusory world, forgot that this was a life and death trial set by the nameless demon. They truly immersed themselves in the illusion, believing that everything they experienced was real. The virtual sky illusion created by the nameless demon contained 10 worlds. each world unfolding different stories, but one thing was the same. All 10 were experiencing the most terrifying events of their lives. Endless mental torment brought them to the brink of collapse, with wails, screams, and painful moans echoing from each world. Before Chun Nan fell into his own world, he silently recited the family's secret technique in his heart. Observing emptiness is also emptiness. Emptiness is devoid of emptiness. What is empty is already nothing. Nothing is also nothing. He was extremely familiar with this verse, yet he always felt unsure about its profound meaning. However, every time he recited it, he felt a sense of ethereal clarity in his heart. Once he fell into his own world, Chun Nin did not lose himself. He was the only one unaffected. He loudly recited the family's secret technique. A ray of light surrounds the realm. The void shines brightly in the heavens. Double forgetfulness is the most serene void. The nameless demon looked somewhat surprised, and then his expression grew serious as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good, good, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful." With a wave of his hand, Chun Nan's world dissipated. You may have low cultivation, but your comprehension is extremely high. You are able to reach such a realm of understanding. It seems that this illusory sky realm cannot trap your true heart. You have passed the test. Chun Nan felt embarrassed. This was not a realm he had comprehended, but rather the essence of his family's secret technique. He increasingly felt that the family's secret technique was unfathomable, even making an ancient god and demon praise it repeatedly. One can imagine how profound the essence of cultivation contained within it is. The nameless god and demon continued. Although you have passed, you must wait until everyone has completed their life and death trials before you can leave. Moreover, I feel something strange about you. I want to send you into the worlds of others to experience something, but in their worlds, you will only be an observer, merely a witness. Chun Nan was puzzled and did not understand why the nameless god and demon would make such a decision. With a whoosh, he rose into the air, sent into Meng Kuer's world by the nameless god and demon. The red light flickered in the single eye of the nameless god and demon as he murmured, "What is it? Why do I feel a sense of unease? What is this strange young man hiding?" In Meng Kuer's world, the peaks were green and the valleys were verdant, with immortal mists swirling, exotic flowers blooming, and divine cranes flying, creating a truly ethereal realm. At the entrance of this ethereal realm stood a majestic green stone, inscribed with 2 ancient characters, Dan Tai. This is the Dan Tai ancient sacred land, where the legendary Dan Tai Xian once taught the Tao and then ascended to immortality. Although this is an illusory realm, everything is constructed based on Meng Kuer's inner world. The events that occur may be fictional, but the scenes are all real. Chun Nan strode inside. In this dreamlike, ethereal realm, the joyful and peaceful atmosphere of the past had completely vanished. At this moment, shouts of killing filled the air, and a hideous demon was crazily chasing after a group of fairies, staining the ethereal land with blood. The once serene and graceful Meng Kuer was now in a panic, helplessly running among the fairies, crying out, "It's not real, it's not real." The demon laughed maniacally behind them. "Haha, Dan Tai Xian, I have personally destroyed the sacred land you created. The day I ascend to the immortal realm will be the day you become a prisoner." Chun Nan was greatly shaken. The demon's thoughts were strikingly similar to his own. But this was in the world of Meng Kuer's inner fantasies. How could she have such thoughts? Could it be that such a demon truly existed in her mind? The group of fairies turned pale, continuously shouting, "It's not real. You are just a character that appeared in Master Dan Tai's dream. This dream cannot become reality." The demon had stopped and coldly said, "If it's just a dream of Dan Tai Xian, why did she leave a blood letter in the secret scriptures of your sect, recording this dream? It's because she foresaw the future. She knows that one day I will break the seal and turn this dream into reality." Chun Nan was shocked. He felt that this demon was somewhat similar to him, yet in many ways clearly different. Did Dan Tai Xian really seal such a terrifying figure back then? The demon laughed arrogantly. "Who can stop me? Not a single person in the Grand Dan Tai ancient sacred land is my opponent. Today, the Dan Tai sect is destined to disappear." Meng Kuer suddenly stepped out of the crowd, saying, "Demon, you have a grudge with our sect's ancestor. Why should you involve us innocent disciples? If you have the ability, go to the immortal realm and seek revenge on Dan Tai's ancestor. Bullying us juniors is nothing of skill. I said, everything related to Dan Tai Xian must be destroyed. Rest assured, I won't kill you 10 or so. You are the most beautiful women of the Dan Tai ancient sacred land. also the purest in the hearts of many men. I think if I turn you all into wanton women, it would certainly be very interesting, haha. The demon laughed wickedly. All the women turned pale with fear. The person before them was indeed the embodiment of a demon. The path of desire among the 6 great evil paths of ancient times. Your sect's secret scriptures should have some records, right? Today, let you try a small trick from the path of desire. Upon hearing this, the group of beautiful women trembled involuntarily. The 6 great evil paths are even older than the Dantai sect. In the ancient times of the immortal fantasy continent, the 6 great evil paths, such as the path of destruction, the path of emotionlessness, and the path of desire, were the oldest and most mysterious sects in the cultivation world, revered as the 6 sacred lands of evil paths. It is said that during the peak of the 6 paths, they once unified the cultivation world, showcasing the immense power of these 6 paths. The God Tomb has begun to be unsealed in a regular pattern. In the ranking battle, brothers, I need recommendation votes. Please vote to support. Chapter 28. Transformation Advertisement. Mengkuur was terrified to the extreme. The path of desire is the most debauched of the 6 paths. If a woman falls into the hands of practitioners of this path, it would truly be worse than death. Countless streams of energy surged into Mengkuur's body. The strange true energy was rampaging within her, and she felt her body becoming hotter. She knew she had fallen under the spell of the path of desire. Chun Nan was not unfamiliar with the 6 great evil paths. During his time, the 6 great evil paths were already the 6 sacred lands of evil. Of course, he did not know that the 6 great evil paths had once unified the cultivation world. 10,000 years ago, the path of destruction had an unresolvable feud with the Qin family. Qin Zhan killed the great demon of the evil path, Dongfang Yunfei, which provoked the emergence of the peerless demon king, Dongfang Xiaodian, who fought a life-and-death battle with Qin Zhan on the peak of Yu Mountain. Afterwards, the defeated demon king went mad and invaded the Chun residence at night, severely injuring Yu Exine, forcing her to enter the 100-Flower Valley for closed-door cultivation, parting from Chun Nan in a life-and-death separation. At that time, Chun Nan's martial arts were nearly disabled, and his beloved confidant fell into a dead end, leaving his life in a gray haze. In despair, he ultimately concealed the truth from his father and engaged in a deadly duel with the heir of the path of destruction, ending his life. Chun Nan felt a stirring in his heart. By intuition, he sensed that the legacy of the 6 great evil paths still existed, and in this life, he might still be entangled with the path of destruction. He calmly observed everything before him, knowing that this was all an illusion. In this world, only he and Mengkuur truly existed. The once dignified and beautiful Meng Xianzi, at this moment, had her clothes half undone, her face flushed, and her breathing increasingly rapid. No one would expect that the most outstanding heir of the Dantai ancient sacred land would be in such a state. Desire had nearly overwhelmed her reason. Chun Nan was dumbfounded. The pure and holy Mengkuur was actually unable to control her emotions, her slender arms that surpassed frost and snow exposed in the air, helplessly tearing at her own clothing. The enchanting beauty blushed like fire, her cherry lips softly panting. She was like a drunken person, spinning as her gauzy skirt fluttered, with a pair of long, rounded, beautiful legs faintly visible, provoking countless thoughts. With a ripping sound, Mengkuur's delicate hands tore her dress apart, revealing her snow-white body that was partially hidden, her 2 voluptuous peaks proudly standing exposed, the budding flowers on her peaks blushing brilliantly, captivating souls. Chun Nan felt that the illusory sky realm created by the nameless god and demon was truly incredible, able to make one forget everything and completely immerse in their inner world. The usually dignified and pure heir of the sacred land, Mengkuur, was now completely lost in this world, transformed into a fiery and seductive enchantress. Looking at the half-naked snow-white body, Chun Nan felt a wave of dryness in his throat. The smooth and tender icy skin, the delicate and perky snow-white breasts, the slender waist that could be held in one hand, the smooth jade-like abdomen, and the elegantly long jade legs. Every part was beautiful, every part was enticingly criminal. He knew that everything in this world was illusory, but Mengkuur was real. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this dreamlike fairyland had fallen silent. The other women and that demon had vanished, leaving only him and Mengkuur as the 2 real beings. Chun Nan could clearly hear Mengkuur's soft moans and gasps. Looking at that half-naked perfect body, he felt his blood boiling, his pulse racing, and his heart quickening. At this moment, Meng Kuer was rapidly lunging towards him. He shouted in his heart, "What does the nameless demon want? Is he trying to subject me to another life and death trial? Am I trapped in an illusion again?" Although Chun Nan harbored deep hostility towards the Dantai sect and had entertained evil thoughts about Meng Kuer, he had no such thoughts now. The nameless demon was watching him from outside this world, and who knew what he was planning. Chun Nan calmed his mind and hurriedly recited the family's secret techniques aloud. Observe the void as void. The void has nothing to be voided. What is voided is also nothing. There is no nothing, neither born nor destroyed. The clouds disperse. The mountain colors are clear. No coming, no going. Wisdom returns to the Zen moon. Meng Kuer was completely lost in herself. At this moment, her eyes shimmered like two pools of spring water. Her face full of spring feelings. Her snow-like skin turned a rosy pink, glistening and exuding an alluring sheen. She hugged Chun Nan tightly, writhing, rubbing against him, and moaning. Her delicate body, as if boneless, clung to Chun Nan, unwilling to part. The heavenly beauty, once pure and beautiful, had now turned into a seductress. Such intoxicating stimulation ignited a fire in Chun Nan's heart. He almost embraced the soft body in his arms. But he managed to retain a sliver of clarity. He understood that everything was deliberately arranged by the nameless demon, and he and Meng Kuer were merely pawns in someone else's game. He absolutely could not fall into the illusion as Meng Kuer did. While reciting the family's secret techniques loudly, Chun Nan attempted to push Meng Kuer away, but suddenly found he could not move. He had lost control of his body. He shouted into the sky, "What do you want? Didn't you say I had passed? In someone else's world, I am merely an observer, a witness. Why are you not keeping your word?" No one answered him. The entire world, apart from Meng Kuer's soft moans, was silent. Chun Nan vaguely felt that the nameless demon had broken his promise and seemed to want to test him again. In this seductive illusion, although it was incredibly stimulating, he felt a hint of unease and fear. Meng Kuer continued to writhe and rub against Chun Nan, then began to tear at his clothes. The fabric tore like flying fluff, and in an instant, the clothing on both of them was completely ripped away. Chun Nan's bronze skin emitted a radiant glow, exuding strength. Meng Kuer's delicate body was as flawless as jade, a perfect masterpiece of heaven. However, in this extremely seductive atmosphere, Chun Nan found himself in a dire situation. He realized he could not even make a sound. Unwilling to be manipulated, he repeatedly recited the family's secret techniques, ignoring the enchanting beauty entwined around him. Yet, he could still sense the external stimuli. He attempted to empty his mind through reciting the techniques. But the external stimuli threatened to drive him mad, and he could not move at all, unable to push Meng Kuer away. Chun Nan grew increasingly anxious, unable to calm down. The true energy within him began to surge wildly through his meridians. Blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth. He was on the verge of losing control. As Chun Nan was about to fall into an irretrievable abyss, the nameless demon in the illusory sky changed color, his single eye shooting out a red light. He saw two glowing orbs emerge within Chun Nan's body, one shining gold and the other dark and glossy. The two orbs were the size of fists, chasing and colliding with each other. Moreover, he sensed a familiar aura, a heavy atmosphere of death. The nameless demon suddenly grabbed his blood-red hair and shouted, "Ah!" The 10 worlds in the illusory sky instantly vanished, and the stories occurring in each world abruptly ended. The people emerging from the illusion felt as if they had just woken from a dream, all looking dispirited and exhausted, having nearly suffered a mental breakdown in the illusion. The nameless demon pointed at Chun Nan and shouted madly, "You are someone whose fate has been reversed. You are also a dead person. The divine and demonic power within you cannot hide the overwhelming aura of death. Reversing fate." No one except Chun Nan could understand the ancient words. The nameless demon fell into madness, rushing deep into the illusory sky. As the nameless demon vanished, the immense mental pressure also dissipated. The others turned pale, having almost suffered a mental breakdown just moments ago. Meng Kuer screamed in terror. At this moment, she was completely naked, her delicate arms like lotus roots wrapped around Chun Nan's neck, the two of them entangled together in the nude. The 8 people outside the flower grove caught a glimpse of the scene through the swaying flower shadows, their mouths agape in astonishment. They simply could not believe the reality before them. The pure and pristine descendant of the Dantai Holy Land, Fairy Meng, was embracing a man naked. in a pose that was the epitome of seduction and intimacy. It was a primal temptation. Meng Kuer's stunning and enchanting body was irresistible to anyone. All the men felt an unusual aura. Even the female knight Lisa and the genius sorceress Alice were stunned for 2 seconds. Meng Kuer retreated like lightning, unable to believe what she saw. She looked at Chun Nan, then at herself, before letting out a piercing scream. Ah! At this moment, she faced Chun Nan, both naked, her snow-white body glistening like jade, 2 trembling breasts standing proudly, a waist that could be held in one hand, a smooth jade-like abdomen, and elegantly long jade legs. Every part was beautiful, every part was enticingly criminal. But at this moment, Meng Kuer's body was trembling. She could hardly believe the reality before her. After a long time, she finally snapped out of her shock, quickly putting on the torn clothes from the ground, and then pointed at Chun Nan, stammering, you. But at that moment, Chun Nan seemed oblivious to what was happening around him. The nameless demon's words echoed in his ears. You are someone whose fate has been reversed. You are also a dead person. The divine and demonic power within you cannot hide the overwhelming aura of death. Reversing fate. Ah, brothers, happy Dragon Boat Festival. I want recommendation votes. Chapter 1. The Mystery of Life and Death Advertisement. A friend's new book online murder game. If you have votes, please go support it and collect more. The portal is on the front page of this book. The book number is 124833. In the illusory sky, the aura of immortality lingered, strange flowers bloomed. Beautiful herbs covered the ground, celestial cranes flew, and white apes danced, resembling a fairyland. However, beneath the seemingly peaceful world, dark currents were surging. 8 young men and women were watching a man and a woman entangled in the flowers. The man was completely naked, his smooth body radiating a faint brilliance. But his eyes were dull and lifeless, and his face wore a look of confusion. The woman, though disheveled and in disarray, could not hide her extraordinary beauty. Her graceful figure exuded a sacred aura, and her snow-like skin shimmered like beautiful jade, though at this moment, her flawless face was filled with shame and anger. She pointed a trembling finger at the naked man before her, unable to utter a single word, her body slightly shaking. Meng Kuer had never imagined such a day would come. The most outstanding successor of the Dantai ancient sacred land had been found naked, entangled with a man just moments ago, which filled her with extreme shame and fury, leaving her feeling frantic, her heart in turmoil. The 8 young men and women outside the flowers exchanged glances, never expecting to witness such a scene. In the eyes of the world, the successor of the Dantai ancient sacred land was the epitome of purity. The most remarkable of them, Fairy Meng, had recently gained considerable fame on the continent. Embodying justice and symbolizing beauty and chastity, a celestial being who had fallen into the mortal realm. Yet before them, Chun Nan seemed completely unaware of the unusual gazes from the 8 people nearby, nor did he sense the killing intent emanating from the extraordinary beauty before him. His eyes were void of life as he murmured in the language of the ancient immortal illusion continent. I am a person whose fate has been reversed. I am a dead man. Even the power of gods and demons cannot conceal the vast death aura within me. Reversing fate. The words of the nameless demon deeply shook his spirit. He seemed to understand something, feeling an overwhelming sorrow in his heart. Is reversing fate a benevolent rescue or a premeditated manipulation? Who is the one that reversed my fate? Did they grant me the power of gods and demons? Or is it the accumulation of millennia in the demon cemetery? Am I a living dead? Does my body truly contain an ocean-like aura of death? Was I saved by someone unintentionally, or has my fate always been manipulated? Chun Nan was filled with endless questions, asking himself repeatedly. A gentle breeze blew. The green jade treasure trees swayed with brilliance, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air, refreshing the senses. Yet at this moment, the emotions of those present were hard to decipher. A chilling killing intent permeated the area. The biting cold made people shiver. A sword energy shot up into the sky, then descended, aiming directly at Chun Nan. Meng Kuer, filled with anger, unleashed a summoned flying sword, its brilliance dazzling and murderous intent overwhelming, slicing down towards Chun Nan's neck. Though Chun Nan was lost in confusion, it did not mean his mind was completely disordered. The pressing killing intent instantly awakened him, and out of instinct, he stepped aside rapidly with his divine steps. The flying sword was closely connected to the cultivator's mind, moving as the cultivator willed, easily controlled within a short distance. The moment the flying sword struck air, it instantly changed direction, transforming into a brilliant rainbow that flew towards Chun Nan again. The chilling aura caused the temperature nearby to plummet, the endless killing intent startling small animals into frantic escape, and the peaceful atmosphere vanished in an instant. The sound of the sword energizing echoed as fallen flowers and leaves danced and fluttered around. The area near the flowers seemed to have fallen into the depths of winter, with sword energy raging through the air. The radiant flying sword chasing after Chun Nan with horizontal and vertical slashes. Had it not been for his supreme footwork, he would have already been injured by the flying sword. Chun Nan gradually regained his senses. He certainly understood why Meng Kuer wanted to kill him, but at this moment, all explanations seemed weak. Both of them were clear about right and wrong. The desire to kill stemmed from instinctive reactions of shame and anger. He drew the long sword from his waist, raising it to block the flying sword filled with endless killing intent. The dazzling golden light erupted from the long sword, colliding with the radiant flying sword, producing a brilliant explosion of light, with the force scattering and damaging the nearby flowers and trees. However, the flying sword only paused momentarily before resuming its speed, once again aiming to slash at Chun Nan. Chun Nan was alarmed, realizing Meng Kuer's cultivation was extraordinary. He hurriedly gathered all his strength into the long sword. The long sword, forged from steel, instantly transformed from vanadium iron into pure gold. The sword gleamed with golden light, mist swirling around it, as if it had come to life, gently vibrating and emitting soft chimes. The golden long sword collided directly with the dazzling flying sword, and with a loud boom, brilliant light erupted everywhere. Chun Nan was sent flying backward, his long sword shattered, leaving only half in his hand. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, a sweetness in his throat, and nearly spat out blood. At that moment, he finally understood the considerable gap between himself and Meng Kuer. The most outstanding successor of the Dantai ancient sacred land was indeed remarkable, worthy of being one of the top 10 young experts on the continent, truly possessing extraordinary skills, and worthy of being a descendant of Dantai Xian. Meng Kuer, in her flowing white dress, had calmed down, her shame and anger on her beautiful face gradually fading, but her killing intent remained undiminished. With a wave of her elegant hand, the flying sword once again aimed to slash at Chun Nan. Chun Nan, infuriated, felt the immense power of the magic within him stirring. He prepared to unleash a fierce battle. However, at that moment, the top expert of the Divine Wind Academy, Xiao Feng, and the mysterious expert of the Immortal Martial Academy, Qianlong, simultaneously intervened, their bodies moving like lightning, leaving two afterimages as they crossed their weapons to block the incoming flying sword. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, Meng Kuer, Xiao Feng, and Qianlong all slightly swayed, involuntarily stepping back. The radiant flying sword returned to Meng Kuer's hand, and the killing intent in the area retracted, restoring calm. The onlookers were astonished. Meng Kuer's strength was truly extraordinary. The combined power of the two top experts was barely equal to hers. But Chun Nan did not share the same view. Being closest, he could see that Xiao Feng and Qianlong were concealing their true strength and had not fought with all their might. Nevertheless, it was clear that Meng Kuer's strength was indeed formidable. Although Xiao Feng appeared rugged, he was not a brute. He advised, "Please, everyone, calm down. At this moment, we should unite. We cannot turn weapons against our own. We should focus on escaping this place." Qianlong also said seriously, "Brother Xiao is right. We cannot harbor enmity among ourselves. Just now, we all entered a terrifying illusion. What happened in the illusion was all a misunderstanding. It was not anyone's fault. It was all the doing of the nameless demon." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chun Nan quickly put on the scattered clothes on the ground. At this time, others also came over to comfort Meng Kuer. Although the situation was awkward, the tense atmosphere had dissipated. Meng Kuer gradually calmed down, reflecting on the scenes in the illusion. She felt a bit embarrassed. In that terrifying and ambiguous illusion, she had actually taken the initiative to leap towards Chun Nan and had torn off their clothes. Meng Kuer truly deserved to be the most outstanding successor of the Dantai ancient sacred land. In an instant, she retracted the killing intent on her face, wearing a calm expression, and did not mention what had just happened, as if nothing had occurred. She looked around at everyone and then said, "Everyone, we were too reckless. We really shouldn't have ventured deep into the death abyss. Now we are trapped in the void sky illusion, and it may be very difficult to escape from here. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, there was no way for anyone to escape. Although the nameless demon was no longer present, they were isolated from the outside world and had no idea how to break through this illusion, which seemed to form a separate realm altogether. Chun Nen sighed inwardly, realizing that Mengkuer was indeed remarkable. In such an embarrassing situation, a typical woman would have been mortified and furious, yet she stood there without a change in expression, seemingly unfazed, showing no signs of disturbance. Chun Nan felt a chill in his heart. Mengkuer and Dan Taixin were too similar, both having deep schemes. He would have to be more cautious in the future. At this moment, everyone in the room had their own thoughts, all contemplating how to escape from here. Chun Nan casually scanned the crowd and noticed a hint of resentment in the eyes of Ling Yun, the young master of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families of the Eastern continent. This startled him, but that sinister gaze quickly vanished. Chun Nan had always felt that this young master of the Ling family, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, seemed to be two-faced. Although he displayed excellent manners and behavior, Chun Nan sensed a certain hypocrisy within him. This was purely an instinctive intuition. When they had entered the death abyss and Meng Kuter suggested splitting into 2 groups for exploration, Ling Yun had gone to great lengths to support her, finding excuses for her to stay at the back. At that time, Chun Nan had noticed some clues. It was evident that Ling Yun was trying to curry favor with Meng Kuer, which could also be seen as pursuing her. However, in that situation, it clearly revealed his selfish side, leaving danger for others while keeping safety for his own people. At this moment, seeing the fleeting resentment in Ling Yun's eyes, Chun Nan understood that he must hate him for the intimate entanglement with Meng Kuer. But could he blame him for that? His evaluation of Ling Yun dropped again. This guy was clearly not a good person, two-faced, and definitely a ruthless character. Just then, the mysterious masked sorceress Alice from the Illusory Demon Academy turned to Chun Nan and asked, "Brother Chun, how could you converse with the nameless demon? How do you understand his language?" The other 8 also had this question in mind and turned to look at him. Chun Nan knew they would eventually ask this question. He maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "I grew up in an isolated little mountain village, which is relatively backward and has little contact with the outside world. The local language is very ancient and seems to have not changed with the outside world, so I can understand ancient texts and speech. The language spoken by the nameless demon is extremely similar to that of my old village, which is why I can understand it." The others were half convinced by his explanation, not fully believing it, but there was no way to continue probing further. At that moment, as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, a series of violent energy fluctuations echoed in the air, and a tall demonic shadow flew over the fragrant flower-filled venue. The nameless demon had returned. A vast, ocean-like pressure descended from above, causing everyone to feel their hearts race and a suffocating heaviness that made it hard to breathe. Each person felt an unusual discomfort. However, the nameless demon quickly restrained his powerful aura, and the pallor of the crowd gradually returned to normal. The nameless demon landed from the air, his gray and white demonic wings creating a gust of wind. The bloody hole in his chest emitted a fierce red light, and his shattered half-head appeared particularly grotesque and terrifying. Undoubtedly, he had regained consciousness. He stood before everyone, his single eye fixed unblinkingly on Chun Nan. The blood-red light emanating from it seemed to want to penetrate his body. His voice was deep and powerful. Why do I feel so confused? Why do I sense a familiar aura from you? It's as if I see myself in you. We seem to be of the same kind. Without a doubt, you are also someone who has had their fate altered by others. But it's not just that. What are you hiding within you? Why does it make me feel so uneasy? Endless life force, vast death energy. Why do these 2 different natures of power intertwine? What secret are you concealing?" Chun Nan quietly gazed at the nameless demon, but his heart was in turmoil. Although the nameless demon had forgotten many things from the past, he mentioned that he was someone whose fate was altered by others. It seemed that the nameless demon had seen through certain incredible events that had happened to him. Perhaps he could reveal the secret of why he could resurrect. He felt a mix of anticipation, tension, unease, and fear. He wanted to understand the truth, but was also afraid of discovering it. The nameless demon emanated an endless aura of death. Yet he stated that Chun Nan was also a dead person, and even the power of the demon could not conceal that vast death energy. According to his words, Chun Nan dared not think further. He did not believe it, and felt an overwhelming fear in his heart. "Where do you come from? Who exactly are you? What is your identity?" The nameless demon spoke in a deep tone, his expression grave, as if these questions contained some extraordinarily significant matters. The mystery seemed about to be unveiled, and Chun Nan's heart raced with excitement. The life and death enigma that had troubled him appeared to be surfacing. I want recommendation votes. Tomb of the Gods urgently calls for recommendation votes. Chapter 2. Who Can Leave? Chun Nan was extremely excited and was about to organize his words when it seemed he remembered something. He sighed and said, I want to answer you, but I fear you will lose your nature again. Previously, I asked you some things, which led you into madness. And later you forcibly sealed what I said. Now I want to speak, but I dare not. I see. The nameless demon seemed deep in thought and fell silent. After a long while, he said gravely, I really see some incredible things in you. I don't know why this is happening, nor do I know who did it. Once I deal with them all, I will have a good talk with you. He pointed at Meng Kuer and the other 9. With a wave of his right hand, the illusory heaven's illusion was suddenly split open, revealing a gigantic crack. And the dim, lifeless death abyss appeared before everyone. Through the rolling demonic energy, one could vaguely see the eerie, white bones below. Chun Nan became anxious. It seemed that the nameless demon intended to take action against the other 9. He hurriedly said, Wait, you cannot kill them. Although he did not have deep ties with the 9, they were still his companions, and he could not bear to watch them die. None of them can pass the test of the illusory heaven's illusion. According to what I said earlier, they should all die, adding a few more souls to the abyss. The 9 seemed to sense the dangerous aura and had a premonition that the nameless demon was about to strike. Wang Tian, an outstanding disciple from the secular family of Xiaolin Temple, urgently asked, Brother Chun, what did he say? Chun Nan quickly translated what he had just said to them, and then advised the nameless demon, the test of the illusion has not yet ended. You cannot kill them yet. Just now, because of you, the illusion was interrupted, and it cannot count. The nameless demon shook his head, speaking in a low yet firm tone. They cannot overcome their own hearts. The outcome is already determined, and the price of failure is death. He strode toward the 9. An immense spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, causing the 9 to feel a tremor from their souls, and the fear of death instantly enveloped their hearts. They knew their lives were about to end. At that moment, Meng Kuer suddenly shouted in broken ancient language from the immortal illusion continent, 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago. Please tell me. What happened 10,000 years ago? Why did the so-called immortal gods and demons die? Why were the gods of the immortal illusion continent and the demon illusion continent buried together? Who built the demon god cemetery? Everyone was astonished. Unable to understand why, she also comprehended the ancient language of the nameless demon, which was truly perplexing. Upon hearing these words, the nameless demon seemed to be stimulated. Grabbing his blood-red hair with both hands and howling to the sky, the immense roar turned everyone's faces pale, and the overwhelming mental pressure made them feel as if their minds were about to split. The weakest among them, the mysterious masked sorceress Alice, was knocked unconscious by the massive energy wave in the air, collapsing weakly to the ground. Chun Nan, who was closest to the nameless demon, also struggled to endure the terrifying wave of energy that swept past him, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood before collapsing into a flower bed. The nameless demon, as if driven mad, charged into the sky, rampaging across the horizon. His enormous roar shook the entire illusory sky. At that moment, Meng Kuer quickly summoned the Taoist treasure, the Jade Lotus platform. She then stepped onto the radiant, sparkling lotus platform, which soared into the air and flew through the enormous crack that opened in the illusory sky, vanishing in an instant amidst the rolling demonic energy. Everyone was suddenly enlightened and understood the reason. They marveled at Meng Kuer's quick wit. She had actually remembered the ancient words spoken during Chun Nan and the nameless demon's conversation and had now quoted them, provoking the nameless demon into a frenzy and finding the opportunity to escape. She was indeed an exceptionally intelligent woman, leaving everyone in admiration. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. Ling Yun, the young master of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families of the eastern continent, suddenly launched an attack. He pulled out a scroll from his bosom, unfurled it, and stabbed it into the left rib of Wang Tian, a disciple of the Xiaolin Temple standing beside him, causing blood to spurt and stain the scroll. Then, Ling Yun quickly struck again, stabbing the bodies of the female Tyrannosaurus Knight Lisa and her brother Thorn. All of this happened in an instant, and no one expected him to suddenly turn on his companions. The blood that gushed forth completely stained the scroll red, and a blinding crimson light erupted from it, surging into the air with waves of terrifying magical energy. The nameless demon, rampaging in the sky, sensed the intense magical energy fluctuations. Although he was in a state of madness, he had not completely lost his nature. He waved his left hand repeatedly, casting a black, demonic aura that enveloped the area. But he was still a step too slow to stop the red light. In a flash, the red light, carrying Ling Yun, disappeared into the air. But the black demonic aura completely sealed off the enormous crack in the illusory sky. The intense magical energy waves revived the unconscious, mysterious masked sorceress Alice, who happened to see the red light flashing away. She exclaimed in shock, "The Bloodlife Sacrifice, the legendary spatial magic scroll." Everyone was utterly shocked. In just an instant, 2 companions had escaped, while 3 lay in a pool of blood. Qianlong, Xiaofeng, and others hurriedly helped Wang Tian, Lisa, and Thorn up, carefully trying to stop their bleeding and treat their wounds. However, the injuries of the 3 were far too severe. Ling Yun had used his palm as a blade, not only piercing their soft ribs, but also shattering their internal organs with his immense palm strength. It was clear that the 3 would not survive. Everyone was filled with rage. Ling Yun was too treacherous and ruthless. In order to escape, he had actually ambushed his companions, which was indeed cold-blooded and shameless. Although Chun Nen had been knocked to the ground by the nameless demon, he did not lose consciousness. He witnessed everything and admired Meng Kuter's quick thinking while loathing Ling Yun's shamelessness. Overall, he had no good feelings for either of them. Meng Kuter was cunning and inscrutable, while Ling Yun was treacherous and despicable. Alice stood up, chanting a spell. A white light enveloped the 3, gradually healing their wounds. But there were no signs of them waking up. "I have done my best. Few are proficient in life magic. Although I have practiced it, I cannot help with such severe injuries," she said. Everyone was filled with resentment towards Ling Yun's despicable actions. Alice continued, "The scroll used by Ling Yun is the legendary spatial magic scroll, capable of transporting a person thousands of meters away in an instant. However, that scroll seems to have been created by an evil necromancer. To activate it, one must perform a sacrifice with blood and life energy. Spatial magic has been lost for many years, and what people today grasp is merely superficial. No one can create a powerful spatial magic scroll anymore. I never expected to see it in the hands of that despicable person. I believe he must have unearthed it from an ancient tomb." Half an hour later, the nameless demon, who had been rampaging in the sky, gradually calmed down. He waved his hands repeatedly, and streams of blood-red light surged toward his mind, with monstrous demonic energy swirling around him. Chun Nen understood that he was performing a self-sealing, likely completely severing the meaning of 10,000 years, and that the outside world would probably no longer be able to stimulate him. An immense pressure loomed overhead. This time, the nameless demon did not restrain his aura. He flew above everyone, his face dark and somewhat terrifying, especially since he was missing half a head, making him look even more horrific. "How dare someone play tricks in front of me and escape? It's the first time in thousands of years that I've been mocked like this. It's truly detestable. But I must admit, it shows her capability. While I am angry, I also have a hint of admiration. Humph. The rest of you should not think of escaping in this way. I have completely sealed part of my memory. It is time to end your fates." With a wave of his hands, the monstrous demonic energy enveloped everyone, and the immense pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Except for Chun Nan, who was pushed aside. Everyone else collapsed to the ground. The nameless demon was clearly enraged. He could not tolerate being played with by a woman whose cultivation was far inferior to his. Just as everyone was losing hope, Chun Nan shouted, "Wait. Every person here has their own extraordinary qualities. That woman just now played tricks on you, making you both angry and a bit impressed by her cleverness. I dare say that each person's intellect here is not inferior to hers. Given the opportunity, they too can demonstrate qualities worthy of your admiration." The nameless demon stopped his movements, his single eye fixated intently on Chun Nan as he said in a deep voice, "You people have indeed surprised me in some ways. First, your body is strangely unusual, revealing a great secret to me. And then that woman successfully drove me mad and calmly escaped. However, I keep my word. They will never leave here alive. They all must die." Boom. With a loud bang, the monstrous demonic energy surged forth, completely engulfing Xiaofeng, Qianlong, and the others. And then the demonic energy formed a whirlwind that swept into the depths of the illusory sky. The The once fragrant and melodious world was now a scene of devastation, filled with broken branches and fallen leaves. As the once ethereal illusion withered away, its beauty utterly destroyed. You killed them? Chen Nin was both shocked and furious. He had never considered himself a good person, but he also never acknowledged himself as a villain. In his eyes, there was no absolute black and white, no true good and evil. However, he always held a moral line in his heart that could not be crossed. He could be cruel, vicious, and despicable to enemies, but he would never be cold-blooded towards his companions or those he deemed worthy of friendship. He felt immense anger towards the nameless demon's actions, but was powerless to stop it. The nameless demon remained silent, descending to the ground and retracting the powerful aura he had been emitting. He looked up at the sky with a sense of desolation, then sighed deeply, saying, "Let's talk. Perhaps we can uncover the secrets we each wish to know." Chen Nin gradually calmed down, suppressing the anger in his heart. Some things are destined to have no outcome and cannot be pursued. He did not want to engage in meaningless actions. Now, strength represented everything, and he was powerless to argue or act impulsively. He said coldly, "If I say something to you, you might lose your true nature again and fall into madness. I won't. I have sealed away the memories of fear and terror in my heart," the nameless demon said somewhat helplessly, with a hint of sadness. Chen Nan was astonished. What could possibly frighten a demon? The nameless demon seemed to see his doubt and said despondently, "I don't know what it is either. I only have some vague impressions that I can't fully recall. I have no way of knowing what happened in that distant past. However, every time I think of it or someone mentions it, I can't help but want to explore that hazy memory, but I have never succeeded. As soon as I touch that memory, I lose my true nature and fall into madness. Now, that memory has been completely sealed by me, and nothing will happen again." Chen Nan was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "What kind of feeling is it? Why do you have vague impressions, but cannot clearly remember the past? You once said that the time you lose your true nature is getting longer, and the time you are awake is getting shorter. Is it also because of that hazy memory?" The nameless demon shook his head and sighed. "The usual loss of true nature has nothing to do with that hazy memory. It's a problem with my own mind, which is becoming more chaotic. As for that hazy memory, it feels very peculiar. Something significant must have happened in that distant past. It seems to contain some earth-shattering secret, but I really can't grasp the information contained in that hazy memory. I have a feeling that someone has tampered with my soul, erasing some important marks, and I think that is the main reason I can't remember those past events." "What? Someone tampered with you? Erased certain marks from your soul?" Chen Nin exclaimed in shock. It was hard to imagine that someone had employed certain means against such a powerful ancient demon. "Yes, it's entirely an instinctive intuition. You must have had that mysterious feeling too, something that cannot be deduced or proven, but is nonetheless a fact." "I have had that feeling," Chen Nin nodded, recalling that before arriving at the death abyss, he had sensed something would happen based on instinct. He believed in the intuition the nameless demon spoke of. The nameless demon continued, "All of this is instinctive intuition. I don't know the exact facts. However, one thing is certain. Someone has placed certain seals on me, and many of my powers cannot be used now. I can only rely on my strength to fight. I have no way of knowing who has used these means against me, and that is the most painful thing for me." Chen Nan, shocked, felt a sense of pity for him. What did it matter if one was powerful enough to reach the demon realm, if in the end, they were just a puppet controlled by someone else? But the person behind this was far too terrifying. A being as powerful as the nameless demon could dominate the heavens and the earth, yet in the end. "Do you know the secrets of the demons from 10,000 years ago? Do you know why you appeared in this abyss?" Chen Nan, not willing to give up, was very interested in events from 10,000 years ago. "I don't know about the events from 10,000 years ago. They must have been erased from my memory. The remaining vague memories can only drive me mad and provide no useful information. I have already completely sealed them. I don't know why I appeared here. This seems to be the initial area of my main memories, as if my memories began from here." The nameless demon's face showed a look of profound sorrow. Not knowing who he was or where he came from, knowing nothing about his past. "Why don't you leave here?" The nameless demon looked up at the sky, and the red light in his single eye dimmed, his gaze gradually becoming hollow. After a long time, he regained his senses and sighed, "I cannot leave here. My soul constantly reminds me that I need to guard this place, and I cannot tolerate anyone stepping foot here. Any powerful existence within hundreds of miles that threatens this place, I will destroy by any means necessary. I want to guard this place forever, until this world is destroyed." You don't even know what you are guarding, yet you insist on doing so. Do you think it has any meaning? You don't understand. My subconscious tells me that even if I die, I cannot let anyone disturb this place. Even during the days when I lose my true nature, my subconscious controls my body to patrol and guard this abyss. Chun Nin gradually understood. The day the nameless demon wielded overwhelming demonic energy and inexplicably appeared above the Divine Wind Academy might have been due to the influence of his subconscious to attack the small dragon, which had successfully evolved into a sixth-tier divine beast. He suddenly recalled the countless skeletons within the abyss. The white, desolate bone ground was so terrifying. He couldn't even imagine how many powerful beings had fallen there. He felt his voice tremble as he asked, "Are those thousands of soul bones in the abyss caused by you?" The nameless demon shook his head and said, "Only a small part are the bones of the powerful beings I killed. The rest existed before I appeared here." "What?" Chun Nan was shocked and urgently asked, "When did you arrive here? How long has it been?" "About several thousand years, maybe close to 10,000 years. It's been so long that I can't remember clearly." Chun Nan's mind was shaken. This place was actually a relic from 10,000 years ago, and it indeed concealed earth-shattering secrets. Could this place be one of the battlefields from that catastrophe 10,000 years ago? Chun Nan muttered to himself. He looked at the nameless demon in confusion and asked, "In these thousands of years, what exactly have you been blocking here? Who exactly wants to break in?" The area surrounding the abyss is shrouded by the prison of Heaven Great Formation. It operates daily with the power of the stars, and no one can enter or exit freely. It opens once every few hundred years for about 100 days. After 100 days, the formation slowly activates, creating immense resistance around it until the formation completely operates, hiding and concealing the death abyss, making it hard for the outside world to find it. During the open period of the abyss, those who break in include peak human experts, celestial beings from the celestial realm, and many practitioners of other races. Except for those from the celestial realm, the rest mostly enter out of curiosity, but even among the celestial beings, only a few have found this place according to old legends. Most have stumbled upon it by accident. Chun Nan's mind was somewhat confused. The information he had received today was too shocking. He felt he had grasped something, but upon careful consideration, he couldn't grasp it. The nameless demon had no clear enemies. Any peak expert above the 6th tier who entered the 100-mile radius during the opening of the prison of Heaven Great Formation would suffer his attacks. However, Chun Nan was still puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, "The last time I broke into the death abyss, why didn't you kill me?" "You mean 3 months ago?" "At that time, the prison of Heaven Great Formation had just stopped operating, and I was still in a deep sleep. I sensed a faint aura then, but I had just begun to show signs of awakening and hadn't fully woken up, so I couldn't clearly capture your tracks." Chun Nan broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. He had been too reckless at that time. Through the nameless demon's narration, the terrifying mist of the abyss gradually dissipated, and he finally had some understanding of this place. Then Chun Nan asked a crucial question. "What is that cave at the deepest part of the valley, where rolling demonic energy surges constantly? What exactly is that place?" The nameless demon shook his head and said, "That place is extremely strange. It seems there is a small confinement array operating continuously, never stopping. No one can penetrate the deepest part of the cave, and even I do not know what lies within." You can't enter the deepest part either?" Although the shocking news had left Chun Nan feeling somewhat numb, he was still immensely shocked. After calming down a bit, he asked, "Is that place the origin you are meant to protect?" "No, I have no idea what specifically I am meant to guard. But I willingly stay here because my subconscious tells me that this place is worth protecting with my life. In this valley, only that bottomless demon cave makes me feel uneasy. It stirs a sense of hostility within me. If it weren't for the small confinement array inside, I would have long since charged in to destroy everything within. That place is definitely not what I am meant to protect. But it is indeed a terrifying and unpredictable realm, possibly containing some unknown mysterious things." The nameless demon seemed to fall into a dreamlike state, murmuring, "I know. There are always two forces within this valley that I cannot reach. One aura feels incredibly familiar, as if it belongs to my kin, but I can never grasp it or find its source. The other one I find extremely repulsive, even frightening. It hides in the deepest part of the demon cave." Chun Nan's thoughts spun, and he eventually shook his head with a sigh. Those two forces were beyond his understanding, and the power that frightened the demon should not exist in the mortal realm. The most important thing now was to investigate the mystery of his resurrection. The Divine Tomb needs recommendation votes. Please support it with your votes. Chapter 4. The Shocking Situation Advertisement. Online Murder Game. Book number 124833. After escaping from the death trap, Meng Kuo flew for 100 miles before stopping. She pondered for a moment and landed on a mountain peak. Ling Yun was transported by a spatial magic scroll to a valley 5 miles away. After more than 2 hours of difficult trekking, he finally found the way back and discovered the female tyrant dragon knight's blue subdragon. This filled him with great joy, and he quickly ran over. The subdragon was not unfamiliar with him and showed no hostility. Ling Yun's despicable nature played a significant role again, through repeated deception and persuasion. The subdragon carried him away from the mountain, flying toward the city of Sin at double its usual speed. Although dragons are intelligent creatures, they are far from as cunning as humans. The subdragon was deceived by Ling Yun, thinking its master was urgently seeking help from experts in the city of Sin, unaware that the person in front of it was the true executioner. When Meng Kuo saw Ling Yun riding on the back of the subdragon flying over the mountain, a strange glint flashed in her eyes. She wanted to take off into the air, but ultimately stopped, remaining silent throughout this process. After arriving at the city of Sin, Ling Yun didn't rush to the Divine Wind Academy. As soon as he entered the city, he wrote a letter. Quickly send the most elite experts of the family riding flying dragons to assist me. He wrote several thousand words and then tied it to the leg of a carrier pigeon, releasing it. After completing this, Ling Yun hurried toward the Divine Wind Academy. The nameless demon gradually stabilized his mind and looked directly at Chun Nan, saying, "You have asked me many questions. Now let's talk about you. Where do you come from? How do you understand the ancient language I speak? What is your identity, and why is there so much strangeness within you?" Chun Nan felt a surge of excitement. They were finally going to discuss the secrets about him. With the nameless demon's knowledge, he would surely be able to see through the secrets within him. He slowly calmed down, organized his words, and said, "In that distant past, when the world was clear and the gods were high above, everyone spoke the same language we use now. I am from that era, having died in a duel. But when I opened my eyes again, I found the entire world had changed. Before me were endless tombs of gods and demons. The gods of old had all died, and I had actually been resurrected from the divine tomb. The world has changed beyond recognition." Chun Nan's voice was hoarse and low. Even though he had long adapted to life in this world, he still felt a profound sense of loss and confusion within. The nameless demon listened quietly until Chun Nan finished speaking. He placed a hand on Chun Nan's back, and soon his face showed signs of shock, after which he began to meditate with his eyes closed. After a long time, he withdrew his hand and opened his single eye, saying, "Since discovering the secret within you, I have always suspected that you, like me, have long been dead, with your soul trapped within your deceased body." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan took several steps back in shock. He couldn't accept this fact, and a look of horror appeared on his face. The nameless demon waved his hand and said, "Do not be afraid. Things are far from that simple. Let me finish. I have always suspected that someone forcibly trapped my soul within my already deceased body. So when I saw the overwhelming aura of death within you, I thought you were also a living dead. But now it seems that is not the case. It can be confirmed that after your death, someone indeed used certain means on you, reversing the fate and allowing you to be reborn. Although your body is filled with endless death energy, it is also infused with a great deal of life energy, blending life and death into one. This is the first time I have seen such an anomaly." Chun Nan felt slightly comforted. The nameless demon continued, "If someone were to reverse the fate of a person on the brink of death, I believe many powerful beings in the world could do it. But to revive someone who has already been dead for a long time is truly terrifying. Such cultivation could be said to surpass the laws of nature. Just think, if he wanted to, couldn't he summon the souls of the legendary beings who have long passed? I truly cannot imagine such a person existing. However, fortunately, he is nowhere near as powerful as I imagined." The nameless demon pondered for a moment and said, "The reason you were able to be resurrected is partly due to that person's supreme cultivation, which reversed your fate and reassembled your dissipated soul, binding it within your body. On the other hand, it relied on the aura emitted by the deceased gods and demons in the divine tomb to help you gather life energy. The one who reversed your fate used a method that is truly astonishing, even targeting the heads of deceased gods and demons. He can indeed be called a genius." Chun Nan sighed in relief, no longer worried. The nameless demon looked at him and said, The divine tomb is an extremely special place, filled with the aura of gods, making it easy to gather life energy, making it an excellent location for your rebirth. But in the world, life and death are interdependent. Where there is life energy, there is also death energy. The one who reversed your fate must have set up some mysterious array around your small tomb to block the death energy and gather the life energy. However, it is impossible to completely keep the death energy out. While you absorbed endless life energy, you also accumulated endless death energy within you, just with a bit more life energy. But if one day this balance is broken, you will once again fall into an irretrievable abyss. Chen Nan was shocked. He hadn't expected such a significant hidden danger. The nameless demon said, "Only by guiding the endless death energy out of your body can the hidden danger be completely eliminated. However, this would affect your entire being. If not careful, it could disrupt the balance of life and death, leading to your complete annihilation and making it impossible to reassemble your soul. Therefore, even I do not dare to help you." Chen Nan felt a headache as he caught a glimpse of the secret of resurrection, and a hint of unease arose within him. The nameless deity comforted him, saying, "Although the death energy within you is difficult to expel, as long as nothing unexpected happens, that subtle life and death pattern will not be easily broken. Overall, you won't be in any danger." However, Chen Nan disagreed. He felt as if there was a barrel of explosives buried inside him, and any slight misstep could trigger an explosion. The nameless deity said, "The stability of the life and death pattern is not your greatest hidden danger. Your biggest risk comes from the demonic power within you. The one who reversed your fate has boundless magical power, but has still not predicted another change. While the divine energy is gathering life force, the dissipating demonic power of the gods and demons is also quietly accumulating. For countless years, the demonic power has been accumulating within you to a significant degree. During a moment of confusion, I opened my heavenly eye and discovered that there are two light spheres formed from demonic power within you. They are pulsating with life, clearly two living beings. I fear that one day they will turn against you." Chen Nan felt a bit nervous and asked, "When do you think they will start to turn against me?" "That's hard to say, but one thing is certain. They are growing by using your body, and one day they will turn against you and break free." Chen Nan's mind exploded with a thought, which was absurd yet terrifying. He felt a chill run down his spine and was filled with immense fear. He trembled and said, "Does that mean my body is a furnace for them?" "Yes," the nameless deity replied, suddenly seeming to understand Chen Nan's implication. His single eye shot out a terrifying red light, and he exclaimed, You think?" Chen Nan felt a chill in his heart and forced a smile. How could someone with such immense power save me for no reason? I think everything is within his calculations. I am merely a pitiful furnace. What he wants is for the two lives within me to come into this world. What a scheme. What a grand plan. The nameless deity couldn't help but show a look of shock. He said solemnly, "If this is indeed a scheme set by someone, the results he expects must be extraordinarily ambitious. This shocking grand plan has taken millennia to complete. What a great undertaking. Who is he? What does he want?" The nameless deity suddenly showed signs of pain, tugging at his blood-red hair with force as if he was trying hard to remember something. His distorted face twisted continuously. But in the end, he simply groaned in pain and sighed helplessly. Chen Nan was silent. If this speculation were true, it would be terrifying. Was it a kind rescue or a carefully orchestrated grand scheme? Everything was a mystery. If it was a kind rescue, that would be one thing. There are always unimaginable yet fortuitous events that occur in this world. But if it was a carefully crafted scheme, then the one who set it up was far too frightening. With such boundless magical power and meticulous thoughts, having worked hard for 10,000 years. What kind of person is he? What exactly does he want? What kind of result is he anticipating? A gentle breeze rustled, tousling Chen Nan's long hair and his heart. At that moment, he felt utterly lost. Once an ordinary youth from 10,000 years ago, he had unexpectedly revived from an ancient divine tomb after countless years. With the mystery of resurrection spanning millennia, hiding endless secrets, containing the schemes of gods and demons, and shrouded in endless fog. The nameless deity sighed heavily, patting his shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, everything is just speculation. We cannot guess how things truly are now. I think what is happening to you is not necessarily a conspiracy. It should not be a scheme deliberately crafted by anyone. Try to recall if there are any important and valuable clues, and tell me. Perhaps I can deduce something." Call for recommendation votes Chapter 5. The forbidden object. Chen Nan muttered to himself, I don't know. I really don't know. Ever since my resurrection, I have been desperately searching and cautiously verifying. I want to know what happened 10,000 years ago. I want to know why I could revive from the ancient divine tomb. But now, I'm a bit scared. I pursued the death abyss with immense excitement, longing for some clues, but now, I truly feel an overwhelming fear. I no longer want to investigate. Knowing those secrets, so what? Not knowing, so what? I still have to live. Instead, I would rather be plain and simple, enjoying every moment of life. I no longer want to probe into those distressing, terrifying secrets. The nameless deity shot a cold red light from his single eye and slapped Chun Nan hard, coldly saying, "Wake up. Stop dreaming. Do you think you can escape? If someone is truly using you, do you think you can escape his grasp? Retreating will only allow his conspiracy to proceed smoothly. Not resisting or struggling is even worse than being a coward." With a single slap, the nameless deity knocked Chun Nan to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he got back up. At that moment, he felt as if he had walked out of a nightmare and was completely awakened. He bitterly smiled and said, "Slapped by a god, heh." The nameless deity said, "I always feel that someone has tampered with me, erasing certain marks from my life. I always feel like I am a pawn in someone else's game. I truly refuse to accept that. I do not want to be controlled by fate. I do not want to be led by others. Although our experiences are different, I see some of my shadows in you. I do not want you to walk down my path. Whether you are being designed in a scheme is still uncertain, but regardless, you should resist. You should seize your own fate and search for the unknown secrets from 10,000 years ago, breaking free from the predetermined trajectory of fate." At this moment, Chun Nan had completely calmed down. He nodded and said, "I know what to do. I will strive for it." The nameless deity said, "Do not be afraid of anything. Do not worry about anything. Based on what you have told me, something must have happened in the world 10,000 years ago. The more powerful the existence, the greater the impact. It seems that countless strong beings cannot escape death. The one who cast a spell on you, regardless of whether he is benevolent or malevolent, has also been greatly affected. While he may not have died, he is certainly heavily injured. Even gods and demons, if severely harmed, will hide their whereabouts and fall into slumber in the most secret places. I suspect that for 10,000 years, he has lost contact with you and cannot look after you. You now have time and energy to slowly search for the truth, to understand the unknown secrets, and to break free from the arrangements of fate." Chun Nan felt as if he had walked out of the fog, no longer showing any signs of confusion. He nodded and said, "Thank you for the encouragement. I understand what to do." The nameless deity looked at him and said, "Now I will explore your body to see what those two light spheres are like." Under the nameless deity's request, Chun Nan relaxed his body. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and slowly he fell into a coma. His body lay flat on the ground, and then slowly floated up, hovering in front of the nameless deity. The nameless demon's single eye shot out a red light, piercing through Chun Nan's body, capturing the trajectory of the two orbs of light he had seen earlier. At this moment, the two orbs were quietly lurking in Chun Nan's dantian, seemingly fluctuating with his emotional state. Whenever he felt excited, the two orbs would dart around in his body, and whenever his mind was calm, they would remain still in his dantian. The nameless demon nodded, feeling that these two orbs were indeed extraordinary. Without opening his heavenly eye, it would be impossible to discover them. He suddenly shook his body. A terrifying aura surged from within him, filling the heavens and earth with endless red light. He waved his hands gently, and the dazzling red light transformed into a soft red glow that flowed into Chun Nan's body, reaching his dantian where the two orbs, one gold and one black, were completely enveloped in the faint red light. At first, there was no reaction. The two orbs were incredibly quiet. However, as the red light increased, the orbs gradually became restless, starting to rotate within Chun Nan's dantian, seemingly trying to dispel the red light. The nameless demon felt the resistance and couldn't help but accelerate the injection of red light. The red light intertwined with the two orbs, and Chun Nan's dantian became clear, with red, gold, and black light reflecting off each other. Suddenly, at this moment, a gentle white light emanated from Chun Nan's chest, and a pure aura spread throughout the illusory realm. The jade rui on his chest trembled gently, as a holy radiance, like water, slowly flowed into his body, gathering towards his dantian. The nameless demon was greatly astonished. Although he had sensed that Chun Nan wore a celestial-grade artifact on his chest, he did not expect it to be so extraordinary. actually emanating pure celestial energy, operating as if it had a life of its own. The gentle, holy light quickly surged into Chun Nan's dantian, joining the tug-of-war among the red, gold, and black lights, creating a blend of 4 colors. The nameless demon had to increase his strength again, rapidly injecting red light to counter the other 3 colors. He had originally intended to confine the 2 orbs of gold and black to investigate their peculiarities. However, at this moment, he felt too careless. The 2 small orbs contained boundless demonic power that he could not suppress, let alone completely confine. As the holy light from the jade rui continued to flow into the dantian, the nameless demon felt increasingly strained. Once the 4 colors of light intertwined, he had to abandon his initial intention and began to passively contend with them. Time slowly passed, and the red light emitted by the nameless demon struggled with the 3 colors of light within Chun Nan's body, gradually reaching a state of balance where neither could gain the upper hand or escape. However, one thing was common. All 4 colors of light were cautiously restraining their power within the narrow vacuum of Chun Nan's dantian, afraid of tearing his body apart. This delicate state persisted as Chun Nan remained in a deep sleep. The nameless demon felt anxious and somewhat regretful, realizing he had been too reckless. To break the current delicate balance, a 5th force was urgently needed, even if that power was incredibly weak. But where could he find the 5th force in this illusory realm? Unless Chun Nan woke up and used the relatively weak power within him to break this balance. The nameless demon could not move at all, having poured all his strength into Chun Nan's body, contending and entangling with the other 3 colors. He secretly regretted putting Chun Nan into a deep sleep. Who knew how long it would take for him to awaken on his own? Time passed, and a day and night had gone by without any signs of Chun Nan waking up. The nameless demon felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. During this day and night, he gradually noticed some things. The gold and black orbs had been defensively passive, emitting no signs of consciousness, as if they were 2 thoughtless beings. Meanwhile, the gentle white light emanating from Chun Nan's jade rui seemed highly aggressive, constantly trying to incorporate the 2 orbs, as if it wanted to devour them, and within that holy radiance, there was a faint stream of consciousness. The nameless demon tried to capture that stream of consciousness, but it felt incredibly difficult. All his power had been injected into Chun Nan's dantian, making it hard to deploy any divine abilities. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days and nights had passed, and the nameless demon felt utterly exhausted. He never expected that a mortal's body could render him powerless and completely lose his ability to act. He suspected that if this state continued, he might run out of energy, which infuriated him. This was truly a disgrace for a demon. Through the confrontation with the 3 colors of light, the nameless demon felt increasingly fearful. The 2 orbs were clearly still growing, and just this state had already made him feel strained. Heaven knows how much they would develop in the future. However, what puzzled him was that these 2 orbs seemed to have no consciousness at all. They didn't think or emit any signs of awareness. The most terrifying thing for the nameless demon was the holy white light that penetrated into Chun Nan's dantian from the jade rui, vast as the sea and unfathomable. And it actually emitted a stream of consciousness, seemingly intent on taking the power of the gold and black orbs for itself. The nameless demon truly felt a headache. The secrets within Chun Nan were indeed significant, both internally and externally, filled with unimaginable oddities. On the 4th day, just as the nameless demon felt his strength waning, Chun Nan finally opened his eyes and slowly regained his senses. The nameless demon was extremely excited. He wanted to instruct Chun Nan on what to do, but found he had no strength left. He wished to convey his thoughts through a stream of consciousness, but realized he was powerless to do so, only able to watch anxiously. However, once Chun Nan woke up, the true energy dormant within him began to activate, slowly flowing through his body, which greatly delighted the nameless demon. The circulating true energy grew stronger, and as it flowed into the dantian, Chun Nan felt a jolt, as if the energy sea was churning violently. The delicate balance was broken, and the nameless demon spat out a mouthful of blood. At the moment the true energy surged into the dantian, he quickly withdrew all the red power. With the 4 colors of light diminished, the pure white light lost its power. It could no longer rely on the nameless demon's strength to suppress the 2 orbs, and finally withdrew helplessly from Chun Nan's body. Chun Nan's dantian finally returned to calm. The 2-colored orbs remained still, nestled within the energy sea, with true energy flowing gently, ceaselessly. Chun Nan spun around, transitioning from a state of suspended motion in the air to standing on the ground. The nameless demon let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "You really have a lot of oddities hidden within you. I couldn't uncover the secrets of those two orbs. All I know is that they emit no mental fluctuations, as if they are thoughtless beings, which is somewhat difficult to imagine. I didn't expect their power to be so strong. It truly is the accumulation and sedimentation of the powers of gods and demons. If they really grow, it would be a huge disaster for you." Chunnan frowned and said, "Thoughtless beings with no mental fluctuations. This." The nameless demon replied, "Just because they have no mental fluctuations now doesn't mean they won't develop consciousness in the future. You need to prepare yourself early." Chunnan nodded. The nameless demon pointed at the jade ruby exposed on his chest and said, "I sensed this celestial treasure long ago, but I didn't expect it to be far more powerful than I imagined. It actually has consciousness and emits waves of awareness. Unfortunately, I was unable to clearly capture those feelings at that time, and now when I try to communicate with it, it shows no response. Its existence has provided an opportunity for you to eliminate the two light spheres within you. I sense that it has always wanted to devour those two light spheres and claim their power for itself. This is truly terrifying, wanting to swallow so much divine and demonic power. It seems this jade ruby has a significant background in the celestial realm, but unfortunately, I have forgotten my past and have no impression of it at all. How did you come by it?" Chunnan spoke freely to the nameless demon, detailing the ancient god incident in the city of Sin. The nameless demon nodded and said, "The fact that two ancient gods would fight to the death over it is enough to prove the preciousness and importance of this divine treasure. However, I cannot sense its special qualities right now, nor do I know its uses. Of course, its extraordinariness is beyond doubt, and you should make the most of it. However, I always feel this divine treasure is too mysterious. Although it emits a holy aura, it still gives me a sense of dread when facing wolves and tigers. You must be very careful not to invite both wolf and tiger upon yourself, for I suspect the jade ruby is a forbidden object from ancient times." The nameless demon and Chunnan talked a lot, and Chunnan was very grateful. Suddenly, the entire virtual sky illusion began to shake, as if this space was about to collapse, the heavens spinning and the earth turning. The nameless demon shouted, "Not good. The heavenly locking great formation is about to activate. The death abyss is going to seal off." With a swipe of his right hand, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the virtual sky illusion. He quickly flew out with Chunnan and appeared high above the death abyss. With a wave of his hand, rolling demonic energy surrounded Chunnan, wrapping him and flying toward the outside of the Death Valley. The nameless demon's voice echoed behind him. "Whether someone has set up a shocking trap using you is hard to say, but there is no trap in this world that cannot be broken. As long as you never yield and dare to resist heaven, anything is possible. Also, be very careful with the jade ruby on you. It may be even more terrifying than the two light spheres within you." Surrounded by demonic energy, Chunnan flew out of the death abyss and landed steadily at the valley's entrance. Chunnan looked back and saw a shimmering light filling the surroundings of the valley, where countless withered bones appeared particularly eerie and terrifying under the faint glow. He tried to push against the barrier-like light shield and felt a resistance, but he could still enter the abyss. However, it seemed that in a few days, the death abyss would be completely sealed off and disappear again. Chapter 6. Human Heart. Chunnan sighed as he looked at the death abyss. When he arrived, the 10 top experts were full of confidence, eager to explore the shocking secrets hidden within the abyss. Yet at this moment, only 3 had escaped. Mengkuer had managed to escape using her own wisdom, while the despicable and shameless Ling Yun had actually succeeded by sacrificing the lives and blood of his companions. He sighed lightly. Good people may not necessarily be rewarded, and bad people may not necessarily be punished. As for me, neither good nor bad. Heh. He felt a mix of emotions in his heart. The nameless demon's words seemed to still echo in his ears, and he forced himself not to think about them because it was not the right time. Before stepping into the realm of celestial martial arts, he had no ability to change anything. For now, he could only forget everything he knew about the death abyss. Chunnan shook his head and muttered to himself. It said that surviving great calamities must lead to future blessings. Let's see what blessings await me. He began to retrace his steps. As he hurried through the thorns, Chunnan felt a bit dazed. The area was filled with towering mountains and treacherous obstacles, hundreds of miles away from the city of Sin. If he walked back following the direction in his memory, he truly didn't know how long it would take. In this vast mountain range, if he deviated even slightly, he could easily walk deep into the mountains and find it hard to return. Chun Nen furrowed his brows, hoping that the female Dragon Knight's Azure Dragon was still waiting for him at the same spot. However, after walking 5 miles, he was disappointed to find that the dragon was long gone. With no other choice, Chun Nen had to proceed on foot, following the path in his memory. He prayed in his heart, "Please don't let there be any deviation." After leaving the death abyss, the forest gradually regained its vitality, breaking free from the death-like silence. 5 miles away from the Death Valley, he could already hear the calls of birds and beasts. At that moment, Chun Nen suddenly noticed a strong light reflecting from the distant forest, but it disappeared in an instant. He was startled and then filled with joy, based on his experience. He knew that it was the light reflecting off blades and swords. To see signs of human presence in this vast mountain range excited him, and he speculated that it might be people sent by the Divine Wind Academy. He was about to call out, but stopped himself, hiding his presence and cautiously moving forward. As Chun Nen stealthily approached the forest ahead, he could clearly sense the auras of several experts within. There were 3 people in total, with long breaths and strong internal energy, all being high-level practitioners. He became even more cautious, lurking behind a giant tree, concealing his breath and remaining completely still. The 3 people in the forest remained silent, but exuded a faint killing intent, like hidden leopards waiting for prey to walk into their ambush. Chun Nen felt alarmed and increasingly sensed that something was off. He had a bad premonition that these individuals were indeed waiting for someone to fall into their trap. He immediately thought of the cold-blooded and shameless Ling Yun, connecting everything to him. Chun Nan's eyes shot out 2 beams of cold light, and his pupils contracted sharply, feeling genuine anger. However, he did not act rashly and continued to observe the 3 quietly. The 3 in the forest seemed very patient, or rather, very professional. They were outstanding hunters, and an hour passed without them saying a word. After another 2 hours of silence, the 3 in the forest remained motionless, without a sound. Gradually, Chun Nen became anxious, and just as he was about to take action, someone finally spoke. "Is it really possible for someone to survive leaving the death abyss?" "I think not. It's hard for the remaining ones to come out alive." "Nothing is impossible. There are no absolutes in this world. We don't need to think too much. We just need to strictly execute the tasks assigned from above and must not let a single person escape." A leader-like figure spoke, "You 2 shut up. Other groups are very close to us. If they hear us discussing, it will be troublesome. Our current task is to remain silent and wait quietly until the target appears. Then immediately call the other groups to ambush the target." The forest returned to silence again. Chun Nen felt a chill in his heart, as he suspected. Things were very bad. These people were actually preparing to ambush survivors from the death abyss, which was utterly reprehensible. Worse yet, the ambushers were not just 3. There were multiple groups hiding not far away. It was clear that there would be multiple ambushes on the way back to the City of Sin. Half an hour later, Chun Nen stepped lightly, moving like a ghost, silently circling behind one of them. He gently swung his right palm down, and the person fell to the ground without a sound. Then, he moved like a ghost within the forest, and in just a moment, he ambushed and knocked out the 3 individuals. Chun Nen carefully dragged the 3 individuals away from the forest, bringing one of them to a place he deemed relatively safe. As that person was about to scream, Chun Nen swiftly slapped him, sealing his mute acupoint, and coldly warned, "If you dare shout, I'll immediately carve you up." The man did not submit. He whimpered a few times. Chun Nen, not wanting to waste words, directly dislocated his shoulder blades, rendering his arms useless. The man broke out in a cold sweat, his arms hanging limply. Chun Nen coldly said, "I don't want to waste time. You must answer my questions honestly, or you know what will happen next." What frustrated him was that the man was very tough and refused to yield. Although he couldn't speak, he continued to make muffled sounds, glaring at Chun Nen with malice, as if cursing him. Chun Nen directly knocked him unconscious with a slap, and then woke up another person, only to find that this one was just as tough. He woke up the last person, but the situation was the same. The man still refused to submit. Chun Nen was furious. If these people were upright individuals, such stubbornness might be understandable, but they were all underhanded thugs, yet they were so obstinate. He began to apply cruel torture methods, such as dislocating their joints. But the 3 remained tight-lipped, each glaring at him fiercely. Chun Nen, seeing that he couldn't extract any information, began to search their bodies. Yet he still found no valuable clues. Finally, he thought for a moment and directly crippled their cultivation, then sealed all their major acupoints and discarded them in the grass. He stealthily moved back into the forest, planning to quietly eliminate the people within, then take a detour back to the City of Sin. The forest remained silent. But Chun Nin knew that the road to the City of Sin was fraught with dangers. A massive net had already been laid, waiting for those trying to escape a death trap. This time he was more cautious, sneaking and lying low. He knew that these people might be mercenaries who would never reveal anything, so he planned to listen for any valuable clues from behind. Within the forest, he sensed a group nearby. He remained motionless and hid himself. After a long while, he heard one person speak. "Do you really think someone can survive and come out? I think it's impossible." But immediately after, another person scolded, "Shut up. Do you want to die? Have you forgotten what was instructed? We must not discuss this or let anything slip." Chun Nin cursed silently, feeling helpless. Suddenly, someone whispered, "Group 1, how are things on your side?" Chun Nin thought to himself, not good. The 5 people he had captured were likely members of that group, and no one could possibly respond at that moment. After thinking for a moment, he steeled himself and answered, "There's nothing going on." A voice of confusion came from the forest, followed by a loud shout. Not good. Someone has infiltrated. The forest erupted in chaos, with many figures rushing toward this direction. Chun Nin was speechless. He hadn't expected the organization of these people to be so tight. Just after escaping a death trap, he was now surrounded, and a bloody battle was inevitable. The City of Sin was in turmoil. After the secrets of the death trap were exposed to the world, people's emotions were in disarray. A few days ago, the top 10 young experts had set off for the death trap, but soon after, bad news came. Except for Mengkur, the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land and the young master of the Ling family, one of the top 10 cultivation families of the eastern continent who managed to escape. The rest were all trapped by an unknown demon in the death trap. Mengkur's whereabouts were hard to trace, and all information came from Ling Yun. The City of Sin was in an uproar, with emotions like anxiety and fear spreading among the cultivators. People lamented for the 8 experts who had not escaped, and their admirers were worried sick. Everyone was hoping that the hidden senior experts from various parts of the continent would arrive soon. The situation had escalated to this extent, and only those senior experts had the qualifications to explore the death trap further. Cultivators waited anxiously and fearfully. Meanwhile, the heads of the 4 academies dispatched experts to search for Mengkur's whereabouts, as she was one of the survivors, fearing that something might happen to her. Ling Yun received praise from all the senior experts in the City of Sin and was sought after by all the young experts. However, his days were not easy. If someone were to survive from the death trap, his lies would be exposed, and his cold-blooded, shameless face would be revealed to the world. Although he had set up some measures, he was still very worried. Additionally, while strolling alone in a garden at the God Academy, he sensed a faint killing intent. A familiar aura. In an instant, he guessed who the person hiding was. He knew it was Mengkur. In that situation, Ling Yun's mind raced, and he finally lowered his voice, saying, "Is it you, Fairy Meng? Rest assured, I will never speak carelessly. I have always admired you. What happened in the illusory sky realm does not count as real. You will always be the purest fairy in my heart. Also, please rest assured, if Chun Nin escapes from the death trap, I will personally kill him. I cannot tolerate the fact that he once defiled the fairy I hold in such high regard." Ling Yun was indeed cunning, ensuring his safety while leaving himself a clever backup plan. Eventually, the killing intent slowly dissipated, as if nothing had ever happened. The blood mist was thick in the forest, and Chun Nin had been locked in fierce combat with the hidden experts for quite some time, having already killed 2 high-ranking experts. At this moment, the weapons in his hands were all seized. In his left hand was a long sword, and in his right a long knife. He swung them wide, slashing horizontally and vertically, with substantial sword energy and dazzling blade light extending over 2 zhong, creating terrifying howls in the forest, unstoppable and unyielding. However, the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. The number of high-ranking experts surrounding him was steadily increasing, with more and more people rushing from afar to join the fray. Now, there were a total of 7 high-ranking experts attacking him. At this rate, he would surely exhaust himself to death, even if his cultivation was profound. He couldn't withstand the sheer number. The presence of so many high-ranking experts hinted at the terrifying power behind them. Just then, a piercing howl came from afar, and a figure swiftly darted through the dense trees toward him. Chun Nin felt uneasy. From that prolonged howl, he could tell the newcomer was formidable, surely a master. The howl drew closer, and soon he saw an old man in a gray robe soaring through the air, leaping several zhang like a great bird. Landing just 10 zhang away, the gray-robed old man soared into the air, his feet hovering above the ground, and kicked out a series of shadowy feet toward Chun Nan. Intense energy rippled through the forest, a torrent of immense power rushing toward Chun Nan. Chun Nan was alarmed, raising his sword and knife to slash at the incoming foot shadows. The two forces collided in midair, erupting in a series of violent energy waves, causing trees around them to be knocked down in rows from the fierce energy flow. Chun Nan staggered back several steps, while the old man landed gracefully. At this point, only the two of them remained in the arena, encircled by the others. Chun Nan inwardly cursed, realizing the old man's cultivation seemed to rival his own. And with the surrounding high-ranking experts, if they fought head-on, he would surely meet a bitter end. Old man, who are you really? And why are you lying in ambush here to attack me? The old man squinted his eyes, looking at the album in his hands, inadvertently shooting out 2 cold glimmers. He sneered, "You must be Chun Nan. There's no need to tell you who we are. Today, you are definitely going to die." On a mountain peak 5 miles away from the brink of death, a stunning beauty in white, with skin as white as snow, was staring intently at the movements in the forest. The gentle breeze brushed against her, making her seem like a fairy ready to ride the wind away. However, at this moment, the fairy on the mountain had a frosty expression, without a trace of a smile, her eyes radiating a cold light, surrounded by a palpable aura of killing intent. The beauty in white was Meng Kuo. She had quietly returned to the city of Sin once, and then come back to this mountain, waiting at the only path back to the city of Sin. She had already spotted Chun Nan's figure in the woods, and her killing intent was directed at him, but she did not reveal herself. She did not want to expose herself to the people in the forest. Chapter 7. The Power of Words. Chun Nan laughed in anger. "You old fool are really arrogant. Just you guys? Haha." The old man did not get angry. He coldly said, "What you see is only part of our strength. More people are on their way here." At that moment, another powerful whistle echoed, equally vigorous. Chun Nan thought to himself, "Not good, another old man." He dared not say more, and quickly stepped into the void god step, rushing out of the encirclement. The gray-robed old man shadowed him, fiercely slapping a palm behind him. Without looking back, Chun Nan slashed backward with his sword, while fiercely striking forward with his long knife against the person blocking his way. The brilliant sword energy he slashed backward collided with the old man's fierce palm force, exploding into a dazzling light. The immense collision force made Chun Nan feel an uncomfortable sensation in his chest and abdomen, but thankfully, he was not injured. Using that great force, he quickly charged forward, his long knife descending like the Grim Reaper's scythe, instantly slashing the person before him to pieces. With the void god step, Chun Nan flew through the heavy blood mist, fleeing towards the direction of the brink of death. Now, he could only escape in that direction. The other 3 sides were already surrounded by people. Shortly after he fled, a black-robed old man rushed into the forest where the battle had occurred. He quietly asked the gray-robed old man, who escaped from the brink of death, "Chun Nan, oh, it really is him. We need not rush to pursue him, lest we alert the nameless demon of the brink of death. After all the necessary paths have been blocked by us, and he can't possibly escape." But what was the reality? The nameless demon had already sensed the presence of everyone here. But he did not move. Cultivators who had not reached the 6th tier would hardly attract his attention unless they entered the brink of death. Meng Kuo stood on the distant peak, observing everything without taking any action. She wanted to avoid exposing her whereabouts. And she was also afraid of startling the nameless demon in the brink of death. In the past 3 days, the brink of death underwent astonishing changes. The light shield surrounding it grew dimmer, as if it was about to dissolve into the air. Chun Nan had tried to step into the brink of death, but after moving a few steps forward, he was pushed back by a great force. He knew that the heavenly trapping great formation had activated, and it seemed that it would not take long for the brink of death to disappear without a trace. On the 5th day, Chun Nan killed 2 more tiered experts, causing the leader of the forest to feel immense pain. He knew how much time and effort it took to cultivate a tiered expert, and within just a few days, he had been repeatedly ambushed and killed. He was furious, but did not dare to chase into the brink of death. However, everything changed on the 6th day. On the morning of the 6th day, as Chun Nan woke from his dreams, he suddenly realized that the oppressive death aura and the heavy pressure weighing on his heart had vanished without a trace. He quickly turned his face to look around. And after a careful inspection, he was shocked to find that the brink of death, along with the nearby mountain, had completely disappeared. It had vanished into thin air. Although he had already been informed by the nameless demon about the possibility of such an event, he was still taken aback. It was truly beyond imagination. Shocked as he was, he could only sigh. This journey to the brink of death had been bizarre, filled with unimaginable occurrences. But he could only temporarily forget about those things. They felt too distant now, and he was powerless to investigate further. Forget, temporarily forget. When Chun Nin came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that he no longer had a safe barrier. The brink of death had vanished, and the many experts lying in ambush 5 miles away no longer had any scruples. They would soon come rushing in. Now the three parties were surrounded, with only the direction where the brink of death had been left unblocked. However, fleeing in that direction would only take him farther away from the city of sin. That direction led into the vast mountains. 5 miles away, the crowd suddenly felt the terrifying pressure dissipate in the morning, and everyone showed joy. With countless figures advancing forward, the stunning Meng Kuer stood atop the mountain, watching everything from afar, a hint of a smile on her lips. Chun Nin looked at the shadows in the woods, drawing closer, and sighed. Now he could only run, for he had discovered 3 old men whose cultivation levels were clearly comparable to his own, plus some tiered experts assisting them. He had no chance of victory whatsoever. Before leaving, Chun Nin could not help but vent his frustrations verbally. He shouted loudly, "You bunch of turtle bastards! One day I will make you pay back tenfold." After cursing, he made an extremely vulgar gesture with his hand, and then turned to run into the mountains. The leading 3 old men were so angry their beards stood on end, shouting after him, "You little brat, don't run." A young man beside them quietly said, "Master, calling him a little brat sounds like we're really having a race between the tortoise and the hare. You brat, chase him." The gray-robed old man slapped him, then led everyone in hot pursuit of Chun Nin. At this moment, the black-robed old man stopped, quickly wrote a note, tied it to the leg of a carrier pigeon he carried with him, and then released it. Meng Kuer watched as everyone rushed into the depths of the mountains. Riding her jade lotus platform into the air, her dragon capture hand lightly waving, catching the pigeon that flew over the peak in an instant. Meng Kuer untied the note from the pigeon's leg, unfolded it, and saw a few lines of small characters. The brink of death, as rumored, has vanished without a trace. But they have yet to capture Chun Nin, who has fled into the depths of the mountains. A smile crept onto Meng Kuer's lips as she tied the note back on and released the pigeon again. In the city of Sin, when the pigeon landed beside Ling Yun, he was startled. These past few days, he had been restless, fearing that the young experts trapped in the brink of death would suddenly return successfully. He hurriedly unfolded the note, and after reading it, couldn't help but furrow his brows. He muttered to himself, "Why is this guy so lucky? He actually managed to escape. What a hassle. It would have been better if he had been trapped there like everyone else." Ling Yun walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, and finally said harshly, "If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish them. Don't blame me. I'm also forced into this." In recent days, several senior experts had been brought here by the 4 major academies using flying dragons. As the senior experts arrived one after another, the hearts of the practitioners in the city of evil gradually calmed down. Only 2 of the top 10 young experts returned. The other 8 were trapped in the death abyss, their fates unknown. The fact that the top experts of the 4 major academies were among them weighed heavily on the minds of the faculty and students. A gentle breeze blew, and the morning glow fell on the Kamikaze Academy, making this ancient academy, which had stood for 1,000 years, appear solemn and imposing. After leaving the inn, Ling Yun went straight to the Kamikaze Academy. As he walked through the academy's gates, many students cast fiery glances at him, eager to learn about his safe return from the death abyss. He had clearly become a young hero in their eyes. With the guidance of a student from the Kamikaze Academy, Ling Yun quickly found the office of the academy's vice president. After gently knocking on the door, he entered to find all the vice presidents of the 4 major academies discussing matters related to the death abyss. After greeting them, Ling Yun sat down in a wide-back chair and said, "Respected seniors, I have recovered my health and would like to share with you the details of what I experienced in the death abyss." "All right," the vice president of the Kamikaze Academy replied, showing a hint of a smile despite his fatigue from the past few days. Last time, when Ling Yun reported on the situation in the death abyss to the Kamikaze Academy, he had only briefly mentioned it. claiming to be overly frightened and confused to avoid going into detail. Of course, that had been a complete excuse. Until the situation was settled, he didn't want to reveal his thoughts for fear of exposing himself. At that time, the vice presidents of the 4 major academies saw his pale face and trembling body and assumed he had indeed suffered great shock. So they didn't press him for details, telling him to come back when he felt better. Now, as things were developing in the direction Ling Yun had once envisioned, he felt he could control the current situation and came to the Kamikaze Academy to provide a detailed report. Respected deans, I have already explained the general situation to you last time, so now I will discuss the details. At that time, my mind was a bit confused. There were some things I remembered but didn't dare to say, fearing that I might make a wrong judgment in such an excited state. Oh, the vice president of the Immortal Martial Academy's eyes lit up as he asked, "Is there something important you've not mentioned?" Yes, I didn't dare to say it then. Now I will tell you, respected seniors, and you can judge and think for yourselves. All right, go ahead. Cooperating with his words, Ling Yun displayed a shocked expression and said, "An incredible thing happened at that time. I always thought I was losing my mind, so I didn't dare to mention it upon returning." Chen was actually able to converse with the nameless demon, and he understood the ancient language of the demons. Ling Yun had never mentioned this matter to the vice presidents of the 4 major academies. He knew that the highest realm of lying is to mix truth with falsehood. He kept this piece of real information to enhance the persuasiveness of his future fabrications. He glanced slyly and noticed the 4 elders showing clear signs of shock, which made him more engaged as he continued. Looking back now, I can be certain that it was true. Chen really understood the ancient language of the demons. If you don't believe me, you can verify it with Dream Fairy once she appears. The 4 elders clearly exhibited intense emotional fluctuations, and the vice president of the Illusory Demon Academy excitedly urged, "Continue." Chen conversed with the nameless demon for a long time, and eventually, the nameless demon brought us into a strange realm called the Illusionary Sky. Ling Yun mixed truth with lies, striving to create the impression that Chen was deliberately trying to please the nameless demon, and painted a scene where the nameless demon seemed very friendly towards Chen. Of course, he didn't state this directly. He was very meticulous with his language, narrating smoothly without leaving any trace. Through Ling Yun's detailed account, vivid images appeared before the 4 elders. It seemed that Chen was very close to the nameless demon. Logically, the nameless demon shouldn't have attacked them. But in the end, Chen said something to him, and the nameless demon suddenly began to attack them. Yet he regarded Chen differently, allowing him to step aside. In the end, only Dream Kuer and Ling Yun rushed out. Finally, Ling Yun added, "If it weren't for the life-saving magic scroll I carried, which activated at the last moment, I fear only Dream Fairy would have been able to escape. The moment I fled the illusionary sky, I caught a hasty glimpse and noticed that apart from Chen, the other 7 seemed." What seemed to happen? The vice president of the God of War Academy asked eagerly. Ling Yun replied uncertainly, "Since it was just a hasty glance, it seemed to me that apart from Chen, the other 7 were all lying on the ground." The vague statement made it easier for people to believe what he said was true, suggesting that apart from Chen, the other 7 might have already met their demise. The fact that the top young experts of the 4 major academies were among them weighed heavily on the hearts of the 4 elders. If Dream Kuer were to be called in to verify what Ling Yun said, many flaws could certainly be discovered, but Ling Yun was not worried. He knew that Dream Kuer hated Chen to the bone, and moreover, a few days ago, when she had aimed to kill him, he had set up a clever backup plan. At that time, he had sworn not to speak of the embarrassing things he saw in the illusionary sky, and that he would personally eliminate Chen to express his admiration for Dream Kuer. He believed that Dream Kuer would never jump out to accuse him of lying, as she would be very pleased to see Chen removed. Through their brief interactions, Ling Yun had already seen that although this woman was the heir of the ancient Holy Land, she was not bound by the constraints of the righteous path. She was a woman of active thoughts who might resort to any means necessary to achieve her goals, as long as they fell within acceptable limits. Seeing the vice presidents of the 4 major academies lost in thought, and the 2 female students serving tea in shock, Ling Yun smiled. The contents of Ling Yun's report this time were like a small stone dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples that spread outward in circles. The news first spread within the Kamikaze Academy and then reached outside the academy. In just a few days, many people in the City of Evil learned of this news. With the encouragement of interested parties, The complex and enigmatic relationship between Chunnan and the nameless demon had been sensationalized. Eventually, after the hidden people fanned the flames, various versions about Chunnan began to diversify, such as betraying friends, despicable and shameless, the demon's lackey. Many people had already learned that the nameless demon required a supply every 100 years. And now that he had just revived, he urgently needed the baptism of life and blood sacrifices, with exceptionally talented young people being his best nourishment. And Chunnan was the messenger of the demon. With rumors running rampant, although various claims differed, one thing was common. Chunnan was undoubtedly a villain, an evil person. Many people can't stand to see others doing well. Recently, Chunnan's reputation has been booming, and his fame has spread across the continent, which has caused dissatisfaction among a considerable number of people. In this turmoil, many unrelated individuals have become the main force in fanning the flames, tirelessly promoting Chunnan's evil. As the saying goes, the voices of the crowd can melt gold. After repeated hype, what is true can become false, and what is false can become true, especially since a significant number of people are willing to accept this fact. The Chunnan incident has escalated. Aside from the vice president of the Divine Wind Academy, who previously came out to clarify things, the vice presidents of the other 3 major academies have surprisingly chosen to remain silent, which only adds to the belief in the authenticity of the matter. In Ling Yun's original intention, he only wanted to create chaos and never thought of making everyone believe those rumors. Although he sent many trusted family members to mingle in the crowd to slander and harm Chunnan, the situation far exceeded his expectations. Ling Yun sneered. This is what human nature is. He never anticipated that things would develop to this extent, and he could only lament that everyone has inherent flaws. Chunnan, you can only blame yourself for being too prominent, provoking discontent among many. Truly, heaven is helping me. When the situation gradually spirals out of control, everyone learns of the death trap, and you are discovered by the dissatisfied masses deep in the mountains, then everything will be perfect. In fact, Ling Yun is under significant pressure. If the situation is exposed, not only will he be disgraced, but his family will also suffer great repercussions. From the very beginning, he had already lost the ability to retreat. He had embarked on a path of no return. Chapter 8. Counterattack. Half of Chunnan's clothing was stained dark red. The mark of blood dried up. He reeked of a heavy smell of blood. After days of fleeing, he had lost count of how many fierce battles he had fought with his pursuers. From the beginning until now, he had killed more than a dozen experts, achieving remarkable results, but he himself had also paid a certain price. At this moment, he was not physically injured, but after consecutive battles, his internal injuries had become extremely serious. However, he had no time to recuperate, as the pursuers could appear at any moment. If this continued to deteriorate, Chunnan's life would truly be in jeopardy. Although there was no evidence, through various clues, combined with a kind of instinctive intuition, Chunnan had long determined that these people were sent by Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you bastard, you are indeed malicious. To protect your reputation, you actually want to wipe out everyone who escapes from the death trap. Once I get out of here, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Chunnan cursed silently. Then he thought of another possibility. What if Ling Yun framed him? Now that he was trapped in the mountains, he had no way to defend himself. If Ling Yun wanted to slander and harm him, he could fabricate anything he wanted. Damn, that bastard. Chunnan knew that Ling Yun would definitely make a big deal out of it, which was truly giving him a headache. Right now, the other party's greatest desire was to eliminate him, the thorn in their side, in the mountains, to cut off future troubles. Chunnan touched the cold blade, gritting his teeth and saying, I'll let you be proud for a while. When I escape from the mountains, I will make you regret being born into this world. Chunnan forcefully tore at the roasted wild rabbit, swallowing quickly. He had no idea when the enemy would appear before him, so he remained extremely cautious even while eating. These damn bastards, both hunting dogs and hunting eagles, really give me a headache. In fact, Chunnan possessed the divine void steps technique, which made him much faster than those pursuing him. However, due to the presence of rigorously trained hunting dogs and eagles, those behind him could always accurately track his movements. No matter how far he ran, it was difficult to shake them off. After his counterattacks, several hunting dogs had already been eliminated, and one of the dog kings even became his meal, which vented his frustrations against those pursuing him. But he was helpless against the hunting eagles flying high above. He could not shake them off at all. After having a wild game dinner, Chunnan went to a small stream in the woods to wash his face. Looking at his blood-stained reflection in the stream, He sighed. He didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always found him. This time, if he could miraculously escape this mountain, it would undoubtedly stir up a massive storm on the continent. Night was relatively safe for Chun Nan because the hunting eagles couldn't accurately track him, and those pursuing him were also unwilling to hunt him at night for fear of being counterattacked. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the evening glow painted half the sky red. However, as night fell, he could not avoid a bloody battle, as the pursuers had caught up again, and he could already hear the distant barking of dogs. Chun Nan furrowed his brow. In the next battle, his internal injuries would likely worsen further. He began preparing for combat, carefully observing the nearby terrain to use it to his advantage during the bloodshed. Finally, he set his sights on the stream, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With a knife in his right hand and a sword in his left, he found a deep spot in the water and sank into the stream. A few minutes later, 3 imposing elders led dozens of people to the spot where Chun Nan had been roasting the wild rabbit. They shouldn't have gone far. The carbon pile is still warm. This guy is quite cunning. He might be hiding nearby, so everyone be extra careful. A few hunting eagles are still circling in the sky. He should still be nearby. Dozens of people quickly dispersed, starting a meticulous search in the nearby woods. The 3 elders each guarded a direction, also spreading out among the crowd to respond to any emergencies. Though Chun Nan was submerged in the water, he could clearly sense the presence of the searchers nearby. He was waiting. This time, he wanted to take out a powerful elder. There were over 70 pursuers in total, excluding the more than 10 he had already killed. There were still more than 50 left. Among these, only the experts who had crossed into the realm of stages posed a threat to him, while the others were not to be feared. The 3 elders leading them posed the greatest threat. All 3 elders had reached the 3rd stage of great mastery, comparable to his own cultivation level. Most of his internal injuries had been sustained during battles with these 3 elders. Finally, Chun Nan sensed a powerful pursuer approaching the riverbank. From the deep internal energy, he could tell it was one of the 3 elders. However, it seemed to be a few meters away from the stream bank, not within his kill zone. Chun Nan suppressed his impulse and carefully concealed his presence, ensuring not to emit any mental or energy fluctuations. He was waiting for the best opportunity, ready to strike for a guaranteed kill. However, the footsteps moved away, which made Chun Nan exceptionally frustrated. Just as he thought he had missed his chance, the elder turned back and said, "This place is nice. If we can't find that guy, let's camp here tonight." Chun Nan felt that the elder had come to the stream's edge and seemed about to squat down to wash his face. He was almost ready to jump up in delight, secretly thinking, "You've chased me to the ends of the earth, and now you're sticking your head out for me to hit? If I don't send you to the underworld today, I truly wouldn't deserve it." At the moment the other party's hands dipped into the water, Chun Nan erupted from the depths like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, swiftly breaking the water's surface. The long knife in his hand emitted a dazzling brilliance as it charged toward the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder exclaimed, "Ah!" He clearly did not expect Chun Nan to be ambushed in the stream, and the sudden turn of events startled him. But a master is a master. Although he knew he couldn't evade that fierce blow, his instinct kicked in. He crouched down and quickly retreated, while simultaneously pushing forward with both palms, unleashing a torrent of palm energy. Although the old man in the gray robe reacted quickly, the palm strike he hastily released was ultimately too late. The blazing blade light had already surged into his body first, and his subsequent palm strike turned into a dying struggle as the powerful force surged towards Chun Nan. The people in the forest noticed this astonishing turn of events, and dozens of figures rushed towards the scene. However, by the time they arrived, the battle had already concluded. At this moment, Chun Nan had landed on the shore. His left hand wielded a long sword, deflecting the old man's fierce palm strike, while the right hand's long knife unleashed a tangible blade light that pierced through the old man's lower abdomen, causing blood to gush out like a fountain, with blood mist rising into the air. Although he saw that the crowd had arrived, Chun Nan did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, swinging his long knife again. The blade light surged like a magnificent rainbow, creating a sound like thunder and wind, shattering the old man's body into pieces, scattering the remains everywhere, prompting the rushing people to dodge. Two furious roars came from the woods as a black-robed old man and a blue-robed old man rushed over, as if they had gone mad. "Chun Nan, I will flay you alive." The 2 old men attacked Chun Nan like enraged lions. "Hey, I won't play with you anymore." Chun Nan wielded his long knife in his right hand and long sword in his left, striking simultaneously. The blade light and sword energy surged together. The tangible sharpness dazzling like a comet streaking across the sky, shining in every inch of space. Unmatched energy swirling violently, unstoppable by anyone. The sound of countless weapons shattering echoed in the area, as many weapons in people's hands were crushed by the blade light and sword energy. And several experts who hadn't reached the rank boundary were instantly pierced through their bodies. However, those who had reached the rank boundary were not so easily dealt with. Several of them erupted, recklessly blocking Chun Nan's path, shouting, "You owe my master his life. Return your father to the grave. Go join your dead master." Chun Nan was genuinely enraged. He didn't expect anyone to recklessly block him, and the two powerful old men were already attacking from behind him. If he couldn't quickly break through the blockade in front of him, his life would truly be in danger. Die! Chun Nan swung his long knife downwards. The blade light shattered the air, and the knife energy, as brilliant as divine light, shattered the long spear in front of him, crushing one of the man's arms. Yet, the opponent did not flinch at all, attacking him with bare hands, while several young people also raised their knives and swords to attack him fiercely. Chun Nan felt a sense of powerlessness. These people were surprisingly tough and did not act like the cowardly villains he had heard about, making him feel a severe headache. With this obstruction, the palm strikes from the two attacking old men had already reached Chun Nan's front. "You turtle bastard!" Chun Nan cursed angrily, and in the end, he found himself trapped in a circle. Sword energy crisscrossed, knife energy shook the sky. A fierce battle unfolded on the riverbank. Menkuer, dressed in white, stood atop a tree, quietly observing the battle in the woods. Her unparalleled beauty showed no signs of emotional fluctuation, and she seemed to have no intention of intervening. As the evening glow spread, she appeared to be adorned with golden radiance, looking incredibly pure. In the gentle breeze, the branches and leaves swayed, making it seem as if Menkuer would ride the winds away. Chun Nan struggled to hold on, feeling utterly exhausted. The two old men relentlessly pressed him into the fray, and he was overwhelmed with the urge to curse. The two old men attacked him fiercely, employing a desperate style of fighting for their lives, and with some rank experts assisting from the side, Chun Nan felt he couldn't last even half a stick of incense. "You two old perverts," Chun Nan cursed. He knew that despite possessing the divine void step, he would not be able to escape without paying a certain price. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Big pervert, watch the knife. Second pervert, watch the sword." He and the two old men clashed simultaneously, the immense impact sending his body flying at an angle, blood spurting from his mouth. During this process, those rank experts also struck out, unleashing fierce energy towards him. Chun Nan felt as if his internal organs were churning, excruciating pain flooding over him. He gritted his teeth through the agony and used his energy to soar over the heads of the crowd, swaying and stumbling as he fell to the ground. As soon as the two old men saw him land, they pursued him like lightning. Without looking, Chun Nan swung his knife 5 times in quick succession, sending dazzling blade light flying, and then he ran downstream along the creek. The black-robed old man and the blue-robed old man roared as they unleashed several overwhelming palm strikes, dispersing the rushing knife energy, and the palm power surged into Chun Nan's body. Although the palm power was no longer as fierce, Chun Nan still felt as if he had been struck by a hammer, spitting out 3 more mouthfuls of blood. However, his body shot forward like a bolt from a crossbow, racing ahead without daring to pause, needing to escape before he could no longer hold on. The mountains and forests flew past him as Chun Nan pushed the divine void step to its limits, leaping over hills and valleys until he felt he could no longer run and finally stopped. At this moment, his legs were completely numb, almost losing all sensation. He could no longer stand and collapsed with a thud on the ground. Succumbing to pain and exhaustion, he fainted. He didn't know how long it had been before he groggily awakened, feeling icy cold all over, as if he had fallen into a water pit. A flash of lightning startled him awake, followed by a deafening crash, making him sit up immediately. At this moment, the world was covered in a water curtain, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, heavy rain pouring down. He was soaked through and had no idea how long he had been caught in the rain. Chun Nan's body was sore and weak. His severely injured body had no strength left, and he lay back in the mud, gathering his strength. Although he was drenched and lying in the mud, Chun Nan felt a bit of relief, thankful for the timely arrival of the heavy rain. This time, he had taken a great risk to eliminate a powerful old man, which would surely drive his pursuers into a frenzy. they would definitely hunt him down overnight. Without this heavy rain, they might have found him here with the help of hunting dogs, and in his current weakened state, he would be unable to handle strong enemies. Therefore, he was very grateful for this timely rain. Chun Nan smiled wryly, then cursed, "Damn it, I didn't expect to have such a miserable day." After several minutes, he finally struggled to get up, swaying as he walked towards a nearby low hill. He gritted his teeth against the pain and, after a quarter of an hour of searching, finally found a dry stone cave at the foot of the hill. He stumbled and collapsed inside the cave. Chun Nan knew he absolutely could not faint again. His severely injured body had just been soaked by the rain. If he didn't treat his injuries immediately, he would surely fall ill. He forced himself to concentrate and began to meditate to heal his injuries. A faint mist rose from his clothes as they dried, and a soft golden light began to emanate from within him. Inside the stone cave, the light and mist swirled as Chun Nan's face fluctuated between brightness and darkness. He endured the intense pain in his abdomen, repeatedly circulating his family's secret technique to repair his damaged internal organs. It wasn't until dawn that Chun Nan finally finished his meditation. He sighed deeply. His severe internal injuries had improved somewhat, but a new day was about to begin, which meant the pursuit would start again. If this vicious cycle continued, he would undoubtedly perish. However, when Chun Nan stepped out of the dim cave, he immediately burst into joyous laughter. "Ha! Heaven won't destroy me after all." At this moment, the heavy rain had long stopped, but the forest was shrouded in a thick mist, making it difficult to discern objects within 5 zhang. The mountains and forests were enveloped in dense fog. Chun Nan was filled with mixed feelings. After the heavy rain last night, his scent left on the road must have long been washed away, making it difficult for the hounds to be effective. Moreover, with the fog rising again, the hawks would also struggle to track him down. After finding a mountain spring to wash up, he hunted a wild rabbit in the forest. He used his internal energy to dry some branches and began to roast the meat. As Chun Nan ate the wild game, he was deep in thought. With the heavy fog sealing off the mountains, it would take at least a day for his pursuers to find him. He chuckled to himself. If he had another day and night, he could at least recover 70 to 80% of his strength, and by then, he could calmly deal with his pursuers. As expected, the hunters failed to find any trace of him throughout the entire day. The post-rain dampness in the mountains was significant, leaving all the searchers soaked but without any valuable clues. Chun Nan continued to cultivate in the stone cave, healing his serious injuries. By nightfall, his wounds had healed significantly, and he believed that after one more night, he would be able to recover to 80%. As he gnawed on the cold rabbit leg, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes shone with cold light. "I will make you pay a heavy price. Once my body is fully recovered, none of you will be able to leave the mountains." Among the pursuers, he had already taken down over a dozen rank experts. Half of them gone, and one of the 3 highly skilled elderly men had also been killed. The remaining pursuers who had not reached the rank level were not worth his attention. Chun Nan decided that after his body recovered, he would launch a frenzied counterattack and eliminate these people in the mountains. At dawn, Chun Nan woke from his meditation, and as expected, his injuries had healed about 80%. Now, even if he faced an encirclement, he felt confident enough to fight. At that moment, the distant barking of dogs reached his ears. His pursuers had finally found his location. Chun Nan stepped out of the stone cave and looked at the dim sky, then laughed. Heaven was truly helping him. It was still drizzling, and though the rain was not heavy, it had certainly posed great difficulties for the enemy's search efforts. He crossed a low hill and ran deep into the mountains, stopping after covering over 100 miles. He decided to temporarily avoid the pursuers until he was fully recovered. The mountains were not short of ancient caves, and Chun Nan found a secluded cave to continue his meditative recovery. By the afternoon, when he opened his eyes, his injuries had nearly healed. At this moment, the barking of dogs reached his ears again. He stepped out of the cave, looked at the gray sky, and sighed. "Heaven, I truly love you. If you hadn't given me this precious time to heal, I wouldn't have been able to survive this perilous situation." Although the barking was getting closer, Chun Nan remained calm. He sat at the mouth of the cave, watching the distant forest. The barking, while loud, did not continue to move toward him, but instead lingered about a mile away. Chun Nan couldn't help but chuckle. The light drizzle was indeed charming, as it had rendered the dogs' noses ineffective. Soon the sky darkened, and the pursuers set up tents in the forest, starting to cook. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Chun Nan's mouth as he looked at the sky and said coldly, "Tonight's weather is really nice. Brothers, I strongly call for recommendation votes." Chapter 9. The Grim Reaper arrives. The rainy night forest felt exceptionally cold and eerie, with unknown wild beasts howling in the mountains, and raindrops pattering on the leaves. By the latter half of the night, the rain intensified, transforming from a fine drizzle into a torrential downpour. The world was enveloped in a curtain of water, and the entire forest was submerged in a water world. Chun Nen had completely recovered and was now in peak condition. After 3 hours of adjusting his breathing, he opened his eyes, and 2 beams of divine light flashed in the darkness. In the dark, a terrifying shadow moved swiftly through the thorns, gradually approaching the tents in the forest. Although the killing intent was reined in, an indescribable oppressive atmosphere had already spread throughout the forest. In his right hand was a gleaming long knife, and in his left was a sharp long sword. Despite the rain pouring down on him, he moved silently, yet steadily forward. The heavy rain fell relentlessly, and the sleeping people were unaware that the Grim Reaper was approaching. Chun Nen concealed all his presence, striving to reach an ethereal state. Although he harbored thoughts of killing, not a trace of killing intent leaked out. The gleaming long knife silently sliced open a tent, blood splattered, and the heads of 2 sleeping experts rolled down. Chun Nen retreated silently, like a ghost, and arrived outside another tent. With a flick of his knife, he opened the tent, blood gushed out, and heads rolled. The rain poured down, and lightning flashed across the sky. On this stormy night, a shadow moved silently through the forest, and an aura of death permeated the entire mountain. For the pursuers, this was an extraordinarily terrifying night, as a shadow like the Grim Reaper continuously reaped lives. Chun Nen had already opened 10 tents, and 20 heads had fallen to the ground. At this moment, he felt no compassion or guilt. Reality was cruel, and if he did not take ruthless action, these people would eventually kill him. As he opened the 11th tent, the 2 most powerful elderly men among the group finally sensed a hint of death and realized something was amiss. Who? 2 furious shouts rang out in the rainy night, and 2 figures rushed out from nearby tents. The 2 elderly men finally spotted the shadow in the darkness and caught a whiff of the pungent smell of blood. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning illuminated every inch of the forest. The 2 elderly men finally saw Chun Nen, who looked like a demon god, with the gleaming long knife in his hand stained with bright red blood, gradually fading as the rain washed it away. Dozens of tents had already been cut open, and blood flowed out from the tents, mixing with the rainwater on the ground, turning the earth seemingly red. Ah! The 2 cried out in despair. At the moment they shouted, all the others were awakened. Shadows rushed out from the tents. In an instant, everyone felt a heavy death aura. With the help of the flashes of lightning, they finally understood what was happening. Cut open tents, rolling heads, bright red blood. In the instant the lightning disappeared, Chun Nen suddenly vanished from in front of everyone. In the pitch-black forest, killing intent lurked, and everyone felt a shudder that came from their souls. Amidst the deafening thunder, several massive bolts of lightning appeared in the sky above the forest. And at the same time, Chun Nen appeared in front of the 2 elderly men like a ghost, the gleaming long knife striking down like the Grim Reaper's scythe toward the 2. The 2 elderly men quickly drew their swords, launching a fierce counterattack against Chun Nen. The blade light and sword energy surged through the forest, and brilliant lights illuminated every inch of the dark space, making it impossible to distinguish between blade light and lightning. The dazzling light intertwined and tore through the forest, the sword energy and blade light seemingly connected to the lightning in the sky. As 3 figures moved swiftly and collided in the light, the lightning disappeared, but the heavy rain continued to pour down. The battle between Chun Nen and the 2 old men seemed to have come to a halt. The forest was shrouded in darkness, but the scent of death still lingered in the clearing. A scream pierced the air as a blinding flash of a blade cut through the darkness. And in the bright light, a blood arrow shot out, a shiny long knife protruding from one person's chest. In an instant, the blade's glow vanished, plunging the world back into darkness. But just a moment later, the blade's light reappeared, illuminating the clearing once more, as another person fell to the ground with a scream. However, this time, the 2 highly skilled old men finally locked onto Chun Nen's presence and quickly lunged toward him. The forest was filled with flashes of blades and sword energies, as 3 figures entangled and clashed in the dazzling light. In the darkness, the well-trained experts slowly closed in on the 3, undeterred by the heavy scent of death. After delivering a powerful strike, Chun Nen suddenly retreated. As the brilliant light faded, He too vanished, darting out through a gap that had not yet closed in around him. Everyone listen to me. No one will leave the mountain alive. People must pay the price for their wrongdoings, and death is your best destination. The two highly skilled old men were enraged. One of them shouted at the sky, "Why does it have to rain so heavily? If it weren't for the continuous downpours these past few days, that bastard would have died 10 times over." Indeed, the relentless rain had changed everything. If it hadn't poured down the night before, washing away the traces Chun Nan left on the road, they would have found him long ago. At that time, Chun Nan was severely injured and unable to fight back, making it the best opportunity to kill him. But the sudden weather had turned everything around. The thick fog and rain had given him precious time to heal, and after 2 days of recuperation, he had fully recovered. That night, the torrential rain masked everyone's senses, creating excellent conditions for Chun Nan's assassination. Amid the rumbling thunder, the two exceptional old men sensed danger only at the last moment. What about the others? This time, they suffered heavy losses. Nearly half of their people were gone, leaving only about 20 survivors. The two old men nearly bit their lips in frustration. They were filled with hatred. The young men gathered together in silence. They were all trained assassins from the Ling family, indoctrinated from a young age to be loyal to their clan. Growing up in extremely harsh conditions, they were not unfamiliar with death, and at this moment, they sensed that their chances of survival seemed grim. As everyone returned to their tents to rest, Chun Nan appeared once more. He quietly watched the dark forest from a distance, his eyes glowing with a beast-like intensity. He was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to take down one of the highly skilled old men. Only those two posed a real threat to him. If he could successfully assassinate one, he would be truly safe. It wasn't that Chun Nan was cold-blooded or bloodthirsty. In the chase of being hunted, killing was the essence of survival. If one harbored mercy, even the kindness of a woman could be seen as foolish. To survive, he had no choice but to eliminate the enemy's strength. The brutal circumstances left him no options. The world was enveloped in a curtain of water, washing away the traces of evil in the forest. Reality was so cruel that even heaven could not hide it. The piled-up corpses in the forest, though cold, seemed to silently accuse those responsible. Chun Nan circumvented the pile of corpses and stealthily approached a tent. He had been watching closely and had seen the old man in blue slip into the tent ahead. Like a ghost, he adjusted his body to the lowest level of function, not releasing any trace of energy. The blade flashed like a rainbow, and a blinding light erupted in the forest. The unmatched blade energy exploding with a thunderous roar, instantly destroying the tent, the waterproof canvas turning to dust. But Chun Nan's heart sank. At the moment he struck, he felt a ripple of power, but it did not come from within the tent. It came from a nearby one. He realized something was wrong. The old man was not in that tent and had silently moved to another location. A sword energy broke through the nearby tent, charging toward him. The dazzling brilliance radiating a bone-chilling coldness. The old man was launching a counterattack. Chun Nan hurriedly raised his left-hand sword, unleashing a sharp sword energy to defend himself. But how could a hasty strike withstand the ferocious attack of a prepared opponent? Chun Nan felt a force penetrate his body, a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. But it was ultimately resolved by the continuous operation of his internal energy. Although he sustained some internal injuries, it was not severe enough to incapacitate him. Experience is indeed invaluable, he sighed, realizing that the old man had anticipated his return. He had truly underestimated him. Another old man rushed out from a nearby tent. Evidently, the tent he had been in was not the one Chun Nan had seen him enter. The young experts, alerted by the commotion, quickly emerged as well. Chun Nan did not flee immediately. Instead, he pushed his energy to its limits, golden light radiating from his body like a blazing flame surrounding him. The rainwater could no longer approach, blocked by the golden light. He stood like a golden-armored war god, exuding an imposing presence. Raising his long knife to strike at the old man, he was racing against time, aiming to inflict damage on the old man before the others closed in. The blade's glow, over 2 meters long, illuminated the entire forest, and the old man raised his sword to meet it. The blinding brightness collided, erupting into a dazzling sphere of light like the sun. Chun Nan did not stop. He took a big step forward, lifting his long knife once more, sending out another blinding flash. The blade energies and sword energies unleashed by the two combatants clashed in the air, producing a series of metallic ringing sounds. As the surging energy waves knocked down nearby trees and clusters, Chun Nan advanced 3 large steps, each causing the entire forest to tremble. He struck down 9 times in succession, the 9 solidified blade energies concentrating all his life's power, their might astonishingly great. The old man in blue, who originally matched him in skill, was forced back 5 large steps, the violent impact causing him to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Victory belongs to the brave when paths cross. This moment epitomized that truth. After 9 consecutive clashes, Chun Nan held the upper hand in momentum. Though he suffered severe internal injuries from the life-or-death combat, the black-clothed old man, having weakened in spirit at the last moment, sustained far greater damage. But that was enough. Chun Nan knew he could not eliminate his opponent. He was very satisfied with this outcome. He turned to retreat and broke through the encirclement just as the others closed in. All of this happened in an instant, like a flash of lightning. As the crowd roared, Chun Nan had already dashed out of the forest. This time, Chun Nan had narrowly avoided a counterattack and almost suffered a significant loss. But in the end, he turned danger into victory. Although he sustained considerable internal injuries, successfully severely wounding an opponent was absolutely worth it. He knew that his family's unique internal energy was extraordinarily effective, healing far faster than other methods. Coupled with his youth, he was certain he would recover before the old man in blue. Therefore, he risked his own severe injuries to inflict heavy damage on his opponent. In a day or two, he would definitely recover, but by then, his opponent would have only one remaining expert to threaten him. In the next 2 or 3 days, he could deal a brutal blow to his pursuers, and at that time, he would be the one in control. In the early morning, the heavy rain finally stopped, and the morning glow broke through the clouds, illuminating the once overcast sky. However, within the mountain forest, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. With a large pile of dead bodies in the woods, swollen from the soaking rain, a carrier pigeon soared into the sky from the forest, flying swiftly towards the direction of the city of evil. When Ling Yun learned of the latest situation deep in the mountains, he was infuriated. 3 nearly 4th-tier powerful experts led around 70 or 80 skilled fighters to surround Chun Nan alone, and they suffered heavy losses. He angrily ripped apart the note and paced back and forth in the courtyard, contemplating countermeasures. The morning glow bathed the forest, and Ming Kuter stood atop the treetops. Droplets of water clinging to the green leaves, radiating a spectrum of colors in the dawn light, making her appear like a fairy descended to the mortal realm. At this moment, her face was incredibly calm. She watched the confrontation between Chun Nan and his pursuers, but she never showed herself. Her stunning beauty revealed no emotional fluctuations, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. However, one thing was certain. She would never let Chun Nan go. Chapter 10. Making an Appearance Advertisement. A lewd book written by a lewd person. Damn weather, it really messed up my big plans. Finally, it's sunny. Those old geezers from the Divine Wind Academy should be setting off for the Death Abyss now. Ling Yun's eyes flashed with 2 beams of light. He had been waiting for news of the disappearance of the Death Abyss to come out, so he could implement his previous plans. He had already stirred up the waters of the City of Evil, and many people were dissatisfied with Chun Nan. In this chaotic situation, Ling Yun had sent people to sow discord everywhere and prepared a large amount of money, waiting for the news of the Death Abyss's disappearance. After that, he would anonymously inject 150,000 gold coins into various assassin organizations and mercenary guilds, urging them to go into the mountains and hunt down Chun Nan. He believed that money could make even the devil move, and he would distribute countless bounties under various names to encourage people to kill the villain Chun Nan. In this chaotic situation, even if the people from the Divine Wind Academy wanted to intervene, they would be overwhelmed. When everyone was calling for Chun Nan's death, the Divine Wind Academy could not risk inciting public anger and would kill Chun Nan in the chaos, leaving no one to pursue the matter. Ling Yun had no way out. He was eagerly awaiting news from the Death Abyss. In the central region of the Tianyuan continent, while heavy rain continued for several days, other parts of the continent enjoyed sunny weather, which did not affect the senior experts from various regions heading to the City of Evil. Recently, the cultivation world of the continent had become agitated. A Death Abyss had unexpectedly appeared in the mountains at the junction of the eastern and western continents, a piece of news that stirred the hearts of all cultivators. Elders from famous great clans had heard about a heaven-defying being in the central mountains of the Tianyuan continent, who would appear once every few hundred or thousand years. This time, they heard that his dwelling place was the Death Abyss, which shocked them immensely. Everyone was focused on the latest news from the City of Evil. Countless carrier pigeons flew back and forth between the City of Evil and various places on the continent. And news from the City of Evil could spread to every corner of the continent in a single day. Recently, the once prominent protector of the state of Chun Nan, had turned into a demon within a few days. All negative news about him in the City of Evil reached the ears of cultivators across the continent, and Chun Nan's reputation was thoroughly ruined. Of course, the Ling family's influence played a significant role. Their local leaders were actively spreading various evils of Chun Nan, and this momentum subtly stirred up a storm, akin to a butterfly effect. Those dissatisfied with Chun Nan, along with some impulsive young people, looked down on him, many wishing they could tear him apart immediately, although some initially did not believe the rumors. The saying a lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is still putting on its shoes applied here. Even if false, it could become true. In the eyes of many, Chun Nan had already become a demon. In contrast, Ling Yun's bravery in probing the secrets of the death abyss and successfully escaping the mouth of the nameless demon had made him a hero in the eyes of the world. His reputation soared to new heights, making him the most eye-catching young powerhouse. Meng Kuer's whereabouts remained unknown, and everyone speculated about her fate. Some believed she had not successfully escaped the death abyss and had been captured again by the nameless demon. Others thought she was gravely injured and was recuperating in secret. The continent was turbulent, and the long silent cultivation world erupted due to the appearance of the death abyss. After the rain cleared in the City of Evil, within 2 days, senior experts from various places had mostly arrived. After Ling Yun returned that day, he deliberately painted a terrifying picture of the death abyss, suggesting that even a glance could bring about a calamity. The vice presidents of the 4 academies, for various reasons, believed that it was indeed a place of great evil and strictly prohibited anyone from investigating it privately. Thus, in the days since, no cultivators in the City of Evil dared to investigate the death abyss, completely unaware that the terrifying abyss had vanished without a trace. In fact, even without the vice president's orders, those cultivators would not have dared to investigate privately. After such a prolonged period of sensationalism, it had become synonymous with hell, and no one wanted to risk their lives. After the legendary experts gathered, they took a brief rest before embarking on their journey to the death abyss. No one in the outside world knew how many experts had come or who they were, nor did they know how they were heading to the death abyss. However, all the dragon riders in the City of Evil felt an unusual atmosphere during that period. Their dragons were restless and seemed terrified. According to these dragon riders, at least 3 or 4 holy dragons had appeared in the City of Evil during that time, with some even claiming that the legendary divine dragon had emerged. From these speculations, one could imagine how terrifying the strength of those senior experts was. It is said that they had not set foot in the mortal realm for decades. If it weren't for this astonishing news, it would have been hard to summon them from their seclusion. Of course, legends remain legends. The truth is known only to the vice presidents of the 4 academies, and outsiders cannot know. While the City of Evil was in turmoil, the Ling family's assassins in the vast mountains were struggling. That night, everyone knew that Chun Nan had escaped with serious injuries, and they understood that they must not allow him to recover. Otherwise, they would truly be in danger. They had to kill him before he healed, and it could be said that this was their only chance. The group searched through the night, but by dawn, they had found no trace of Chun Nan. The heavy rain had thoroughly washed away any signs he left on the road. The hunting dogs had lost their effectiveness and could not track Chun Nan's whereabouts, and the released hunting falcons had not discovered anything either. 2 days later, their nightmare began. Once Chun Nan's body recovered, he immediately launched a counterattack against these people. The number of Ling family's assassins had fallen to less than a third of what it was before, and many of the tiered experts had already suffered heavy losses. After this counterattack, few remained, and their overall strength was significantly diminished. Although 2 exceptionally powerful elders were still present, only one could act. The other heavily injured elder would not fully recover for at least 2 or 3 days. Today, in just half a day, the Ling family's assassins suffered another loss of 10 men. Utilizing the concealment of the forest, Chun Nan continuously ambushed these people. Currently, this group had become skittish, and at the slightest rustle, they would immediately grip their weapons and stand ready. Another scream echoed, and yet another death warrior was ambushed by Chun Nan. The blade-light shot from Chun Nan's long knife created a terrifying blood hole in the man's back, bright from front to back, with blood gushing out wildly. The old man in black robes was furious, chasing after Chun Nan like an enraged lion. Chun Nan did not rush to escape. He calmly waited until the old man got close and exchanged a few blows before leisurely departing. He intended to lure the old man away. But the old man was not fooled and did not step away from the dozen or so death warriors even a single step. The old man in black understood that Chun Nan's ultimate goal was to kill the already severely injured old man in blue. If the old man in blue were indeed eliminated by Chun Nan, then Chun Nan would truly have no worries. The dozen or so death warriors gathered tightly, protecting the old man in blue in the center, while the old man in black stood at the outermost edge, coldly staring at Chun Nan not far away. He gritted his teeth and said, "You little brat, don't get too pleased with yourself. In 2 days, you will have no place to be buried." A chill ran through Chun Nan's heart. Over the past 2 days, he had continuously seen carrier pigeons take to the sky. He knew that the old man in black had been in contact with the outside world, and looking at his confident demeanor, it seemed he was not just bluffing. Chun Nan had no idea what was happening outside. In fact, he wanted to break out of the mountains as soon as possible. But after several days of fleeing in the vast mountains without knowing east from west, he had long forgotten the way back and had no idea how to return. Moreover, he felt threatened if he did not eliminate those 2 exceptionally powerful old men before leaving. Who knows when they might sneak up on him to kill him. Thus, he had not attempted to retreat. Now, seeing the cold and confident gaze in the old man's eyes, Chun Nan knew that the situation was dire. Their reinforcements might be arriving soon. Damn it, Ling Yun won't send another batch of experts, will he? He muttered to himself. With the current situation unresolved, reinforcements were on the way, putting him in a precarious position. However, he soon smiled. If Ling Yun sent people, they would surely use flying dragons for transport. If he could successfully capture a flying dragon, escaping from these mountains would not be a problem at all. Chun Nan squinted at the people ahead and sneered in his heart. "I don't believe you can go days and nights without rest. As long as you let your guard down slightly, I will surely take the life of the old man in blue." In the city of Sin, the seniors had returned in just half a day's time, bringing back news that left everyone in disbelief. The death abyss had vanished into thin air. The city of Sin erupted with excitement. All cultivators were incredibly shocked. This was beyond their imagination. The news quickly spread through carrier pigeons to various parts of the continent, and experts from various families and ancient sects were left speechless. Many cultivators from the city of Sin set out to verify the news, not because they did not believe the message brought back by the senior experts, but out of curiosity, wanting to see for themselves what traces the legendary terrifying abyss had left behind. Ling Yun was immensely pleased. He had been waiting for this moment. He immediately mobilized people to prepare. When many cultivators arrived at the death abyss on dragon riders, Ling Yun's men also arrived. Their main purpose was to create a scene. While people were focused on the empty mountains and forests, they delved deeper into the mountains, shouting, "Demon Chun Nan, don't escape." Although this show was not particularly clever, the name Chun Nan was extremely sensitive to everyone, immediately attracting all attention. People did not think much and rushed towards the mountains in droves. The news quickly reached the city of Sin. The name of the demon Chun Nan was undoubtedly solidified. The death abyss had disappeared, yet he remained unscathed, appearing before everyone. And many had seen his figure in the mountains. Moreover, if he had no guilt in his heart, why would he need to escape? Why not face everyone? This news enraged all cultivators in the city of Sin. People denounced his evil deeds, including the incident where he had teased Dongfang Phoenix at the Divine Wind Academy, which was also brought to light, coupled with the rumors of his massacre of innocents in Jean's state. Chun Nan had truly become a demon in the eyes of the cultivators. Sometimes, the words of the people are indeed frightening. The same thing, perhaps just a second ago, was still being discussed with relish, and the next second, it might be used as a cautionary tale to denounce his evil deeds. Ling Yun wanted to laugh maniacally now. Although the news coming from deep within the mountains had nearly driven him crazy, he was genuinely feeling incredibly happy. He sighed inwardly that the history of the dynasty is in the hands of the ruling class. But what about the history of the cultivation world? Naturally, it is in the hands of the powerful. The so-called truth is all fabricated by people. He was not worried about being exposed at all. He only needed a time gap, a period during which everyone believed that Chun Nan was a demon. As long as he eliminated Chun Nan during this time gap, it would perfectly conclude the matter. Even if someone questioned it afterward, they would not be able to find evidence to overturn it. Currently, in the city of Sin, the manpower available to Ling Yun from the Ling family was already limited, but the financial resources had not yet been tapped. He immediately issued orders to incite people's dissatisfaction with Chen Nan, further intensifying the conflict. At the same time, he injected large amounts of funds into various assassin organizations and mercenary guilds under various false names, launching various bounties to capture Chen Nan. Finally, Ling Yun revealed his trump card, a fourth-tier expert who had just arrived from the family, who would lead 10 high-ranking experts to join the pursuing forces of the mercenary guild to venture deep into the mountains. This force would blend in with the crowd, disguised as an ordinary mercenary organization, and would strike at Chen Nan at the most critical moment. 2 days later, the pursuing forces set out one after another, riding flying dragons towards the mountains, and at this moment, it was also when those senior experts had departed. Ling Yun stood by the window, sneering. As long as you die, everything can come to an end. In these 2 days, the roles of pursuers and the pursued seemed to have switched deep within the mountains. Chen Nan finally succeeded in assassinating the severely injured old man in blue, followed by eliminating 7 or 8 more of Ling family's death warriors. Now only the old man in black and 6 death warriors were still struggling to hold on. They no longer dared to hope to kill Chen Nan, having shifted from active offense to passive defense, a rapid reversal of the situation that was astonishing. After several life-and-death confrontations, the old man in black was already severely injured. Over these days, he had been mentally and physically exhausted, with 2 old brothers whom he had spent decades with being killed one after another. And he had been unable to do anything to the murderer. While he was filled with sorrow, he was also incredibly furious. Night quietly fell. But the night in the mountains was not peaceful. The roars of wild beasts echoed constantly. The long night was an unbearable torment for all of Ling family's death warriors. Every night, several companions would meet untimely deaths. The night was the demon's favorite time, harvesting lives in the dead of night. However, that night, these death warriors seemed a little excited. They had learned that a large pursuing army had already rushed to the mountains today, and perhaps tomorrow they would be able to find this place. As long as they held on for one more night, they might see that demons head tomorrow. The old man in black sneered into the dark depths of the mountain forest. Your death is not far off. Tomorrow you will have no place to be buried. No one responded in the dark. Only a faint fragrance wafted from the wind, pleasantly refreshing and intoxicating. Several death warriors were puzzled, sniffing hard. One of them exclaimed, "Why does it smell so good? Is there some spiritual herb or celestial ginseng about to be unearthed?" The old man in black took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Not good. Everyone, quickly hold your breath. This seems to be a special kind of sleeping drug." But it was too late. Thud, thud. 6 dead soldiers fell to the ground one after another. The old man in the black robe felt his eyelids growing heavier, and finally, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. In the moment before losing consciousness, he was still confused about how the intoxicating fragrance suddenly appeared in the forest. Could it be the work of Chen Nan? That couldn't be. If he had such a thing on him, he would have used it days ago. Everything was indeed Chen Nan's doing. Today, he discovered a familiar plant called drunken fragrance in this forest. The flowers of this plant could be ground into powder to create the finest narcotic. Upon seeing it, he was overjoyed, lamenting that if he had discovered it a few days earlier, he wouldn't have had to experience so many dangers. However, it wasn't too late to discover it now. Chen Nan had already guessed from the black-robed man's words that a large number of pursuers would arrive soon. Now that he had turned drunken fragrance into a narcotic, it was just right to experiment on the black-robed man and the others first. Perhaps it would come in handy in a couple of days. Chen Nan stepped out of the darkness, holding a gleaming long knife, and walked towards the several people who had collapsed on the ground. He did not hesitate, and with a swift motion, the knife fell. Thud, thud, thud. Blood spattered, and several heads rolled onto the ground. Chen Nan's expression remained unchanged as he turned and walked deeper into the forest. He did not want to kill without reason, but he had no choice but to wield the butcher's knife. If he allowed these people to meet up with their reinforcements tomorrow, perhaps the one being chased would be him. To survive, he had no room for choice. The enemies who had been pursuing Chen Nan for days were finally completely eliminated, but he did not feel a sense of relief. In the early morning, the dawn light shone, the grass was dewy, and birds chirped melodiously in the forest. After washing up by the stream, Chen Nan murmured, "I hope I can return safely to the city of Sin. Do you think you can walk out of this mountain alive?" Meng Cougar stood on top of a ginkgo tree 10 meters away. Her voice, which should have been melodious, was now icy cold. And her beautiful face was filled with killing intent, yet it did not diminish her ethereal presence. She still looked like a fairy, not of this world. With her flowing white clothes, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth under the dawn's glow, Chen Nan's body stiffened suddenly. There were 3 people who had escaped from the death trap, and Ling Yun had been dealing with him from the beginning. The long unseen Meng Kuer had finally appeared, and she was about to strike. Advertisement. Thunderstrike is now hot on the scene. The hidden ones are back in the gaming frenzy. Don't miss the excitement. Link Chapter 11. Approaching the Demon Temple advertisement. Books for female readers are currently in a PK. Feel free to check them out. The reason Ling Yun wanted to silence him was simple. He had seen what he shouldn't have seen. Meng Kuer also had a compelling reason to kill him. The two had already begun to secretly clash before entering the death trap. Of course, the main reason was that Chen Nan had defiled her in the illusion. Something Meng Kuer could never let go of. He had to be eliminated. I didn't expect you to appear only now. I thought you would ambush me as soon as I left the death trap, Chen Nan said calmly, even though he knew Meng Kuer's cultivation was stronger than his. Meng Kuer's initial killing intent gradually calmed down. At this moment, she showed no signs of emotional fluctuation and said, at first, I only wanted to use your hand to eliminate Ling Yun's people. Chen Nan replied, it seems I am the first, and Ling Yun is the second. We are both on your must-kill list. Is the heir of the Holy Land so hypocritical? If the top 10 experts all escaped, would you kill everyone to silence them? In the illusion of the unknown demon, we merely faced each other bare. Nothing really happened. Was it just a fleeting dream? Can you really not let it go? Meng Kuer turned to look at the endless mountains in the distance and said calmly, I have long known you harbor animosity towards me. It was only a matter of time before we clashed. We might as well bring that moment forward. As for Ling Yun, he deserves to die. I know he has done many shady things in secret, and eliminating him also serves justice for the deceased. Ha! Chen Nan laughed heartily, mocking. What a great heir of the Holy Land. Clearly wanting to kill and silence, yet looking for a grand reason. Ha! Meng Kuer was unfazed, coldly saying, if it were the #1 expert of Shenfeng Academy, Xiaofeng, or the wandering warrior Kairala, I would never act this way, because I respect their character. As for you and Ling Yun, I really can't find a reason not to kill you. Chen Nan quickly calculated in his mind. He felt that if he were to confront Meng Kuer head-on, he had no chance of winning. After all, she was one of the top young powerhouses on the continent, with extraordinary cultivation. But how could he temporarily avoid conflict with her? Miss Meng, I feel that a battle between us is indeed inevitable, but not now. Meng Kuer interrupted him, saying, do you think you can change my mind? He. She suddenly laughed, her smile bright and beautiful like spring flowers blooming. But then her expression suddenly turned cold. Don't play tricks in front of me. Chen Nan paced back and forth for a few steps, seemingly pondering something. Then suddenly stopped and said, what if I give you a reason not to fight? You will definitely be tempted. All right, give me a reason. Meng Kuer said coldly from the treetop. I suspect you really want to eliminate Ling Yun, but it seems quite difficult. First, he is in the City of Sin. And if you make a move, it will surely alert others. On the other hand, he must have some powerful subordinates who will pose a significant obstacle for you. This is also one of the reasons you have been using me to eliminate his subordinates in recent days, right? My reason for not fighting is that we cooperate. We join forces to eliminate Ling Yun, and after dealing with him, we can settle our scores. Meng Kuer sneered. You really are dreaming. You actually think you can use my power against Ling Yun? Haha, that's really funny. Chen Nan remained calm and composed, saying, let me explain slowly. I'm just a lone wanderer without any background. If you want to deal with me, it would be very easy. But Ling Yun is different. He has the Ling family behind him, one of the 10 major cultivation families in the eastern continent. You can imagine the influence of such a big family. You might not know how Ling Yun escaped from the death trap. He killed several of our companions and used their lives and blood as a sacrifice to activate the blood space magic scroll to escape. If I can survive and get out of this mountain to testify against his evil deeds, he will definitely be disgraced. At that time, even the Ling family will probably be unable to protect him. Then, it will be easy for you to kill him. Meng Kuer coldly said, do you think outsiders will believe you? Seeing that she had softened a bit, Chen Nan replied, even if they don't believe it, they will have doubts. And that's enough. When the time comes, you can immediately come out to support me, and he will inevitably be disgraced. Plus, don't worry about him slandering you and me. At that time, absolutely no one will believe him. After all, you are the heir of the ancient Holy Land, and both you and your sect hold high prestige on the continent. People will definitely believe your words. Chen Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Meng Kuer, saying, Eliminating Ling Yun is that simple. Meng Cooker suddenly laughed and said, "Indeed, it's a good strategy, but the one who benefits the most is you. It seems like you have been using me from start to finish. Not only have you cleared your name, but you've also successfully taken down your greatest enemy. Truly, a one stone kills multiple birds." Chen Nan replied, "It can't be said that way. Ling Yun is now our common enemy, and all of this is merely a necessary means to eliminate him." Meng Cooper said indifferently, "The strategy you mentioned, I have thought of it as well. But if I wanted to get rid of him, I have many ways to do so without needing to cooperate with you." Chen Nan's heart sank. But then Meng Cooper looked at him with a seemingly amused expression and said, "I think I might be too impatient. It seems better to stay out of it for now. Let's temporarily hold off on our battle." In an instant, Chen Nan understood her intention. Meng Cooper wanted to continue watching him and Ling Yun fight each other, hoping to reap the benefits. "As you wish, our great battle will wait for a while longer," Meng Cooper said as she stepped onto the Jade Lotus platform and slowly ascended like a fairy, flying towards the distant mountains and forests, gradually disappearing from sight. Chen Nan furrowed his brows. When he had eliminated all of Ling Yun's subordinates, Meng Cooper would likely turn her attention to him. Meng Cooper clearly wanted to use Chen Nan as a tool to eliminate Ling Yun's power. Chen Nan understood her purpose, but currently had no way to change the situation. If he wanted to survive in this mountainous area, he had to fight against Ling Yun's people. Chen Nan closed his eyes and thought for a while, then suddenly opened them and said coldly, "For now, let you have the upper hand. Humph, when I walk out of this mountain, I will make you understand the consequences and make you lose both your woman and your soldiers." He knew that to clear his name, he had to rely on Meng Cooper, and after a brief contemplation, he already had a vague idea. Countless pursuing forces arrived in batches on flying dragons deep in the mountains. The fourth-tier expert from the Ling family, relying on the markers left by the original pursuers, remained far ahead of the others as they properly dealt with the traces of the previous battle along the way. 2 days later, they finally discovered Chen Nan's whereabouts and signaled to the others, with countless people rushing towards the mountains and forests where Chen Nan was active. The great hunt finally began. Chen Nan stood atop a high mountain, watching the indistinct figures in the distant woods and the flying dragons constantly circling in the low sky, feeling an immense headache. He hadn't expected the pursuing forces to be so powerful. So far, there were already hundreds of them, many of whom were tiered experts. He had already engaged in close combat with several groups and found that most of them were formidable mercenaries. In that moment, he cursed Ling Yun repeatedly, admiring how ruthless Ling Yun was to invest such significant resources to eliminate him. In just one day, Chen Nan was close to collapsing. The strength of the pursuing forces was terrifying, and there were countless hidden experts among them, including many professional assassins. Realizing this, Chen Nan gasped. These individuals who understood assassination were as elusive as leopards, making them extremely difficult to defend against. Everything was developing in the direction Ling Yun had anticipated, barring any accidents. Chen Nan would not last 3 days. The next day, Chen Nan was covered in blood, disoriented, fleeing rapidly through the mountains. The strength of the pursuing forces was overwhelming. He faced danger several times, and if it weren't for the hallucinogenic drugs he had refined from the intoxication scent that incapacitated several groups of experts, he might have truly been killed. Damn it, having killed so many people, I'm already even. Chen Nan's face was smeared with blood. In these 2 days, he had already slain dozens of people. When he realized he couldn't seize a flying dragon, he understood that his situation was perilous, and thus he began to counterattack fiercely. Of course, he hated the Ling family the most, so during his counterattacks, he always paid special attention to them. If it weren't for a fourth-tier expert from the Ling family stationed among the Death Warriors, Chen Nan would have already killed all 10 of those Death Warriors. But even so, he managed to take down 2. On the evening of the 3rd day, after being struck by the fourth-tier expert from the Ling family, Chen Nan felt as if his organs were about to burst, coughing up blood, yet he still broke through the encirclement. Having crossed countless mountains and run for hundreds of miles, Chen Nan felt he was about to die, coughing up blood continuously. He weakly leaned against a large tree, letting blood pour out of his mouth. At that moment, he had become a blood-soaked figure. His clothes had long been torn apart in the fierce battles, and his body was covered in countless horrific wounds, with shredded fabric soaked in blood sticking to him. Chen Nan did not want to die at the hands of the enemy. He wanted to leave a final bit of strength to end it himself. When he finally stopped coughing blood, he felt something was wrong. The nearby mountains and forests were eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. The vast forest was without birdsong or beast howls, and a foul odor wafted through the woods. Chapter 6. The Seven Devil Sabers Against Heaven. Tao Ran looked at Chun Nan in astonishment, not expecting that after withstanding that blow, Chun Nan could still stand. This exceeded his imagination. He couldn't believe that a younger generation could be so formidable. "Brother," Chun Shi cried softly, gently stroking Chun Nan's cheek. Chun Nan said softly, "Chun Shi, even though you're a girl, you need to learn to be strong. I can only cry for my brother." Chun Shi's words almost made Chun Nan shed tears. He gently said, "All right, no more crying. Brother needs to recover from his injuries now." Chun Shi suppressed her urge to cry, sniffling, and slowly calmed down, obediently falling silent. At this time, over 100 experts from the Xinwu Academy had entered the arena, most of whom were students, surrounding Chun Nan and Yang Lin. Xinwu Academy is located 20 miles south of the capital of the Jin Kingdom. The academy holds a sacred status in the Eastern continent, with many martial generals from various countries having graduated from there. Although it has a transcendent status, it is still located in the Jin Kingdom and inevitably has some connections with the upper class of Jin. Today, the academy received an urgent pigeon message from the city, sending people to capture the formidable fiend. Chun Nan closed his eyes, silently checking his injuries. To his horror, he discovered that many cracks had appeared in his internal organs, putting his life in jeopardy. He grimaced. "All right, I'll take a gamble. I didn't expect that in one day I would not only be forced to reverse my profound skills, but also to unleash the 7 devil sabers against heaven. This is a brutal technique that dominates the heavens and has the reputation of being against heaven, belonging to a forbidden chapter of his family's passed down profound skills. The method against heaven changes fate. It is said that a peerless demon once, on the brink of death, struck 7 times, breaking the void to ascend. Of course, Chun Nan would not naively believe that after performing the 7 devil sabers against heaven, he could ascend to immortality, but he had no other choice. If he could not break through, he would undoubtedly die. He needed the power to reverse the situation, and it seemed that only the 7 devil sabers against heaven could provide him with a glimmer of hope. The 7 devil sabers against heaven is a bizarre saber technique that consumes life force as its price. Once the 7 strikes are completed, it nearly drains a person's entire life force, which is its demonic aspect. No one wishes to unleash such 7 strikes. However, the final saber formula of the 7 devil sabers against heaven has a clear indication. If one can unleash 7 strikes without dying, the drained life force will flow back, allowing the near-death body to regain vitality and enabling the practitioner to elevate their cultivation to a new level, which is its against heaven aspect. The power of the 7 devil sabers against heaven is immense and cannot be measured by common sense. But if one is not in a dire situation, no one would be willing to attempt it. Today, Chun Nan had no retreat, with his severely injured body and the deadly enemies glaring at him. He could only fight back desperately to seek a reversal of fate. Today was destined to be an unforgettable day in his life. Forced to reverse his profound skills to save Chun Shi. To seek survival, he unleashed the 7 devil sabers against heaven. It seemed that an invisible hand was guiding him onto an irreversible path. With closed eyes, Chun Nan murmured, 7 devil sabers against heaven. The method against heaven changes fate. At that moment, Chun Nan seemed to become ethereal, his figure slowly fading, and 7 tall devil shadows appeared around him. Chun Nan had already begun to operate the technique described in the 7 devil sabers against heaven. 7 real devil shadows surrounded him. The soldiers in the arena and the onlookers outside stared at him in astonishment, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Of course, the most shocked were the senior experts among the Eastern warriors. It is said that Eastern warriors, when cultivating to the utmost realm, can manifest external bodies and kill invisibly. They could not believe that this young man, around 20 years old, could achieve external manifestation, and even sevenfold, which exceeded their understanding. Yang Lin looked at Chun Nan in shock. When he first learned that he could unseal the Hoi Bao, it had already caused a stir in the Shinfeng Academy. Now, he had actually unleashed the external manifestation technique. Yang Lin felt that this young man was shrouded in mist, filled with too many mysteries. Tao Ran transitioned from astonishment to shock, horrified. Chun Nan could withstand his overwhelming 5th-level power without dying, which had already astonished him. Now, he had actually unleashed a supernatural ability that could only accompany martial arts cultivated to the utmost realm, external manifestation, which deeply shook him. The 7 devil shadows fully materialized, swirling around Chun Nan like 7 divine demons. A tremendous force surged outward from Chun Nan like a raging sea, causing debris and broken blades on the ground to float eerily, rising and falling around the 7 devil shadows. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some timid soldiers were so scared that they dropped their weapons on the ground, while even the powerful cultivators felt a chill run through their bodies, instinctively feeling a wave of coldness rising in their hearts. The 7 divine demons spun around Chun Nan faster and faster, eventually merging into a mass of black light, completely surrounding Chun Nan. In an instant, the 7 divine demons suddenly stopped and then pounced toward Chun Nan, overlapping with his body, ultimately merging into his very being. Chun Nan's originally faint and ethereal figure became solid again, an aura of power radiating from him, causing waves of vast strength to ripple and shake across the square. At that moment, Chun Nan seemed to grow taller, resembling a giant overlooking the heavens and earth, giving everyone a heavy sense of oppression, as if they were suffocating, with a deathly aura enveloping the area. At that moment, Chun Nan opened his eyes, which were pitch black, devoid of any whites, like 2 black holes. There was no hint of life, resembling a deep abyss of hell, devoid of any signs of life, evoking a sense of sinking and destruction. Chun Nan held little Chun Shi and walked toward Yang Lin, saying, "Help me take care of her." His cold words carried no emotion, as if they came from the depths of the underworld. Yang Lin nodded numbly. He himself didn't know why, but at that moment, he felt compelled to obey Chun Nan's orders. He carefully held little Chun Shi in his arms. At this moment, Chun Shi had already fallen into a deep sleep. Too much had happened today, and the little girl was exhausted. Just now, she had cried in Chun Nan's embrace and lost consciousness. If it weren't for her mind and constitution being far beyond that of ordinary children, she might have already collapsed. Chun Nan turned and walked toward Tao Ran. With each step he took, the ground trembled, an invisible pressure surging forward, immense and heavy as Mount Tai. When he approached Tao Ran, the over 100 experts from Xinwu Academy had already been pushed back by this invisible force, leaving only him and Tao Ran in the arena. An invisible dark battle erupted between the two, their energies surging wildly, creating an energy storm between them, with thunderous sounds echoing in the air. With a thunderous bang, the ground between the two was bombarded by this invisible force, creating a nearly 2-meter deep pit. "Old bastard, die!" Chun Nan roared, drawing his saber and striking down. A nearly 5-meter-long black saber light, dazzling like a rainbow, and as imposing as divine punishment, tore through the void and descended. Within the square, thunder roared, fierce winds howled, and dust obscured the sky. The power of one saber made the heavens and earth lose their color. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged through the world, the invisible pressure crashing outward like a raging tide, toppling countless spectators to the ground. Tao Ran's face changed color. From the moment the 7 devil shadows appeared outside Chun Nan, he knew that this young man's strength could not be measured by common sense. He must possess extraordinary techniques. At that moment, he exerted all his strength to strike out a palm, and the vast power transformed into a blue sword qi that surged towards the 5-zhang-long blade light. However, when the two immense forces collided, they surprisingly made no sound. The black blade light seemed to have a life of its own as it began to devour the blue sword qi. The blue sword qi grew dimmer and eventually vanished into nothingness. The demonic nature of the heaven-defying 7-demon blade was fully revealed, and the blade light that was struck out was so bizarre. After the black blade light consumed the blue sword qi, it momentarily transformed into a demonic shadow before dissipating into the air. Tao Ran's body swayed, and he involuntarily took a step back. He felt a surge of blood and energy churning in his chest, causing him faint pain. He was exceptionally shocked. He never expected Chun Nan to be able to force him back a step. Chun Nan's body also trembled, seemingly becoming a bit ethereal. At this moment, he was left with only the hilt of the sword, as the long blade had completely shattered. However, this had no effect. Holding the hilt, he unleashed the second strike of the heaven-defying 7-demon blade. Though there was no blade, the brilliant blade light emitted by the hilt was as strong as ever. Still an overwhelming strike that dominated the world. It produced bursts of thunderous sounds, surging with the power of raging waves. Tao Ran sensed the strangeness and unusualness of the blade light, and he could only exert all his strength to block it. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 thunderous sounds echoed as Chun Nen struck 6 times in succession. With each strike, his body became more ethereal, eventually becoming somewhat insubstantial and unreal. During this process, Tao Ran retreated 6 large steps, and blood had already trickled from the corner of his mouth, suffering significant internal injuries. The square was almost half destroyed, with huge cracks more than 2 feet wide appearing on the ground. The scattered corpses within the arena had been completely obliterated by the ravaging energy, leaving only patches of blood. The soldiers and cultivators watching retreated one after another, observing from afar, not daring to step over the threshold. Each person was filled with shock. A young master had actually injured an elder who was about to step into the ranks of 5th-tier unparalleled masters. This was something they couldn't imagine. This battle would undoubtedly make Chun Nan's name known throughout the continent. If he could miraculously survive, he would undoubtedly become a legendary figure among the new generation of masters. Chun Nan felt his body growing increasingly hollow, as the life force within him had diminished by 7 or 8 parts. The heaven-defying 7 demon blade had already unleashed 6 strikes, with only the final strike remaining. The outcome depended on this last strike. The 7th strike. Perhaps it could bring new life to his heavily injured body, or perhaps it would lead him to the netherworld. At this moment, Chun Nan felt a sense of confusion and hesitation. He turned back to look and found that Xiao Chenxi had tears on her face, gazing at him unblinkingly in Yang Lin's arms. "Brother," Chenxi softly called out, her long eyelashes fluttering, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. Chun Nen abruptly turned his head away, no longer looking at her. With his back to Yang Lin and Chenxi, he spoke in a low voice. "Chenxi is the most obedient and lovely child in the world. Brother may have to leave for a while. When I'm not by your side, you mustn't cry or make a fuss. You must quietly wait for brother to come back. Senior, please take good care of Chenxi. Don't let her suffer any grievances, and let her grow up happily." Chun Nen paused several times, trying to keep his voice calm. In the end, he spoke almost in a commanding tone. "Senior, please take Chenxi and leave this place immediately. Everything here has nothing to do with you." This seemingly last will and testament made many spectators feel a pang in their hearts. Outside the arena, Long Wu looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar man, her eyes misty. Was he the scoundrel who always joked around? The iron-blooded man who killed fiercely? Or the gentle brother who spoiled his younger sister? "No, brother, you promised me that you would never leave me. I want to be with you forever." Little Chenxi cried out, her tender voice making everyone's hearts ache. Yang Lin's face twitched several times. With a nearly 5th-tier master like Tao Ran present, he could not save Chun Nan. How could he not see that Chun Nan had reached the end of his life force? He had already discovered the secret of the heaven-defying 7 demon blade when Chun Nan unleashed the 5th strike. He realized that with each strike, a significant portion of Chun Nan's life force would flow away, and now he was at the point of burning out. The enigmatic young man, a martial arts prodigy with exceptional talent, was about to fall. Yang Lin felt a sense of sorrow. He gently patted little Chenxi's back and comforted her. "Let's leave first. Your brother will come shortly." He prepared to break through the encirclement. "No, uncle, I beg you to let me go. I don't want to leave. I want to be with my brother." Little Chenxi's intelligence far exceeded that of ordinary children, and she had already guessed what was about to happen. She cried out and struggled. Chun Nen originally wanted to unleash the final strike after Chenxi had gone far away. He didn't want her to witness the unbearable outcome. But at this moment, he felt that he could no longer hold on. If he delayed any longer, he would lose consciousness. He shouted, "Heaven-defying 7 demon blade, 7th strike." A 7 Zhonglong blade light shot straight into the sky, resembling a demonic light from the netherworld, dazzling and stunning. This was a strike that concerned life and death. Whether he could change his fate depended on this one strike. Chapter 7. Fame spreads across the world. A 7 Zhonglong blade light shot straight into the sky, the black blade light brilliant and eye-catching. This was a strike that concerned life and death. Whether he could change his fate depended on this one strike. As the 7th strike cleaved down from the sky, Tao Ran knew that Chun Nan had exhausted his life force. This was the final blow. As long as he could withstand this last strike, he would achieve complete victory. Even though he was heavily injured, he disregarded his wounds and forced himself into peak condition. He could not tolerate being defeated by a younger generation. The 7th strike of the heaven-defying 7 demon blade tore through the void, illuminating the entire square, and a thunderous roar echoed above the arena. The black blade light finally collided with Tao Ran's blue sword chi, which still silently devoured the blue sword chi. However, this time it did not transform into a demonic shadow and dissipate into the air. Instead, it continued to slash forward, the fiery blade light illuminating the square. Tao Ran was greatly alarmed and quickly waved both hands, unleashing wave after wave of overwhelming force. Boom! After a thunderous sound that shook the heavens, both the black blade light and the blue sword chi vanished, and the world returned to clarity, the arena falling into silence. Ha! A hearty laughter erupted from within the arena. Although Tao Ran had sustained a deep wound that exposed his bones, he laughed triumphantly and proudly. He had withstood the seventh strike of the heaven-defying seven demon blade, escaping from the brink of death, and he ultimately emerged unscathed. After a long while, the laughter subsided, and Tao Ran proclaimed loudly, "Do you think that possessing demonic skills allows you to defeat me? Humph, naive." He turned to the crowd outside the arena and declared, "This villain has exhausted his life force and will die an unnatural death. Now I will behead him in honor of the deceased." At this moment, Chen Nan, covered in blood, still stood proudly in the arena, exuding a strong aura, but his eyes had long since closed, and his body showed no signs of life. "Brother!" A heart-wrenching cry rang out as little Chincy broke free from Yang Lin and ran back from a distance. After the fierce battle, the uneven ground caused her to stumble repeatedly, scraping her knees and hands, blood flowing continuously. But she felt no pain. She stumbled to Chun Nan's side, hugging his leg, shaking him and crying out, "Brother, don't leave me. Brother, come back quickly." Her sorrowful cries made those who heard it heartbroken and brought tears to their eyes. Tao Ran frowned. He could not disregard his identity. He could not directly approach and behead her relative in front of a child. Sometimes a moment can change everything. A brief delay brought precious opportunities for Chen Nan, as seven demonic shadows suddenly appeared in the sky, charging towards him like seven black lightning bolts. The seven demon blades of defiance took away all of Chun Nan's life energy, leaving him feeling empty inside. However, he was not truly dead. He was in a state of suspended animation. The life energy drifting in the air was continuously drawn back by the energy within his body and began to circulate back to him. The primordial spirit of a cultivator and the external incarnation of a martial artist are both concentrated forms of life energy that can exist outside the body for offense and defense. The seven demon blades of defiance were created based on the theory of the external incarnation, with life energy manifesting as seven demonic blades that could kill invisibly. At the moment the seven external incarnations returned to Chun Nan's body, he opened his eyes, and two beams of divine light erupted from them. At that moment, all his injuries had healed, and his family's secret technique began to flow positively on its own. He felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, with a tremendous power flowing within him. He had finally broken through the barriers of cultivation, elevating his level of mastery to a new stage. Now, his cultivation had reached the third stage of the Great Completion realm, much higher than the previous third stage of the initial realm. His current power was not much different from when he reversed his internal energy earlier, but it could not be compared to when he wielded the seven demon blades of defiance, which exuded a mysterious and malevolent aura that could not be measured by common standards. "Morning Dawn, don't cry," Chen Nan said as he picked up Little Morning Dawn, his face filled with a radiant smile. Little Morning Dawn was momentarily stunned, then she threw her arms around his neck and began to cry loudly. This time, she cried freely, no longer stifled by sorrow. Chun Nan no longer tried to stop her, letting her vent her feelings. "Brother, you finally came back. I thought you were going to abandon me, boo-hoo." Morning Dawn clung tightly to his neck, fearing that if she let go, Chun Nan would disappear. Chun Nan gently patted her back, and it took a long while for Little Morning Dawn to stop crying. When the seven demonic shadows charged at Chun Nan, everyone outside was stunned, and it took a long time for them to regain their senses. At this moment, all the onlookers looked at Chun Nan in disbelief. He had actually come back to life, which was a huge shock to them. So extraordinary. Yang Lin was extremely excited. The young man he had high hopes for had surprised him again, as miracles continuously unfolded around him, making him genuinely happy. Long Wu was in a daze. So many unexpected events had occurred today, leaving her deeply affected. Tao Ran stared at Chun Nan in disbelief, unable to understand how this seemingly powerful young man could die and come back to life. He felt an unreal sensation, doubting whether he had fallen into a dream. However, at that moment, Chun Nan was walking towards him, holding Morning Dawn. Chun Nen soon realized that after enduring the heavy blow from the 7 demon blades of defiance, Tao Ran was already at the end of his rope, weak and feeble. He. Chun Nen sneered. Tao Ran silently cursed, given his status. He couldn't loudly call for help, but if he remained silent, he would definitely be unable to withstand Chun Nan's strike. Some of the more than 100 experts from the Immortal Martial Academy noticed the anomaly and rushed to help, but it was already too late. Chun Nan struck out with a palm, and Tao Ran let out a miserable scream, spitting out blood as he was sent flying. Everything happened too quickly. A senior expert close to the 5th stage was struck to the point of spitting blood by a young man, nearly on the brink of death. An unparalleled expert was actually defeated by a young man. This left everyone in disbelief. But it was the truth. The rise of a young expert. The fall of a senior master. After this battle, Chun Nan was destined to become famous across the continent. As Tao Ran coughed up blood, he said intermittently, "Kill him. He must not leave here alive. Otherwise, in 20 years, no one will be able to control him." More than 100 people immediately surrounded Chun Nan in the center, and tragedy seemed to be about to repeat itself. But at that moment, a tremendous dragon roar echoed above the square, far louder than the roar of a flying dragon, deafening like thunder. And the massive roar spread throughout the entire capital of the Jin Kingdom. All the war horses of the cavalry in the square collapsed to the ground in an instant. And all the cavalry fell off their horses. Everyone looked up in unison and saw a gray-brown shadow diving down from the sky, growing closer and closer. As a small dragon over 2 meters long descended into the square, Chun Nan's face lit up with joy. The dragon baby had actually found him. Little Morning Dawn also laughed happily, waving her little hands in the air and calling out, "Little dragon." The dragon baby, seeing Chun Nan covered in blood, clearly showed signs of anger and let out a deafening roar that knocked over the infantry and cavalry. Everyone recognized the small dragon's extraordinary nature. The terrifying roar and the imposing aura of the Dragon King made the words 5th stage Holy Dragon flash in everyone's mind. The more than 100 experts surrounding Chun Nan involuntarily stepped back as the small dragon dove down, landing beside Chun Nan. Yang Lin saw that the Holy Dragon Amy had arrived, and he finally relaxed the anxious heart he had been carrying. No one knew better than him how terrifying the small dragon was. It could easily take Chun Nan away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yang Lin turned and rushed out of the encirclement. Chun Nan jumped onto the back of the small dragon, holding Little Morning Dawn. The small dragon let out another roar, and the immense sound caused the blood of everyone in the square to surge, with many collapsing to the ground. The dragon baby spread its wings, creating a fierce whirlwind, causing a cloud of dust to fill the square. Its eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light, and with a whoosh, it soared into the sky, charging towards the more than 100 experts from the Immortal Martial Academy. Although these people were all true powerhouses, facing a terrifying existence like the 5th stage Holy Dragon, their faces turned pale. They hurriedly raised their swords and blades against the diving small dragon, trying to prevent it from getting close. However, the terrifying strength of the dragon baby was far beyond their understanding. Its body was as tough as fine steel, and human weapons could hardly harm it. However, it seemed the small dragon did not intend to kill. It merely circled above the heads of the crowd. Its wings were like divine blades, incredibly sharp, and all the raised swords and blades were instantly sliced in half, scattering to the ground. The dragon baby roared again, its thunderous roar seemingly warning everyone not to act rashly, and then it soared into the sky, hovering above the square, looking down at everyone. Chun Nan coldly shouted down, "Do you still want to surround me?" Tao Ran trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Chun Nan, and said hatefully, "Chun Nan, don't be too proud. Once my injuries are healed, I will definitely travel to the state of Chu to take your life." Chun Nan sneered, "Is your brain fried? In this situation, instead of hiding, you dare to stand up and speak grandly, truly seeking your own death. Although I am not a great villain, I am certainly not a foolish gentleman. I will not leave myself any hidden dangers. Old man, you are doomed today." Under Chun Nan's command, the small dragon dove down like a flash of lightning. Reaching close to Tao Ran, Chun Nan swung his right hand down decisively, and a golden blade of light instantly cleaved Tao Ran in half, ending the life of this unparalleled expert close to the 5th stage. Tao Ran died with his eyes wide open, having met his end at the hands of a junior who was far weaker than him. A great uproar erupted outside. Too many unexpected events had occurred today, one shock after another, An unparalleled expert had actually died at the hands of a young man, leaving everyone feeling incredulous. At that moment, there was a commotion in the distance, as over 100 more experts from the immortal martial academy arrived. They happened to witness Chun Nan slaying Tao Ran. Although these people vaguely sensed the small dragon was somewhat terrifying, they did not think much of it, completely unaware that it was an unusual holy dragon. Someone shouted, "Kill him! Avenge Senior Tao! Kill him! Block him! Don't let him leave!" Countless people drew their weapons, shouting at Chun Nan in the sky. Chun Nan coldly smiled. "Who can stop me?" He commanded the little dragon to dive down, unleashing waves of intense sword energy, shattered blades flying, blood splattering. As many who shouted were pierced by the sword energy, dying an untimely death. At the same time, the little dragon seemed enraged, opening its mouth to spew forth a massive bolt of lightning, instantly turning dozens of people to ashes. Such terrifying power shocked not only those on the ground, but even Chun Nan, who was somewhat familiar with it, as he gaped in astonishment. The remaining onlookers were terrified, and no one dared to shout anymore. After recovering from his shock, Chun Nan rode the little dragon high into the sky and shouted down. "Today's battle is witnessed by all. The right and wrong are clear to everyone. I don't want to say much more. Now I want to leave. Does anyone want to stop me?" The square fell silent, whether it was the middle-aged general seeking revenge for his son or the many experts from the immortal martial academy. They were at a loss for words. At this moment, strength represented everything. One person, one dragon, intimidated thousands. No one dared to respond. Chun Nan let out a loud laugh and rode the little dragon away into the sky. In the battle at the capital of Jin, Chun Nan shook the continent. Within just a few days, news spread to every corner of the continent, angrily slashing the young scion, killing dragons with flying daggers, single-handedly resisting an army of thousands. The heaven-defying 7-demon blade slashing down 5th-tier peerless experts. One shocking piece of news after another raised Chun Nan's reputation to its peak, making him the most attention-grabbing figure. Titles such as Killing Demon King and Bloody de Jura were bestowed upon him, and Chun Nan, the national hero of the Chu Kingdom, became the most legendary figure among the younger generation in the cultivation world. 10 days had passed since Chun Nan's bloody battle in Kaiyuan City, but discussions about that day's battle still lingered in the cultivation world. The heaven-defying 7-demon blade, this mysterious and wicked technique, became the focal point of all cultivators' conversations. The external avatar, 7-fold demon shadows, killing invisibly, allowing those trapped in a dead end to be reborn. This mysterious demonic technique shocked many ancient sects in the East, prompting reclusive old masters to emerge from seclusion to investigate the details of that day. The external avatar is a divine ability that many of the Eastern unparalleled masters could never comprehend in their lifetime. Yet it reappeared in the body of a young man around 20 years old, which was astonishing. When Eastern warriors reach the peak of their cultivation, their bodies often undergo transformations, accompanied by certain divine abilities. For instance, the heavenly eye, external avatars, etc. However, this requires unparalleled power and profound martial arts foundation. There are no shortcuts. Yet, Chun Nan's emergence seemed to overturn this common understanding. With the body of a 3rd-tier warrior, he wielded the heaven-defying 7-demon blade. The 7 demon blades transforming into 7-fold demon shadows. Though not a true external avatar, it was close. Many old monsters who diligently studied martial theory were eager to know how he achieved this. If they could comprehend this novel and mysterious technique, the overall strength of Eastern warriors might significantly increase. However, they could never have guessed that using this strange power comes with a 9-death risk, and under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to attempt it. Not only were Eastern cultivators shaken, but the Western cultivation world was also deeply shocked by Chun Nan's performance. Drawing a bow to shoot a dragon from the sky, slashing down 5th-tier peerless experts. All this was done by a 3rd-tier Eastern young warrior, which they found unbelievable. In the past century, the Eastern cultivation world seemed to be in decline, with few practitioners emerging and little astonishing talent appearing. In contrast, the West flourished with magic and martial skills, with various academies everywhere. Powerful dragon knights and terrifying magicians, each generation stronger than the last. However, in the past 2 years, many powerful young warriors have emerged in the East, and with Chun Nan wielding the heaven-defying 7-demon blade, the Western cultivation world seemed to see a revival of ancient Eastern martial arts, which made them somewhat anxious. The Western cultivation world would not forget that in the distant past, the Eastern cultivation world was exceptionally glorious. In the past, conflicts occurred frequently between Eastern and Western practitioners, and some nightmares remained unforgettable. Among all cultivators, the most terrifying are not the mysterious Eastern Taoists, nor the strange Western magicians, nor the powerful Western dragon knights, but the top Eastern warriors. These unparalleled masters possess various divine abilities similar to external avatars that cannot be measured by common sense. Eastern warriors who have reached the peak of their cultivation often have bodies that are nearly indestructible, making them almost immune to earthly weapons. Moreover, when their cultivation reaches such a level, they can manipulate the elemental energies of heaven and earth like magicians and Taoists, coupled with unheard-of unique divine abilities. It can be said that these unparalleled warriors are nearly invincible, a nightmare for all cultivators. Chun Nan's emergence, like a butterfly effect, instilled deep unease in the Western cultivation world. Many believed that the once declining Eastern martial arts were about to shine again, heralding the rise of Eastern warriors. Unaware of the vast influence of his bloody battle in the capital of Jin, which not only caused a stir in the Eastern cultivation world, but also strongly shook the Western cultivation world. Chun Nan's name had already become well known among many powerful cultivators, even though his cultivation was still far from that of a top expert. At this moment, Chun Nan was soaking in a hot spring, squinting his eyes and stretching his body in a relaxed manner. He was in a beautifully scenic valley. Although it was early autumn, the valley remained lush and green. In the eastern meadow, clusters of wildflowers dotted the landscape, looking vibrant yet not gaudy, while to the west stood a grove of bamboo, fresh and tranquil. The hot spring was located right in the center of the valley, steaming and shrouded in mist, slowly flowing out of the valley. As Chun Nan relaxed in the hot spring, feeling incredibly comfortable all over, he smiled at the little morning sun running around in the valley. At this moment, the little morning sun was chasing a few colorful butterflies in a nearby flower patch. Perhaps due to the slightly chilly weather, the butterflies had become less agile and were even caught by the young morning sun, who was joyfully jumping and shouting. The dragon baby had just crawled out of the hot spring and was now comfortably lying in a patch of flowers, blinking its big eyes with great interest as it watched the jumping and shouting little morning sun. The valley was filled with a harmonious and warm scene. After Chun Nan took the little morning sun away from the capital of Jin, he led the dragon baby westward. He initially wanted to return directly to the City of Freedom. However, upon entering the territory of the Chu Kingdom, he decided to find a quiet place to hide for a while, considering the following wind direction. The reason he did this was due to certain concerns. He had slain the young scion in the capital of Jin, confronted the national army, and killed the senior expert from the Immortal Martial Academy, all significant bloody events caused by him. The Jin Kingdom would not let this go easily. At that time, the Jin Kingdom was still unaware that he was no longer the national hero of the Chu Kingdom. If they were to demand him from the Chu Kingdom, how would Chu respond? What actions would the Jin Kingdom ultimately take? Chun Nan wanted to observe how the situation would develop. Although Yang Lin had said that the Divine Wind Academy had no ill intentions and would do their best to protect his safety in such circumstances, he could not fully trust anyone. This area was less than 100 miles from the capital of the Chu Kingdom, known for its beautiful mountains and picturesque scenery. Chun Nan feared that the excessive bloodshed from that day might leave a shadow in the little morning sun's heart, so he deliberately chose this beautiful place to recuperate. However, unexpectedly, the little morning sun's psychological endurance was particularly strong. The tragic events of that day seemed to have had no adverse effects on her, as she remained as innocent and lively as before. In addition, Chun Nan discovered something peculiar. On that day, Xiao Qinzi stumbled and fell several times, scraping her hands and feet until they bled. However, just half a day later, these small wounds disappeared without leaving a single scar. Her face, which had been pinched and swollen by a seductive woman, also returned to its original state, smooth and unblemished, in just 1 hour. He could only sigh at Qinzi's exceptional talent. This was definitely a physique that cultivators dream of. Chun Nan had once asked her if she was willing to learn martial arts, but to his surprise, Xiao Qinzi showed no interest and did not want to practice martial arts at all. Chun Nan could only smile helplessly. He did not want to force her to do anything, as long as she was happy. After 2 more days, Chun Nan went out to gather information and received an astonishing piece of news. The state of Jin had indeed sent people to the state of Chu demanding the handover of the murderer Chun Nan, insisting that he be executed to honor the deceased. However, to Chen Nan's great surprise, the state of Chu flatly refused and strongly condemned the state of Jin for lacking any legal discipline, pointing out that a nation's capital had been thrown into chaos by a few ruffians, almost putting the national protector of Chu in danger. After all, the state of Chu was one of the three superpowers in the East, and their strong defense of Chen Nan left the small state of Jin with no recourse. Trying to rely on official power to openly capture Chen Nan on the continent was certainly not feasible. Secretly sending experts to assassinate him could very likely provoke severe retaliation from the state of Chu. In the end, the state of Jin declared that they would never let the murderer go, but in reality, the matter was temporarily left unresolved. Chen Nan was left dumbfounded. He truly could not understand why the state of Chu would stand up for him, a traitor, and defend him so vigorously, which puzzled him greatly. On that day, Chen Nan had caused a huge uproar in the capital of the state of Chu, which had left Emperor Chu Han deeply unsettled. Had it not been for the old monster's intervention, Chu Han would have already taken necessary actions. This time, after Chen Nan caused such a big mess, Chu Han initially thought to do a favor and allow the state of Jin to send people to hunt Chen Nan. However, unexpectedly, at the last critical moment, he received a handwritten letter from the old monster, and a few words in the letter compelled him to change his mind. The old monster's words were very simple. Just a few characters. This child is exceptionally important to me. Do everything possible to protect him. After reading the letter, Chu Han was speechless for a long time. He certainly understood that the old monster was referring to Chen Nan, but he could not fathom why the old man repeatedly defended him. The Grand Princess Chu Yu seemed to be pondering. As a cultivator, she had some understanding of the various secrets in the cultivation world, and she had a vague guess. Though she could not be certain, Chen Nan only knew that the bloody turmoil between the state of Chu and the state of Jin was causing a stir. Yet he was unaware that it had also shaken the cultivation world. He had now become a focal point. When Chen Nan was about to leave with Xiao Chenxi, she clearly showed reluctance. She looked up, shaking Chen Nan's arm, and said, "Brother, why do we have to go outside? The people out there are so bad. Can we not go out anymore?" Chen Nan's heart trembled. He had always thought that Xiao Chenxi had not been left with any shadows, but at this moment, it seemed that the horrific scenes from that day had left an indelible impression in her heart. It appeared that it would take some time to resolve her mental block. He pulled Xiao Chenxi to sit on a piece of green stone and said, "This world is so vast. There are all kinds of people. It's not surprising that some people have wicked natures, but the vast majority of people are very kind and friendly. Last time was just an accident. After we go out this time, you will discover many wonderful things." Xiao Chenxi tilted her head and asked, "Really? Most people are very kind?" Chen Nan smiled and said, "Really, last time was just an accident." Xiao Chenxi said seriously, "But, during that accident, why did I see so many bad people?" It was clear that Xiao Chenxi was still unwilling to leave the mountains. Chen Nan pondered how he could help her resolve her mental block. Well, how should I put it? Justice and evil always coexist in the world, just like there is day and night. Some things cannot be eradicated. You see, the sunlight is so bright, but there are still shadows in certain corners. This is the law of the world. There will always be opposites. Life is complicated like this, but you cannot escape. After speaking dryly, Chen Nan eventually managed to make the little adult Xiao Chenxi smile. Little Chenxi jumped and shouted. Chenxi wants to be a ray of happy sunshine. The little dragon carried Chen Nan and Xiao Chenxi flying through the sky above the state of Chu towards the free city. Along the way, Xiao Chenxi looked at the quickly retreating scenery below, her laughter and shouts ringing out continuously. Soon, the dragon and the two had left the western border of the state of Chu and entered the vast mountainous region of the central Tianyuan continent. The endless mountains varied greatly in appearance. Some were sharp like knife cuts, with towering peaks and steep cliffs, causing awe at nature's craftsmanship. Others were soft and gentle, with beautiful scenery, captivating emerald peaks and serene valleys. When they were still several hundred miles away from the free city, Chen Nan suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. He quickly reached into his bosom, and the source of the warmth was the ancient divine treasure, the jade ruby, hanging around his neck. At this moment, the translucent jade ruby was emitting a faint holy radiance, and there was a subtle wave emanating from it. Xiao Chenxi curiously asked, "Brother, what is this?" As she spoke, she grabbed the jade ruby, but suddenly exclaimed, "It's so hot." Chen Nan hurriedly took it back. He did not dare let Xiao Chenxi touch this mysterious ancient divine treasure casually. At that moment, the little dragon seemed to sense something. It turned its large dragon head to look, and upon seeing the jade Rui emitting a holy glow, its body shuddered, revealing a hint of fear. And it watched the ancient divine treasure warily. Chun Nan was astonished. When the Tiger King Xiaoyu saw this jade Rui, it was filled with immense fear. Although the little dragon was not at that level, it clearly showed a bit of unease. What secret did this divine treasure hold? The wind was strong in the air, and Chun Nan shouted loudly, "Little dragon, do you know the origin of this jade Rui?" The little dragon shook its head, flying while occasionally looking back warily. "Then why do you look so guarded?" This time, the little dragon began to softly speak while also using its front claws to gesture continuously, its face showing lively expressions. Having spent some time with the little dragon, Chun Nan gradually learned to communicate simply with it. Looking at its dragon-style expressions and the claw gestures, he began to understand its meaning. It was telling Chun Nan that it had never seen this jade Rui before, but it could sense the terror within it, as if there were a very frightening power inside. At that moment, the jade Rui grew hotter and its glow brighter. Xiao Chenxi became more and more curious, wanting to touch it, but feeling a bit scared. She said, "Brother, what exactly is this? I feel like there's someone inside shouting." "Ah." Chun Nan was shocked and quickly asked, "What did you hear?" Xiao Chenxi listened carefully for a while and said, "I can't tell clearly. It sounds like a woman's voice." Chun Nan was immensely shocked. Xiao Chenxi could actually hear a woman's voice. What did this imply? Was there really a woman inside the jade Rui? This was too absurd. At the same time, he was astonished by Xiao Chenxi's extraordinary sensitivity. She could hear the mysterious voice within the jade Rui when he could not, and he had only heard a woman's voice from the ancient divine treasure in a dream. At that moment, Chun Nan suddenly noticed a patch of darkness in the southwest direction deep within the mountains. It seemed like there was a mass of black clouds. Under the clear sky, there was only this patch of dark clouds, which appeared quite abrupt. Xiao Chenxi obviously noticed it too. She looked again and said, "Brother, that black cloud is so strange. It gives off a feeling of heaviness and terror." Chun Nan nodded. He felt the same way, though he hadn't thought much about it. But after they flew out for several dozen miles, he noticed something unusual. The temperature of the ancient god's treasure gradually decreased, no longer glowing or radiating heat, and returned to its original state. Chun Nan pondered for a moment, then said to Xiao Long, "Little dragon, go back the way we came. I want to see what's strange about that place we just passed." Chapter 8. The Land of Death. Little Long returned along the original path, and as expected, Yu Rui grew hotter and emitted a sacred light once again. After the black cloud appeared, this ancient god's treasure became incredibly hot, radiating a strong divine light. "Just as I thought, it really is related to that black cloud," Chun Nan murmured. "Brother, why is it like this? Is there something in that black cloud responding to this Yu Rui?" Chun Nan's heart trembled. He thought carefully and said, "It seems there really is some unknown mysterious entity there, but we can't be sure yet." He patted Little Long's back and said, "Little dragon, I want you to take me over to take a look. You fly as fast as lightning, and if there's any danger, you can escape immediately, right?" Little Long was the king of dragons, almost invincible in normal circumstances. Hearing the word escape, it was not pleased, but it nodded in response to Chun Nan. "All right, let's go take a look and investigate what oddities are there." At first, Little Long was indifferent to the black clouds several dozen miles away, but later it seemed to sense something and gradually became cautious, quickly lowering its flying height and carefully heading towards it, skimming over the mountains and forests. When they were less than 10 miles away from the mountains surrounded by the black cloud, Chun Nan felt a strong sense of unease. A strange wave emanated from ahead, causing a shiver that resonated deep within his soul, and a chill rose from his heart. Xiao Chenxi shrank into Chun Nan's embrace and whispered, "Brother, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, Chenxi. Brother will protect you." After sensing the strange waves ahead, Little Long became restless, its big eyes constantly showing signs of alertness, and its flying speed gradually slowed. When they were 5 miles away from the mountain, the scene ahead became clear. At the foot of the mountain was a valley, and dense black mist was rising from it. The black mist surrounding the entire mountain was actually coming from the ground, not from the sky. Upon reaching this point, Chun Nan felt a powerful sense of oppression. A tremendous pressure made his heart race, inducing a tremor that resonated from his very soul. "Brother, I'm so scared. It seems there is a powerful demon over there," Xiao Chenxi said softly. Chun Nan had great faith in her sensitivity. Xiao Chenxi's physique was extraordinary, and her feelings were never wrong. Moreover, he could also sense the terrifying waves ahead. There indeed seemed to be an unusual presence. At this moment, Little Long also sensed the immense pressure ahead. It became surprisingly quiet, with a bit more unease in its eyes. It stopped moving forward and hovered in the air, quietly observing. At that moment, the light emitted by Yurui grew stronger, and accompanied by a blazing divine light, it began to gently tremble, as if it had gained life. Chen Nan was startled, unsure of what would happen next. The dazzling light lasted for a quarter of an hour, but Yurui did not undergo any further extraordinary changes. The light it emitted gradually became calm, and it stopped trembling. However, the light it radiated became even more sacred, enveloping Chen Nan, Chenxi, and Little Long in a holy glow. The faint holy light no longer spread outward, and the two humans and one dragon seemed to be wrapped in a layer of divine armor. Surrounded by this holy light, Xiao Chenxi seemed to no longer feel the same fear as before. She gradually relaxed. Little Long also seemed to calm down significantly, the unease in its eyes gradually disappearing, returning to its original state. Chen Nan felt it the most. With Yurui hanging on his chest, the gentle light seemed to neutralize the terrifying waves, while a warm current spread throughout his body, completely dispelling his fear. He was somewhat surprised. The waves emitted by Yurui seemed to be the opposite of the terrifying waves from the valley ahead. The waves from the ancient god's treasure were mostly celestial power, while the terrifying waves ahead clearly leaned towards demonic power. From this perspective, it seemed there really was a powerful demon lurking ahead, or it housed a tremendously powerful magical treasure. If Chenxi were not by his side, Chen Nan would definitely have gone forward to investigate, to clear his confusion. But now he wasn't alone. He couldn't take Xiao Chenxi into danger. Just as he was deciding whether to retreat, a faint fragrance suddenly wafted over from ahead. Like orchids and musk, refreshing and invigorating. Little Long's eyes brightened instantly, seemingly forgetting the intense unease it had just felt. It licked its lips, filled with excitement. Chen Nan felt a stir of emotions. The waves of fragrance coming from ahead made Little Long swallow its saliva. For something that loved heavenly materials and earthly treasures to react this way, it was enough to indicate that there must be celestial herbs, ginseng fruits, and other such celestial products unearthed ahead. Xiao Chenxi, who was not of this world, found this just what she needed. In this mysterious and perilous place, the appearance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures did not surprise Chen Nan at all. Such celestial products mostly grew in extraordinary locations. Seeing Little Long on the verge of drooling, Xiao Chenxi couldn't help but laugh. Greedy little dragon, don't just think about eating. It's very dangerous ahead. We can't go there. Little Long licked its lips and looked back at Chen Nan, seemingly seeking his opinion on whether they should proceed. Chen Nan considered for a moment and said, "Let's carefully go take a look. If there's any danger, we must retreat like lightning." Little Long nodded and then cautiously flew forward, skimming close to the ground. As they got closer to the valley, the terrifying waves inside grew stronger. When they were less than half a mile from the valley entrance, Chen Nan finally understood the true nature of the black mist. It was by no means some ordinary mist. It was actually pure demonic energy. The terrifying waves were emanating from the escaping demonic energy. This was too unbelievable. The mist swirling around the entire mountain was actually overwhelming demonic energy. The reality overturned Chen Nan's previous assumptions. He had initially thought that the valley was a low volcanic crater, with a powerful demon residing nearby, or a terrifying magical treasure buried within, and that the black mist was rising from the volcano. But upon closer inspection, he realized he was completely wrong. Through his perception of the energy, he discovered that it was not mist at all, but pure demonic energy. What kind of place was this? Was it the entrance to hell? Was the exceptionally strong, terrifying wave coming from a crossing over from hell? Chen Nan felt a chill run down his spine. He truly did not want to move forward anymore. This was not cowardice, but understanding when to advance and retreat. However, Little Long did not think so. Before Chen Nan could give a command, it suddenly accelerated, flying into the valley like lightning. Although Little Long knew this was definitely a place of great danger, it wanted to rush in at lightning speed and then retreat just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, Little Long charged to the valley's entrance. Chen Nan helplessly patted Little Long's back, urging it to be cautious. The little dragon seemed to realize it had been too reckless and slowed down, carefully flying inward. In the valley, demonic energy surged, shrouded in darkness. The light filtering through the rolling demonic energy above was very dim, barely allowing one to see the scenes within. The valley presented a gruesome sight. With white bones scattered everywhere, ghostly phosphorescence flickering, exuding a heavy aura of death. Chun Nan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This place truly resembled the entrance to hell. Xiao Qinzi trembled as she said, "Brother, let's go. It's too terrifying here." "I feel a destructive force." Chun Nan covered her eyes with his hand and said, "Qinzi, don't be afraid. We'll leave here soon." A faint fragrance was the only hint of life in the valley. At Chun Nan's signal, the little dragon continued toward the source of the fragrance. However, at that moment, it became exceptionally cautious, its big eyes vigilantly observing the surroundings. At first, Chun Nan was worried about whether he could withstand the erosion of the demonic energy. But he soon realized that the sacred light from the jade rui was protecting them, rendering the demonic energy incapable of affecting them in the slightest. The valley was vast, and the little dragon had already flown over a mile without reaching the source of the fragrance. In this expansive valley, every inch of ground was covered with white bones. Chun Nan was increasingly shocked. Not only were there many bones of gigantic beasts he had never seen before, but there were also numerous giant skulls and the eerie white bones of dragons, a terrifying scene. The giant skulls were mostly piled together. Each skull was larger than a house, and a dozen skulls stacked together resembled a small mountain. Chun Nan had already discovered no less than 10 such mountains of skulls. Additionally, there were many dragon bone hills formed from the accumulated bones of dragons. This truly was a place of great evil. After advancing for more than half a mile, glimmers of light appeared among the thousands of dry bones. Chun Nan's pupils constricted as he unexpectedly discovered several divine skeletons, their remains scattered and dismembered across the ground. He could hardly believe it. If he hadn't encountered ancient divine bones before, he would never have recognized that the faintly glowing white bones were divine bones. There were approximately 4 or 5 divine corpses scattered among the pile of bones, emitting a weak light that made this place of death seem particularly eerie. Chun Nan's heart surged with a tidal wave of emotions. Not only were there the violent skulls of giants and the powerful bones of dragons, but there were also divine remains. What kind of place was this? Fearless of heaven and earth, the proud little dragon seemed to sense the unease. As it discovered numerous sacred dragon bones among the countless dry bones, Chun Nan noticed that the little dragon appeared restless, and he gently patted it, signaling it not to be afraid. At that moment, Chun Nan gradually calmed down and began to observe carefully. He had been searching for the shocking secrets from 10,000 years ago, exploring why many powerful deities had died and why he could resurrect from the ancient graves of gods and demons. However, he had never found any clues. The truth of the past seemed to have long since vanished into history, leaving no trace. Yet today, right before his eyes, he had discovered several divine skeletons in this land of death. Chun Nan had a vague feeling that he might find some clues or hints here. At this moment, the little dragon had already flown to the source of the fragrance. On a mountain of bones, a blood-red strange flower took root in the glowing bone powder. The blood-red flower stem, blood-red leaves, and blood-red blossoms appeared particularly eerie atop the mountain of stark white bones. The blood-red flowers were incredibly enchanting, emitting bursts of fragrance and radiating a red glow, filling the surrounding area with a faint red hue. Chun Nan frowned deeply. He recalled a legendary evil entity, the Death Flower. It was said that this rare evil entity often grew in mass graves, specifically feeding on the energy of the deceased. Although it emitted a strong fragrance when fully grown, it was the most malevolent thing in existence. Anything, human, animal, or plant, that touched it would perish. It was indeed exceedingly evil. Given the presence of the Death Flower here, Chun Nan found it unsurprising. With endless white bones and a heavy aura of death, what place could be more suitable for its growth? However, he felt somewhat disappointed, as he had initially hoped to find some treasures like celestial milk or sacred fruits, only to encounter this most evil entity. The little dragon had already sensed the flower's malice. It showed a reluctant expression. In contrast, Chun Nan was more concerned about the secrets of this deathly place. What exactly was this location? The dry bones on the ground had either long since turned to bone powder or remained incredibly hard. From the bone powder, it could be inferred that this desolate place had existed for at least several thousand years. Chun Nan needed to investigate the truth from 10,000 years ago. He found it hard to determine whether this desolate place had truly endured for 10,000 years. The terrifying fluctuations in the valley warned both him and the little dragon that this was no benign land. The dark demonic energy surged continuously. The appearance of several divine corpses changed Chun Nan's initial thought of leaving early. Since they had already entered and discovered such a significant secret, he wanted to explore further. He signaled for the little dragon to continue deeper into the valley. Although the little dragon had shown signs of fear, it still obeyed Chun Nan's instructions and flew forward. Throughout this process, Chun Nan kept covering Xiao Chenxi's eyes, not allowing her to see the scenes in the valley, fearing it would scare her. In just a short distance, Chun Nan discovered countless gigantic and strange dry bones, but he had no idea what creatures they belonged to. Some were entirely black, without careful examination. One might mistake them for black granite. During this time, he also found several divine bones, and this time he made astonishing discoveries. The previous divine bones he found were dismembered and scattered, making it hard to derive any useful clues. However, among the 3 divine bones discovered this time, 2 were relatively intact, and Chun Nan found the reasons for their deaths. One divine skull had 5 shocking finger holes on it, indicating it had been killed by someone breaking its skull. The chest area of another divine skeleton had a fist-sized hole, suggesting that this god had his heart forcibly taken out by someone. Chun Nan felt a chill from head to toe, a wave of coldness rising from the depths of his heart. The gruesome deaths of these 2 gods seemed to indicate that their opponents were on an entirely different level, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a great sense of crisis surged within Chun Nan, an indescribable fear flooding his heart. At this moment, the heavy aura of death enveloped him. The little dragon even began to tremble slightly. If it hadn't already landed on the bone ground, it would have surely affected its flight. Chenxi trembled, saying, "Brother, hush." Chun Nan whispered, "Don't speak." At this moment, he noticed that the little dragon had brought him to the deepest part of the valley, where a cliff like a knife blocked their path. As the demonic energy surged, a massive cave appeared beneath the cliff, from which the rolling demonic energy was intermittently spewing out. Chun Nan felt an immense shock. The source of the demonic energy was right here. The dark cave entrance seemed to possess immense magical power. The more Chun Nan looked, the more fearful he became. It felt as if his soul was being drawn in. He felt himself sinking, heading toward destruction. He wanted to look away, but he found that his body had become immobile, filled with terror. Chun Nan struggled continuously, but it was futile. In this land of death, he couldn't move an inch. Cold sweat soaking through his clothes. Finally, he realized that a faint mental pressure was enveloping him from within the cave, increasing his fear and causing a tingling sensation from head to toe. The little dragon seemed to be locked in by the faint mental pressure as well. It was struggling hard, but unfortunately, it couldn't move at all. Only the little morning light in Chun Nan's arms could still move. Although she couldn't see much at the moment, she sensed the increasingly powerful, terrifying fluctuations and was filled with fear, pressing her head tightly against Chun Nan's chest. Chun Nan's heart stirred. Why was the weakest child unaffected? He stopped struggling, slowly relaxed his body, and ceased the circulation of his internal energy. In an instant, he found he could move, just as he had guessed. That faint mental pressure only restrained those who resisted its overwhelming force. He whispered to the little dragon, "Don't resist. Try to relax yourself, and you'll slowly be able to regain your movement." At this moment, despite his immense fear, Chun Nan was thinking rapidly. Without a doubt, the source of the overwhelming demonic energy was a terrifying, powerful entity within the black hole. He truly sensed that the faint mental pressure was being emitted by that supreme existence. Although the mental fluctuations were faint, he had no doubt about the strength and terror of that being. In an instant, Chun Nan thought of various possibilities. The terrifying presence in the cave was likely the creator of this land of death. The countless bones throughout the valley were caused by him, making him a lord of destruction. If this assumption were true, one could only imagine how terrifying this lord of destruction was, having defeated countless giants, dragons, holy dragons, and divine beings. Just as Chun Nan was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a faint whisper, "Hurry, escape from here." He was shocked. It was a woman's voice, seemingly echoing in his heart. At that moment, the jade ruby suddenly trembled, and the brilliance it emitted dimmed significantly. Chun Nan understood. The call came from the ancient god's treasure, and the jade ruby was giving a warning. At that moment, a large amount of demonic energy suddenly surged from the pitch-black cave ahead, and a bloody red light flashed within the cave. Using the not-so-bright, ghastly glow, Chun Nan vaguely saw the scene inside, and his head felt as if it had exploded. He felt a peak of terror, every hair on his body standing on end. A tall demonic figure stood at an angle within the cave, with its right eye closed, and the left half of its head, including the left eye, was shattered. On the intact half of its head were blood-red long hair that reached its waist, and it seemed as if white brain matter was stained on the blood-red hair. The remaining eye, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth, if not for the spots of blood and brain matter, would have appeared perfect. If this person had not lost half of his head, he could be described as a peerless handsome man. His tattered clothing was stained with blood, and the original color was unrecognizable. The style looked very ancient. Even Chun Nan, who was well versed in the history of the continent and was from 10,000 years ago, could not identify the era to which this man's clothing belonged. None of the above were the reasons for Chun Nan's fear and shock. He was terrified solely because the man had several pairs of wings growing from his back, symbols of Western gods and demons, as well as angels. On the left side of the headless figure were 2 pure white wings, while on the right side was a gray-black wing. The colors of the wings were different. Gods and demons. In an instant, those 2 words flashed in Chun Nan's mind. In Western mythology, all angels do not have 2-colored wings. Only the oldest gods and demons exhibit such inexplicable phenomena. The headless god and demon had a shocking and massive wound on each side of its abdomen, extending to its back, which could be guessed to be connected to the roots of its wings. Further speculation could lead to the conclusion that these wounds were caused when someone forcibly tore away its wings. It was impossible to guess how many pairs of wings it originally had. This nameless god and demon had a gaping, bloody hole in its chest, and its heart had been ripped out. Yet, at this moment, its chest was still rising and falling. It was still alive. The red light in the cave was due to the blood of the god and demon spewing from the bloody hole where its heart used to be. As the blood of the god and demon fell to the ground, the cave was once again plunged into darkness, with the demonic energy surging. At this moment, Chun Nan was almost exhausted. He had truly seen the legendary god and demon. This severely injured god and demon was still alive, and his intuition told him that a great danger was slowly approaching. He had to leave this place quickly. Chapter 9. Inference. At this moment, the little dragon had just regained its ability to move. It was already filled with immense fear, and before Chun Nan could give any orders, it spread its wings and shot into the sky like lightning, flying toward the valley's exit. When the little dragon carried Chun Nan and little Morning Light several miles away from the deadly abyss, a point of red light lit up in the massive black hole at the deepest part of the Death Valley. The red light scanned the valley and then slowly dimmed, leaving the valley in complete silence. After the little dragon flew 100 miles away, Chun Nan let out a sigh of relief. He felt the overwhelming sense of crisis dissipate. Just moments ago, he had truly felt the threat of death. Perhaps if he had hesitated a moment longer, disaster would have befallen him. Although it was only a brief period, Chun Nan truly felt as if he had been reborn. Little Morning Light also appeared to be shaken. Although she had her eyes covered by Chun Nan and saw nothing, she had genuinely felt an indescribable fear. "Brother, I was really scared just now. I felt a destructive force there, as if it could destroy everything. It was so terrifying." Chun Nan gently patted her back, comforting her. "We won't go there again." The little dragon seemed to have just recovered from its fear. After hearing Chun Nan's words, it glanced back with lingering trepidation and nodded in agreement. The little dragon flew like lightning, covering hundreds of miles in an instant, and the city of Sin was now in sight. Chun Nan did not have deep feelings for this city, but after surviving a calamity, he felt a sense of returning home. He said to Little Morning Light, "Look, the beautiful city surrounded by green mountains and waters ahead is our destination. We'll live there from now on." Little Morning Light nodded cutely, saying, "It's different from the towns we saw on the way. This place is beautiful, and I really like it." "As long as you like it," Chun Nan smiled. He didn't want to draw too much attention. As they approached the city of Sin, he wanted to order the little dragon to land outside the city so that he could walk into the city with Morning Light. But at that moment, 2 flying dragons suddenly soared from the direction of the Divine Wind Academy, quickly flying toward him and arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chun Nan was not unfamiliar with these 2 figures. Just recently, he had ridden on their flying dragons and hurried to the Immortal Martial Academy to participate in a warm-up match with them. The 2 flying dragons trembled in front of the little dragon, shaking in the air. The faces of the 2 dragon riders were filled with joy, and one of them said, "Brother Chun, you finally returned. The vice president has been mentioning you every day." Chun Nan was taken aback. "What does that cunning, shameless old man want with me?" The other dragon rider said, "The vice president is very worried about you, fearing you might encounter danger. He has already sent many people to search for you recently." What kind of scheme does that old man want to pull again? All right, we won't delay your time. Brother Chun, the president said that whoever finds you should immediately bring you back to the Divine Wind Academy. Chunnan thought for a moment and agreed. All right. Upon arriving at the Divine Wind Academy, Little Morning Light curiously looked around. For this vast and palace-like famous academy, she found it very novel. Many students from the Shinkong Academy were discussing Chun Nan after they saw him on the road. However, this time they no longer talked about the various malicious rumors of the disgrace as they did before. Everyone's gaze towards him was quite complex. The news of Chun Nan's battle in the capital of the Jin Kingdom had long been brought back to the Free City by a few participants in the warm-up matches. And the students at the academy were naturally already aware. No one in the academy had expected that the infamous disgrace also held an even more prominent identity. That of a national hero of the state of Chu, known for shooting down dragons with a bow. With arrows that could take down a 4th-tier giant dragon and a blade that could cut through a 5th-tier master. Chun Nan had created such a huge stir that he had become a legendary figure among the younger generation. The majority of students at Shinkong Academy had a vastly changed impression of him, but due to their preconceived notions about the disgrace, many still felt conflicted about him. Chun Nan sensed the unusual gazes from the people on the road. He smiled helplessly and walked towards the vice dean's office while holding Xiao Chenxi. The beautiful and adorable Xiao Chenxi was incredibly charming. Now that Chun Nan could be considered a legendary figure, she still overshadowed him in many ways. Almost everyone on the road couldn't help but sincerely praise her, little angel. If it weren't for Chun Nan's unusual identity, many girls would have wanted to come forward to hug Xiao Chenxi. Chun Nan pushed open the vice dean's office door and smiled. Good day, Dean. Did you call for me? Xiao Chenxi also sweetly said, Hello, uncle. The vice dean looked at Xiao Chenxi in surprise, affectionately touching her little face, and said to Chun Nan, Is it for this child that you went on a rampage in the capital of the Jin Kingdom? Chun Nan replied, Yes. He then set Xiao Chenxi down and said to her, Chenxi, why don't you go play with a few sisters in the courtyard for a while? He knew the vice dean had something to discuss with him, and it might involve topics that were not suitable for Xiao Chenxi to hear. Okay. Xiao Chenxi happily bounced out. At the vice dean's gesture, 2 girls in the courtyard smiled and approached Xiao Chenxi. Sigh, the vice dean sighed and said, Do you realize what kind of disaster you have caused? To fight against an army in a capital city and go on a killing spree, you are truly audacious. Don't be fooled by the state of Chu's current protection. You should understand the actual relationship between you and them. There's no guarantee that one day they won't turn against you and seek to capture you. Chun Nan nodded and said, I know, but at that time, I had no other choice. The vice dean sighed. This matter has the state of Chu backing you up, so you won't face trouble for the time being. But do you know you are still in danger? The brother of the Dragon Knight you killed in the capital of the Jin Kingdom is definitely one of the top experts among the students of the War God Academy. He has already declared that 3 months later, at the youth strongman competition held at Shinkong Academy, he will tear you to pieces. Chun Nan sneered, Just because I don't like to cause trouble doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. If he really comes looking for me, he will meet the same fate as his brother. The vice dean stroked his beard and shook his head. He has a certain influence among the students of the War God Academy, and many experts are close friends with him. When you are fighting for your life, there's no guarantee that others won't intervene. With Chun Nan's current cultivation level, even if he were surrounded, he could still escape calmly. But now, with Xiao Chenxi by his side, he could no longer act recklessly as he did in the past. The vice dean continued, This is not your biggest threat. Your greatest threat comes from the Immortal Martial Academy. You killed the senior master Tao Ran, who was about to reach the level of an unparalleled master in that academy. His friends and disciples will definitely not let you off. Moreover, you flaunted your power in front of over 100 experts from the Immortal Martial Academy, greatly diminishing their morale. This incident has made many feel that the Immortal Martial Academy has lost face. You have offended half of the Immortal Martial Academy. Chun Nan frowned and said, Sometimes people really don't have a choice. I think if everything were to start over, I would still do the same. Next, the vice dean inquired in detail about what happened that day. Upon learning that the Reverse Heaven 7 Demon Blade was a life and death cultivation method, he nodded and said, I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It's impossible to truly achieve external incarnation without reaching the peak of cultivation. But from now on, you must be careful. Some old-timers in the cultivation world are extremely shaken by your method. Some people are eager to get a glimpse of it. And perhaps soon someone will come looking for you. Chun Nan felt a headache coming on. He never expected that the battle in the capital of the Jin Kingdom would bring about so much trouble. Its influence had not only shaken two countries, but had also alarmed many old monsters in the cultivation world. After nearly half an hour of conversation, the vice dean assured Chun Nen that as long as he did not leave the city of Sin, Shinkong Academy would be able to protect his safety. Although other forces were large, they would find it difficult to act recklessly in the free city. Chun Nen knew that what he said was not false. The city of Sin was in a unique geographical position, serving as a hub city connecting the eastern and western continents. Unless the two continents went to war, no country would dare to infringe upon it. After all, this was a sensitive area, and all countries on both continents did not dare to take the lead in meddling. Shinkong Academy held a special status in the city of Sin, effectively acting as the protector of the city, and its will represented the will of the entire city. If they decided to protect Chun Nan, external forces would find it difficult to extend their reach here. Even non-national forces like the Immortal Martial Academy and the War God Academy would not dare to act recklessly, as the saying goes. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, especially since Shinkong Academy itself was a fierce dragon. Of course, the Vice Dean's efforts to protect Chun Nan came at a cost. He would have to fully cooperate with a particular research project of the Academy. After repeated questioning from Chun Nan, the Vice Dean made him swear never to disclose it to a third party before revealing that this significant and mysterious research aimed to transform humans into gods. Over 100 years ago, a peerless master from the Academy found the corpse of an ancient god in the mountains of Central Continent and brought it back to the Academy. For nearly a century, some geniuses in Shinkong Academy have been studying the bone structure of the ancient god, trying to uncover the differences between divine bones and human bones. After 100 years of research, several generations of geniuses had not achieved the expected results. Finally, someone proposed to use powerful life magic to activate the divine bones and implant them in mortals to see what kind of effect could be achieved. Although this research had made some preliminary progress in recent years, it had not been ideal. Chun Nan listened in astonishment. The geniuses of Shinkong Academy were incredibly crazy. They actually wanted to create gods. He asked in confusion, "I don't see how this relates to me. What can I help with?" The Vice Dean stared at him without blinking and said seriously, "Because we suspect you are a descendant of the gods, and this research requires the blood of a god." "What the hell, you old man, are you crazy? Not to mention that I have nothing to do with gods, even if I were truly a descendant of the gods. I couldn't just be your blood-producing machine. Don't get excited. Let me explain slowly. Legend has it that the bow of Ho-E once shot down a god in the sky, and the god, terrified by its immense power, took it back to the divine realm. But for some reason, the divine bow has passed into the mortal realm several times, falling into the hands of mortals. In the end, an ancient god sealed the divine bow, making it difficult for anyone without divine power to draw it easily. Although some peerless masters have partially lifted the seal, mortals can only use it once a year. Yet you, despite not having reached the pinnacle of cultivation, are not restricted at all and can draw the divine bow multiple times. If you are not a god, there is only one possibility. You have divine blood flowing in your veins. You are a descendant of the gods." Chun Nan was momentarily stunned. 1,000 years ago, Ho-Yi's bow had never been sealed, so he speculated that this must have happened in the last 10,000 years. According to the Vice Dean, he seemed to really be related to the gods, but that was too absurd. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He might have been resurrected from an ancient divine tomb. Chun Nan's heart shook violently, and he could no longer remain calm. He thought to himself, could it be that, during these 10,000 years of slumber in the ancient divine tomb, my physique has changed and become infused with the essence of gods and demons? In an instant, he connected many dots. The ancient god's treasure, the Jade Rui, could resonate with him from afar, and the fifth-tier holy dragon, fond of sacred artifacts, was friendly towards him. This seemed to suggest, the Vice Dean said, "At that time, we will only need a small amount of your blood. You don't have to worry about anything." Chun Nan nodded numbly. At that moment, Xiao Qinci ran in from outside, smiling happily. "Brother, will we live here from now on? There are so many beautiful sisters here. And they really like Qinci. Qinci also likes to play with them." It was evident that Xiao Qinci had been very popular outside just now. Chun Nan was very pleased. Such a joyful environment might help her forget the shadows left behind in Kaiyuan City sooner. The Vice Dean smiled at her and said, "From now on, you and your brother will live here. Do you like it?" "Like." Chun Nan picked up Xiao Qinci and said to the Vice Dean, "Please arrange a room for me." There are some things I need to think about, and perhaps I will tell you some astonishing news. He was referring to the terrifying scene of the death zone several hundred miles away from the city of Sin. The Vice Dean didn't know what he was referring to and asked, "Is it about this child's origin? I always feel that this little girl is quite extraordinary. Can't you tell me where you were during those days before the warm-up match?" Chun Nen didn't reveal a word about his trip to the ancient immortal ruins. That place was not only a paradise on earth, but also a sacred place in his heart. He didn't want anyone to know about Baiwa Valley. Chun Nen shook his head and said, "It's not that, it's other news." While the Vice Dean sent someone to arrange and tidy up a room for Chun Nan, he said, "Thinking about your absence from the warm-up match makes me angry. Do you know you caused Shinfeng Academy a loss of 500,000 gold coins?" Chun Nen was puzzled and looked at him in surprise. The Vice Dean felt somewhat embarrassed, but more of it was anger. He said angrily, "I bet 500,000 gold coins for Shinfeng Academy with some old fogies from other academies that our academy would win, but who knew?" After hearing this, Chun Nan was somewhat shocked. He didn't expect the heads of the 4 academies to act so recklessly. Then he felt quite vindicated. After all, the Vice Dean had previously cheated him out of 50,000 gold coins, and now he had lost 500,000 coins because of Chun Nan. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Old man, you really deserve it." After the serious matters were discussed, the Vice Dean returned to his cunning and stingy demeanor, saying angrily, "If it weren't for you running away at the last minute, our academy would have had 2 third-tier experts on the field, and we definitely wouldn't have lost the match. By the way, where's the magical weapon I gave you? Give it back to me. I've used it all up." "Nonsense, stop dodging. As far as I know, you only used the magical flying knife in Kaiyuan City. Return the magical saber and the magical bow and arrows to me. Such precious magical weapons are worth a lot of money. I already said I've used them up. You don't believe me? Old man, you are really too stingy." Xiao Qinzi spoke up to defend Chun Nan, saying, "Brother really used them up." "Oh, what did he use them for? How did he use that set of magical bow and arrows?" The Vice Dean looked at Xiao Qinzi with curiosity, wanting to learn about Chun Nan's past movements from her. "Shooting little birds." Xiao Qinzi replied very seriously, despite her childishness. "What? Those powerful magical arrows can shatter an elephant, and you actually shot little birds?" The Vice Dean's beard bristled in anger. He unwillingly continued to ask, "And what about the magically enhanced saber?" With utmost seriousness, Xiao Qinzi answered, "I used it to chop little pigs." The stingy Vice Dean was about to explode. 2 sets of extremely powerful magical weapons had been wasted like this. He fiercely grabbed Chun Nan's shoulder and shook him hard, saying, "You little brat, how impressive. You actually took magical weapons to go hunting. I really want to strangle you." Chun Nan really couldn't explain. He couldn't very well tell him that he encountered a few monsters. The Vice Dean's iron grip felt like a steel clamp on his shoulder, and he frowned, unable to suppress a grunt. Xiao Qinzi thought Chun Nan was in great pain and seemed unable to resist the Vice Dean. She immediately became anxious, broke free from Chun Nan's embrace, and grabbed the Vice Dean's beard tightly with her small hands. "Uncle, please let go of my brother, don't bully him." Xiao Qinzi tugged at the Vice Dean's beard, hanging onto his chest like a swing, her innocent and cute little face full of pleading. The Vice Dean grimaced in pain, his face turning green, and hurriedly let go of Chun Nan, crying out in agony, "Little darling, please let go. Oh my, it hurts so much, little darling." Chun Nan laughed heartily and slowly picked Xiao Qinzi back up. Xiao Qinzi dropped a handful of broken beard hairs and innocently said, "Uncle, you should shave. It's too long, and that's not hygienic." The Vice Dean was almost in tears, helplessly touching his uneven beard. He truly had no choice. The last time he had his beard pulled out by the willful little princess, it had only just grown back, and now it was pulled out again by Xiao Qinzi. He was truly at a loss, unable to argue with a child. The old man waved his hand helplessly, calling someone from outside to lead Chun Nan to see the room. At the deepest part of Shinfeng Academy, in the northwest corner, it was very quiet, with very few houses. There were only a dozen or so small courtyards, separated by patches of bamboo forest. Important guests of the academy were arranged to stay here. This time, the Vice Dean truly regarded Chun Nan with new eyes, specially arranging for him to stay in this quiet VIP reception area. Along the way, both surprised and frightened, Xiao Qinzi was exhausted and slowly fell into a dream. Once Chun Nan saw that she was sweetly asleep, he stood up and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, there was a bamboo forest with an elegant rattan chair. Chun Nan lay back on it, relaxed his body, and began to carefully recall the various phenomena of the death zone. Undoubtedly, the death zone concealed earth-shattering secrets. The vast valley was covered with bones. Not only the remains of fierce and powerful giants and dragons, but also the skeletons of gods and men, which was simply shocking. Additionally, the corpses of those unheard-of and unseen beasts left Chun Nan feeling bewildered. What kind of ferocious beasts were they, and why had they never been recorded in ancient texts? The deaths of the two ancient gods left a deep impression on him. One god's skull had 5 shocking finger holes, while another's heart had been pierced through. One could imagine how terrifying the murderer must have been. The terrifying death zone was dead silent. And apart from the death flower that survived by absorbing the energy of the dead, it seemed that there was only a hint of life pulsating in the huge cave at the deepest part of the valley beneath the steep cliffs. Recalling that nameless god and demon with a shattered head and broken wings, Chun Nan felt a chill in his heart. The severely injured nameless god and demon had deteriorated to such a state, yet could still survive, which was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Chun Nan seemed to still be able to feel that earth-shattering, terrifying power and the overwhelming mental pressure that weighed like a mountain across the heavens and earth. According to Chun Nan's understanding, gods and demons are merely a form of advanced life. Even though legends say they can live forever, that is relative. If their bodies suffer severe injuries, they will inevitably endure the pain of reincarnation. However, the journey to the death abyss overturned his thoughts. He could not understand why that god-demon was still alive. Overall, seeing the legendary god-demon left Chun Nan in shock. This god-demon, with a damaged brain and heart ripped out, definitely had a significant background, certainly not an ordinary deity who had just entered the divine realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such great power. Judging by the ancient attire, he was undoubtedly a powerful being who had experienced countless long years, perhaps even an ancient god or demon. In front of the massive cave beneath the cliff, both Chun Nan and the little dragon had once been locked by an indistinct mental pressure, rendering them unable to move an inch. One thing puzzled Chun Nan. The mental power of a god-demon could not be intermittent unless he was in a state of deep sleep or his mind was not clear. Reflecting on the situation at that time, the nameless god-demon's chest rose and fell steadily, as if he were truly in a deep sleep. If this speculation were true, one could imagine how astonishing his strength was. Even in deep sleep, he could still lock onto external life through his subconscious. But such a powerful being was still injured to that extent. What terrifying existence could have harmed this ancient god-demon? At first, Chun Nan believed that the countless bones in the death abyss were caused by the nameless god-demon. But once he thought about how the god-demon was also injured, he overturned that notion. It seemed that there truly was an unimaginably powerful and terrifying existence in the dark. Giants, holy dragons, and gods could hardly compete with him. He could destroy all powerful beings, and he seemed to deserve the title of the Destroyer. Chun Nan's heart trembled. Since the Destroyer could annihilate gods and demons, could the countless gods and demons that perished long ago also be related to him? Waves of turmoil surged in Chun Nan's heart, making it hard to remain calm. The truth from 10,000 years ago seemed to be hidden in the death abyss. But he then thought of another question. Since the Destroyer could destroy powerful giants, holy dragons, and gods, why had he not completely annihilated the nameless ancient god-demon in the cave? Could it be that he was mistaken, and there was no such thing as a destroyer? Was the nameless god-demon actually the creator of the death abyss? Could it be that the severe injuries on him were left over from countless battles? Confusion. Everything was confusion. Chaos. It was so chaotic that it was impossible to guess. Chun Nan felt his mind was in disarray, making it difficult to find clarity. He closed his eyes and relaxed for a moment before starting to speculate again. The most mysterious part of the entire death abyss was the massive cave beneath the cliff, from where the overwhelming demonic flames emanated. He did not know whether the demonic energy was indeed emitted by the nameless god-demon. He might have thought so before. But since he speculated about the existence of a destroyer, he no longer dared to be certain. In an instant, several possibilities emerged in his mind. The first possibility was that the overwhelming demonic energy was emitted by the nameless god-demon, whose strength was earth-shattering, killing countless powerful beings and causing the current tragic scene in the death abyss. The second possibility was that the overwhelming demonic energy was emitted by the destroyer, who resided in the deepest part of the cave. The nameless god-demon was left there specifically to guard the entrance of the cave. The third possibility was that the cave contained other hidden wonders, an extremely mysterious and terrifying place, perhaps connected to a hellish world or an extraordinary space. The more Chun Nan speculated, the more terrifying it felt. Although sometimes he thought these speculations were absurd, upon closer examination, each hypothesis seemed to have a certain degree of possibility. Countless hypotheses made his mind increasingly chaotic, and eventually, he fell into a drowsy sleep. Chun Nan had a strange dream. He dreamed of a tall figure, resembling a god or demon, standing before him, speaking slowly and deeply. "Old friend, have you returned? I felt your presence. I know that even the heavens cannot completely destroy you. I hope my feeling is not wrong, and that you really have come back. I am so tired. I do not know if I can still fight alongside you. If I disappear, please do not forget your comrade, the great Demon King." The words were filled with endless sorrow, and the voice grew fainter until it completely vanished. In the dream, Chun Nan felt an overwhelming sadness surge in his heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably. He did not know how much time had passed when he felt a pair of warm little hands gently touching his cheeks. He opened his eyes. "Brother, you're crying." Xiao Qinzi stood beside the rattan chair, her eyes red. Chun Nan picked her up and said, "Silly girl. It's normal for people to shed tears unconsciously while sleeping. It's a normal physiological phenomenon." "Really? I thought there was something sad bothering you." A smile appeared on Xiao Qinzi's face as she returned to her cheerful self. Chapter 10. The Holy Dragon's rebirth. The ancient god turmoil had gradually subsided, and many cultivators who had come for the divine treasure could not hide their disappointment. Some people left the Sin City, but most still remained, as 3 months later, the Godwind Academy would hold a grand competition among the young strong from the 4 major academies, an event that would naturally attract many cultivators to watch. With the divine treasure turmoil settled, Sin City gradually calmed down, but at this moment, a mysterious major event occurred at the Godwind Academy. Since the little dragon learned that Chun Nan and Xiao Qinzi had moved into the Godwind Academy and had an independent and quiet courtyard, it relocated from the dragon field to live with them in their backyard. Naturally, Chun Nan did not oppose this. Having the little dragon around was equivalent to having a 5th-tier absolute master guarding them. Xiao Qinzi was even happier, as after spending time together, she had developed a deep affection for the little dragon. However, Chun Nan gradually noticed something unusual. The little dragon seemed to be unwell, lacking the vitality it once had, and was often lethargic. He was alarmed and fearful that something might happen to the little dragon, and immediately informed the vice president. The cunning old man became anxious upon hearing this news. The little dragon was of great significance to the Godwind Academy. If anything happened to a holy dragon, it would be an immeasurable loss. Additionally, the vice president had a special affection for the little dragon. All signs indicated that the little dragon seemed to be the highly intelligent dragon king from 1,000 years ago, the first generation of female holy dragon knights from the Godwind Academy. In this world, holy dragons are as rare as phoenix feathers. The strength of a holy dragon is not necessarily proportional to its size. Some holy dragons are dozens of zhang long, while others are only 2 or 3 zhang long. Although their sizes differ greatly, it is difficult to compare their strengths. It can be said that there are almost no 2 completely identical holy dragons in this world. The physical forms of different holy dragons vary significantly. The vice president was well versed in the history of the Godwind Academy. 1,000 years ago, the first generation of female holy dragon knights failed to break the death realm and ultimately returned to the yellow earth. Although her holy dragon returned to the mountains, the academy still preserved its portrait, and the little dragon bore a striking resemblance to it. If it weren't for the significant difference in personality between the little dragon and that highly intelligent holy dragon, the vice president would have long regarded it as the first generation of holy dragons of the Godwind Academy. However, he did not believe that the 2 were entirely unrelated, because as far as he knew, all holy dragons possess high intelligence, and holy dragons with peculiar temperaments, like the little dragon, who behaves like a child, are extremely rare. Not long ago, after careful analysis and serious consideration with some old scholars from the Godwind Academy who had extensive research on dragons, they unanimously concluded that the little dragon was a powerful holy dragon that had undergone a rebirth but had failed. Generally, when a holy dragon undergoes a nirvana, there are only 2 possible outcomes. It either transforms into a divine dragon or it perishes. However, there have been exceptions in history, where certain powerful holy dragons possess the potential to become divine dragons, But due to external interference or other significant reasons at the critical moment, they fail in their transformation. Because such holy dragons are exceedingly strong, even though they fail to become divine dragons, they can still survive. The vice president and the old-timers in the academy believe that the little dragon is most likely the Dragon King from a millennium ago, who was the mount of a female holy dragon knight. Although it survived its failed nirvana, it lost all of its original memories, which is another form of rebirth after a failed nirvana. This also explains why the little dragon has a special attachment to the Shunhui Academy, always lingering there unwilling to leave, occasionally revealing a look of confusion and reminiscence, which supports the notion that it is indeed the Dragon King from 1,000 years ago. For these reasons, the vice president and the old-timers in the academy have a complex and special feeling towards the little dragon, and he cannot tolerate any accidents befalling it. When the vice president arrived at the scene, he found that the little dragon was indeed as dazed as Chun Nan had described. In the past, if someone approached the little dragon while it was sleeping, it would mischievously blink its eyes or directly use force to drive the person away. But now, the little dragon seems to have lost interest in everything, lazily lying on the ground, not even bothering to lift its head. The vice president was extremely anxious and eventually gathered a whole bunch of old-timers from the Shunhui Academy, resulting in a large number of white-haired heads in Chun Nan's courtyard. However, everyone was at a loss, and after 2 days, these elders were still powerless. On the morning of the 3rd day, something astonishing happened. When Chun Nan arrived in the backyard, he was shocked to see that the little dragon's body was covered in a thick layer of keratinous material, wrapping it up completely, like a silkworm spinning a cocoon. After hearing the news, the vice president and the old-timers hurried to the scene, and after their initial shock, they all displayed expressions of wild joy, with some elderly individuals even jumping for joy. They couldn't contain their immense delight. The worries of the past 3 days vanished in an instant. The little dragon was actually going to undergo nirvana again. If successful, a divine dragon would emerge from the Shunhui Academy. Chun Nan was also incredibly happy, not expecting the little dragon to be so extraordinary and on the verge of entering the divine dragon realm. Xiao Qinci was overjoyed, bouncing around. She had thought the little dragon was sick and had secretly shed tears several times in the past few days. This mysterious event was classified as the most important secret by the higher-ups of the Shunhui Academy. Legends say that the phoenix undergoes nirvana and is reborn from the ashes, while the holy dragon undergoes nirvana and transforms into a divine dragon. The old monsters of the Shunhui Academy had a premonition that this time the little dragon was going to undergo nirvana again, and it would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Anyone capable of transforming into a divine dragon must be an extraordinary dragon. The little dragon had experienced a nirvana once, and although it did not succeed, it did not die, which was enough to demonstrate its extraordinary nature. Moreover, these old fellows vaguely felt that the little dragon might have a significant background. According to legend, descendants of dragon royal bloodlines, if their royal blood is no longer pure, some extraordinary dragons would continuously undergo nirvana to activate the best bloodline left by the dragon royal ancestors until they completely evolve into the royal dragon. The elders of the Shunhui Academy had an inkling that the little dragon might be a descendant of the dragon royal lineage, and its first failed nirvana was merely a preparation for the next one. A month had passed in the blink of an eye, and the matter of the little dragon's nirvana had not leaked a single whisper. During this time, Chun Nan's name spread throughout the Shunhui Academy, and those who had previously known him as the disgrace had a complete change of perception. Those who had previously been involved with him no longer sought trouble with him. Ren Jian, who had been severely injured by Chun Nan, was already able to walk on his own. He did not take any retaliatory actions. It was unclear whether he truly had not found out it was Chun Nan's doing or if he was enduring quietly. The handsome and carefree Long Wu no longer threatened or intimidated Chun Nan, nor did he force him to hand over the dragon capture technique. But every time they met, he would engage in a war of words with Chun Nan. Dongfang Fenghuang still looked at Chun Nan with gritted teeth, but due to Chun Nan's current reputation and status, every time they met, she could only glare at him fiercely. The little princess was extremely angry. She simply could not understand why her father would protect Chun Nan so fiercely. However, deep down, she truly did not want Chun Nan to die. She had secretly vowed that one day she would use her own strength to defeat Chun Nan and then step on him to avenge her humiliation. There was one person that Chun Nan was most unwilling to face, and that was Lu Si. Every time he saw her, he would flee, which made Lu Si who wanted to cause trouble for him, both angry and resentful. The last time they had a misunderstanding and spent the spring together. Lucy felt as if a fire was burning in her heart, but she could never find the right opportunity to vent her pent-up anger. Just thinking about Chun Nin made her feel like going crazy. In just 1 month, Xiao Qinzi had become the star darling of the Shunhui Academy, adored by everyone from teachers to students. Almost everyone learned that Chun Nin had a little sister who resembled a little angel or a tiny fairy, and Xiao Qinzi had become an undeniable heartthrob. Her mouth was always sweet, frequently calling uncle, brother, and sister, and wherever she went, people would rush to hold her. Even the little princess, who hated Chun Nin intensely, and Dongfang Feng Huang were captivated by Xiao Qinzi's clever and adorable demeanor. Whenever Xiao Qinzi ran out on her own, they often took her to fly. Both of them had flying pets, so soaring into the sky was naturally effortless. During this time, Chun Nin had visited an old mercenary named Li from the mercenary guild in the city of Sin. The old man had previously taken the initiative to befriend him and provided Chun Nin with detailed information about Ren Jian during that time, for which Chun Nin was very grateful. After Chun Nin's identity was revealed, many people came to befriend him, but the place he lived was specifically designated for receiving VIPs at the academy, so ordinary people could not approach. This made him feel somewhat relieved, as he didn't want to spend his days engaging in tedious socializing. Of course, just because ordinary people couldn't approach didn't mean no one could. The martial arts fanatic Lung Feng became a frequent visitor, ever since he learned Chun Nin's true identity and the events of the battle in Kaiyuan City. He sought Chun Nin out again, requesting to compete with him once more. Chun Nin had not forgotten his previous defeat. Even if Lung Feng had not come to find him, he would have approached him to rectify that loss. A strong person can only become stronger by overcoming obstacles that were once insurmountable. This time, the outcome of the battle was without suspense. After the battle in Kaiyuan City, Chun Nin's cultivation had made great progress, having entered the 3rd stage of the Great Completion Realm, and Lung Feng was no longer his opponent. Afterward, Lung Feng would come to challenge him after some time. After several crushing defeats, he had to admit that his current cultivation could no longer compete with Chun Nin. Since Chun Nin's significant improvement in cultivation, he had become more diligent in his training. Many of the profound techniques passed down in his family required formidable strength to execute. And now that his cultivation had improved, he could finally start using some of those techniques. However, he always had a lingering worry in his heart. The last time he reversed his cultivation technique, he clearly felt himself becoming brutal and bloodthirsty. The cultivation technique had influenced his emotions during that period. It was almost demonic. Later, although the reversed cultivation technique returned to normal, Chun Nin sensed something unusual. When he looked inward, he discovered that the originally bright golden qi in his meridians was mixed with a trace of dark light, exactly like the mutated qi he experienced during the reversal. Zhenjian had once warned him that in life-threatening situations, even if there was a glimmer of hope, he should not reverse the cultivation technique, indicating Zhenjian's aversion to reversing the cultivation technique. Chun Nin did not know what consequences would arise from the reversal of his profound skills, nor did he know what would happen in the future. For now, he could only strive to improve his cultivation and make another breakthrough to step into a new realm. He believed that as long as his power was strong enough, he could suppress any terrifying consequences. For the past month, Chun Nin had not revealed the secret of the Death Abyss to the vice president. He planned to explain it to him when the youth strongman competition among the 4 major academies began. By then, many powerful cultivators would gather in Sin City. If a large number of highly skilled cultivators explored the Death Abyss together, they should be able to gain some insights. However, it was foreseeable that many would never return. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The competition among the 4 major academies was about to commence. The real strongman competition was far beyond a warm-up match. It was the pinnacle battle among the youth strongmen of the 4 major academies. The 4 major academies all had nearly 1,000 years of history, and their reputation had shaken the continent for millennia. Naturally, this competition would attract countless spectators. Not only were there many young masters from ancient sects in the East, but also contemporary talents from mysterious Western families, as well as many renowned figures from the older generations of the East and West. Sin City was bustling, and the inns were packed with people. On this day, the weather was fine, with clear skies, and the long-awaited competition among the 4 major academies finally began. The Shinkei's academy was filled with crowds of cultivators from all over the continent. After several deans of the four major academies took turns speaking, the pinnacle battle among the strong men of the four major academies was about to start. But at that moment, a tremendous dragon roar suddenly reverberated from the depths of Shinkei's academy, shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless golden lights shot into the sky, and countless illusory figures of eastern golden dragons soared in the air. The resounding dragon chant stirred the heavens above and trembled the underworld below. Within 1,000 miles, all creatures lay prostrate on the ground, worshipping in this direction. Oh my God, the Eastern Dragon. The holy dragon's nirvana, the illusion in the void. My God, what am I seeing? The Eastern Dragon from myths and legends has appeared. Chapter 1. The Divine Dragon. Countless golden lights shot into the sky from the depths of Shinkei's academy, and numerous illusory dragons soared in the sky. The dragon's roar was like waves crashing against the shore, like thunder shattering the sky, echoing throughout the world. The plaza of the academy was filled with gasps of astonishment. The appearance of the Eastern Dragon, a creature only found in myths and legends, shocked everyone to their core. No one could suppress their inner astonishment. Oh my God, I can't be dreaming. This is real. I saw it. I saw the illusory dragon. Shinkei's academy actually hides a dragon. This is unbelievable. The most exalted sacred beasts and divine beasts, during their nirvana, would always be accompanied by the extremely unusual phenomenon of an illusory reflection in the void. As their imminent form would first be projected into the sky, the few old-timers in the academy gazed at the illusory dragon soaring in the sky, their expressions filled with immense excitement, and some even shed tears. The vice president murmured, "Holy dragon's nirvana, illusion in the void, transforming into a divine dragon. No. It's the divine dragon, a descendant of the Eastern and Western dragons. Heaven bless, may it succeed in its nirvana." An elderly man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, who looked quite old, stood in a corner of Shinkei's academy, excitedly saying, "You are indeed the divine dragon. The excellent bloodline of our ancestors has finally awakened. Alas, I truly am unworthy to be your master." At this moment, observant people in the plaza had already noticed that the soaring dragon shadows differed slightly from the Eastern Dragon. Each dragon shadow had a pair of delicate golden dragon wings. Some older individuals recognized this as the characteristic of the legendary divine dragon, possessing the dragon body of the Eastern Dragon and the divine wings of the Western Dragon, combining the strengths of both, making it one of the most powerful divine beasts in the world. At this moment, not only were the thousands in Shinkei's academy astonished, but the entire Sin City was also in an uproar, with everyone in the city looking in that direction in shock. Many could not help but kneel, murmuring similar phrases. The dragon has appeared. Auspiciousness has descended from the heavens. The divine beast. What a year of great fortune. At this moment, a luminous aura like water enveloped Chun Nan's small courtyard, and the pure golden light continuously rippled outward, creating a mist of light that looked like a holy realm. Chun Nan, holding Xiao Chenxi, was nervously watching the enormous dragon cocoon in the backyard, which radiated brilliant light and emitted a fierce divine glow. Xiao Chenxi, with a worried expression, whispered, "Brother, what's wrong with the little dragon? It won't be in danger, right? There might be some danger." Sacred beasts and divine beasts face heavenly jealousy during nirvana, attracting heavenly tribulations. However, I believe the little dragon can easily get through it. Why does it face heavenly jealousy? Why does it attract heavenly tribulations? Xiao Chenxi became even more anxious, fearing an accident would befall the dragon baby. Chun Nan sighed softly. This is a latent law of heaven and earth. Whether human or beast, a certain degree of power will attract heavenly tribulations. Relatively speaking, heaven is more lenient toward humans. Unless they reach the immortal realm, they won't attract heavenly tribulations. But various sacred beasts and divine beasts are not so fortunate. Every time they evolve to a higher level, they must attract heavenly tribulations and undergo tests from the heavens. Xiao Chenxi nervously asked, "Can the little dragon successfully overcome this hurdle?" It can. The little dragon definitely can. Its strength is far greater than that of an ordinary sacred dragon. This time, Nirvana will surely succeed. Look, those dragon shadows in the sky are the little dragon transforming into a divine dragon. Isn't it much more majestic than before? When Chun Nan was in the royal ancient library of the Chu Kingdom, he had thoroughly read about the secrets of divine beast evolution. The moment the illusory reflection appeared in the sky, he had already realized that the little dragon was a descendant of the divine dragon. He knew that through this evolution, the excellent bloodline left to it by its ancestors would be fully activated. Upon hearing Chen Nan's affirmative answer, Xiao Qinzi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at the soaring, illusory divine dragon in the sky and sincerely praised. Compared to the little dragon's chubby appearance before, it really looks much more majestic. Chen Nan held her and walked outside, saying, "Let us move a bit further away. The heavenly tribulation is about to arrive." After the two retreated 100 feet, the golden dragon shadows in the void flew down from the horizon and, in the blink of an eye, entered the dragon cocoon. At the same time, a rumble of thunder echoed in the sky. At that moment, the dragon cocoon quickly shattered. A beam of golden light shot into the sky, and a clear dragon roar pierced the heavens and resonated across the land. A little dragon, over 2 meters long, with wings on its ribs and a body shimmering with golden light, spiraled and soared in the air. Although the little dragon was not as enormous as the dragons in myths and legends, it radiated an aura of royalty, inviolable and imposing. Everyone in Shinkei's academy who was watching felt an immense pressure, the overwhelming aura of the Dragon King sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The true dragon aura surged like a tide into the 10,000 great mountains, causing countless birds and beasts to prostrate on the ground, worshipping in that direction. At the same time, in the deepest part of the death abyss, a massive black hole at the foot of a cliff lit up with a point of blood-red light. And a surge of demonic energy erupted from the black hole. The true dragon appeared, and Shinkei's academy erupted in chaos, since city was in uproar. And people shouted wildly, waving their arms towards the sky. The dragon baby, originally over 2 meters long, had shrunk to just over 2 meters, yet its strength had significantly increased. This evolution allowed it to finally become a 6th-tier divine beast, if it could successfully avoid the heavenly tribulation. This nirvana would be deemed a complete success. At that moment, the anticipated thunder calamity finally appeared, accompanied by a deafening roar. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, its blazing light so intense that it blinded the eyes. Facing the surging lightning, the little dragon remained calm. It opened its mouth and unleashed a fierce electric light that was disproportionately large compared to its body, immense and comparable to the lightning striking from above. The two bolts of lightning collided, erupting into a brilliant light cluster in the sky, dazzling like the sun. The ground shook as if trembling from the thunderous roar, and a massive energy storm rampaged through the air, illuminating everything. With a loud crack, before the energy storm created by the first bolt of lightning had dissipated, the second bolt shot down from the sky, aimed directly at the little dragon. Chapter 2. The arrival of gods and demons. The little dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, and after a flick of its tail, it soared upwards to meet the lightning. A massive electric light erupted from its mouth, colliding with the descending second bolt of lightning. With a thunderous boom, the entire sky was illuminated. Golden serpents danced in the air as the chaotic currents intertwined to form a vast electric net, creating a gigantic energy storm that surged and roared in the sky. The people on the ground were stunned, relieved that the little dragon was battling the thunder calamity in the air. Had it been on the ground, countless innocent lives would have been affected. Boom. When the third bolt of lightning struck, the little dragon no longer countered with electric light. It began to spiral rapidly in the air, and the elemental energy of heaven and earth around it started to fluctuate violently. The people on the ground clearly felt the abnormal fluctuations of the elemental energy. An elderly cultivator couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavens, it's manipulating the elemental energy of heaven and earth." Taoist magic? Sorcery? The divine dragon is indeed powerful. As the fluctuations of elemental energy intensified, when the third bolt of lightning descended near the little dragon, it seemed as if the elemental energy of the entire world was shaking. The energy around the little dragon surged like raging waves, rushing towards the incoming lightning. Boom. The two forces of heaven and earth collided, creating an energy storm that surged and roared in the air like a flood. The sky was filled with blinding light, as if 10 suns were hanging in the sky, casting a white haze over the horizon. In the following moments, 6 more bolts of lightning fell from the sky. The little dragon either used its own power to resist or manipulated the elemental energy to defend itself, successfully neutralizing all 6 bolts. Of course, facing the 9 bolts of thunder calamity that altered the weather and dimmed the world, the little dragon also found it challenging. After successfully resisting these 9 bolts, it was already extremely weak. Its once brilliant golden scales appeared much dimmer, no longer shining as brightly as before. Yet, its regal presence as the Dragon King remained, still exerting a heavy pressure on those below. In Chun Nan's arms, Xiao Qinzi waved her little hands at the little dragon in the sky, happily shouting, "Little dragon." Although far up in the sky, the little dragon seemed to instantly catch Xiao Qinzi's voice. After circling in the air, it flicked its tail and dove down, flying directly towards Chun Nan and the others. The little dragon's feelings for Chun Nan and Xiao Qinzi had not changed at all. Although it exuded an aura of a divine dragon, once it arrived in front of the two, it made an effort to restrain its divine presence. It playfully blinked its big eyes, showing a dragon-like smile, and continuously flew around them. Chun Nan was a bit excited, not expecting the usually clumsy little dragon to transform into a divine dragon before him. He reached out to gently touch the little dragon's scales, which emitted a faint golden glow, and sighed softly, "Dragon baby, you've successfully undergone your rebirth. You won't leave me, will you?" The little dragon shook its head, hovering in front of him, affectionately rubbing its head against him, and then it flicked its body, positioning itself in front of Xiao Qinzi. Hee. Xiao Qinzi giggled sweetly as Chun Nan placed her on the little dragon's back. The little dragon flapped its graceful divine dragon wings, carrying her as it flew around the bamboo forest, with cheerful childlike laughter ringing out. In the distance, the three unparalleled masters of Shunfeng Academy watched everything in astonishment. The first, with an ethereal presence, stood in the air on a flying sword. The second, with golden hair and beard, was wrinkled and stood atop a bamboo stalk. The third, with white hair and a face full of wrinkles that made it hard to discern his age, leaned on a dragon's staff, murmuring, "You really have transformed into a divine dragon. I, who am not the Master's master, am truly happy for you." Chun Nan sensed the presence of the three unmatched masters. He turned to look, wanting to greet them, but at that moment, a more powerful and terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire bamboo forest. His heart trembled. This feeling was too familiar, identical to the terrifying wave he sensed in the death abyss. At that moment, the overwhelming aura grew stronger, resonating throughout the bamboo forest, leaving the three unmatched masters in shock, unable to imagine the profound cultivation of the incoming presence. A massive dark cloud drifted in from the southeast, the oppressive cloud seeming to press down towards the ground, giving off a heavy, terrifying, and oppressive feeling. Chun Nan's heart trembled violently. The terrifying aura in the bamboo forest came from the approaching dark clouds. The three unmatched masters also looked up in astonishment at the rolling black clouds, exchanging shocked glances. "Devil energy, devil energy, devil energy, devil energy." Chun Nan and the three unmatched masters simultaneously exclaimed in shock. Although the three masters had never been to the death abyss, they sensed that amidst the rolling devil energy, there seemed to be an unimaginably powerful entity. In an instant, Chun Nan seemed to understand. The powerful divine dragon aura emitted during the little dragon's rebirth had alarmed the supreme being in the death abyss hundreds of miles away. He shouted anxiously, "Little dragon, danger! Quickly retract your aura and hide." In fact, the little dragon sensed the powerful death aura even before Chun Nan and the others, as the rolling devil energy from the sky was aimed directly at it, locking onto it immediately. Chun Nan and the three unmatched masters could not compare to its perception. The little dragon transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly appearing in front of Chun Nan, quickly placing Xiao Qinzi into his arms, and then anxiously gestured for Chun Nan to take Xiao Qinzi away. Xiao Qinzi had also sensed the heart-pounding, terrifying wave. Remembering the horrific scene from 3 months ago in the death abyss, she nervously said, "Brother, that powerful demon is coming. It can't be coming for the little dragon, right?" The little dragon flicked its tail, causing the nearby elemental energy to tremble. Chun Nan and Xiao Qinzi were enveloped by a gentle force and flew away from their original spot, forcibly brought to the front of the three unmatched masters. At that moment, a black lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the rolling devil energy, heading straight for the little dragon. Chapter 3. The Spirit Dragon Calamity. After combating the 9 bolts of Thunder Calamity, the little dragon was already extremely weak. At this moment, it forcefully unleashed a massive bolt of lightning to block the black electric light. With a deafening boom, the little dragon was sent tumbling through the low sky for dozens of meters. The golden light on its body dimmed instantly, and bright red dragon blood spilled from its mouth and nose. After stabilizing itself, the little dragon began to manipulate the elemental energy of heaven and earth nearby to repair its damaged body. But the terrifying presence within the rolling devil energy clearly intended to take its life immediately, not giving it any chance. A tremendous force surged down from the sky, enveloping the little dragon in a blood-red, tragic glow. The powerful energy shook the ground violently, causing the bamboo forest to sway wildly, with leaves flying everywhere. The little dragon was struck by the horrific red light, tumbling from the sky to the ground, letting out a mournful dragon's roar. It rolled on the ground, knocking down rows of bamboo. On the square of the Shinkei's Academy, over 10,000 cultivators were taken aback. The sudden appearance of a dense black cloud above the academy had already filled them with astonishment, and then black and red lightning began to fall from the cloud, which left them even more incredulous. It wasn't until they heard the little dragon's cry that they realized the seriousness of the situation. The terrifying aura emanating from the rolling demonic energy was only locked onto the bamboo forest in the northwest corner of the academy. So the crowd in the square did not notice the ominous cloud. The little dragon was flying low while struggling against the demonic energy, and the crowd had not noticed until it let out a cry of despair. At this moment, a tremendous pressure emanated from the rolling demonic energy, as if a vast power was about to descend from the sky once again, attacking the little dragon. Xiao Qinzi began to cry anxiously. No, don't hurt the little dragon. Having spent many days with the little dragon, she had developed a deep bond with it. Besides Chun Nan, it was her closest companion in this world. Seeing the little dragon in danger, her small face was brimming with tears as she choked out, "Little dragon." She wanted Chun Nan to save the little dragon, but she knew very well that the terrifying presence within the demonic energy was incredibly powerful and unbeatable. She feared that if Chun Nan went, he would also encounter danger, leaving her to cry sorrowfully. At this moment, Chun Nan was extremely anxious. If the little dragon were hit again, it would surely be in danger. For whatever reason, the little dragon had always been affectionate towards him, and it had saved both his and Xiao Qinzi's lives in the capital of Jin. No matter what, he could not just stand by and watch the little dragon lose its life. Chun Nan gently placed Xiao Qinzi on the ground and said softly, "Wait here for your brother, don't move around, understand?" Xiao Qinzi, feeling sad and a bit scared, said, "Brother, I also want you to save the little dragon, but you can't defeat that demon. Don't go. Don't worry." Brother Isnt acting recklessly. "Do you remember that piece of jade? With its protection, I believe there shouldn't be any major problems." Xiao Qinzi was doubtful, her face filled with worry as she waved her small hand, watching Chun Nan walk forward. The moment Chun Nan turned around, he immediately put away his smile, having already taken off the jade rui, which he held tightly in his right hand. The three supreme experts exchanged glances. Although they knew the unknown presence within the rolling demonic energy was unbeatable, they still nodded in unison and followed Chun Nan forward. At this moment, the little dragon had stopped rolling and barely managed to fly into the air. Its originally shining scales had dimmed, and its body was covered in blood. Seeing Chun Nan approach, it seemed a little anxious, wanting to use the energy of heaven and earth to push him away from this place. But it found it had no strength left to do so. It had endured 9 lightning tribulations and had been struck by 2 terrifying powers far stronger than the tribulations, leaving it extremely weak. Chun Nan stroked its scales and sighed gently. "Little dragon, don't try to persuade me to leave here. There's something among humans called true feelings. Although this is becoming rarer in an increasingly indifferent society, it still exists. You have always regarded me as family and friend, and you once saved both my and Xiao Qinzi's lives. How can I ignore you when you are in a life and death situation? I admit I am not a gentleman, nor purely a good person, but I have true feelings in my heart. Because of its existence, I can risk my life to help you." Tears seemed to well up in the little dragon's eyes as it extended its tongue to lick Chun Nan's right cheek. At this moment, the 3 supreme experts formed a triangle around the little dragon, all knowing it was the Dragon King of the first generation of Holy Dragon Knights from Shinkei's Academy 1,000 years ago, and they had a special bond with it. They could not bear to watch the little dragon lose its life. A tremendous pressure emanated from the high sky's rolling demonic energy. But Chun Nan and the 3 supreme experts waited for a long time without seeing that vast power surge forth. Just when everyone was tense, a barely audible low voice emerged from the rolling demonic energy. The 3 experts looked at each other. With their extraordinary cultivation, they barely caught that faint sound. but they couldn't understand a single word. Chen Nan, with his keen senses and exceptional spiritual awareness, caught that faint voice as well, and he was shocked. An overwhelming wave of anxiety rising in his heart. The low voice from the rolling demonic energy was actually the language of the Xianhuan continent from 10,000 years ago. The weak voice carried a sense of antiquity and confusion. Who am I? How did I end up here? Then a vast power surged down from the demonic energy. As the demonic energy roiled in the high sky, Chen Nin caught a glimpse of the nameless demon with a shattered head, a heart ripped out, and broken wings. He was utterly shocked. The terrifying presence in the demonic energy was indeed the nameless demon from the Death Abyss. If he hadn't seen it before in the Death Abyss, he would have definitely thought it was merely an illusion created by the swirling demonic energy. Chen Nin's heart was like a raging sea, unable to calm down, as he not only confirmed that the supreme presence within the demonic energy was truly the nameless demon, but also because the words it spoke were in the language of the Xianhuan continent from 10,000 years ago. The nameless demon resembled the ancient demons of the West. It spoke the language of the ancient East. What did this mean? Chapter 4. Divine Beast Protection. At this moment, Chen Nan was in a state of chaos, thinking of many things in an instant. He seemed to grasp something fleetingly, but in that moment, the inspiration vanished. However, in this critical moment, he had no time for wild thoughts. A vast stream of energy fell straight from the sky, while the demonic energy above retreated like a tide towards the southeast. Seeing the nameless demon retreat, Chen Nan and the three supreme experts were overjoyed. They quickly protected the little dragon and retreated to a distance. As long as they could avoid the terrifying power descending from the sky, they would be completely safe. However, this terrifying strike was immensely powerful, and although they ran fast, they ultimately could not evade it completely. At the edge of the energy storm, the three supreme experts, who fell behind to protect the little dragon, were the first to suffer severe injuries. They spat out blood and were sent flying over 20 feet, with a large section of the bamboo forest being devastated. After the three experts were struck out of the energy storm, Chen Nan was the first to face the oncoming surge of immense power, like a towering wave rushing towards him. The little dragon seemed to know that Chen Nan's strength was insufficient to withstand this terrifying stream of energy. It wanted to forcibly push Chen Nan away from this sea of energy, but it was currently extremely weak and had no strength left, only able to tug at Chen Nan's sleeve with its mouth. Chen Nan was deeply moved. At such a life-and-death moment, the little dragon was still thinking of him. Little dragon, I will definitely save you. To save Xiao Chenxi, I reversed my cultivation for the first time. To save you, I can reverse my cultivation a second time. In that moment, Chen Nan made this decision. He didn't care about the terrifying consequences of reversing his cultivation to ensure the little dragon survived. He had no other choice. He could only use the simplest and most practical method to instantly make himself the strongest. The little dragon let out a low, mournful cry, its big eyes glistening with moisture. All of this happened in an instant. The golden light emanating from Chen Nan's body converged, and dark rays of energy burst forth from within him, swirling in front of him. He shouted, Heaven and Earth Demon Technique. Recently, his cultivation had made significant progress, and through diligent practice of his family's secret arts, he was able to master many extraordinary techniques that required immense power to perform. The Heaven and Earth Demon Technique was one of them, and as its name suggests, when practiced to the utmost realm, it could shake heaven and earth. Its most peculiar aspect was its ability to dissipate incoming external forces into nothingness. More precisely, it could guide external forces out of the body, minimizing the damage suffered. Chen Nin held the jade rui high above his head, resisting the terrifying energy storm. The jade rui shone brightly, crazily absorbing the energy storm that surged towards him. The residual waves were directed by the demonic energy swirling around his body, and the Heaven and Earth Demon Technique within him operated wildly. The raging power surged through his body and was directed underground, leaving behind massive cracks beneath his feet. At that moment, Chen Nan resembled a world-shaking demon god, surrounded by endless dark rays, absorbing the violent energy flow that was wreaking havoc. The dark rays acted like a demonic shield, blocking the vast force and keeping the small dragon behind him in a tranquil space. Chen Nan had exerted all his strength, but the energy storm was too ferocious, and ultimately, he was still blasted out of the frenzied energy zone. The small dragon was enveloped by the fierce energy flow, letting out a mournful dragon roar that echoed into the heavens. It was covered in blood, Nearly all of its golden scales had fallen off, and it rolled through the air before being hurled out of the energy storm, landing less than 3 yards away from Xiao Chenxi. No, little dragon. Xiao Chenxi ran over and hugged the little dragon's head in her arms, choking back tears. Little dragon, wake up. Wu, please wake up. The three unrivaled masters and Chun Nen staggered to their feet, their faces pale. The three masters had exceptional cultivation, and Chun Nen was protected by the Jade Rui. Yet even so, they were severely injured by the energy storm in the area where it was the thinnest. They all looked at the little dragon, and an overwhelming sorrow surged in their hearts. Although the little dragon had already transformed into a 6th-tier divine dragon, it had exhausted all its power earlier and could not resist the terrifying energy storm. Now, it was likely. The four of them walked to Xiao Chenxi's side and found that the little dragon's body had already turned cold. Their hearts broke. The dragon baby that had just transformed into a divine dragon had actually died. Wu, little dragon, please wake up, don't sleep. Wu, Xiao Chenxi cried sorrowfully, her small face covered in tears. However, at that moment, something astonishing happened. As Xiao Chenxi's tears fell onto the bloodied dragon body, they emitted a rainbow-like glow. The sparkling light flowed into the little dragon's body. Xiao Chenxi seemed unaware, continuing to cry, her tears rolling down and the rainbow light continuously blooming. At that moment, the little dragon's body suddenly moved, and then it slowly opened its eyes, weakly nudging its head against Xiao Chenxi's small face. Ah, little dragon, you woke up. Is this real? Xiao Chenxi's face was still wet with tears, looking at the little dragon in disbelief. A strange transformation occurred again. The little dragon's body emitted dazzling golden light, slowly floating up, its body gradually shrinking and fading until it transformed into a phantom, wrapping around one of Xiao Chenxi's arms. The people present couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, as no one had expected such a bizarre occurrence. A small dragon, shimmering with golden light, appeared on Xiao Chenxi's left arm, looking lifelike like a painting. After a long while, the elegantly dressed cultivator, resembling a celestial being, sighed. Could this be the legendary divine beast protecting the body? The other two unrivaled masters nodded thoughtfully. They gazed at Xiao Chenxi in astonishment, examining her from head to toe repeatedly. The three of them affectionately patted her head, wiped the tears from her face, and then left together. Upon hearing the words divine beast protecting the body, Chun Nen immediately understood their meaning. In myth and legend, cultivators who reached an extraordinarily high realm often sought divine beasts in deep mountains and great lakes. Once discovered, they would forcibly tame them, utilizing their ability to change size to seal them within various parts of their bodies. The physique of a divine beast was generally incredibly strong, wherever it was sealed. That part was as if it had an additional layer of divine armor, making it extremely difficult for external forces to cause harm. Moreover, the divine beast could be summoned by its master at any time. In a certain sense, under such circumstances, the divine beast almost became a slave to its master. However, if the divine beast were injured and its life was in danger, it could self-seal by borrowing the master's body, falling into a long slumber until it recovered and could be summoned again. It was evident that the little dragon understood that Xiao Chenxi's constitution was extraordinary. In a moment of life-threatening danger, it self-sealed itself, embedding itself in Xiao Chenxi's left arm, hoping that one day it could recover. Chapter 5. After the Catastrophe Brother. Xiao Chenxi's voice was low, her small face full of sadness. Little dragon. Chun Nen picked her up and gently said, don't worry. Little dragon lives within your left arm. One day, it will mischievously appear before you. Of course, there's a prerequisite. You must be healthy and happy every day so that the little dragon can recover sooner. Really? Really? That's great. Just now, I seemed to hear little dragon talking to me in my heart, saying it was very tired and needed to rest. I thought it was an illusion. It turns out it was real. A few tears hung on Xiao Chenxi's long eyelashes, but her face was already filled with joy. On this day, the divine dragon emerged, causing the entire city of Sin to erupt in excitement, but no one knew the fate of the divine dragon in the end. Many cultivators in the square of the God Wind Academy witnessed the unusual dark cloud and heard the divine dragon's cries. Yet they did not feel the immense pressure of the dark cloud. Though they had some doubts, they could not speculate further. Ultimately, the vice president learned the truth from the three unrivaled masters. To ensure the safety of Xiao Chenxi and the divine dragon, he had to concoct a set of lies. claiming that the divine dragon was originally a holy dragon of the god Wind Academy, which had successfully undergone nirvana and evolved into a sixth-tier divine beast, and had now left the academy, whereabouts unknown. People were puzzled by the unusual dark cloud, but in the end, they could only categorize it as a form of thunder tribulation. Of course, this was the thought of the vast majority, but not everyone believed that. Among the many cultivators, there were those approaching the fifth-tier realm who sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the dark cloud. Some even heard whispers within it. They believed this matter was far from as simple as it appeared, yet they could only speculate and doubt, unable to uncover the truth. The youth competition among the 4 major academies was interrupted due to this incident, and ultimately, the heads of the 4 academies decided to postpone it by a day. Many cultivators, with the approval of the vice president, surged towards the northwest corner of the academy, eager to see what the sight of the divine dragon's battle against the thunder tribulation had become. When people arrived, they were stunned. Deep within the bamboo forest lay a desert roughly 100 yards in size, with golden fine sand that seemed out of place in the elegant surrounding environment. Clearly, this was the result of the divine dragon's confrontation with the thunder tribulation. The forest area had been ravaged by the energy storm, reduced to sandy ground. One could only imagine how terrifying the lightning had been at that time. At this moment, Chun Nan and Xiao Chun Shi had changed their residence and moved to the deepest part of the bamboo forest, where the environment was even more elegant and tranquil. 8 or 9 lofts were scattered among the bamboo sea, each near picturesque scenery. Near the lofts, the green grass was like a carpet, flowers were fragrant. Small bridges crossed flowing streams, and peculiar stones were arranged. In the distance, the bamboo forest was lush, and the birds chirped melodiously. The beautiful scenery, reminiscent of a poetic realm, was refreshing, making one feel calm and at ease. "Brother, it's so beautiful here. Are we going to live here from now on?" Xiao Chun-Shi bounced happily on the green grass. Since learning that the little dragon lived in her left arm, she had shed her sadness and returned to her innocent and lively self. "I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful and tranquil place in Shinfeng Academy." Chun Nan murmured in a barely audible voice, then said to Xiao Chun-Shi, "Yes, we will live here from now on. Do you like it?" "I like it." Xiao Chun-Shi cheered, then ran into the flower bushes to chase butterflies. Chun Nan certainly understood why the cunning and stingy vice president was so generous towards him. The blood within him played a crucial role in the academy's major research, and Xiao Chun-Shi's body sealed a divine dragon. The vice president would never tolerate any mishap regarding them. This garden-like residence was specially prepared for the esteemed seniors of Shinfeng Academy. Through the swaying shadows of the trees, he could see a few elderly people in their 80s and 90s walking nearby. These individuals held high status in the academy, all being retired masters, and this was their place for secluded cultivation in their later years. Looking across the entire Shinfeng Academy, only a dozen or so elderly people could reside in this area, including the 3 unparalleled masters who had saved the little dragon. One could say that Chun Nan's current residence was as secure as a fortress. It would be nearly impossible to breach unless several unparalleled masters attacked. Chun Nan had already allowed his reversed internal energy to operate positively again, and this time he did not feel anything amiss. The positive operation of his internal energy was no different from usual. However, he always remembered his father's warning. Under no circumstances should he reverse his internal energy unless it was a matter of life and death. Chun Zhan had already reached the realm of immortal martial arts and still held such caution, which surely had its reasons. Chun Nan sat cross-legged on the green grass. Feeling the gentle breeze and inhaling the fragrant flowers, he slowly immersed his mind into his body and began to heal his internal injuries. He sat like this for 3 hours. When he opened his eyes, it was already sunset. The brilliant sunset clouds painted the horizon in fiery red, but to Chun Nan, it seemed somewhat tragic and glaring, evoking a sense of desolation. During his introspection, he noticed that the black luminous true energy mixed with his golden true energy had become even thicker. Over these 3 hours, while he was healing, he tried to dissipate that strand of true energy, but in the end, it was futile. The black luminous true energy generated by the reversed internal energy remained active within him. Chun Nan had a premonition that the black luminous true energy would eventually change something, but he could not predict what. At that moment, Xiao Chun-Shi's laughter came from the bamboo forest not far away. An old man with white hair and beard was carrying her while catching butterflies in the flower bushes. Chun Nan was dumbfounded. He knew that every elderly person here was an extraordinary master, and he never expected this previously unseen old man to dote on Xiao Qinshi so much. However, he felt happy for Xiao Qinshi. Being so cherished by the elders here was enough to demonstrate her cuteness. With such support, he no longer needed to worry about her future. The reason Chun Nan had this thought was that he had sensed something in his heart these past few days. A completely instinctive intuition, as if something would happen to him in the near future, but he could not discern whether it was good or bad. He firmly believed in this peculiar intuition because, throughout his 21 years of life, this premonition had been proven true time and again. He was not worried about himself. He was worried about Qinshi. Xiao Qinshi was currently his Achilles heel. Now seeing the esteemed elders of Shinfeng Academy so fond of her, he felt relieved. If one day he had to leave here, he could confidently entrust Qinshi to their care. Chun Nan vaguely guessed that his feeling was related to the death abyss, as he had always wanted to explore it. However, it was undoubtedly a place of great danger and evil, where some unexpected events could occur. This time, the nameless demon surged with overwhelming demonic energy to Shinfeng Academy. At that time, he had muttered softly in the air, and the ancient words clearly reached Chun Nan's ears. At that moment, the excitement in his heart was indescribable. The figure of the ancient demon, resembling that of Western mythology, spoke the language of ancient Eastern times. What did this signify? It held too much information. At the very least, it indicated that the nameless demon was an ancient existence from 10,000 years ago, having experienced the era when the gods vanished. He was a survivor of that unknown catastrophe. Chapter 6. Rebirth through another's body. Chun Nan's heart was in turmoil. He had previously made various speculations about the death abyss, but they all seemed to differ from the actual truth. Now, however, the nameless demon had brought him immense hope. If possible, he very much wanted to communicate directly with the nameless demon. He decided to explain everything about the death abyss to the vice president. Currently, his strength alone was far from enough. He needed to leverage the power of Shinfeng Academy to explore the death abyss. The next day, the weather suddenly turned gloomy, and a torrential downpour fell from the sky, forcing the youth competition among the 4 academies to be postponed again. On this rainy day, the 3 unparalleled masters of Shinfeng Academy came to visit. Chun Nan welcomed them into the house and led Xiao Qinshi to greet them one by one. Yesterday afternoon, while Chun Nan was healing, Xiao Qinshi had already become familiar with the nearby elders. At this moment, seeing the 3 unparalleled masters, she showed no signs of shyness. She sweetly greeted the 3 elderly men and then hugged the sleeve of the one who was a cultivator, pouting, and said, "Grandpa, where's that little sword of yours? I wanted to take me flying in the sky." The old man dotingly picked her up and said with a smile, "All right, Grandpa will let you fly soon." After everyone sat down, the old man indeed fulfilled Xiao Qinshi's wish. He suddenly produced a misty object from somewhere, gently lifting Xiao Qinshi into the air, and then carried her around the room as she spun. "Hee, this is so much fun." Little Xiao Qinshi was not afraid at all, laughing joyfully in the air. Chun Nan, with his enhanced vision, realized that it was an object similar to a shield. He knew that every cultivated practitioner had a few powerful magical treasures, and he guessed this was one of the old man's treasures. He didn't expect him to take it out for Xiao Qinshi to play with. While the cultivator was playing with Xiao Qinshi, the nearby old man, who held a cane and had a face full of wrinkles, said to Chun Nan, "Let me introduce myself. We 3 are all retired teachers of Shinfeng Academy, now living here in seclusion for cultivation. I am Lei Lai, a holy dragon knight, but I must admit, I have never had my own holy dragon." It turned out that Lei Lai was the old dragon knight mentioned by the vice president, who had lured the little dragon back. Although he had brought the little dragon to Shinfeng Academy, he could not control it, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. However, since learning that the little dragon might be the dragon king of the first generation of holy dragon knights from 1,000 years ago, the old man felt an immense sense of pride. Through the old man's introduction, Chun Nan understood the identities of the 3. The imposing old man with golden hair and beard who had been silent was a retired teacher from the Western martial arts system named Ovi, who had reached the realm of transformation. The cultivator accompanying Xiao Qinshi in play was a retired teacher from the Eastern cultivation system named Yin Feng, whose cultivation was profound and inscrutable. Chun Nan understood that the 3 old men would not visit without a reason. They were most likely here for the divine spirit dragon sealed within Xiao Qinshi. He noticed that the old dragon knight seemed to want to avoid Xiao Qinshi and speak to him. So he stood up and invited the old men into the inner room, with Ovi following closely behind. Once inside, Leilai got straight to the point and said, "Old man has something to say, no need to beat around the bush. The three of us want to take Chinsi as our named disciple." Chen Nan was surprised and opened his mouth wide. The three old men held such high status. Their disciples must be quite old. Yet they wanted to take Xiao Chenxi as their apprentice. However, he soon came to terms with it. It was undoubtedly because of the divine spirit dragon. Ovi seemed to see through his thoughts and spoke. On one hand, we see that this little girl has an extraordinary physique, which could truly be described as immortal skin and jade body, astonishing us three. We indeed have a love for talent. On the other hand, due to the divine spirit dragon, it may sleep for years or even decades. We do not want Xiao Chenxi to encounter any danger. We hope she can cultivate an outstanding level of skill to fear no strong enemies in the future and roam freely in this world. Chen Nin nodded. Just as he had guessed, the main reason the three old men wanted to take Xiao Chenxi as their disciple was still because of the divine spirit dragon. The Divine Wind Academy certainly lacked exceptional talents, and with the cultivation levels and status of the three old men, if they wanted to take on a disciple, many would compete for it. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed seniors. I am truly happy for Chenxi. To receive the favor of the three seniors is a blessing for Chenxi, but what? You can speak plainly, they urged. Well, I had previously thought of teaching Chenxi some martial arts. But this little girl seems to have no interest in entering the realm of cultivation and appears to be quite resistant, so I have not forced her. Ovi nodded, exchanged glances with Leilai, and said, "It can be seen that you are very fond of this little girl and do not want her to be wronged in any way. If we find a way to make her interested in cultivation, would you be willing to let her become our disciple?" Chen Nin nodded without hesitation. Of course I would. I have said that being able to study under the three esteemed seniors is a blessing for Chenxi. He had already made a plan in his mind. In the early years, the three great masters would certainly need to lay a foundation for the little girl. They could not systematically teach her cultivation techniques. Once Xiao Chenxi began her journey, Chen Nin wanted to teach her the profound family techniques. The cultivation levels of the three unmatched masters were indeed world-shaking. But Chen Nan believed that their cultivation techniques might not be as good as his family as profound arts. With the solid foundation laid by the three unmatched masters, when she formally stepped into the realm of cultivation to learn the profound arts, she would surely achieve twice the results with half the effort, and her future achievements would be limitless. Ovi and Leilai were very pleased when they heard Chen Nan's agreement. Leilai laughed and said, "Rest assured, we will definitely lay a solid foundation for her. We know many friends in the cultivation world and will surely procure the best cultivation techniques for her, aiming to cultivate her into a figure worthy of standing out in the world." Chen Nin deeply bowed to the two men to express his gratitude. After he sat down, Leilai's expression turned serious as he said, "Now can you tell us the true identity of this little girl? What is her background?" Chen Nin was taken aback. He did not expect them to ask this. Ovi said, "From the moment we saw that little girl, we knew she was extraordinary. Then the divine spirit dragon sealed itself within her, which shocked us even more. After observing her secretly, we found that her physique was indeed different from ordinary people. Her tiny body could be described as an immortal body. If she were not so young and without any cultivation, we would really think she was a little immortal." Chen Nan's face showed shock. He did not expect that the incident with the divine spirit dragon would lead the three old men to discover Xiao Chenxi's secret. After careful consideration, he knelt down on the ground and bowed 3 times to the two old men. The two old men quickly helped him up. Leilai asked, "What are you doing?" Chen Nin said seriously, "I asked the seniors to promise me one thing. What I say today must not be told to anyone except Elderine Feng." The two old men exchanged glances and then nodded solemnly. In recent days, Chen Nin had been feeling uneasy. Relying on his innate mystical intuition, he sensed that a significant event was about to happen to him. It was entirely a matter of instinct. This premonition made him very anxious, and he wanted to take this opportunity to entrust Xiao Chenxi to the three unmatched masters. Now that the three masters were so fond of Xiao Chenxi, if he were to encounter an accident in the near future, he believed they would take good care of her. He felt it necessary to inform them about some matters regarding Xiao Chenxi, because if she were to live with them in the future, her secret of not being part of the mortal world would definitely be discovered. It was better to tell them in advance. "Senior, your insight is sharp. It seems that Chenxi is truly not an ordinary person." "How so?" The two old men were moved. Chen Nin said seriously, "What I am about to say is absolutely true. Chenxi was found by me in Kunlun Mountain. She was born from a wondrous flower. Chun Nan omitted the ancient immortal's remains. Baohua Valley skipped over the encounter with the demon outside the valley and did not mention anything about Uxian, only recounting the celestial phenomena at the time of Chenxi's birth. You mean the little girl was born from the immortal flower that bloomed from the divine jade, and could speak and run right after she was born? Yes. The two old men were filled with shock upon hearing this, remaining silent for a long time. After a considerable time, they exchanged glances, and Ovi said, "What do you think?" Lei Lai, with a serious expression, said, "The little girl is definitely not a jade demon that transformed. Her aura resembles that of a legendary immortal being reincarnated." Ovi nodded thoughtfully. "What?" Chun Nan was shocked. Chapter 7. Enigmatic Fog. Chun Nan had always believed that Xiao Chenxi was either the reincarnation of Uxian or a spirit of the divine jade transformed into form. Now hearing about the possibility of an immortal being reincarnated, he was truly astonished. There are some ancient legends in the East that say powerful immortals, if they encounter an accident and their physical form perishes, can maintain their consciousness and slowly gather the world's vital energy. After a long time, they might be able to use external objects to cultivate a new body again, but only a few powerful immortals possess such a defiant ability. This defiant process is incredibly perilous. Even if they live again, their original memories will almost permanently be sealed away unless they achieve success in cultivation again after rebirth, or under certain specific external triggers can they recover their original memories. Is Chenxi the reincarnation of an immortal? Chun Nan murmured, unable to calm his heart. Xiao Chenxi's background was indeed shrouded in mystery. Lei Lai said, "Whether this is true or not is still hard to say. It's all just our speculation. After all, there are many strange occurrences in the world, and there are many things we cannot fathom." The three then discussed Xiao Chenxi's identity for a while before returning to the outer room. At this time, Xiao Chenxi seemed to be a bit tired from playing, and Chun Nan sent her back to her room, watching her fall into a dream. As the three great masters were chatting with Chun Nan, they finally steered the conversation towards the overwhelming demonic aura that appeared during the divine dragon's confrontation with the Thunder Tribulation. The three unparalleled experts had never been to the Death Abyss and were unaware of the existence of the nameless divine demon, a super terrifying entity. They had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the tall figure within the demonic aura that day, and could not clearly discern it. So they could not speculate on the powerful existence hidden within that dark demonic energy. However, the heavy and terrifying aura at that time still left them feeling shaken to this day. Chun Nan had long wanted to find an opportunity to inform the vice president about what he had seen and heard in the Death Abyss, hoping to use the power of the Divine Wind Academy to explore that mysterious place. At this moment, he felt it was time to reveal everything and believed that explaining it through the three great masters would be more persuasive. When Chun Nan organized his words and spoke to the three masters about the Death Abyss, as he had anticipated, the three were left speechless for a long time. Of course, he was selective in what he said. He could not mention that it was the ancient divine treasure that led him there, nor could he tell them that he understood the ancient, deep words during the divine dragon's confrontation with the demonic aura. After a long while, the three masters finally regained their senses, and Yin Feng sighed. "I never expected the legends to be true." Chun Nan, feeling puzzled, could not help but ask, "Senior, could you clarify if there have been rumors about that dangerous valley?" Yin Feng's expression turned serious as he said, "There has always been an ancient legend in the city of Sin, that within the 10,000 great mountains lies a terrifying existence that is dead in body but alive in heart, wandering around. People call him the Heaven Reverser. No one knows whether he is a god or a demon, only that he is an unbeatable entity. Giants and dragons appear as mere dolls before him, unable to withstand a single blow from his overwhelming power. The appearance of the Heaven Reverser is exactly as you described, a shattered head, a heart ripped out, and several black and white wings torn off. Alas, it is simply hard to believe this is real." Chun Nan was shocked, silently exclaiming that the central region of the Tianyuan continent, the 10,000 Great Mountains, was indeed incredibly mysterious. First, the Qilan divine beast appeared in the western territory of the Chu kingdom. Then there was the incident of the divine severed hand near the city of Sin, and recently, he discovered the mysterious demon palace deep within the vast mountains. Now, the Death Abyss and the Heaven Reverser had emerged as terrifying existences. Yin Feng continued, "It is said that the Heaven Reverser appears once every few hundred years and then mysteriously disappears, with no one knowing his origins. According to the records of the Divine Wind Academy, one of the founders once discovered the death abyss in the direction you mentioned. Chen Nan was astonished, not expecting someone else, like him, to have found that hellish place. He exclaimed, "What did he discover? That senior was not as fortunate as you." As soon as he entered that valley, he was repelled by an extraordinarily terrifying force and had to retreat in shock. When he returned with many other experts, he found that the Death Valley had vanished without a trace, making it impossible to find again. At that time, several unparalleled experts discussed it repeatedly and believed there was an ancient array there, a powerful and astonishing grand formation that concealed the Death Abyss, and that only someone with extraordinary abilities could find and enter it. Now, it seems that mysterious place is indeed the dwelling of the Heaven Reverser, which is truly hard to imagine. From what Yin Feng described and Chen Nan's own experiences, it was not difficult to speculate about the connection between the Death Abyss and the Heaven Reverser. Undoubtedly, that was his dwelling place. It could be inferred that the grand formation surrounding the Death Abyss was closed most of the time, opening once every few hundred years, which was quite similar to the ancient immortal ruins in the Kunlun Mountains. It was just unclear whether the grand formation in the Death Abyss was controlled by the Heaven Reverser or operated on its own through the power of heaven and earth. Although some guesses could be made, the situation remained shrouded in mystery. In the end, the three great masters sent someone to invite the vice president to their location, and the five of them secretly discussed for 3 hours in Chen Nan's room, agreeing to invite various experts to explore the Death Abyss and unveil its mysterious veil after the peak battle of the 4 major academies. Young experts concluded. On the 3rd day, after the rain, the sky cleared, and a rainbow hung high in the sky, adding a beautiful scenery to the heavens and the earth. The long-awaited battle of the 4 major academies' young powerhouses finally began. This peak battle was different from the recent warm-up matches. Its influence far surpassed that of the warm-up matches and attracted countless cultivators from all over the continent to come and watch. Over 3,000 people from the Western War God Academy and the Illusion Demon Academy, along with many young experts and senior figures from various regions, filled the square, making it truly a sea of people. The Divine Wind Academy had to deploy a large number of students to maintain order. If it weren't for the vast square of the Divine Wind Academy, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many people. With the Dragon Riders participating in the strongman competition, the designated competition arena covered an area of several hundred feet, and a prominent warning line was drawn around the arena, preventing spectators from stepping in even a single step. Chapter 8. The Descendant of the Dantai. Due to the overwhelming number of spectators, in order to prevent accidents caused by people pushing forward to watch the match, the Academy had to construct many tall wooden stands. Additionally, the distant buildings were also packed with people, allowing almost everyone to watch the match normally. Among the stands, 5 were the tallest and widest, 4 of which were prepared by the 4 major academies. The stands of the War God Academy and the Illusion Demon Academy were mostly occupied by blonde individuals, while the stands of the Immortal Martial Academy were mostly filled with black-haired individuals. The stands of the Divine Wind Academy were filled with people of various hair colors, including black, blonde, red, green, and so on. Due to regional differences, there was a significant variation in people's bloodlines. The 5th large stand was reserved for senior figures from all over the continent, with masters seated on it, most of whom were renowned figures. After coaxing Xiao Chenxi to sleep, Chun Nan arrived at the square. He did not ascend any stand, but instead squeezed into the crowd. At this moment, the competition had already begun, with a mage and an Eastern warrior fiercely battling in the arena. The dazzling magic and the swirling sword energy wreaked havoc everywhere, and the crowd outside was booming with excitement, with many young people watching in rapture. Chun Nan was moved. The 2 combatants were clearly already at the initial stage of the 3rd tier, both possessing incredibly strong abilities. He knew that the first ones to appear were definitely not the strongest, as those with exceptional strength often came later. One could only imagine how terrifying the strength of the peak young powerhouses from the 4 major academies would be. In previous years, the maximum number of participants allowed in each academy was 16. This time, after negotiations among the 4 major academies, they decided that each academy would send out 8 young experts, totaling 32 participants. The strength of the first 2 competitors had already reached such a high level, so one could only imagine how powerful the top-tier participants would be. Chun Nan pondered secretly that if he had not made significant progress in his cultivation after the battle in Kaiyuan City of the Jin Kingdom, he probably wouldn't have any advantage compared to the 32 strongest participants. Even though he had now reached the great completion of the third tier, he did not dare to arrogantly think he was stronger than these top young experts. He vaguely felt that among them, there might be some who had already reached the fourth tier. This speculation was not unfounded. He had wasted 4 years, yet his cultivation had already reached this level. There were countless prodigies in the world, and many exceptional talents could achieve astonishing cultivation levels if they encountered a renowned master and devoted years to hard practice. At this moment, the battle between the two in the arena was nearing its end. The Eastern warrior, having waited patiently, finally erupted when the mage was gradually exhausted. He lured the mage down to a lower altitude, and a brilliant sword energy shot up to the sky, instantly piercing the mage's left rib. Accompanied by a scream and a spray of blood, the mage fell from the sky to the ground, and the Eastern warrior achieved a great victory, prompting a wave of cheers from the direction of the Immortal Martial Academy's stand. The grandstand built by the Kamikaze Academy for renowned experts from all over the continent was very close to Chun Nan. Seated at the top were famous figures, mostly elderly men, and looking out, one could see a sea of white-haired heads. Before the second round of the battle began, Chun Nan carefully observed these figures. There were about several hundred people on the stand, and these elderly individuals were full of spirit, each exuding the aura of a strong man. Among them, there was a row of people who were clearly different from the others. These dozen or so individuals seemed to be highly respected figures, with others surrounding them like stars around the moon. One young woman, in particular, stood out, while the others were all over 50 or 60 years old. She was only in her 20s, yet she sat at the same level as those elderly men, which truly astonished Chun Nan. Upon closer inspection, he was struck with awe. What was meant by the beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall? What was meant by the beauty that could make the moon hide and flowers blush? The woman before him provided the best interpretation, truly deserving of the title of unparalleled beauty. She wore a white dress, her sleek and shiny black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Her snow-white skin glimmered like jade, and her pair of lively eyes were filled with wisdom. Her delicate nose was charming, and her red lips shone with an alluring gloss. With autumn waters for spirit and jade for bone, she could be called a peerless beauty. In this life, Chun Nan had already seen a few women who could be considered stunning, such as the Grand Princess of Chu Yu, the Little Princess Chu Yu, the magical girl Dongfang Phoenix, and the androgynous beauty Long Wu. The Grand Princess was meticulous and wise. The Little Princess was lively and active, like a sprite. Dongfang Phoenix was willful and straightforward. Long Wu exuded confidence and charm. While these women may not be inferior in appearance to the one before him, they fell short in temperament. The woman on the stand seemed to embody the essence of all the world's spirits, radiating an aura like that of a fairy. Even though he had already encountered several stunning beauties, Chun Nan's heart inexplicably began to race, and he felt a flush on his face. The unparalleled beauty on the stand seemed to sense something and glanced over at him with a faint smile before turning her gaze elsewhere. Chun Nan felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze, his heart swaying, unable to tear his eyes away from the woman in white. At that moment, his family's secret technique seemed to be activated by an unknown aura running on its own. Chun Nan was jolted back to reality. What an amazing woman. What sharp spiritual perception. What a strange technique. Chun Nan murmured to himself. At that moment, he felt a strange sensation arise in his heart, sensing that the woman on the high platform, endowed with the essence of heaven and earth, was remarkably familiar, almost as if he had seen her before, plunging him into deep thought. Suddenly, his heart jolted, nearly causing him to exclaim, 10,000 years ago, there was a mysterious woman, like a comet slicing through the sky, illuminating the entire fairyland continent. She was a mysterious figure who embodied beauty and wisdom, with no one knowing her teachings or her past. She moved between major powers, and many significant events on the continent had her shadow. Mysterious, beautiful, wise, she drove countless young men mad. She was Dantai Xian. It wasn't until 10,000 years later that Chun Nan understood the reason for his regression in cultivation, all due to the otherworldly, ethereal fairy Dantai Xian. Since learning the truth, he had secretly vowed that one day he would break through the void of martial arts and find Dantai Xian, the fairy who had vanished into thin air, to settle their grudges. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that the unparalleled beauty on the stand bore an uncanny resemblance to Dantai Xian. Although their appearances differed, their temperaments were strikingly similar. Chapter 9. The Assassin. Chun Nan felt an immense shock. He noticed several young people nearby, gazing adoringly at the woman on the stand. Chun Nan gently tapped one of them and asked, "Excuse me, brother, who is that woman? Why is she able to sit together with those esteemed elders?" The young man, still entranced, continued to gaze at the woman on the stand, murmuring, "Meng Kur, the most outstanding successor of the Dantai sect, here to represent her master in watching the competition, one of the most beautiful women in the world." Hearing the name Dantai, Chun Nan's expression changed instantly. His fists clenched tightly, and two cold rays shot from his eyes as he stared unblinkingly at Meng Kur on the stand. He asked again, "What kind of sect is the Dantai sect?" But at this moment, the young man seemed to have fallen into a trance, staring blankly at the unparalleled beauty on the stand, and did not answer him anymore. Not everyone was like that, though. One young man beside him looked at Chun Nan in surprise and said, "No way, you haven't heard of the Dantai sect? This sect is one of the oldest in the East and is also one of the ancient holy places of the Eastern cultivation world." Chun Nan feigned humility and said, "I am ignorant. Please enlighten me, brother." The young man, not thinking much of it, said, "It is estimated that this sect has been passed down for thousands of years, with its flame never extinguished. The sect's founder opened up a new world, merging martial arts and Taoism, and its cultivation techniques are incredibly profound. The disciples are all true experts, but the people of this sect rarely roam the continent. Anyone who appears must be a dragon among men." Dantai Xian had first practiced martial arts and, after finding no rivals among her peers, turned to Taoism, becoming a disciple of a hermit who was about to ascend. Chun Nan's heart surged. He instinctively felt that this was the sect founded by Dantai Xian. "May I ask what the founder's name was?" "It is said that the founder has already ascended to the heavens, but 1,000 years ago, she descended to the mortal realm and left traces across the continent. People say her name was Dantai Xian. Whether the legend is true, it is impossible to discern. After all, it has been too long." Chun Nan could now confirm that the Dantai sect was undoubtedly founded by Dantai Xian 10,000 years ago. He couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Hee. The young man saw Chun Nan sneering at Meng Kur on the stand and said, "Hee, brother, I advise you to keep your thoughts in check. The most outstanding successors of the ancient Holy Land are not someone you can provoke. The people of that sect are highly respected on the continent. Moreover, their own strength is incredibly formidable, ranking among the best of their peers. Even the top experts of the 4 major academies may not necessarily be their match. If you you can only seek your own suffering." Chun Nan smiled silently and turned to walk away. The young man called out behind him, "Brother, what I said is the truth. There are plenty of beautiful women in the world, and the word beauty is a knife over one's head." Chun Nan ignored his ramblings, waved his hand, and quickly disappeared from his sight. He had already formulated a plan in his heart that some wonderful things were destined to happen between him and the Dantai sect. At this moment, the second battle had already begun. A Western warrior from the War God Academy had engaged in battle with an Eastern warrior from the Kamikaze Academy. With a fierce clash of fighting spirit against sword energy, Chun Nan had walked out of the crowd and could vaguely see the contest inside through the gaps in the people. However, at that moment, he felt an elusive killing intent approaching. With his keen spiritual perception, he sensed danger gradually closing in. He was startled, wondering who was so bold as to attempt an assassination in such a setting. Chun Nan pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He felt the killing intent approaching from behind, and he had already locked onto that person. A cold light suddenly flashed like lightning, stabbing toward his back. This assassination was quite skillful. The assailant's cultivation level was evidently not low. But to avoid detection by Chun Nan, they did not unleash any fighting spirit and directly aimed a sharp blade at him. Overall, this assassin was very experienced and skilled in hiding, making him a successful killer. Unfortunately, he encountered a tough character. Chun Nan did not turn around. He gripped the knife handle and thrust backward with the scabbard, which shattered in an instant. The blade's light shone brilliantly, like a silver thread, shattering the hidden dagger behind him. The blade's energy did not diminish. After destroying the assassin's sharp weapon, its brilliance still pierced through the assassin's left rib, blood splattering and raining down in a large spray. The assassin was clearly seasoned. Despite being severely injured, he remained calm, arched his body, and flew backward for 3 zhong, then jumped up and dashed toward the exit of the plaza with lightning speed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and most people were focused on the battle in the arena, with very few noticing what was happening here. Chun Nan wore a faint cold smile and leisurely pursued him. Just now, he had the opportunity to kill the assassin, but he did not want to do so. He wanted to follow the clues to find out who was behind it. He followed the assassin at a leisurely pace from a distance. To Chun Nan's surprise, the assassin did not flee from the Shinkong Academy, but ran into the number 3 training arena. Although the number 3 training arena was not as vast as the plaza, it was still quite spacious, and smaller competitions within the academy were usually held in these arenas. Upon arriving here, Chun Nan chuckled coldly. It was evident that this assassin had intentionally lured him here. Currently, Shinkong Academy had mobilized almost all of its students to maintain order in the plaza. Other students not assigned tasks were watching the matches there, leaving almost no one elsewhere. Clearly, the assassin was not alone. They had deliberately lured Chun Nan to this deserted place, intending to surround and kill him. Although Chun Nan had already guessed this, he stepped into the training arena again. Now that his cultivation had greatly improved, he felt no fear, believing that even if he could not defeat them, he could retreat calmly. As he expected, 3 masked individuals emerged from behind the stands, one of whom bandaged the injured assassin, and then the 4 advanced toward Chun Nan together. "Hey, esteemed protector of the nation. We are sorry today. To survive and make money, we can only offend you." Chun Nan interrupted him coldly, saying, "Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me who sent you, or we can get straight to it." Chapter 10. Wielding martial intent, the masked person was momentarily speechless, glaring at Chun Nan fiercely. After a while, he said, "Chun Nan, don't be so arrogant. Today you won't escape." Chun Nan stopped speaking and indicated with his actions, gripping the long knife firmly in his hand. Another masked person spoke up, "Don't think that after your battle in the capital of Jin, you have truly become a top-tier powerhouse. From what we know, the last time you were able to kill the near 5th-tier Master Tao Ran was because you used an extremely domineering technique. Humph. No matter how powerful such a technique is, you can't use it every time." Chun Nan looked at the few in front of him in surprise, not expecting them to have such insight. Then he sneered, "You're just afraid inside, wanting me to explain myself. Ah, I see. You want to distract me and provide cover for someone in the shadows, trying to ambush me. Come out. Those in the back, stop hiding." The veils of the 4 masked individuals trembled, revealing their extreme anger. Indeed, with 2 first-tier Western martial artists and 2 first-tier mages, they could hardly contend with Chun Nan. Such arrogance, but you do have the capital to be arrogant. 2 masked martial artists emerged from behind the stands at the entrance of the training arena. From the aura they emitted, it was clear they had reached the 2nd tier, blocking the exit. Chun Nan sighed and said, "Do we really have to do this one by one? The other 2 can come out as well." 2 mages stepped out from the shadows, joining the 2 who had just appeared. Thus, a total of 8 surrounded Chun Nan in the center of the training arena. 4 mages floated into the air, beginning to gather magical energy, while the 4 martial artists slowly advanced, channeling their power toward Chun Nan. At this moment, the strength of the 8 was evident. 3 of the mages were at the 1st tier, and 1 had reached the 2nd tier. Among the 4 martial artists, 2 were at the 1st tier, and 2 had reached the 2nd tier. 5 first-tier experts and 3 second-tier experts combined their strengths to create a formidable force. Furthermore, the cooperation between mages and martial artists greatly enhanced their offensive and defensive capabilities. The combined strength of these 8 high-level experts was not to be underestimated. If it weren't for Chun Nan's recent significant progress in cultivation, he would have already fled, having faced several ambushes. He had worked hard after his cultivation improvement to master several powerful techniques that required strong power to execute. At this moment, he was confident that if he could not defeat them, he could still escape using the Divine Void Step. The Divine Void Step was incredibly mysterious, allowing a person's movement speed to be as fast as lightning, suitable for chaotic battles and especially for escaping. It was said that at the highest level, one could rise off the ground and fly through the air. There was no moral ground to discuss with these assassins. Chun Nan brandished his long knife and charged toward the injured masked man, moving as swiftly as lightning, reaching him in the blink of an eye. All the masked individuals were taken aback, not expecting Chun Nan to take the initiative, and his speed was astonishing, almost ghostly, as if his feet barely touched the ground. The airborne mages quickly launched their spells, while the other 3 martial artists rushed to provide support. But Chun Nan's speed was truly too fast. The Divine Void Step lived up to its ancient and miraculous reputation, and in an instant, he was in front of the masked man, striking mercilessly. The long knife flashed with cold light, and a blinding brilliance flickered past, the blade's energy piercing into the masked man's body. The masked man had not even raised his sword before letting out a scream and collapsing. Although the blade's energy did not completely pierce him, the massive energy had already destroyed many of his meridians, leaving him nearly powerless. It was not that the masked man was weak. It was just that he had been severely injured by Chun Nan's earlier attack that pierced his left rib, and coupled with Chun Nan's incredible speed, he immediately fell. Chun Nan's body darted back like a flash of lightning, leaving a lingering shadow as he quickly retreated to his original position. All the magical attacks that fell from the air missed, and the three rushing martial artists struck nothing but air. The display of skill made the masked individuals gasp in shock. It was simply terrifying. Before they even truly engaged, they had already lost one person. The fallen masked man struggled to get up and walked silently toward the edge of the arena. Chun Nan did not stop him. He knew the power of that blow. Unless a miracle occurred, the damaged meridians would be difficult to recover, and he would likely never step into the cultivation world again. All the masked individuals fell silent. Perhaps they had long been aware of this. Killers always kill, and earning money with lives would eventually require repayment with their own lives. Leaving alive, albeit in shame, might be the best outcome. These individuals had dozens of lives on their hands and were all cold-blooded. After a brief silence, they regained their composure and shouted together, charging at Chun Nan. If it came to a direct confrontation, Chun Nan really would not be a match for these 7. As the combined strength of 3 second-tier cultivators and 4 first-tier cultivators was overwhelmingly powerful. However, now he had mastered the divine void step, which felt like divine assistance. After one strike, he quickly retreated, his body transforming into shadows that darted around the training arena unpredictably, making it hard for them to catch him and causing a sense of helplessness to rise within the 7. The aerial magicians were filled with dread. They could move and fly quickly in the air, which was their greatest advantage, but they could not accurately capture Chun Nan's figure, and several magical attacks missed their target. Chun Nan was overjoyed. The divine void step was indeed extremely mysterious. In the face of the siege, he moved with composure, weaving between the fighting aura and magical beams without any hindrance. Of course, this was not solely due to the divine void step. His mastery had reached the 3rd level of great completion, which was incomparable to the initial stage of the 3rd level. His cultivation was now vastly stronger than before. Now, Chun Nan was almost invincible. He no longer intentionally avoided attacks and began to counterattack, instantly unleashing countless golden sword energies in the practice arena. With a loud crack, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Chun Nan did not evade. He raised his sword and slashed upward. The nearly 2-meter-long solidified blade light shot into the sky. With a boom, the lightning collided with the blade light, and the 2 different energies clashed, erupting into a dazzling brilliance that eventually dissipated into nothingness. A smile appeared at the corner of Chun Nan's mouth. In the face of magical attacks, he no longer felt at a loss like before. After all, magic was merely a different form of energy. If one's power far exceeded that energy, one could break through easily. He recalled his clumsy self when facing magicians in the past, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Previously, due to his lack of understanding of magic, he had been constrained in his battle with the Eastern Phoenix, making it exceedingly difficult to win. He was confident that if he were to face the Eastern Phoenix again now, it would not be as troublesome as last time. With his long sword in hand, Chun Nan fought against 7 high-ranking experts. The practice arena was filled with rampant sword energy, fighting aura, and magic. If someone saw a young man single-handedly battling 7 high-ranking experts without defeat, they would surely be astonished and marvel at his bravery. Having established his invincibility, Chun Nan gradually relaxed his mind and immersed himself in a wondrous martial realm. At that moment, he had no distracting thoughts, only the pursuit of martial arts. The long sword in his hand expressed his martial intent. The dazzling blade light transitioned from gold to red, then to orange, constantly changing. Its intricate and varied blade light resembling a long rainbow, swirling and surging, emanating unmatched sword energy that produced waves of sound as it sliced through the air. In Chun Nan's heart, there was no self, no object, only a sliver of obsession with martial arts. Many seemingly ambiguous questions in martial arts became clearer at this moment as the true energy within him flowed, and as he wielded the long sword. Chapter 11. The heart grows cold. Chun Nan's body radiated waves of faint 7-colored brilliance, and the blade light emitted from his long sword grew increasingly powerful, filling the space around him with colorful light. The 7 attackers were horrified. As cultivators, they understood Chen Nan's current state, realizing that he had immersed himself in a wondrous martial realm and was likely to achieve a breakthrough in battle. This continued for nearly half an hour. The 7 became increasingly fearful as they exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They knew they could no longer allow Chen Nan to continue in this remarkable state and had to find a way to disrupt it. For magicians frantically gathered magical elements in the air, and magical energy surged. Then, beams of light flashed, and a storm of wind blades rained down from the sky. The wind blades varied in size, all gleaming with cold light, densely distributed in the air, totaling hundreds. Such a terrifying magical attack stirred up intense energy fluctuations in the air. The 3 martial artists surrounding Chen Nan also gathered their strength. Layers of fighting aura surged forth, with red, orange, and blue energies crashing towards Chen Nan like waves. The all-encompassing attack from the air and ground surged towards Chen Nan like a raging sea. But he remained unfazed, showing no signs of waking up, still immersed in that wondrous martial realm. However, at this moment, the true energy within him accelerated its circulation under external pressure, swelling like a mighty river. His protective true energy overflowed from his body, and the colorful brilliance he emitted grew stronger. As the storm of wind blades violently crashed down, Chen Nan spun his long sword, facing the sky, and slashed continuously. Waves of intense blade light surged forth like a tyrant dragon emerging from the sea, shaking the surroundings and defying the heavens as it swept away the overwhelming wind blades, most of which dissipated into the air. Then, he spun around, swinging his long sword in a sweeping motion, the blade light cutting through the void, completely dispersing the rushing fighting aura. At this moment, some of the wind blades that had not dissipated struck before Chen Nan, but contrary to the magician's expectations, they did not pierce his body. Dozens of wind blades encountered a tremendous resistance 3 inches from his body, becoming suspended in midair and unable to advance a fraction further, subsequently shattering and dissipating. Chen Nan let out a long howl, raising his long sword to the sky. For beams of sword energy shot upward, blood splattered, and 2 magicians were pierced through by the sword energy, falling to the ground, their fates unknown. The other 2 magicians hurriedly fled to the heights, no longer daring to approach the ground. The 3 martial artists on the ground were greatly alarmed. From the beginning until now, they had been battling for nearly half an hour, and Chen Nan seemed to grow stronger with each fight, showing no signs of fatigue. Now he had even taken down 2 magicians, sending a chill through their hearts. They exchanged glances and quickly gathered together. Chen Nan, wielding his long sword, strode towards them. With each step forward, the ground trembled, and the imposing pressure made the 3 martial artists' expressions change repeatedly. Flash! Chen Nan roared. The sword broke through the void, and the 2-meter-long solidified blade light slashed diagonally towards the 3, the unmatched sword energy emanating an immense pressure that overwhelmed them. The 3 gritted their teeth and raised their swords to meet it, their brilliant fighting auras clashing against the dazzling blade light. The 2 magicians in the air quickly dove down, striking down 2 massive bolts of lightning before swiftly ascending again. The 3 layers of fighting aura first collided with the blade light, but in an instant, they were scattered. The blade light dimmed significantly, but continued to surge forward, forcing the 3 martial artists to quickly evade and separate. Simultaneously, Chen Nan was slashing at the 2 massive bolts of lightning descending from the sky. Multiple waves of sword energy surged upward, meeting the lightning with a series of rumbling sounds in the air. Finally, the 2 forces canceled each other out, erupting into a brilliant burst of light before dissipating into nothingness. At the moment he shattered the lightning attack, Chen Nan stepped on the divine void step, moving as swiftly as lightning towards the masked martial artists ahead. The 3 martial artists were taken aback. Chen Nan's speed was too fast. By the time they raised their long swords, Chen Nan was already upon them, with several crisp clangs. The long swords in the hands of the 3 were severed by the blade light emitted by Chen Nan, leaving them with broken swords to defend themselves. Chen Nan moved like a phantom, weaving between the 3, with waves of sword energy crashing towards them. The battle had continued for nearly half an hour, and by this time, the 3 masked figures were already exhausted, unable to withstand the surging, relentless blade energy. In just a moment, the broken swords in their hands shattered completely under the impact of the blade energy. The two magicians in the air wanted to assist, but Chun Nan's speed was astonishing, making it difficult to catch his figure. Fearing to accidentally injure the three-masked martial artists he was entangled with, the two magicians hesitated to launch their magical attacks. The three-masked martial artists, now empty-handed, found it exceedingly difficult to resist. One of them shouted, "Stop! I have something to say." Chun Nan had already awakened from that wondrous martial realm, but upon hearing this, he remained unmoved. His blade momentum was as fierce as before, and soon one of the masked figures was pierced by the blade light, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground, rolling incessantly. "Stop! Please stop! I will tell you who the employer is, who wants to kill you." Chun Nan stood with his sword retracted, feeling refreshed at that moment, without a trace of fatigue. Although he did not break through the third-tier limit to enter the fourth-tier realm during that wondrous martial state, his skills seemed to have been refined like tempered steel, becoming purer. Many ambiguous questions in martial arts also became clear in that state. He looked at the masked man and mocked, "You really have a sense of professional ethics." The masked man's veil trembled, revealing his immense anger and shame. "The one who wants to kill you is the third prince of the Baiwei kingdom, Renjian. However, due to recent political turmoil in Baiwei, he has returned home to vie for power and left you a letter." "Oh, he hired you to kill me, and even left me a letter?" "Yes, he said that if we were unsuccessful, we could give you the letter." As he spoke, the masked man took out a letter from his bosom and tossed it towards Chun Nan. Chun Nan caught the flying letter between two fingers, unfolded it, and read a few lines. "I understand your relationship with the Chu kingdom very clearly. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. I hope one day we can cooperate." Chun Nan frowned, then crumpled the paper into a ball. His body left behind an afterimage as he quickly charged towards the two masked warriors, swinging his sword horizontally. The two were caught off guard, and after a few exchanges, they let out horrified screams as the sword energy pierced through them, and they fell to the ground. "You! Despicable! Why did you sneak attack?" Chapter 12. The mages Mount Chun Nan sneered, "What a joke! You assassins have the right to blame me for a sneak attack? You yourselves are already unworthy. We have given you the letter from our employer and revealed his name. Why are you still like this? Humph! Are you really that naive or just pretending to be confused? Coming here to assassinate me, and thinking that just a letter and a few words will let you off the hook? Is there anything so cheap in this world? I don't want to kill in the Shinfeng Academy, but I must cripple your powers to prevent you from continuing to do evil in the future. No, you can't do that." The fallen assassins screamed frantically, "Please, don't cripple our powers. We would rather exchange an arm for it." Chun Nan sighed and said, "Killers are always killed. To cripple your powers and let you live like ordinary people is already the greatest mercy to you." He clapped his hands at the few on the ground, ignoring their wails, and then turned to the two mages in the air. "Now it's your turn." He kicked a half-broken sword on the ground into the air. The two mages in the air were already terrified. They knew it was impossible to harm Chun Nan now, and turned to flee outside the martial arts arena. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chun Nan's mouth. This was the result he wanted. He used the Shinvu step to closely pursue them. At the exit of the martial arts arena, he leaped up onto a tall platform, then soared into the air again. The two mages were scared out of their wits and quickly flew higher. But at that moment, Chun Nan's dragon capture hand had already struck out, and a huge light hand rapidly attacked the mages in the air, instantly enveloping the second-tier mage. The dragon capture hand swept the mage back, while Chun Nan's body fell toward the ground, using his other hand to strike downward continuously to halt his descent. When he landed safely on the ground, the dragon capture hand had just caught the mage, and Chun Nan seized him by the collar, lifting him and slamming him hard against the ground. The mage let out a scream, nearly passing out from the pain. Chun Nan placed a foot on his back, watching the gradually retreating mage. He frowned for a moment, but then a smile quickly returned to his face. He stomped down on the mage and said fiercely, "Do you want to live?" The mage screamed in pain, I want to live. If you want to live, do as I command." With that, Chun Nan placed both feet on the mage's back and said, "Immediately fly up and chase that bastard in front." The mage gritted his teeth and trembled, "But you're standing on me." "Shut up. I want you to carry me to chase that guy." What? The mage was so angry he nearly lost his breath. "Do you want to live or not?" Chun Nan stomped down a little harder, causing the second-tier mage to nearly cry out. "I agree. Just don't use so much force." The mage moaned in pain, then began chanting a spell, slowly lifting Chun Nan into the air. At this moment, the fleeing mage ahead had already stopped and was watching from a distance. When he saw his companion being carried under Chun Nan's feet, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. And then he seemed to realize the danger and hurriedly fled. Chun Nan stomped down on the mage beneath him, saying, "Hurry up. You're a second-tier mage. He has only reached first tier. If you can't catch up to him, be careful, or I'll take your life immediately." Upon hearing this, the mage's body trembled, and his flying speed noticeably increased. "No, keep accelerating. Don't try any tricks. You should know my strength. If I find anything amiss, I will definitely take your life first." The mage had no choice but to sigh heavily and quickly pursued the mage ahead, the distance closing in. The mage ahead realized the urgency of the situation and began to fly wildly, without distinguishing direction, eventually bursting into the air above the Shinfeng Academy Square. At that moment, a peak battle among the top young powerhouses from the 4 academies was taking place in the square, attracting thousands of spectators. His sudden appearance above the square quickly drew attention, as Chun Nan chased after the mage with his foot on him. Most of the people in the square had already noticed the scene in the air. The people on the ground gasped in astonishment, exclaiming and discussing, "Heavens, I can't be seeing this wrong. Is that a humanoid beast carrying its master? That seems not a beast, but a person. Oh my God, is the Shinfeng Academy planning to put on a show for entertainment?" People in the square were all exclaiming, pointing, and discussing, and the voices spread to every corner, until everyone noticed the anomaly in the air and looked up. Even the veteran seniors who were originally calm on the platform could not help but look up. Many elders, upon seeing the situation in the air, couldn't help but puffed and spit out the tea they were drinking. On the platform of the Shinfeng Academy, the vice president was so furious that his beard stood on end. He never expected Chun Nan to act so foolishly, which made him feel the academy had lost face. The fierce battle in the center of the square seemed to have lost its appeal, as nearly everyone was now looking up. Finally, many recognized Chun Nan, and many young people exclaimed again, "Isn't that the national hero Chun Nan from the Chu Kingdom? It's him. I witnessed everything he did in the capital of the Jin Kingdom, chopping down bullies, throwing knives to slay dragons, single-handedly resisting an army of thousands, and slaying a 5th-tier master with the heavenly 7 demon blade. It was all him. Is he the Killer King? What does he want to do now? This is a protest, a serious protest. He is treating the esteemed mage like a pet, demanding punishment for him." Chun Nan, with his foot on the mage, flew through the air and quickly caught up to the person ahead. He raised his right palm and slapped forward, sending a wave of energy into the mage ahead, who screamed and wobbled before plummeting to the ground. Chun Nan was very measured in his actions, destroying part of the mage's meridians without taking his life. At this point, he intended to command the mage beneath him to land. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the northwest of the square, and a snow-white tiger with a single horn and double wings soared into the air, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Sitting atop the flying tiger was none other than Princess Chu Yu of the state of Chu. She was dressed in a pale yellow gown, her shiny black hair flowing in the wind, her skin as white as snow, resembling a fairy descended to the mortal realm while seated on the majestic white tiger. At this moment, the cunning little princess had a mischievous glint in her lively eyes as she smiled maliciously at Chun Nan and said, "Hee hee, this is so much fun. You really do look impressive, you scoundrel." Chapter 13. Punishing the little princess. Chun Nan knew well the little princess's nasty nature and did not want to get entangled with her. He wanted to greet her and leave, saying, "What are you doing here, little demon?" I'm obviously here to help you," the little princess replied, her face filled with a charming smile that could indeed captivate an entire city and even a nation. However, Chun Nan did not think so. In his eyes, the little princess's smile was undoubtedly evil. He seemed to see a demon with 2 horns and bat-like wings bearing its fangs at him. "Little demon, don't cause trouble. Most people already know my identity, and a few may have guessed yours. In front of so many onlookers, you, as a princess, should mind your manners." Chun Nan glanced at the mage beneath him and swallowed back the princess title. Indeed, since Chun Nan's identity was exposed, the little princess's identity had also raised suspicions among some. A few individuals had already learned of her identity. The little princess snorted coldly and said, "So what if they know? Hee hee, I just want to help you deal with the mage beneath you and see you fall in free fall." She smiled wickedly. Chun Nan was taken aback. If they were on the ground, he would be unafraid, but now in the air, with the cunning little princess aided by the flying beast, he felt something was off and hurriedly said to the mage, "Quickly, descend to the ground." The mage, already exhausted from carrying someone, was baring his teeth in distress and, upon hearing this, quickly began to descend. The little princess gleefully said, thinking of running away, "It's not that easy. Shall you? Quickly attack them and make that guy who bullied us fall flat on his face." The Tiger King opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames toward Chun Nan. The mage, sensitive to the magical elements swirling in the air, sensed the attack and instinctively cast a water barrier spell to block the flames. Chun Nan was pleased to not intervene, carefully watching the pursuing Tiger King. The little princess, furious, shouted at the mage, "You big idiot. You're being bullied like this and still helping him. If you're still a man, hurry up and throw him down." The mage also wished to throw Chun Nan down, but he knew that any rash move could lead to his own destruction. Having quickly submitted to Chun Nan, it was clear he was a cowardly person. He had already compromised, and now he was even less willing to take the risk of rebelling. Seeing that her shouting had no effect and that they were getting closer to the ground, the little princess became anxious and ordered the Tiger King to launch a more intense magical attack. Xiao Yu had no good feelings toward Chun Nan, only deep resentment, and was now working extra hard, bombarding Chun Nan and the mage with relentless attacks. The mage had already overexerted his magical power and now had little strength left. He cursed himself for being a fool and stopped resisting the magical attacks from the Tiger King, shifting all the burden onto Chun Nan. Chun Nan unleashed waves of sword energy, neutralizing the magical attacks from the Tiger King one by one. The little princess was both angry and anxious, not expecting to be unable to deal with Chun Nan even in the air. The cultivators on the ground looked up in astonishment, not expecting to witness an aerial battle. This sudden event drew everyone's attention. It was foreseeable that for a while, Chun Nan's name would again become a topic of discussion among the people. Chun Nan looked at the little princess flying around him and smiled slightly, quietly transmitting to the mage, "Charge toward that flying tiger at your fastest speed. I guarantee you won't be harmed in the process." The mage hesitated for a moment, then halted his descent and quickly charged toward the little princess. The little princess was taken aback, not expecting the sudden counterattack from her opponent. She hurriedly ordered Xiao Yu to dodge, but it was too late. Chun Nan's dragon capture hand struck out like lightning, and a massive golden light palm radiating auspicious energy enveloped her and the Tiger King. They had no time to resist and were swept away, causing countless people on the ground to gasp in surprise. Not this move again." The little princess struggled and shouted within the golden palm, filled with anger and humiliation. She had been captured by Chun Nan using the dragon capture hand back in the imperial capital of the state of Chu, nearly becoming his servant. Now, once again trapped by this ultimate technique, she was both furious and resentful. "Haha, little demon, you've provoked me time and time again. It's time to teach you a lesson." Chun Nan laughed as he watched the struggle of the girl and the tiger. You dare?" The little princess shouted nervously, "Don't forget you're my slave. You've signed a contract with me. If you dare to disrespect me, I'll make it public." Upon hearing these words, Chun Nan felt a surge of frustration. He recalled the miserable experiences he had in the western border of the state of Chu. He quickly retracted the dragon capture hand and seized the little princess, then leaped onto the Tiger King's back. Scoundrel, let go of me." The little princess was both shocked and afraid, feeling incredibly angry. Every time she plotted against Chun Nan, it seemed she ended up suffering. Seeing the little princess's fierce but cowardly demeanor, Chun Nan chuckled, causing her to feel uneasy. At this moment, the Tiger King, freed from the restraint of the dragon capture hand, began to struggle, trying to throw off the person it despised the most. Chun Nan struck a punch on its head and shouted, "Your master is in my hands. Do you want me to throw her down?" The Tiger King felt incredibly wronged, with its archenemy sitting on its back, but it could do nothing about it. In the end, it ceased its struggles, seeing Chun Nan leap onto the Tiger King's back. The mage's eyes flickered as he considered escaping. Chun Nan saw through his intentions and sneered, "If you're confident you can outrun this Tiger King, why not give it a try?" Upon hearing this, the mage's body trembled, and he ultimately dared not move. At this moment, the little princess was flailing her hands, feet, and mouth like a little female leopard, scratching, kicking, and biting at Chun Nan while cursing, "Scoundrel, I'll bite you to death, scratch you to death, kick you to death." She understood Chun Nan's bottom line, knowing that he would not turn against the state of Chu in his current predicament. So, although she was scared, she still refused to show weakness. "Ouch, little demon, you really dare to bite me?" Chun Nan, caught off guard, was indeed bitten on the arm. causing him to grimace in pain. He quickly pried open her mouth and then pressed her down sideways on the Tiger King's back, raising his hand to deliver a slap to her round and perky backside. Smack! Ouch, scoundrel, you dare hit me? I won't let this go with you. The little princess was both ashamed and angry, struggling continuously. Thinking of all the hateful things about the little princess and recalling the contract he had signed with her, Chun Nan felt as if a fire was burning within him. Without further hesitation, he held down her curvy, delicate body and swung his hand to rain down slaps on her backside. The sound of pipa echoed endlessly, and the onlookers below were astonished, their mouths agape. The little princess saw the people pointing at her, feeling ashamed and utterly embarrassed. How could a princess of a nation be treated this way in public? The little princess was so humiliated that she was on the verge of tears, and finally had to compromise, saying, "Oh, you despicable person, I will never harm you again. Stop, please, if this reaches my sister's ears. She won't let you go." Oh. Chapter 14. The return of true self. After giving the little princess a slap, Chun Nan felt refreshed, finally releasing a pent-up frustration. On the stands of Shenfeng Academy, the vice president was shocked, nearly dropping his jaw. Others might not know the little princess's identity, but he did, and he never expected Chun Nan to be so audacious. In the northwest corner of the square, Dongfang Phoenix was equally astonished, her mouth wide open. After days of interaction, she had already guessed the little princess's identity from various clues. She hurriedly commanded her divine eagle to soar into the sky. At the same time, on a tall platform, a flash of colorful light appeared, and a stunning woman in white, standing on a jade lotus platform, gradually flew into the sky, looking like a celestial being. Countless people in the square gasped in awe, many young people momentarily mistaking her for a fairy coming to the mortal realm. The jade lotus platform beneath the white-clad woman had a diameter of 1 meter, its petals crystal clear and brilliant, layered and radiating colorful light. The misty, colorful haze enveloping it resembled ethereal fairy energy swirling around. The unparalleled beauty stood on the jade lotus platform, her unmatched face adorned with a gentle smile. Her skin as white as snow, resembling exquisite jade, subtly flashing brilliance, her garments fluttering and her long hair flowing, making her appear like a celestial maiden descended to the human world. She is so beautiful, a fairy. She is a cultivator. Her name is Mengkuer, the most outstanding disciple of the ancient sacred land Dantai sect. She really is a disciple of the ancient sacred land. That jade lotus platform is the treasure of the Dantai sect. Heavens, such a beautiful woman exists in the world. Most of the crowd in the square were young people. And as Mengkuer flew into the air, the crowd erupted in excitement. A golden giant eagle cut through the sky, arriving first near Chun Nan. Dongfang Phoenix, donned in purple, her graceful and delicate figure almost perfect, looked at Chun Nan with a frosty expression on her beautiful face. Since learning of Chun Nan's true identity and understanding his real strength, Dongfang Phoenix knew that it would be difficult to take revenge for her great hatred and had not sought trouble with him again. Due to a series of significant events that had recently occurred, the rumors about her and Chun Nan within Shenfeng Academy had gradually faded and were being forgotten. If things were still as they used to be, Dongfang Phoenix would not be as calm as she was now. Despicable Chun Nan quickly let go of the little troublemaker. Today is the official start of the Young Power competition among the 4 major academies. What kind of behavior is this, flaunting your power in the sky? Although she already knew Chun Nan's true identity, Dongfang Phoenix still called him despicable out of resentment. Ah, Sister Phoenix, save me quickly. Kick this despicable person. This big bastard down. Oh, the little princess shouted, and as soon as she did, Chun Nan slapped her pert backside again. At this moment, Mengkuer had arrived, standing on the jade lotus flower, hovering in the air. The Taoist treasure jade lotus platform was crystal clear and brilliant, resembling a celestial being's 9-grade lotus platform. Mengkuer stood upon it, her eyes radiating wisdom, a smile on her face that exuded confidence. Her unparalleled beauty left both Dongfang Phoenix and the little princess shocked. They were already stunning beauties in their own right, but they felt immense pressure in front of this enchanting figure. As for the magician, he was already mesmerized, staring unblinkingly at the extraordinary beauty on the jade lotus. Nearly drooling, Mengkuer exuded the essence of heaven and earth, a spiritual aura emanating from her. Upon seeing her, Chun Nan was reminded of the mysterious woman Dantai Xian from 10,000 years ago, who embodied beauty and wisdom. A complex emotion surged within him, and he let out a cold laugh. Meng Kuder nodded to Dongfang Phoenix, then turned to Chun Nan with a smile, saying, "Brother Chun, why are you fighting in the air?" The little princess rolled her big eyes and shouted, "Sister, save me quickly. This big lecher has ulterior motives towards me." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan gave her a hard slap and said, "If you wish, I can fulfill your desire and make it a reality." Meng Kuder noticed that Chun Nan did not react to her question and frowned slightly, but her smile remained as she said, "Brother Chun, could you please let this little sister go? Why should I listen to you?" Chun Nan retorted directly. When he first learned of her identity, an evil thought surged in Chun Nan's mind. He knew that the Dantai ancient sacred land had a prestigious reputation on the continent, and its disciples were highly respected. He wanted to bring down the ancient sacred land established by Dantai Xian, and to achieve that goal, he needed to start with its disciples. Meng Kuder, being the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai sect, was the perfect target if he wished to deal with this unparalleled and beautiful woman. Chun Nan felt extremely wicked for harboring such devilish thoughts. In fact, ever since the battle in Kaoyuan city of the Jin Kingdom, his temperament had begun to change slowly. The Chun Nan who was once called the best among his peers 10,000 years ago seemed to be returning, and his previously despondent figure appeared to be gradually fading away. The 4 years during which Chun Nan's powers were crippled 10,000 years ago were colorless and dull. Ruoxin's departure had caused him to completely collapse, leaving him almost a shell of a man mentally. Even after being revived from the divine tomb, he remained incredibly despondent. In this life, amidst the noise and prosperity, Chun Nan's heart was filled with profound loneliness and sorrow, as if everything around him was just an illusion, ready to dissipate like fireworks at any moment. His seemingly reckless behavior was merely an attempt to help him forget the distant memories and his lonely self. The unparalleled beauties Dongfang Phoenix, the Little Witch, the Long Princess, and Nalan Ruoshui had all intersected with him, but none could evoke the emotions he once felt. Scenes of magnificent splendor felt like they belonged to another world. What was the meaning of his existence? Why had he awakened after 10,000 years? Was he crazy? Or was the world crazy? The laughing Chun Nan had been hiding his inner world all along. A despondent life began with the life-and-death separation outside the 100 Flowers Valley 10,000 years ago, and ended with the distant thoughts and memories of the ancient immortal ruins 10,000 years later. The thoughts and feelings during those 3 days deeply touched his soul, and certain long-dormant emotions within him began to awaken slowly. Later, during the great battle in the Jin Kingdom, he reversed his dark power, which was almost demonic and seemed capable of fully awakening a person's latent dark nature, causing a significant upheaval in his inner world. The journey to the Jin Kingdom brought about a tremendous change in Chun Nan's inner world. He felt as if the self he once knew had revived. Chapter 15. The Dragon Knight's challenge. Meng Kuder did not get angry at Chun Nan's retort and maintained her smile, saying gently, "Brother Chun seems to have quite the prejudice against me. No, I just don't like being ordered around, even if it's by the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land." Dongfang Phoenix was taken aback and exclaimed, "You are Meng Kuder, the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient sacred land, who has reached the 4th stage of cultivation?" Meng Kuder smiled slightly at her. Dongfang Phoenix gasped, "Oh my. I have often heard your name this past year, rising like a comet, slaying evil and eliminating malevolence, renowned across the continent." Chun Nan had always believed that Meng Kuder could fly due to the Taoist treasure beneath her feet, and that her cultivation level was not necessarily much stronger than his. But at this moment, he gasped in surprise. The 4th stage of cultivation. For his current level, that was nearly impossible to match. At this moment, the little princess seemed to regain her spirit and called out, "Sister Kuder, quickly save me. My sister Chu Yu is an outer disciple of the Dantai faction. She often mentions you, saying you are the best among the younger generation." Initially, Chun Nan was puzzled about why Chu Yu could master both martial arts and the Tao. He had some associations back then, and now he finally understood. At the same time, he was once again shocked. If Meng Kuder was truly the best among the younger generation, one could only imagine how formidable the Dantai faction was. So it's little sister Chu. "Sister is not the best," Meng Kuder smiled, and then said to Chun Nan, "Brother Chun, please let go of little sister Chu." Chun Nan shook his head and simply said 2 words, "Not letting go." Moreover, he slapped the little princess on her pert backside. The little princess was both angry and embarrassed to be treated this way in front of acquaintances. She wished she could bite Chun Nan. This time, Meng Kuer's expression finally changed. She could see that Chun Nan seemed intent on opposing her, something she had never encountered since her debut. Generally, young men would obey her without question under her extraordinary charm, and even those skilled in romance who pretended to be indifferent wouldn't confront her like Chun Nan did. Brother Chun, I have no enmity with you. It's just that you are affecting the normal progress of the competition. I came here only to advise you to leave quickly, and it's not aimed at you. I kindly request you to let go of little Sister Chu. I know she is very mischievous, but please be magnanimous. Chun Nan remained unperturbed and said, I told you, not letting go. A cold light flashed in Meng Kuer's eyes, but disappeared in an instant. She said solemnly, then I must take offense. Seeing Meng Kuer finally put away her smile, a grin gradually appeared on Chun Nan's face. He knew that the Dantai faction's techniques emphasized cultivating the heart, and he intended to anger her, causing her to lose her calm and disrupt her cultivation. However, before the smile on Chun Nan's face could fade, a golden light surged towards him. His pupils contracted as he realized it was a gigantic golden light palm, surprisingly. His family's ultimate skill, the dragon capture hand. It was too sudden for him to react in time, and the little princess was engulfed by the massive golden light palm. Chun Nan snorted coldly, and his eyes shot out two beams of cold light. He raised his right hand high and swung out another gigantic golden light palm. Using Dragon Capture Hand to counter Dragon Capture Hand, the two enormous golden light palms met in midair, simultaneously enveloping the little princess, who cried out in pain, ouch. It hurts. Meng Kuer, worried about her being hurt, quickly dissipated her force, and the little princess was swept back by Chun Nan's Dragon Capture Hand. Dongfang Phoenix gritted her teeth. She had been defeated by Chun Nan using the Dragon Capture Hand before, and in front of everyone. He had embraced her in a very undignified manner from a high altitude. Now seeing him use the Dragon Capture Hand again, she felt extremely humiliated and angry. On the square below, there were waves of gasps. The long-lost Dragon Capture Hand was unexpectedly displayed by two opposing individuals, which left them incredulous. Meng Kuer's eyes shone with a strange light as she stared unblinkingly at Chun Nan, saying, the Dragon Capture Hand has been lost for nearly 1,000 years. I inadvertently found a copy in a very secret place of my sect's holy land. May I ask where Brother Chun obtained it? Lost for nearly 1,000 years. Haha. Haha, no comment. Chun Nan felt a complex mix of emotions. 1,000,000 years ago, he had passed down this ultimate skill to Dantai Xian, and now, her descendant had actually mastered it again and even clashed with him. The unpredictability of the world. Meng Kuer's expression changed again. Being contradicted multiple times was something that had never happened before. Chun Nan knew that the Dantai faction's techniques emphasized cultivating the heart. Today, he had successfully made Meng Kuer feel resentment and anger. His goal had been achieved, and he did not want to continue to avoid counterproductive outcomes. However, at that moment, a thunderous dragon roar sounded from the northeastern corner of the academy, and a more than 10-meter-long dark green subdragon soared into the sky, flying towards them. Dongfang Phoenix's mount, the divine eagle, and the little princess's mount, the tiger king, both showed signs of alertness, staring unblinkingly at the increasingly close giant creature. The subdragon arrived in an instant, and its massive body stirred up a fierce wind. The entire dragon stretched over 16 meters long, with dark green scales that were eerie and cold, terrifyingly thick and sharp dragon claws that glowed ominously, and a massive dragon head with white, sword-like teeth. On the back of the subdragon sat a tall and imposing young man with thick eyebrows and leopard-like eyes, his short beard standing upright like steel needles. At this moment, his face was filled with intense malice as he glared at Chun Nan with unbridled hatred. Gritting his teeth, he said, Chun Nan, I want to battle you to the death. Chun Nan was somewhat surprised and asked, who are you? Do we have a grudge? The grudge of killing my brother. The subdragon rider glared at Chun Nan, his eyes nearly spewing fire. Chun Nan instantly understood. This person was actually one of the top experts of the War God Academy, the young Marquis of Divine Might. He had long anticipated that the other party would come looking for him, so he was not surprised. He replied calmly, I can battle you, but this place is not suitable right now. The little princess had stopped struggling at this point, remaining silent as she glared at Chun Nan while sizing up the young Marquis of Divine Might. Dongfang Phoenix also remained silent, watching the unfolding situation. Meng Kuer, standing on her Taoist treasure Jade Lotus, moved between Chun Nan and the third-tier subdragon rider and said, regardless of your grievances, It is really not suitable to fight at this moment. Only then did the young Marquis of Divine Might shift his attention, momentarily stunned by the three stunning beauties before him, almost losing his composure. Among the three women, he only knew Meng Kuer's identity. So he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "So it's the most outstanding disciple of the Dantai ancient Holy Land, Fairy Meng. I've heard much about you." Meng Kuer smiled and replied, "You're too kind." The young Marquis of Divine Might then turned to Chun Nan and said, "Since this place is not suitable for a great battle, I propose we meet 3 days later. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Chapter 16. Before the battle, Chun Nan nodded and said, "What is there to fear? I accept the challenge. 3 months ago, you killed my brother in front of everyone. I vowed to kill you in front of everyone as well. See you in 3 days." The young Marquis of Divine Might clasped his hands to Meng Kuer, a hint of infatuation flashing in his eyes, then turned his subdragon around and left. Meng Kuer asked, "Brother Chun, what do you intend to do?" Chun Nan had already noticed a glint of coldness in her eyes, realizing she had become angry, even harboring a slight killing intent. Since he had already made her lose her calm, his goal had been achieved, and he did not wish to entangle further. He slapped the little princess again, making her so angry she nearly cried, and then called over the waiting magician, stepping on his back to swiftly descend. Meng Kuer's stunning face revealed a hint of iciness, her eyes shooting forth 2 sharp beams of light as she condensed her voice into a beam and transmitted it to Chun Nan, saying, "Brother Chun, your name has recently shaken the continent, and if there is an opportunity, I must spar with you." "Ha!" Chun Nan laughed heartily. Meng Kuer's heart trembled, thinking, could it be that he knows my technique emphasizes cultivating the heart and is deliberately disturbing my cultivation? Once the little princess regained her freedom, she gritted her teeth, originally intending to take revenge on Chun Nan, but unexpectedly suffered humiliation. Now she truly felt like going crazy, shouting down, "Scoundrel, I won't let this go." Aw. The peak battle among the 4 major academies was in full swing, with over 10,000 spectators watching with blood boiling. While the subdragon roared in the square and sword chi soared into the sky, every participant had a cultivation level of at least the 3rd tier, leaving everyone feeling incredulous. This year's peak strength of the 4 major academies was the strongest in nearly a decade. The battle of young powerhouses on the continent is unprecedented in scale, and it can be said that this peak competition truly reflects the highest level of young powerhouses across the entire continent. The formidable destructive power of the 3rd tier subdragon, spanning over 10 feet, is astonishing, with its massive tail sweeping across the square, leaving it in ruins after each match. After every Dragon Knight competes, the tournament must pause to repair the square. The 3rd tier mages are equally terrifying, unleashing overwhelming magical spells like a meteor shower with immense power. In recent months, the Eastern warrior Chun Nan has emerged, garnering attention for the traditionally overlooked Eastern martial artists, achieving remarkable feats in several battles. However, there are no Eastern cultivators participating in this battle. Although both the Immortal Martial Academy and the Divine Wind Academy have cultivation departments, these are not their main branches, making the lack of young cultivation experts quite normal. Overall, the level of this competition is very high, moving even the elder veterans. The performances of these young powerhouses seem to indicate that the cultivation world is about to enter a peak period. For 3 days since the battle began, Chun Nan has been watching. He feels a surge of emotions, acknowledging that this is indeed the peak battle among the young powerhouses from the 4 major academies, with many individuals reaching astonishing levels of cultivation. Several individuals have caught his attention during the battles. Among them are 3 from the War God Academy, one being the small Lord Shinwei, who has a 3-day agreement with him. This person indeed possesses exceptional qualities, far surpassing his arrogant younger brother. From the fierce fighting spirit he displays, it is evident that his cultivation level is likely approaching the 4th tier. It is no surprise that Kevin lost to him at the Immortal Martial Academy. The other 2 individuals from the War God Academy that caught Chun Nan's attention are a pair of siblings. The sister, Lisa, is a subdragon knight, exuding immense bravery and seemingly filled with explosive power. Her intense fighting spirit hits opponents like relentless waves, making them suffer greatly. Due to her large frame and average appearance, the audience has nicknamed her the female Tyrannosaurus. Lisa's brother, Thorn, is a tall Western warrior who practices Western fighting spirit while incorporating Eastern martial arts techniques, creating many highlights. With his cultivation already at the 3rd tier, it is impossible not to notice him. The female mage Alice from the Illusionary Demon Academy also caught Chen Nan's eye. This woman battles with her face covered, leaving her appearance unknown, but her graceful and delicate figure suggests she is a stunning beauty. Alice's mastery of magic astounds many onlookers, not only because of her profound cultivation but also due to her extraordinary understanding of magic. She can cast many spells without needing to recite incantations, and even ordinary spells become immensely powerful in her hands. The simple wind flight technique has transformed under her command, allowing her to move swiftly in the air like an elf, her speed so extreme that opponents can barely catch a glimpse of her. Many speculate that her strength has likely reached the initial 4th tier. The most eye-catching young powerhouse from the Divine Wind Academy is the Eastern martial artist Xiao Feng, rumored to be the Academy's strongest. He has countless admirers, and his appearances always incite cheers from many students at the Divine Wind Academy. Xiao Feng is tall and rugged, exuding masculinity, and his martial arts are unfathomable. It is said that he reached the 3rd tier 2 years ago, and most believe he has now broken through the 3rd tier limit into the 4th tier. However, all of this is hearsay. No one knows his true strength. And after 3 battles, it remains impossible to discern his hidden cards. The last person that caught Chen Nan's attention is Qianlong, a student from the Immortal Martial Academy. He drew Chen Nan's notice not for his outstanding performance in battle, but because after each match, the stunning beauty Long Wu from the Divine Wind Academy would appear to carefully wipe his sweat in private. When Chen Nan inadvertently witnessed this scene, he was left astonished. On regular days, Long Wu is spirited and confident, with a slightly rebellious nature, which explains her short hair that barely covers her ears and her boyish, loose clothing. She always wears a sunny smile, often referring to herself as brother, and enjoys teasing girls, radiating unparalleled youthful energy and an alluring charm. However, today Chen Nan was surprised to see her face filled with tenderness as she carefully wiped Qianlong's sweat, resembling a blissful little woman. A stark contrast to her usual demeanor. If this scene were discovered, it would undoubtedly become major news at the Divine Wind Academy, and many boys would likely hear the sound of their hearts breaking. Even Chen Nan felt a slight sense of loss, while he had no intentions toward Long Wu. Seeing such a perfect woman seemingly captured by someone else made him feel a bit uneasy, which seems to be a common trait among men. This scene reminded Chen Nan of when Long Wu visited the Immortal Martial Academy, and some girls mentioned she was going to meet her lover, indicating that the rumors were not unfounded. Because of Long Wu, Qianlong became one of the young powerhouses that Chen Nan began to pay attention to. Qianlong is tall and possesses the looks of a standard Eastern handsome man. He barely wins every match he participates in. After watching several of his battles, Chen Nan was astonished. The reason is simple. He realized that no matter how strong the opponent, Qianlong always manages to prevail slightly, indicating that his true strength is profound, and he is hiding his capabilities. Chen Nan ultimately concluded that Qianlong's cultivation level is definitely extraordinarily powerful and terrifying. On the square, the sub-dragon roars, fighting spirit fills the air, and sword energy surges like rainbows, making the battles exceptionally intense, with the onlookers cheering wildly, many of them losing their voices. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread rapidly among numerous cultivators. The recently emerged national protector of the Chu Kingdom, Chen Nan, is about to engage in a life-and-death battle with the top young powerhouse of the War God Academy, the small Lord Shenwei. Chapter 17. Subdragon people were buzzing with discussions, and gossip about the two spread like wildfire. The small Lord Shenwei is a noble from a small eastern nation, having been taught by Western martial arts masters since childhood. He later entered the most prestigious martial arts academy in the West, the War God Academy, to cultivate, becoming one of the Academy's most renowned young experts. His strength unfathomable and gaining a certain level of fame in the West. Chen Nan's background is a blank slate. No one knows who he trained under. However, he caused a minor upheaval in the cultivation world upon his emergence because he could repeatedly unseal the legendary Ho-E Divine Bow. His famed battle involved using this bow to first pierce a dragon knight and then smash a flying dragon, ultimately shooting down a roaring giant dragon with the Ho-E Divine Bow inside the royal palace of the Chu Kingdom, earning him the title of National Protector from the Chu Emperor and making his name known far and wide. Later, in the capital of the Jin Kingdom, he single-handedly faced a 1,000-strong army, using the reverse Heavenly Seven Demon Blade to slice down a 5th-tier peerless expert. After this battle, his name resounded across the continent, and many in the cultivation world learned of him. One is a peak young expert trained in the West, while the other is a newly emerged martial arts prodigy from the East. Most people are aware of the grievances between the two, but they do not care. They are only focused on when the two will commence their life and death battle. Chun Nan has already learned of this news from the vice president. The small Lord Shenwei requested the vice president of the War God Academy to arrange a time during the strongman competition among the 4 major academies for him to have a life and death duel with Chun Nan. Initially, the vice president of the War God Academy naturally disagreed. He had heard of Chun Nan's name and was aware of the grievances between his student and the opponent. Although he cherished this disciple, he did not want any unexpected incidents to arise. The small Lord Shenwei is a key player in the War God Academy, and he did not wish for any mishaps to occur. However, it seems that the young Lord of Shenwei has made up his mind to fight Chun Nan. Otherwise, he would refuse to participate in the upcoming matches. Ever since he encountered Chun Nan that day, a fire of vengeance has been burning in his heart. After setting a 3-day deadline, he has been counting down the moments, eager to kill his opponent and vent his hatred. In a desperate situation, the vice president of the God of War Academy sought out the vice president of the Shinkong Academy, and at that moment, the vice presidents of the Illusion Demon Academy and the Immortal Martial Academy were also present. These 2 old foxes chuckled and unanimously agreed to this battle, and thus this special contest was approved. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this battle, which was attracting widespread attention. People were discussing it and waiting with bated breath. As expected, the vice presidents of the 4 major wind academies quickly jointly announced this news, of course, with some formalities. They stated that the contestants from the 4 academies had been exhausted after a series of battles, and after research, they decided to give everyone a day off. However, on this day, renowned young masters would engage in a life and death duel, the excitement of which would be no less than the peak battles of the young powerhouses of the 4 major academies. The vice president of Shinkong Academy finally announced, "Let the national hero of the Chu Kingdom, Chun Nan, and the young lord of Shenwei from the God of War Academy take the stage." Chun Nan deliberated for a while, picked up a 2-meter-long spear from the weapon rack, and strode into the arena. The spectators outside were not unfamiliar with him. His name had spread across the continent over the past few months, especially after he appeared in the square a few days ago, stepping on a magician. Most people had already remembered what he looked like. The young lord of Shenwei rode a 3-tiered dark green dragon soaring into the sky from a distance, quickly flying towards this place, its roar shaking the heavens and sending shivers through the onlookers. "Chun Nan, prepare to lose your head. I will make you pay in blood for your debts." The young lord of Shenwei shouted frantically while wielding a broad sword in the air. "Let's talk, come on." Chun Nan raised his spear towards the sky. With a thunderous roar, the dragon dove towards Shinkong Academy, its massive tail sweeping down, creating a fierce wind that kicked up dust in the square. The enormous, fierce dragon head with its glimmering horns looked as sharp as giant blades, and its gaping maw revealed 2 rows of terrifying white teeth, like swords, as it lunged viciously at Chun Nan. Seeing the massive dragon head approaching, Chun Nan held the spear tightly, using the Shinshu step to quickly retreat, leaving behind a residual shadow. The dragon missed its strike with a furious roar, soaring into the air, but its long tail swung down towards Chun Nan, leaving a terrifying shadow in the air and creating a gust of wind. Facing this fierce attack, Chun Nan dodged its edge, his figure flashing again. The dragon's tail struck the ground hard, instantly cracking the earth and sending massive fissures spreading outward. Having fought against dragon knights several times, Chun Nan had accumulated rich experience. After dodging the dragon's sweeping tail, he quickly followed up like lightning. Before the dragon's tail had fully left the ground, his body transformed into a faint shadow, charging up to the tail that had just taken off. He grabbed its scales with his left hand and leaped upwards, closing the distance by another 3 meters. At this moment, Chun Nan was about 5 to 6 meters above the ground, and since the dragon's tail had already left the ground, he dared not pursue further for fear of an accident. The spear in his hand emitted a blazing golden light, and after infusing it with pure internal energy, the spearhead unleashed a dazzling brilliance. With a mighty thrust, he drove the spear deeply into the dragon's tail, almost up to the hilt, then pushed off with his feet against the dragon's tail, quickly falling back to the ground. A blood arrow shot out for 3 meters, blood raining down from the sky, and the dragon let out a mournful roar, thrashing its tail, but by then it had already left the ground, unable to harm Chun Nan, who had just landed. All of this happened in an instant. Chun Nan's series of actions were clean and stunning. After the initial shock, the spectators erupted into a thunderous applause. The dragon flew high into the air, circling and roaring angrily, taking some time to calm down. The young lord of Shunwei's face turned ashen. He never expected to suffer such a significant loss in their first encounter, which infuriated him. Chun Nan noticed that the wound on the dragon's tail quickly began to clot, with blood no longer flowing out, secretly admiring how resilient dragons were, truly deserving of the title of King of Beasts. With a mighty roar, the dragon dove down again, its powerful front claws reaching for Chun Nan, the glossy, sharp claws over a meter long, glinting ominously. Chun Nan quickly dodged to the side, as the fearsome claws struck the ground, sending dirt and stones flying, leaving 2 deep pits over half a meter deep on the square. At the same time, the young lord of Shunwei swung his broad sword down fiercely from the side of the dragon's body, unleashing a wave of intense energy from his fighting spirit, causing the entire area to tremble. Chun Nan's eye shot out 2 cold flashes, and the spear in his hand seemed to transform into a dragon, creating a dragon shadow in the air. A series of dazzling brilliance surged from the spear's tip, shooting out and colliding with the layers of energy waves unleashed by the young lord. The air echoed with thunder as the solidified brilliance met the fierce fighting spirit, exploding into a blinding light before finally dissipating. The young lord of Shunwei leaned back on the dragon's back, swaying as Chun Nan staggered back 5 steps before stabilizing his stance. After this dive, the dragon did not immediately take to the skies again. Seeing Chun Nan swaying backward, it swung its massive head, using its nearly meter-long, knife-like horns to stab at him. Chun Nan was alarmed and pushed the Shunshu step to its limits, quickly retreating. The cold, glimmering dragon horn grazed past him, nearly slicing through his chest. Although startled, Chun Nan remained calm, precisely seizing the opportunity in battle. At the moment the dragon's head swung past, he leaped into the air, landing on the dragon's neck. The young lord of Shunwei hurriedly swung his broadsword, not wanting Chun Nan to severely injure his mount again. The blazing fighting spirit seemed to tear through the void, emitting sounds of breaking air, surging towards Chun Nan like a furious sea. Chun Nan swung the spear like a club, striking forward fiercely. At his level of cultivation, any weapon in his hand could kill. A torrent of blazing brilliance surged forth from the spear like ocean waves, and when it collided with the fighting spirit slashed out by the young lord, a rumbling sound erupted before dissipating in the air. During this process, Chun Nan pushed off hard with his feet on the dragon's neck, propelling himself backward. The force behind those 2 kicks was immense, channeling all of Chun Nan's strength. The dragon's massive head was knocked off balance by this impact, and its body swayed, almost toppling over. It let out an unwilling roar as it shot up into the sky. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Chun Nan's performance was astonishing, dominating both encounters and leaving everyone amazed by his outstanding display. Chapter 18. Battle with the Dragon in the Sky. The young lord of Shunwei had performed exceptionally well in the youth competition of the 4 major academies. Yet at this moment, he seemed to be at a slight disadvantage. People couldn't help but speculate what kind of results Chun Nan would achieve if he participated in the youth competition held by the 4 major academies. Students from Shinkong Academy erupted into cheers. Although Chun Nan had previously garnered the infamous title of traitor in the academy, that was a matter of the past. Moreover, having resided in Shinkong Academy for an extended period, he could be considered a member of the academy in a sense, and thus the vast majority of people were cheering him on. Students from the War God Academy naturally leaned towards the young Lord of Divine Might, while students from the Illusion Demon Academy and neutral observers from non-4 major academies cheer solely for the exciting battle. The situation at the Immortal Martial Academy is more complex. Half the people cheer for Chun Nan, while the other half boo him. The reason is simple. Chun Nan had killed the academy's nearby 5th-level expert, Tao Ran, in the capital of the Jin Kingdom. Tao Ran had many friends and disciples who naturally hated Chun Nan, but most people at the Immortal Martial Academy knew the truth about that day in the capital and thus did not harbor hostility towards him. The little princess and Dongfang Phoenix were also watching from the sidelines. The little princess clenched her fists and said angrily, "How is that damn guy getting stronger and stronger?" Gritting her teeth, she added, "How dare he hit my humph? I will make him pay sooner or later." In the distance, on the tall viewing platform, Meng Kuer's beautiful eyes sparkled as she murmured, "Could it really be the divine void step? It is truly unfathomable." In the center of the square, dust filled the air, and the killing intent was overwhelming. The roar of the giant dragon echoed deafeningly. Chun Nan and the young Lord of Divine Might had been battling for nearly half an hour, and the fight had entered a white-hot stage. Both had blood seeping from the corners of their mouths and sustained significant internal injuries from each other's powerful energy impact. After narrowly dodging a fierce attack from the giant dragon, Chun Nan received a blow from the young Lord's 7-layer battle energy. As the dragon soared into the air, its massive tail suddenly swung down, creating a fierce wind that violently rushed towards Chun Nan. Although Chun Nan had mastered the divine void step and moved as fast as lightning, he was still a beat too slow, and he could see the dragon's tail about to hit him. With no way to evade, he gathered all his strength to brace himself. The 2-meter-long spear, infused with pure internal power, shone with divine light in an instant, emitting a brilliance even more dazzling than the sun. A vast force surged outward from Chun Nan, creating a wave that swept across the entire square, causing all spectators to feel a jolt of fear. As the dragon's tail came crashing down, Chun Nan used the spear like a club, striking fiercely at the tip of the dragon's tail with a powerful downward motion. With a poof, blood surged, and over a meter of the dragon's tail was severed. The dragon let out a thunderous wail, wildly thrashing its massive tail in the air, blood splattering everywhere. Although Chun Nan had successfully dealt a heavy blow to the dragon, he was also flung away by the dragon's violent motion, tumbling 7 or 8 meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He felt excruciating pain all over, as if his body were falling apart, and he struggled to rise with the spear as support. At this moment, the dragon was still thrashing in the air, roaring mightily. He seized this opportunity to quickly adjust his breath and recover his power. When the dragon finally stopped roaring and calmed down, Chun Nan opened his eyes. Despite his serious injuries, he had no choice but to face the battle in this condition. The young Lord of Divine Might was furious. His beloved dragon had been wounded repeatedly, which had never happened before. Furthermore, he himself had also sustained significant internal injuries since the battle began, making him feel utterly humiliated. He gently comforted the dragon for a moment before ordering it to launch the most ferocious attack on Chun Nan. He wanted to end this quickly. This aligned with Chun Nan's thoughts, as it was difficult for him to continue a prolonged battle with his current stamina. He coldly watched the descending dragon, his eyes shining with determination as he searched for the best opportunity to strike. The dragon drew closer, and the fierce wind from above grew stronger, whipping Chun Nan's clothes. When the dragon's menacing head and sharp claws were less than 2 zhang away from him, Chun Nan finally moved, quickly darting to the side and then charging towards the dragon from its flank. At this moment, the true energy within Chun Nan seemed to boil, and his overwhelming internal power surged forth, enveloping him in a blazing golden light like a raging fire. He leaped into the air, shooting up the dragon's body at an incredible speed, aiming for the young Lord of Divine Might on its back. The young lord was taken aback. Chun Nan's speed exceeded his expectations. The opponent had used the brief moment of the dragon's descent to leap onto its back and was now charging at him furiously. Everything was executed with pinpoint precision. The young lord swung his broadsword repeatedly, attempting to knock Chun Nan off, but this time Chun Nan was risking everything. There was no way he would retreat easily. The spear in his hand radiated a brilliant golden light, transforming into countless spear shadows that charged relentlessly towards the young lord. A terrifying energy wave sweeping through the air, marking a life-or-death assault. Thousands of golden spear shadows converged into a golden net, enveloping the young lord with immense pressure akin to a mountain. The young lord was both shocked and angry. Chun Nan's fierce attack forced him to defend with all his might. The two energy forces collided in the air, creating a series of booming sounds. Finally, relying on the divine void step for assistance, Chun Nan broke through the young lord's defense and charged upward. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he stood on the dragon's back, facing the young lord from a distance. The young lord's face turned ashen, but there was no time for him to think further. He slowly raised his low-hanging broadsword, pointing it at Chun Nan's heart. Although Chun Nan had managed to get close, his internal injuries worsened, and he gripped the spear tightly, his expression grave. After missing its attack, the dragon let out an angry roar, feeling Chun Nan on its back, and it soared into the sky, trying to throw him off. The young lord revealed a cold smile. As the dragon took flight, he began to gather his power, preparing to launch a frenzied attack on Chun Nan. As a Dragon Knight, he was confident that he understood aerial combat better than Chun Nan. Indeed, Chun Nan was not a Dragon Knight and could not be as natural on the dragon's back as the young lord. At the moment the dragon soared into the sky, his body swayed, nearly losing balance and falling off. However, Chun Nan quickly thought of a way to stabilize himself. He concentrated all his power in his legs, leaped high, and then forcefully stomped down on the dragon's back. At that moment, his feet were like two indestructible blades, radiating brilliant light from his soles, piercing through the dragon's armor as hard as steel and violently stabbing into the dragon's body. Poof! Blood surged, and Chun Nan's knees sank deep into the dragon's back, anchoring him firmly like an iron stake. The dragon let out a piercing wail, thrashing violently in the air, desperately trying to shake off the person who had harmed it. But Chun Nan remained firmly embedded in the dragon's body, unable to be shaken off no matter how much it struggled. On the contrary, the young lord nearly fell off the dragon's back, if not for the reins and ropes securely fastening him. He might have actually been thrown to his death by his own dragon. He was furious that Chun Nan had so grievously injured his mount, feeling immense regret. Grabbing the reins with one hand and wielding the broad sword with the other, he charged at Chun Nan. At that moment, Chun Nan did something that nearly drove the young lord mad. Facing the young lord's ferocious charge, he also lunged forward, spear in hand, leaving nearly 2-foot-deep blood holes in the dragon's back, with every step, blood gushing forth. The blood flowed out from those wounds like a geyser, instantly dyeing half of the dragon's body red, with blood raining down from the dragon's body, creating a blood rain in the air. The dragon's wails became even more mournful, and its thrashing movements intensified. The young lord roared in madness, his eyes blood-red, charging towards Chun Nan like a beast. On the back of the dragon, sword energy surged into the sky, and fighting spirit shook the air as two young masters from the east and west clashed together. Thousands of golden spear shadows intertwined with the turbulent fighting spirit, illuminating the dragon's back with brilliant light. In the interplay of light and shadow, two figures moved like lightning, colliding with each other as the fighting spirit and golden spear shadows erupted with thunderous roars, as if countless thunderbolts were resounding in the sky. The dragon writhed, blood rain splattered, and the fighting spirit soared like a rainbow, while spear tips shattered the air. Chapter 19. Dragon Slaughter. The earth-shattering roar of the dragon. The thunderous clash of intense fighting spirit and golden brilliance, combined with the wild cheers of tens of thousands of practitioners outside, plunged the entire Divine Wind Academy into a frenzied atmosphere. Watching the life-and-death battle in the air, everyone went wild. Even the esteemed elders were no exception. The life-and-death battle between Chun Nan and the young Lord Shenwei was destined to be a classic match among the young powerhouses, regardless of the outcome. This frenzied duel had been going on for nearly an hour, and based on the power both had expended, they should have long been exhausted. Yet, in fact, the two still fought like vigorous dragons, their figures still remarkably agile in the dazzling light on the dragon's back, moving with lightning speed like two beams of light. At this moment, both were relying on their iron will to persist, enduring excruciating pain throughout their bodies as they unleashed their potential. The back of the dragon had almost shed its scales due to the fierce confrontation between the two peak young masters. Its entire back was a bloody mess, with some areas even exposing stark white bones, and finally, it weakly swayed and began to fall toward the ground from the high sky. However, at this moment, the battle between Chun Nan and the young Lord Shenwei was nearing its end. After all, Shenwei was a dragon knight, skilled at commanding the dragon in battle. But now he was engaged in close combat with an Eastern warrior, clearly attacking his opponent's strength with his own weakness, and defeat was inevitable. Chun Nan stepped on the God Void step, moving like a ghost, his spear shooting out thousands of golden rays, enveloping his opponent in countless sharp points like a dragon. Just as Chun Nan gained overwhelming advantage, his body suddenly trembled, his internal true energy reversing unexpectedly. The originally brilliant golden true energy turned pitch black in an instant, and his eyes emitted two beams of dark light. The thousands of dazzling spear lights he wielded transformed into intense black rays in an instant, as his profound technique unexpectedly reversed. This was something Chun Nan never anticipated. He hadn't attempted to reverse his profound technique. Yet the true energy within him reversed on its own. He knew that ever since he was forced to reverse his profound technique for the first time, something would eventually happen to him, but he didn't expect the signs to appear so soon. and an inexplicable killing intent surged within him. With his spear raised to the sky, his disheveled hair moved without wind, and endless demonic energy surrounded him. At that moment, he resembled a demon king descending upon the world. After the reversal of his profound technique, his power skyrocketed, the energy within him rolling like the mighty Yangtze River. He held the spear with both hands, his body transforming into a beam of black light charging toward the young Lord Shenwei. The black spear smashing through layers of fighting spirit and instantly piercing his chest. As Chun Nan opened and closed his eyes, two substantial black rays flickered. At the moment the spear was about to pierce Shenwei's heart, he was taken aback. In his original consciousness, if he defeated his opponent, he would incapacitate him but would not kill him. Yet at that moment, he involuntarily struck with lethal intent, realizing that the reversal of his profound technique had affected his temperament. At the moment the spear was about to stab into Shenwei's heart, Chun Nan forcibly suppressed the killing thought in his heart, slightly raising his hands, causing the spear tip to rise 10 centimeters and pierce into his opponent's shoulder. Blood gushed out, and Shenwei let out a heart-wrenching scream. The outcome was already clear at that moment. The tens of thousands of practitioners watching in the square erupted in excitement, cheers, curses, applause, and boos, various voices intertwined. And the final result of this spectacular battle was already determined. Outside the crowd, the blonde beauty Ruth showed an expression of extreme shock in her eyes. Not expecting Chun Nan's cultivation to be so formidable, she then fell into deep thought. On a special viewing platform, the vice presidents of the 4 academies exchanged glances, each showing a hint of unusual emotion in their eyes. On another platform, Meng Kuer's beautiful eyes sparkled with colors as she softly murmured a few words. At this moment, the dragon was less than 5 zhang from the ground, and Chun Nan, holding the spear, leaped down. He knew that his last strike had destroyed half of Shenwei's meridians, and the hope for recovery was extremely slim, posing no threat. Seeing that its arch-nemesis, who had bullied it on its back, had finally fallen, the dragon's eyes burst forth with 2 beams of hatred, and it shook its weakened body, lunging toward Chun Nan. At this moment, the immense power within Chun Nan was surging wildly, after he forced himself to spare the young lord's life. The killing intent in his heart not only remained unrestrained but intensified, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. As the dragon charged at him, it completely ignited his killing intent. Chun Nan stepped on the God Void step to swiftly evade the attack of the colossal beast. The dragon's massive claws fell empty, creating 2 terrifying pits on the ground. As the dragon lunged at him, Chun Nan gripped the spear tightly, gathering all his power into the spear, wielding the steel spear like a long knife, viciously striking at the dragon's neck. At this moment, Chun Nan's profound technique had already reversed, and his power had reached an astounding level. This full-force strike was immensely powerful. A 3 zhang long, substantial black blade of light appeared at the spear's tip, and terrifying energy fluctuations shook the entire square, sending chills through all spectators. The dragon seemed to sense the aura of danger. It quickly turned its head to retreat. But it was too late. Chun Nan's spear, like a long knife, had already descended, and the 3 zhang long, substantial black blade of light accurately struck its neck. Blood surged forth, and a dragon head the size of a house was cleaved off and rolled away. The crowd outside erupted in uproar, this astonishing scene igniting their fervor once again. This was the bloodiest and most brutal battle in days. A dragon over 10 zhang long was actually slaughtered, and the cruel scene sent many timid souls trembling in fear. Blood gushed from the dragon's neck like a geyser, gathering below into a river of blood, with blood mist rising and the pungent smell of blood permeating the entire area. The dragon's corpse crashed to the ground like a pile of gold and jade, while the young Lord Shenwei was thrown sideways, landing in the dust. Today he suffered a complete and utter defeat. Not only was his cultivation almost destroyed, but even his mount was brutally killed. He staggered to his feet, venomously shouting at Chun Nan's back, "In this life and the next, I will not rest until you are dead. Sooner or later, I will kill you with my own hands." Hearing this, Chun Nan paused for a moment, but ultimately continued to move forward. Seeing that Chun Nan made no response, a fierce light flashed in Shenwei's eyes as he infused his remaining energy into the broad sword in his hand, then suddenly hurled it at Chun Nan's back. At that moment, Chun Nan's reversed profound technique had not yet adjusted, but his cultivation was already sufficient to rank at the 4th level. He sensed the danger in an instant. Without turning around, he swung his left palm backward, enveloping the incoming broadsword with a wave of dark, intense light, causing it to shatter into pieces and fall to the ground. Then, without looking back, Chen Nan threw the spear backward and strode forward. The spear, radiating black light, unleashed terrifying waves, piercing through the young Lord Shun Wei's chest like lightning, propelling him 8 or 9 zhang away, and then pinning his lifeless body to the ground. The crowd outside erupted once again. Many girls who were usually very reserved couldn't help but scream, while many young people shouted loudly, "Chen Nan! Chen Nan!" Chen Nan ignored the noisy shouts and strode towards the exit, and the onlookers instinctively stepped aside to make way for him. Chapter 20. Secrets begin to emerge. Chen Nan had just slain a third-tier subdragon at the Shinfeng Academy Square, defeating the peak young expert of the War God Academy, the little Marquis Shenwei. In an instant, his fame rose to a new height and became the focus of discussion among all cultivators. Opinions about him were mixed. Some deemed him too cold-blooded and cruel, while others believed he acted decisively, enough to be considered a real man. The vast majority of young people held a favorable attitude towards him, admiring his bravery, and even many girls were trying every means to find out about his daily life. After the battle, Chen Nan was seriously injured. When he returned deep into the bamboo sea, he hurriedly adjusted the flow of his internal energy, forcefully reversing the chaotic energy back. He then picked up a set of clean clothes and entered the bathroom to wash off the blood, not wanting Xiao Qinxi to see him in such a bloody state. After washing, he came out dressed in clean clothes. The courtyard was quiet. Xiao Qinxi had been taken out to play by 3 extraordinary experts and had not yet returned. He began to meditate and adjust his breathing. As he expected, the dark and bright true energy within him had thickened a bit more, yet it did not repel the golden pure true energy. The two seemed to be of the same origin, coexisting peacefully. Chen Nan sighed inwardly. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the golden true energy in his body would be completely replaced by the dark true energy. He spent hours in his room repeatedly circulating his energy to heal his damaged meridians and organs, finishing only by evening. When he opened his eyes, he found Xiao Qinxi staring at him with her big eyes, filled with worry, curiosity, and surprise. "Qinxi, you're back. Did you have fun playing with the old gentleman during the day?" "Yes. I sat on Grandpa Yin's flying disc and flew in the air. It was so much fun. He said that as long as I learn his cultivation methods, he will give me that flying disc." Xiao Qinxi's face was full of excitement. Chen Nan smiled and lovingly patted her head, saying, "Do you want to learn the methods of cultivation?" Xiao Qinxi tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment, then replied, "Not right now." Chen Nan smiled bitterly, unsure why Xiao Qinxi seemed to have an inherent aversion to cultivation. Suddenly, Xiao Qinxi seemed to remember something and said earnestly, "Brother, when you were meditating just now, I think I saw 2 light balls running around inside you. But they disappeared as soon as I blinked." Chen Nan was startled and asked, "2 light balls? Why didn't I feel them?" "It's true. Qinxi isn't lying. One was golden and bright, and the other was dark and shiny. Both light balls were about the size of a fist. They kept rolling together, bumping into each other like they were fighting," Xiao Qinxi said with a serious expression. Chen Nan fell into thought. After a long while, he finally said, "Qinxi, don't tell anyone about this. Not even those 3 old gentlemen, okay? Qinxi understands. I won't tell anyone." Chen Nan smiled and picked her up, saying, "Do you remember the backstory I made up for you? Make sure not to let those 3 old gentlemen find out." Xiao Qinxi sweetly smiled. "Of course I remember. Brother always treats me like a child, but actually, Qinxi understands a lot of things and will never mention the ancient fairy relics to others." Indeed, Xiao Qinxi was much more mature than the average child. Sometimes her mindset resembled that of an adult, but her playful nature made her seem just like a little kid. Chen Nan patted her back and laughed. "Brother knows that Qinxi is very smart, but some secrets are too shocking, and I'm afraid you might accidentally spill them." "Don't worry, brother. Qinxi knows which things to say and which to keep quiet," she replied, looking serious like a little adult, which made him want to laugh. "Qinxi, I want to tell you something." "What do you want to say, brother?" Chen Nan thought for a moment and said, "In a while. Brother has to go take care of something. I might come back soon, or it might take a long time. While I'm gone, you will live with the 3 old gentlemen, okay?" Xiao Qinxi pouted. "Where are you going, brother? Why can't you take me with you? Brother needs to investigate a shocking secret. It will be dangerous for you to be by my side, and I want to be able to focus on my investigation if I'm worried about you. You just wait patiently for brother to come back after finishing my task." he explained. Xiao Qinzi looked a bit reluctant and said, "How long will you be gone? I will feel lonely without you, and I will miss you. It might be just a few days at best, but at worst, it could take half a year." At this point, Chen Nen paused. He originally wanted to say a month, but suddenly changed it to half a year. Soon he would set out to investigate the death abyss, and he had a premonition that something would happen to him. He didn't know what it would be or when he would return. So he decided to extend the time a bit. "Brother, I really hope you come back soon. Otherwise, I will miss you every day." Xiao Qinzi's voice dropped, and she seemed a bit down. "Be good, Qinzi. Don't be sad. Brother promises to come back as soon as possible. Come on. Let us go out to the night market." In the following days, the youth competition of the 4 major academies entered its final stage. Although it was full of excitement, there was no battle as spectacular as the one between Chun Nan and little Marquis Shenwei, or rather, such a brutal life-and-death struggle. While the subsequent battles were also thrilling, the spectators couldn't help but recall Chun Nan's image, imagining his bravery from that day. Many speculated what kind of results Chun Nan would achieve if he could participate in the upcoming peak battle of the youth experts. On the 7th day of the competition, only 12 contestants remained, including a few that caught Chun Nan's particular attention: the female Tyrannosaurus from the War God Academy, Lisha, and her brother Thorn; the mysterious masked sorceress Alice from the Illusion Demon Academy; the top expert Xiao Feng from the Shenfeng Academy; and the hidden contestant Qianlong from the Xianwu Academy. These 5 had yet to face each other directly, clearly arranged by the vice presidents of the 4 major academies to avoid direct confrontation in the early stages. On the 8th day of the competition, a shocking piece of news began to circulate among many cultivators. Someone had discovered that deep in the mountains hundreds of miles away from Shenfeng Academy, demonic flames were raging, and there was a valley filled with the aura of death.